Yin Yin, if you don't get up you'll be late for school. It was 7:30 in the morning. Gu Nian as usual set the breakfast on the table and urged through the bedroom door. Strangely, there was no sound from inside the bedroom. Gu Nian frowned slightly. His daughter Gu Nian had always been well-behaved and obedient. In the morning upon hearing his voice, she would always respond immediately, and she never had a habit of lying in bed. But today the silence was excessive. Gu Nian walked to the door and knocked. Yin Yin, are you up? No one answered. Anxiety grew within him, and he directly grasped the door handle and turned it. The moment he entered, what met his eyes was darkness. As the door opened, light from outside spilled into the room, and Gu Nian saw a small lump on the bed. He walked over and abruptly yanked off the blanket. Oh! His daughter Gu Nian, eyes full of panic, frantically tugged at the corner of the blanket in his hand. Quick, cover me. Dad, hurry. Gu Nian was startled by Yin Yin's intense reaction and quickly tucked the blanket back around her. After wrapping herself tightly in the blanket, Gu Yin's expression slightly relaxed. But the fear in her eyes had not faded. Yin Yin, what's wrong? Gu Nian sat anxiously on the edge of the bed, gently patting her back to comfort her. Had a nightmare last night. Gu Nian bit her lower lip and turned her head away, refusing to answer. The bedroom was extremely dim. Gu Nian turned to look at the tightly drawn curtains and stood up to pull them open. Such nice weather, why don't open them? His action made Gu Nian scream again. She was so scared that she hid entirely under the blanket, forming a round bulge. An unease began to linger in Gu Nian's heart. He forcibly pulled Gu Nian out from under the blanket, placed his hands on her shoulders, and asked solemnly, Yin Yin, what exactly happened? Tell Dad, don't be afraid. In the dimness, tears welled up in Gu Yin's eyes. She opened her mouth to speak, but then seemed to remember something, and her expression dimmed again. It's nothing, Dad. I'm a bit unwell today. Can I skip school? Hearing this, Gu Nian reached out to feel Gu Yin's forehead. Her temperature was normal, no fever. Where do you feel unwell? Want to go to the hospital? He held her hand and asked with concern. Gu Nian stiffly withdrew her hand from his, her voice a bit hoarse. I just had a very long nightmare, feeling dizzy and nauseous. Dad, I want to rest properly, okay? Her misty eyes met Gu Nian's, and as a single father he immediately softened. After raising his daughter for so many years, she had always been very obedient and well-behaved. She ranked first in her grade, every year intelligent, and almost every teacher loved her. At home, she would voluntarily help Gu Nian with laundry and cooking, and even supervise him like a little adult to take his medicine. As she grew older, her appearance became more and more outstanding. She was truly the child from another family that other parents talked about. Sometimes Gu Nian was so mature that it made his heart ache. Seeing her condition today, Gu Nian didn't have the heart to force her to go to school. Then I'll have Grandma come over to keep you company. You get a good sleep. When Dad gets off work, he'll bring you something delicious. Gu Nian smiled and ruffled Gu Yin's hair. He walked out to the living room and gently closed the bedroom door behind him. His gaze returned from the darkness to the brightness, but the faint unease in Gu Nian's heart did not dissipate much. He checked the time. It was almost 8 o'clock. If he didn't leave soon, he would be late for work. He took out his phone and made a call. Hello, Mom, please come over quickly. Yin Yin seems a bit unwell. I'm in a hurry to go to a company meeting. He'll be back after the meeting. Please look after her for now. Oh, okay, you go ahead. He'll leave right now. Gu Nian's motherly Xiaomei responded with her loud voice. After hanging up, Gu Nian felt a little more at ease. His parents' home was only 2 streets away from the small 2-bedroom apartment he rented. Usually he often took Gu Nian to visit them. With his mother looking after her, it should be fine. Gu Nian walked to the front door, changed his shoes. He looked up at Gu Yin's room and added, Yin Yin, if you really feel unwell, remember to have Grandma take you to the hospital, okay? Dad, go to work, don't worry about me. Yin Yin's voice was muffled as if coming from under the blanket. Gu Nian sighed, closed the door, and turned to leave. Panshir Group, the largest technology research and development leading enterprise in Xia country. It was also the place where Gu Nian had worked for 15 years. Despite rushing, he was still 5 minutes late. He sat at his desk, wiped the sweat from his forehead, then took out his laptop, opened the review PPT, and mentally rehearsed the final presentation. But staring at the computer screen, his mind drifted back to Gu Nian. There was a suppressed force in his heart, giving him an extremely bad premonition. He couldn't concentrate at all. He recalled all the strange behavior of his daughter today. Gu Nian felt that things were probably not that simple. He had never seen such a terrified expression on his daughter's face. That fearful look lingered in his mind, growing more restless. He looked up at the time in the bottom right corner of the computer screen. There was still half an hour before the meeting. Gritting his teeth, Gu Nian decided to take leave and go back to check on Gu Nian. Even though the review PPT was a summary of nearly a month's worth of data, he had worked on day and night. Giving up this meeting would mean losing a chance for promotion and raise. But Gu Nian couldn't wait another moment. Nothing was more important than his daughter's safety at this moment. He stood up abruptly. He went directly to the manager's office door, twisted the handle, and walked in. As soon as he entered, what met his eyes were 2 overlapping ambiguous figures. The girl leaning against the manager was startled by Gu Nian's sudden entrance. She awkwardly pulled away from technical director Li Weiss' embrace. Jigu group leader. Gu Nian's Adam's apple moved slightly as he looked at Zhang Ming, a team member still on probation. Even a fool could see the inappropriate relationship between the two. Manager Li'll be going then. Zhang Ming said, her face flushed with shame as she turned and ran out. Li Weiss' face immediately darkened. Gu Nian, do you have absolutely no sense of propriety? Don't you know to knock before entering? And you call yourself a group leader. You're even less sensible than your own team members. Li Wei was furious. This Gu Nian was as dense as a wooden block. 35 years old, and still utterly clueless about social graces. He only knew how to bury his head in work, completely oblivious to his superiors' moods. His social awareness was even worse than an intern. If it weren't for the fact that he had been at Panshur for 15 years and was the company's technical backbone, he would have been fired long ago. Gu Nian hung his head, biting his lower lip. I'm sorry, Manager Li. I have an urgent matter today. I'd like to take a day off. What? You want to take leave? Li Wei glared, slamming the table. Gu Nian, do you know how important today's meeting is? Denied. Gu Nian grew anxious. Manager, but my family really has something. Li Wei exploded with rage. Gu Nian, are you deaf? I said no, and that's final. I don't care what's happening at home. Today the project investors and the board of directors are all here. If you dare to take leave, I'll fire you on the spot. The economy is bad now. You're 35. Who would hire you out there? Li Wei dropped all pretense, directly threatening Gu Nian's weak spot. A man like Gu Nian supporting both the elderly and the young, a divorced single father with a child. His entire livelihood depended on his job. Seizing this weakness, even if Gu Nian was full of grievances, he had to swallow his pride and endure. As the words fell, the phone in Gu Nian's pocket rang. It was from his mother, Li Xiaomei. The unease in his heart swelled infinitely. Gu Nian pressed the answer button, and Li Xiaomei's panicked voice exploded from the speaker. Gu Nian. Something terrible. Yin is missing. I just went into her room and found the bed neatly made, but she was gone. I called her, but it switched off. Li Xiaomei was frantic on the other end. Didn't you say she was sick? Why would she run away without a word? Gu Nian's heart sank. His vague unease had finally taken concrete form. Something had happened to Yin. Gu Nian tried to stay calm. Mom, don't panic. We'll search separately. You check around the neighborhood. He hung up the phone. His interest in today's presentation had completely evaporated. Manager, if you want to prove my leave, then consider it an unexcused absence. I've already sent the presentation PPT to your email. I'm leaving. Gu Nian finished speaking, ignoring Li Weiss' stunned expression, and turned to walk away. Gu Nian, get back here. Leaving the company, Gu Nian immediately called his ex-wife. He and Su Xiaoxiao had divorced 7 years ago. The reason was simple. Su Xiaoxiao was a woman who loved romance. But Gu Nian was honest and simple, and he never really understood what women meant by romance. Until later, holding the hand of 4-year-old Gu Nian, he witnessed with his own eyes Su Xiaoxiao getting into a Mercedes. Then he understood. The romance Su Xiaoxiao wanted was money that never ran out. With the affair exposed, Su Xiaoxiao dropped all pretense. She simply dumped her daughter on Gu Nian and openly became that man's kept woman. The phone rang for a long time and was only answered at the last second. Noisy clamor and the clatter of mahjong tiles intermingled, reaching Gu Nian's ears. Hello, make it quick. I'm busy. Su Xiaoxiao's voice was impatient on the other end. She was playing mahjong, the phone set aside on speaker. Is Yin with you? Gu Nian asked directly. Yin. Gu Nian, are you kidding? Why would she be here? Oh wait, Pong. Su Xiaoxiao's tone was casual, as if Yin Yin's disappearance meant nothing to her. You're her mother at least. Yin is missing. Aren't you worried at all? Gu Nian clenched his teeth, feeling bitter for his daughter. She's old enough, she can't just disappear, can she? Maybe you've been too controlling, and she sneaked off somewhere to play. Su Xiaoxiao sneered. Gu Nian, after all these years you still love to make a mountain out of a molehill. No wonder you're still just a group leader after all this time. You have no clue. Him hanging up, don't ruin my luck. Before Gu Nian could speak, she hung up. When he called back, it was already switched off. Another thread of hope was cut off in Gu Nian's heart. Although Gu Nian officially forbade his daughter from associating with a gold digger like Su Xiaoxiao, he knew that Yin often secretly went to the mahjong parlors Su Xiaoxiao frequented, watching her mother from across the street. Her eyes revealed a longing for maternal love. If Gu Yin hadn't gone to see Su Xiaoxiao, where could she have gone? Gu Nian wandered the streets near the neighborhood, searching desperately, anxiously watching every passing child. Suddenly his phone vibrated again. Gu Nian picked it up and saw it was a landline number. An inexplicable fear washed over him. He pressed the answer button. Hello, who is this? Hello, are you the father of Gu Yin? This is Zhanghai City First People's Hospital. Your daughter jumped off a building. In that instant, Gu Nian felt as if a heavy hammer had struck his chest, suffocating him. Impossible. Yin would never do this. Gu Nian repeated frantically, as if denying it more firmly could change the truth. We've confirmed the identity from the backpack. Your daughter's classmates also identified her. It is indeed your daughter. The doctor's voice on the other end was sympathetic but helpless. The school leaders and police are at the hospital now. Please come as quickly as possible. Before the doctor finished, Gu Nian hung up the phone and ran toward the hospital like a madman. In truth, ever since he heard the news of Yin Yin's disappearance, he had imagined countless outcomes in his heart. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect the truth to be more brutal than any of them. He arrived at the hospital. Gu Nian's temples throbbed violently, his head ached with dull, insistent pressure. Outside the ICU ward, a cluster of people sat huddled together. Among those unfamiliar faces, Gu Nian recognized one familiar visage. Yangqing, his daughter's homeroom teacher. Teacher Yangqing, where's my daughter? Gu Nian lunged forward and seized Yangqing's shoulders. Startled, Yangqing recoiled. Then recognizing Gu Nian's father, she drew a deep, dry breath and numbly pointed toward the adjacent ICU. Gu Nian advanced, slowly stopping before the small glass window beside the ICU door. Even now, a sliver of desperate hope still flickered within him. Could it be mere coincidence? A case of identical names? Had he misdialed? His daughter was so extraordinary. How could this possibly be her? Yet the moment his gaze pierced the glass and fell upon that unmistakably tiny, motionless figure inside, every last thread of denial snapped, shattering utterly. His daughter Gu Nian, his pride, the very source of his will to endure. She lay there limp and broken on the bed, eyes sealed shut, her fragile body pierced by tubes and wires. Like a butterfly battered to the ground, its wings torn and lifeless. The sight pierced Gu Nian's heart like a blade, raw, unbearable, absolute. He grabbed the doctor by the coat. Doctor, what is my daughter's condition? The physician sighed, shaking his head. Multiple compound fractures, widespread organ contusions, and intracranial hemorrhage. How much will it cost? The doctor paused, startled. Family member, it isn't about money. Your daughter. How much, to save her? Tell me. Gu Nian refused to hear explanation. His raw, ragged shout echoed down the corridor. At least 2 million yuan. The doctor flinched at Gu Nian's frenzy, gritting his teeth. But even if we wrest her from death's grasp, she'll be paralyzed for life. 2 million yuan. For a lifetime of paralysis. Gu Nian's mind went blank in an instant. His right hand released the doctor's coat and dropped lifeless to his side. 2 million yuan. His total savings, less than 1/10 of that sum. Even adding his project bonus, he had barely 300,000. In that moment, Gu Nian felt as though every ounce of vitality had been siphoned from his body. He could barely remain upright. His already gaunt frame now seemed carved from sorrow itself. He longed, desperately, to strike himself across the face. He'd sensed something amiss that very morning. Why hadn't he protected her? Tears blurred Gu Nian's vision, remorse flooded his soul. Suddenly his phone lit up in his pocket. Numbly he unlocked it. Li Wei, his supervisor, had sent a message. Gu Nian, you dared skip work without cause. Do you have no respect for me? You're forfeiting your share of the project bonus. Plenty of others would jump at it. Oh, and if you don't publicly apologize before the entire company tomorrow, you'll no longer hold your position as team leader. Staring at those cold, impersonal words, Gu Nian twisted his lips into a bitter, hollow smile. Truly, the roof leaks only when rain pours hardest, misfortune seeks out those already drowning. He had devoted 15 years of youth to Panshire Corporation. He had watched it rise, from a fledgling startup to a 100 billion yuan enterprise. Yet in the end, the company thrived, while he crumbled into ruin. After all those years of labor, he had become little more than a tragic punchline. Gu Nian crouched beside the ICU door, head buried in his hands, lost in silent, hollow thought. Homeroom teacher Yangqing's expression was equally grim. Such an incident occurring under her supervision meant certain failure for this quarter's performance review. That Gu Nian, what possessed her? Why choose that location, the unfinished teaching building, dragging Yangqing into liability? A nearby officer, moved by compassion, stepped forward, holding out an evidence pouch. Sir, we understand your anguish. This letter was found inside your daughter's school bag. You may wish to read it. A letter? Gu Nian accepted the pouch in stunned silence. And indeed, a handwritten note lay within. Unfolding it, he saw elegant, precise penmanship, undoubtedly Yin Yin's. Dad, I'm sorry. Please forgive my weakness. Lately my grades have swung wildly, filling me with unbearable anxiety. You worked so hard, I didn't want my academic struggles to rob you of rest. Yet focusing on studies feels like torture. Dad, please go to school and retrieve all my belongings. Then burn them. It's because of them that I've suffered so. I once dreamed of becoming a healer, of saving lives. But now that dream feels impossibly distant. If I could live again, Yin Yin would choose another path, another way to exist. I only dread leaving you behind, Dad. So please take care of yourself. Gu Nian stared at the letter, his expression shifting, growing strange. His gaze turned glacial. Officer, did you truly read this letter? Clutching Yin Yin's handwriting, his voice trembled. If you did, how could you miss that this is a cry for help? The officer's eyes widened. What do you mean, sir? Without hesitation, Gu Nian snatched the pen from the doctor's chest and circled the first character of each paragraph. The first character of every line, read together, is what my daughter truly meant to say. All eyes fixed upon the circled characters, and a collective gasp tore through the air. 4 stark, chilling words emerged. Dad, save me. And Gu Nian's grief, gone. His eyes burned crimson. Standing at the doorway, something terrible stirred within him, awakening. A slow, ghastly smile split his face, teeth gleaming like those of a demon risen from the underworld. You see it now, my daughter called out to me. So, who did this to her? Gu Nian whirled around. His gaze, wild and feral, made every bystander recoil. His eyes locked onto Yang Qing. She shrank back, voice trembling as she scrambled to distance herself. I know nothing. Yin Yin somehow slipped alone into the unfinished school building. Had she not fallen onto that pile of sandbags, well, Yang Qing choked off the rest. She saw Gu Nian's fist clenching, poised to smash her mouth shut. Gu Nian shifted his gaze toward the girl beside Yang Qing, roughly Yin Yin's age. He vaguely recalled her. Shui Xian, Yin Yin's closest friend at school. You're Xian, aren't you? Gu Nian forced calm, kneeling to meet her eye level. Tell uncle. Who drove Yin Yin to this? Shui Xian met Gu Nian's stare. Hesitation flickered in her eyes, and she opened her mouth to speak. But in the next instant, Yang Qing yanked her behind her back, feigning exasperation. Mr. Gu, Xian is deeply shaken. Don't press her. Yin Yin climbed over the construction fence alone. No one was with her. To be frank, today's children simply lack psychological resilience. A minor setback sends them spiraling into despair. Gu Nian's fury erupted, directed squarely at Yang Qing. As a public educator, how can you speak so casually of your student's tragedy? Yang Qing stood speechless, frantically signaling the officer for aid. The policeman flushed with awkwardness, snatching the letter back and slipping it into the pouch. Sir, please remain calm. This cannot serve as legal evidence. It may simply be coincidence. Coincidence? Is this how your department investigates? Gu Nian sneered. When even a single thread appears, shouldn't you follow it to its source? Will you brand my daughter cowardly on the basis of coincidence, while her true assailants walk free? The officer bristled, voice tight with indignation. Do not make baseless accusations. Eyewitness accounts confirm. No one else was present at the time. Fine. Excellent. Fire smoldered in Gu Nian's eyes as he clenched his jaw, scanning the crowd. He understood now. Even the police, everyone here, seemed eager to force him to accept this as a solitary, self-inflicted tragedy, born solely of his daughter's fragile psyche. Something was deeply wrong. Especially Yang Qing, the homeroom teacher, was highly suspect. Then Gu Nian remembered, and whirled, locking eyes with Shui Xian. The girl Yang Qing had kept shielded silence, trembling on the verge of speaking. Gu Nian walked up to the homeroom teacher Yang Qing with a cold expression. What are you doing? Yang Qing instinctively covered her chest, feeling a bit frightened. Gu Nian lifted her arm and suddenly pulled Shui Xian out from behind Yang Qing, staring intently at her. Do you know what's going on, right? Yin Yin is your friend, right? Look at her lying inside. She must be feeling terrible, right? Come on, don't be afraid. Tell uncle everything. Yang Qing felt a surge of anger and instinctively tried to pull Shui Xian back behind her. However, Shui Zin's arm was firmly held by Gu Nian, making it impossible to move her. What do you want, parent? Your daughter jumped off the building. Shouldn't you first reflect on the reasons behind it? Yang Qing held Shui Zin's left arm, while Gu Nian gripped her right, leaving Shui Xian in the middle, her expression one of great pain. The three of them stood frozen in the corridor, attracting a lot of attention. Teacher Yang, I just want to ask Shui Xian what exactly happened. Why are you reacting so strongly? Could it be that you have a guilty conscience? A hint of embarrassment appeared on Yang Qing's face, and she reluctantly let go of her grip. You really have a way with words. I'm just concerned about the psychological health of my students. Gu Nian let out a cold laugh, her gaze returning to Shui Xian. It was then that Gu Nian noticed a bruise at the corner of Shui Zin's mouth. Looking down, she discovered that there were also faint bruises visible near Shui Zin's collarbone. In a flash of realization, Gu Nian suddenly thought of the dark bruise that had appeared on Yin Yin's arm a few days ago. At that time, Yin Yin had claimed it was due to an accidental fall. But now it seemed that it was far from the truth. Gu Nian thoughtfully released her grip. Shui Xian seemed to feel the heat of Gu Nian's intense gaze, and she nervously pulled her collar up to quickly cover the bruise on her collarbone. A sinking feeling gripped Gu Nian's heart, and an ominous premonition surged within her. To uncover the truth behind her daughter's jump, it seemed she would have to personally visit the school. After paying the medical fees, the police hastily completed their reports and left. Yang Qing, fearing that Gu Nian would cause more trouble, quickly led Shui Xian out of the hospital. Gu Nian sat alone at the ICU door, staying there all night. The next day, just as dawn broke, she suddenly looked up in the dimly lit corridor, her bloodshot eyes fixed on her daughter, who was still in a coma, her entire being exuding a chilling aura. Yin, no matter who it is, Dad will surely avenge you. Qingtung International School, the most prestigious school in Jianghai City, charged an annual tuition of 3,000. Gu Yin had earned a full scholarship due to her outstanding grades. With the scholarship, Gu Nian saved a significant amount of money. It was 8 in the morning, just in time for the morning reading session. Upon entering the school, Gu Nian walked straight to the floor where Gu Yin's classroom was located. However, as soon as he reached the classroom door, he heard a ruckus inside. "Hey, did you hear that the bitch's bones are all shattered? Isn't she never going to stand again?" A girl heavily made up with big waves that were inappropriate for her age spoke casually, her tone laced with disdain. "I say Shui Xin deserved it. If she wanted to jump, then just jump. Why call 120? They even saved her back to life," a boy said as he walked up to Shui Xin's desk and kicked it hard. Shui Xin instinctively covered her head, fearfully begging, Don't hit me." The doctor said that even if she was saved, she would be paralyzed for life. "This person is completely finished," other students chimed in. The boy, hearing the word father, finally suppressed his anger. Just as he was about to scold Shui Xin again, bang! The door was kicked open with a loud crash, creating a large dent. All the students were startled and turned to look at the entrance. Gu Nian's gaze was sharp as a knife, cold and piercing. With tightly closed lips, he appeared like a bomb ready to explode at any moment. The previously lively classroom fell into a deathly silence. Even the loudest boy and girl grew tense, swallowing nervously as they fixed their gaze on Gu Nian. Gu Nian remained silent, slowly walking towards Gu Yin's seat, while the other students automatically made way for him. Arriving at Gu Yin's seat, Gu Nian took out her backpack and began to pack all the things from Yin Yin's drawer one by one. In no time, he had stuffed everything into the backpack. "Hey, who are you?" to Gu Yin. Finally, the girl with the waves mustered the courage to ask. Gu Nian zipped up the backpack and cast a cold glance at the girl before replying, "I just heard you say my daughter deserved it." "Daughter?" The wave girl was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly realized, mocking, "Oh, so you're the father of the little mistress. Do you know your daughter loves to mess around with others all day, eh? What are you trying to say?" Gu Nian remained surprisingly calm, his gaze steady on the wave girl. "I'm saying your daughter jumping off the building is entirely her own fault." Slap. A resounding slap echoed through the classroom. The wave girl's face instantly bore the imprint of 5 fingers, turning red and swollen. She couldn't believe it as she covered her right cheek, jumping up in anger. "You really are a pair of worthless scum. Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me?" Slap. Before she could finish, another, even stronger slap landed on the other side of her face. Gu Nian's voice remained flat, but the madness in his eyes was spreading. "No matter who you are in my eyes, you are even less than a finger of my daughter. If I hear you slandering my daughter again, even if it's just a single word, I will cut off your tongue." Gu Nian paused, scanning the other students, and added, "You all the same. Just you wait. I will make your daughter infamous." The wave girl covered her face and ran out angrily. Gu Nian struggled to control his emotions. He was now certain that his daughter had suffered unprecedented bullying at school, and these 2 people before him were undoubtedly involved. "What are both of your names? Who do you think you are? Why should I tell you?" The boy opened his mouth, ready to retort, but Gu Nian directly picked up the textbooks on their desk and opened them. "Zhang Hao Ning Ru Shui." Gu Nian smiled wickedly. "I remember now. Oh, I will come find you." After speaking, Gu Nian picked up the backpack and headed towards the door. Just as he reached the entrance, he bumped into Yang Qing, who hurried in from outside. "Yin's dad. What are you doing here?" Ning Rushui immediately pointed at Gu Nian like she had found a lifeline. "Teacher, this person just came in and slapped me twice. Look at my face, woo woo woo. When the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam is crooked. I've already said that Gu Yin's bad behavior is hereditary." Yang Qing looked at Ning Rushui's swollen face, startled, and her expression fell. "This parent, she is still a child. How could you hit a child?" Gu Nian let out a cold laugh. "Then is my daughter not a child? This group of people have joined together to bully my daughter, and you, as the homeroom teacher, turn a blind eye." Yang Qing was somewhat displeased. "I understand your feelings. But your daughter jumped off the building. You can't vent your anger on others. Our class has always been rated 5 stars. The students are very harmonious, and there is no bullying, as you say. Ning often helps your Gu Yin." "Ah, that's right," Ning Rushui boasted. "I helped her find a channel for her part-time job." Hearing the word part-time job, Gu Nian's heart suddenly sank. Yang Qing quickly tugged at Ning Rushui's clothes, signaling her to stop talking. Ning Rushui realized she had let something slip and quickly fell silent. Gu Nian looked at Ning Rushui, who wore an expression of guilt, and the class teacher, who was clearly trying to cover for them, and felt a surge of repressed anger threatening to break free. He turned to glance at the numb students and Shui Xian, whose head had long drooped to the edge of the desk. Confirming that Gu Nian has walked far away, Yang Qing finally let out a sigh of relief, gazing with a hint of resentment at Ning Rushui's hair. He frowned and said, "Rushui, didn't I say not to perm your hair to look so mature? It affects your studies." Ning Rushui completely ignored Yang Qing's words, saying, "If I don't dress up nicely while I'm young, do I have to wait until I'm as old as you to regret it? Besides, who among us here aside from Gu Yin came here purely for studying?" Yang Qing sighed and shook his head, choosing not to speak further. Although Ning Rushue's words were harsh, she was indeed not wrong. Qingtung International School, the most prestigious private institution in Jianghai City, founded by the Zhang Education Group to cultivate elite children from the upper class. Anyone randomly picked from here has a background that is beyond his reach. Zhang Hao stepped forward and leaned into Yang Qing's ear. Teacher Yang, you performed well this time. I will tell my dad to give you a good rating. Thank you, Zhang Hao. Yang Qing's face immediately lit up with joy. It seems he truly did not choose the wrong side. Although Gu Nian was indeed quite pitiful who told her to provoke people she shouldn't have. If he did not help cover for their misdeeds, his career would be at stake. If anyone is to blame, it can only be her father for being poor and powerless. Soft targets are always chosen, such as the fate of the lower class. That night, Gu Nian sat in the hospital corridor holding her daughter's school bag. The phone beside her showed a full battery. This was her daughter's phone. The screen in the upper right corner slightly cracked, and she didn't know when it had been dropped. Gu Nian unplugged the charger and long pressed the power button. The first thing she did after turning it on was to check all the chat records in her daughter's social media. She found nothing unusual. Opening the photos, she also didn't discover any clues. Suddenly, she noticed a small red dot in the recycle bin at the bottom right corner. Trembling, she clicked to open the recycle bin. Instantly, a series of unbearable photos flashed before her eyes. Amidst the numerous photos, there was also a video. The video lasted for 2 hours. The first long segment was completely dark and nothing could be seen, only some buzzing noises could be heard. Until the last 20 minutes, the view suddenly brightened. However, the filming angle was quite strange, looking upwards as if it were the ceiling of an abandoned factory. Is it over? Is it my turn now? You can't treat her like this. This is not what we agreed on. In the video, a girl's sobbing voice could be heard. Get out of the way. Stop acting all high and mighty. Don't you want to participate too? Then why not join in? A strange man's voice appeared. I spit. I thought you were so noble. You were just relying on your good grades, but aren't you all the same? Who are you guys? Let go of me. Gu Nian suddenly sat up. She recognized that voice all too well. It was her daughter Gu Nian. Hey Zhang Xiao, the top student is awake. Zhang Xiao. Gu Nian instinctively linked it to the boy Zhang Hao who was making a scene in the classroom today. Awake. That's even better. Zhang Hao's sinister laugh made Gu Nian's fists clench tightly. Hey, are you guys coming over? Great, I'll send you the address, you'll be satisfied. The last sentence of the video lingered on a phone call. The corridor was eerily silent, quiet enough for Gu Nian to hear the beating of her own heart. Gu Nian gripped the phone, her body trembling slightly. Yin Yin, I'm sorry, Daddy. The tall figure curled up on the cold hospital bench. Gu Nian felt more at a loss than ever. Looking at her still sleeping daughter, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. It was all his fault. If it weren't for him, his daughter could have gone to an ordinary school. Originally, he sought this school for its renowned teachers, but unexpectedly, it ruined his daughter's future. Gu Nian's eyes turned red, his anger threatening to consume his reason. These people were simply demons. They were parasites of society, a disgusting bunch of maggots. Damn it. They all deserve to die. Gu Nian hurriedly gathered the evidence and rushed to the nearby police station. I want to report. My daughter has been bullied at school. The police officer in the station glanced at Gu Nian, his gaze flicking to the officer behind him with a somewhat strange expression. Then he yawned, casually picked up a notebook and gestured for Gu Nian to sit down, saying, Go ahead. 2 hours later, Gu Nian came out of the police station, his mind buzzing. None of these constitute a chain of evidence, and besides, these are all your unilateral speculations. Even if we assume the involved parties are still in school, they won't go to jail if something happens. If you are determined to sue, don't blame me for not warning you. The police officer's words echoed repeatedly in Gu Nian's mind again and again. It felt like mockery, as if he were hitting a rock with an egg, overestimating his capabilities. Gu Nian glanced back at the police station door, his expression somewhat mocking. Suddenly his phone vibrated. It was an unfamiliar number. Gu Nian expressionlessly pressed the answer button, quietly waiting for the other party to speak. Hello, is this Mr. Gu Nian? Who is this? Gu Nian's voice was low, and even through the phone one could sense the coldness. The man on the other end paused before continuing. We are the school foundation, and we deeply regret the incident involving your daughter at our school. On behalf of the school, I would like to offer 2 million yuan for Yin Yin's medical expenses to help her through this difficult time. However, we hope that Mr. Gu will refrain from further investigation into this matter. This was merely a common tussle among children. A common tussle. Gu Nian trembled with anger. A vibrant life now lay on the brink of death in a hospital bed, and you dare tell me this is just a tussle? If that's the case, then I hope your child also experiences such a tussle. Gu Nian retorted coldly. The man, seeing that Gu Nian was not giving him face, lowered his tone, carrying a hint of warning. We are all adults here. If you truly care about your daughter, I advise you to accept this money. Put down your worthless pride. What you have cannot threaten anyone. I hope you consider your daughter more. Every breath she takes now costs money. Without money, your daughter will die soon. You should know what's important and what's not. After saying that, the man hung up the phone viciously. Gu Nian stared at his phone, suddenly enlightened. It seemed that the people who bullied his daughter had a position and power far more terrifying than he had imagined. Their influence had actually infiltrated the police station near the hospital. Just moments after leaving the police station, they already knew his whereabouts. But so what? Whoever harmed his daughter would have to pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold price. Gu Nian took a deep breath. Looking up at the pitch-black sky, a crack suddenly opened in his inner despair. A strange voice spiraled out from his heart like a demon's call. This voice, intertwined with frenzied thoughts, had emerged the moment he saw his daughter lying in the ICU. It had previously been forcibly suppressed by Gu Nian. Yet at this moment the voice echoed clearly within his mind. Do you feel powerless? Yes, why? You must be filled with hatred. Why is it your daughter? The voice grew increasingly excited, striking at Gu Nian's crumbling psyche. Look at your daughter. She is so young with a long road ahead of her. All of this is due to your cowardice, your forbearance. In Gu Nian's mind, the image of Gu Nian struggling to breathe with a ventilator suddenly emerged, causing his body to tremble. The voice began to swirl around Gu Nian's ears like a ghost, amplifying its presence. Your daughter's homeroom teacher turned a blind eye to the evil deeds of these people, even choosing to protect them for her own future. What right does she have to teach? Your superior makes you work overtime to the point of gastric bleeding, yet ends up cutting your bonuses while taking credit for your hard work. Can you endure this? Each and every one of them is a murderer. They are accomplices in pushing your daughter to her death. Ugly, deplorable, evil, hypocritical, arrogant. Yet this group enjoys all the riches and honors. They hold social statuses that you can only dream of, basking in flowers and applause. And you, after working hard for 15 years, what have you gained? Your health is ruined, your wife has left, and even your beloved daughter has been driven to suicide by them. Why should this be? The voice in his mind gradually became frenzied. These social parasites, why should they enjoy life so easily? People like them should be stepped on, subjected to everyone's scorn and ridicule. Let them repent in their shattered lives. Go fear. Go suffer worse than death. The voice stirred in his mind, growing ever more agitated. As long as you sacrifice your soul, I can grant you all the skills and abilities of this world. The voice was chillingly seductive, and Gu Nian's heart was already shaken to its core. Don't you want them to see the consequences of their disdain, eh? Stop being a coward. Your daughter is waiting for you. Bang! Something shattered completely in his mind. It was Gu Nian's reason. On a pitch-black night, the dim light of the street lamp illuminated Gu Nian's indifferent face, half in light and half in shadow. He inexplicably lifted the corners of his mouth, glancing at the row of tall buildings across from him. That was the most prosperous area of Jianghai City. Every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. The ones who bullied his daughter lived right across. Gu Nian pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one. He had never been a smoker. His habit of carrying cigarettes was merely to please his superiors. But now he was quite eager to try. You're right, this world is sick. And very sick at that. Gu Nian exhaled a smoke ring, his expression growing exhilarated. It must be cured. In the darkness, the alluring voice seemed to hear Gu Nian's murmurs, responding with a satisfied chuckle. The contract is sealed. As the words faded, a diamond-shaped mark quietly appeared on Gu Nian's left wrist. A fleeting darkness flickered in Gu Nian's amber eyes. In the next moment, waves of knowledge surged into his brain, as if his body was being pulled in a new direction. Oh! A piercing pain rapidly spread from his heart, as if his limbs and bones were being violently broken and reforged. Gu Nian could no longer withstand it. His vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. He awoke once more. Gu Nian found himself in a hospital with an 4 drip in his hand. He looked down at the diamond-shaped mark that had suddenly appeared on his wrist. So what happened last night was not a dream. All the skills and abilities. Gu Nian muttered, suddenly recalling something. He lifted his hospital gown to look at his abdomen. The hard abs were glaringly evident before his eyes, and Gu Nian could hardly believe what he saw. He flipped over and got out of bed, heading to the mirror. In the mirror, he looked as if he were 18 years old. No longer nearsighted, his hypertension was gone, and all his ailments had vanished without a trace. This body was simply incredibly healthy. What the hell is this, me? Gu Nian was both shocked and overjoyed. The voice in his mind echoed again. Do you like this body? Not bad. Gu Nian nodded in approval. I am very satisfied. All your meridians have been completely reopened. You have now integrated all the martial arts, medicine, military technology, and manufacturing techniques of this world. To this world you are now an invincible existence. Go take your revenge. I am looking forward to your performance. The diamond-shaped mark flickered a few times before falling silent again. Gu Nian's inner madness was completely ignited. He picked up a fruit knife and gently cut his fingertip. Watching the blood drip from his finger, Gu Nian felt a strange thrill. Awake! A nurse wheeled in a cart, and upon seeing Gu Nian up, she spoke. Looks like there's nothing wrong. You just overworked yourself and need a few days to recuperate. Oh, by the way, a friend of yours visited earlier and brought you a bouquet of flowers. It's right next to your bed. A friend. Gu Nian instantly became alert. He picked up the flowers from the bedside and searched through them. Sure enough, he discovered an envelope inside. As he shook it out, it was all photos of his daughter. Among them was a note. As long as you don't cause trouble, these things will not be seen by anyone. Gu Nian's eyes ignited with fury as he tore the note to shreds. He hadn't even had the chance to settle the score with them, yet they had delivered themselves right to his doorstep. Gu Nian smiled eerily. As the murderous intent surged, countless criminal methods instantly swirled in Gu Nian's mind, flashing before his eyes like a revolving lantern. Gu Nian calmly gazed out the window, deftly spinning the fruit knife between his fingers. This world had long been sick. Corruption and collusion between officials and businessmen. Living in the same world as such maggots was simply disgusting. Gu Nian squinted slightly, raising his head, as if savoring the gentle breeze outside. Then he pulled the 4-needle out of his hand and walked out of the hospital without looking back. The weather was nice today. It was time to seek those people out and collect his debts. Gu Nian vanished from the hospital. No one knew where he had gone. Li Xiaomei received a text message from Gu Nian instructing her to stay with their daughter Gu Nian for the time being while he handled some urgent matters, after which all contact ceased. Has Gu Nian truly been this quiet these past few days? In the principal's office at Qingting International School, a silver-haired elder gazed skeptically at a broad-shouldered man. Yes, Principal Zhang. After leaving the hospital, Gu Nian disappeared. His whereabouts remain unknown, but we're certain he hasn't filed any police reports. Hearing this, Zhang Yida curled his lips in disdain. I'd imagined him to be a far sturdier bone. Turns out he's no more than brittle dust. Keep watching him closely. How will finish this academic year soon, then we'll send him abroad. Until then, ensure Gu Nian causes us no trouble whatsoever. Yes, sir. Zhao Cheng, head of security, saluted sharply. 50 kilometers from Jianghai City lies Tonglu Town. A battered Santana entered the town's desolate road. Gu Nian surveyed the crumbling buildings on either side. His heart stirred not a ripple. If anything, a quiet thrill flickered within him. This place was one he discovered years ago on an obscure paranormal website. 3 decades ago, Tonglu Town thrived. Its prosperity built upon vast coal reserves. But as the mining industry collapsed and decades of reckless extraction hollowed out the earth beneath it, the entire town sank into ruin. Economic decay bred its own plagues: drug addiction, red light districts, epidemic disease, soaring crime rates. Finally, the government issued a single decree, branding Tonglu Town a hazardous city. All residents were evacuated overnight, resettled elsewhere. Thus, this once prosperous enclave became a forgotten necropolis, silent, abandoned, erased from public memory. For Gu Nian, however, it was the perfect sanctuary. Gu Nian halted before the rusted gates of a long-abandoned villa, the former elite clubhouse of Tonglu Town, famed for its opulent interiors and aristocratic patronage. It had risen with the town's glory and fallen with its decline. Over a decade ago, the government attempted to auction the land, but unsurprisingly, every bid fell through. Eventually, the matter was shelved and the site left to rot. Gu Nian tugged at the corroded door handle. With a grating creak, the door swung open. Though abandoned for years, the grand chandelier still shimmered faintly, echoing vestiges of bygone splendor. Gu Nian surveyed the dust-choked floors and cobweb-draped corners, and smiled. A pale, hollow thing. This place is utterly perfect. He quickly retrieved the club's floor plan, scanned it once, then stepped back out. Within hours, he dragged an assortment of bizarre rusted mechanical parts to the clubhouse entrance. Lucky this town once mined coal. Though it's dead now, its relics remain plentiful. As he examined decades-old scrap metal, Gu Nian paused. Then, with startling clarity, recalled the complete schematic for building a generator. Rotor, stator, iron core, exciter. In minutes, he assembled a massive generator with practiced ease. From the car's rear seat, he retrieved a directional signal shield and installed it around the perimeter. This device blocked all external wireless signals, yet allowed internal network access unimpeded. Less than 100 meters from the clubhouse sprawled a wide, still lake. Few could guess it had begun life as an underground parking garage, its foundation excavated just before the government abandoned the town. Years of rainwater accumulation transformed that hollow excavation into a serene expanse of water. For Gu Nian, it was a stroke of providence, solving the water supply problem at its very source. Network setup, wiring restoration, aquatic integration. Each skill fused seamlessly in his mind, as if innate, instinctual, inevitable. His 18-year-old physique pulsed with inexhaustible vigor. Within a single day, the derelict villa, silent for over a decade, glowed again with electric light. Calm, methodical, Gu Nian completed every task, then ascended to the second floor, cleared a room, and opened his laptop. Preparations complete, it was time to act. While searching his daughter's belongings, the phrase, campus forum, kept recurring in her chat logs. She clearly frequented it often. To identify everyone who tormented her, this forum might well be the key. Gu Nian powered on the laptop and withdrew his daughter's student ID card. Gazing at her radiant smile on the photo, he gently traced the image with his fingertip, then let his heart freeze anew. Every school maintains its own campus forum. Qingting International School was no exception. Accounts were uniformly registered under student ID numbers. And for someone whose technical mastery bordered on omniscience, cracking the credentials of a riddled, vulnerable website required less than a breath. In an instant, he logged into his daughter's account. Private messages erupted, flashing, vibrating incessantly. You whore, still breathing. Hope you're dead. Wishing you a swift descent to hell. You wretched bitch, mistress. Break your hands and legs. See how you seduce men then. Serves you right. What gave you the nerve to outscore me? Pure bliss. Ha. If you had even a shred of shame, you'd vanish completely. Gu Nian's hand trembled slightly on the mouse as he scrolled downward silently. Hundreds of messages, all vile, vicious, dehumanizing. Even the forum's pinned, featured post, centered on his daughter. Its title was blunt, brutal, incendiary. Gu Nian, the top student. Is this what she's really like? Gu Nian clicked in. What followed wasn't mere slander. It was full-blown fabrication, deliberate inversion of truth. His daughter, the victim, was recast as a gold-digging seductress. Her tormentors, rebranded as innocent victims drugged by her. Interspersed among the text were blurred photographs offered as evidence. A masterclass in rhetorical subterfuge, never stating outright, yet weaving language so precisely that bias bled through every syllable. This was no accident. The author was likely a seasoned digital propagandist. That the school's administrators not only failed to remove such a toxic post, but elevated it to top position, spoke volumes. More chilling still, this thread, riddled with logical flaws, had drawn over 1,000 replies. Some users even conducted illicit transactions in nested threads, selling doctored images of Gu Nian's suffering. By now night had deepened. Having read every word, Gu Nian exhaled slowly, and smiled again, cold, colorless, unnerving. Blue monitor light washed over his face. His already glacial features sharpened into something spectral, terrifying. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, then danced swift and silent, typing line after line of flawless code. The school's website crumbled like tissue paper. Within moments, Gu Nian had extracted every registered forum user ID. Each corresponded precisely to a student's enrollment number and personal data. With those IDs, access was effortless. Every faculty member and student at Qingting International School, names, records, identities, now lay exposed in Gu Nian's hands. There were 133 private messages, a total of 1,250 replies on the post. Gu Nian gazed at the glaringly bright list of over 1,000 ID addresses on the computer, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He opened his backpack and changed into lightweight attire. He took out the newly purchased military-grade folding knife, flipping it and tucking it into his sleeve. He donned a mask and pulled up the hood of his sweatshirt. Finally, he glanced at the computer screen at the account address that topped the list of insults directed at his daughter before turning away. The cold wind pierced to the bone. At 1 o'clock in the morning, there were hardly any pedestrians left on the street. A seemingly frail figure with his hands in his pockets and head bowed walked slowly down the empty street. He stood at the entrance of a small alley, looking up at the surveillance camera, and then swiftly turned his feet, stepping into a blind spot of the cameras. When he appeared again, he had arrived at the entrance of a brilliantly decorated residential complex. Tianlin No. 1. Located in the most prosperous area by the river, its price was double that of the surrounding properties, a truly luxurious residence. Gu Nian glanced at the address recorded on his phone, confirming it was correct. He then opened his computer and began to operate. Inside Tianlin No. 1, a spacious 200-square-meter apartment, a man and a woman were cuddled together. The floor was strewn with romantic remnants, and the woman's face was flushed with satisfaction. Tian, could you say a few more words to Ru Shui about my family's supermarket entering the Ninghai Mall? Aren't you best friends? Zhenxiangxi, don't take it too far. I only asked you to deceive Gu Yinyan's trust, not to act like you've done something monumental. The girl in his arms, named Tian, immediately lost her sweetness, raising her brows in displeasure. Tian, you can't say that. No matter what, Gu Yinyan's matter is significant. According to your classmates, the look in her father's eyes was terrifying. Tian chuckled, her eyes filled with mockery. So what? What can a powerless person stir up? It's just useless rage. Regardless, I am still your boyfriend, right? I have sided with Gu Nian in this matter. The Ning family should express what's wrong. Zhenxiangxi, don't overreach. Don't think that just because you have evidence of us bullying Gu Nian, you can manipulate us at will. Let me tell you, even if you throw that evidence in front of the police now, it won't help. The Zhang and Ning families are much more powerful than you think. Zhen Xiangxi's veins bulged with anger. His parents owned a chain supermarket in Jianhai City. Compared to ordinary people, his family was definitely well off, but such background was insignificant in the place of Qingting. The Tian and Ning families both started in real estate, often intersecting in business, which is why Tian had a very close relationship with Ning Rushua, spending time together dining and shopping. Zhen Xiangxi originally wanted to use Tian to get closer to Ning Rushua. After all, he thought the only redeeming quality he had was his appearance. Yet Tian Tian always treated him as a mere plaything, never formally introducing him to Ning Ruxue. Zhen Xiangxi felt his patience was wearing thin because of this BTCH. Tian Tian, how about? Before he could finish, the room's lights suddenly went out. The entire room was immediately enveloped in darkness, pitch black. What's going on? Is there a power outage? Tian Tian was extremely displeased. I pay such expensive property fees, how can there be a power outage? This property management is utterly useless. Hurry up and call someone to check. You're so stupid. Tian Tian kicked Zhen Xiangxi off the bed, sending him to the living room to press the emergency button. Zhen Xiangxi took a deep breath, suppressing his inner frustration, and groped his way to the living room, picked up the dedicated phone, and immediately began to yell. What the hell is your Tianlin property doing? How could there be a sudden power outage? Hurry up and send someone to fix it. I'm really sorry, but it's rather late now, and the workers might be asleep. Sleep my ass, the homeowners aren't asleep. Hurry up and fix it. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the screens began to go dark one after another. A figure brazenly entered through the main door. Wait, who are you? The security guard quickly stopped Gu Nian. 204, there's a power outage. Ooh, I'm here to fix the circuit. Gu Nian calmly replied. The guard looked at Gu Nian with suspicion. Who comes to fix circuits in the dead of night? Wait, I need to confirm with the homeowners. The guard immediately picked up the walkie-talkie to verify. Hello, are you here to fix the circuit? What are you asking for? Aren't you supposed to hurry up and wake the workers? Do you believe I'll file a complaint against you? The guard was scolded and hurriedly let Gu Nian in, looking rather dejected. Gu Nian curled his lips and gently spoke. Thank you. 10 minutes later. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang repeatedly. By now Zhen Xiangxi had adapted to the darkness and quickly opened the door with the faint night light. He saw Gu Nian standing in the darkness, smiling mysteriously. Is Miss Tian Tian in the room? Zhen Xiangxi rolled his eyes. What does it matter to you, a maintenance worker, if the homeowner is here? Hurry up and fix the wiring. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Tian walked out from the bedroom. The indoors still retained the warmth from the floor heating, so Tian Tian was only wearing a thin nightgown. Zhen Xiangxi, what have you been doing outside for so long? Why isn't the power back yet? My phone is about to die. Tian Tian immediately began to complain. Zhen Xiangxi. Gu Nian's smile suddenly widened even more. So it's you, you're also on the list. Zhen Xiangxi was frightened by Gu Nian's eerie smile, taking several steps back, warily asking, what list are you talking about? What are you saying? Bang! The door was slammed shut by Gu Nian with a kick. Gu Nian took out a pair of silicone gloves from his pocket and calmly put them on. Then with a flash of cold light from his sleeve, he slowly approached Zhen Xiangxi and Tian Tian. As Gu Nian drew closer, Tian Tian suddenly saw a familiar shadow on Gu Nian's face. A youthful appearance of about 18 or 19, resembling Gu Nian by 60 to 70%. Could it be that Gu Nian has a brother? You, who are you to Gu Nian? How did you get in here? Zhen Xiangxi. Hurry. Press the emergency button. It's behind you. Tian Tian retreated in fear. High-end residences typically have an emergency button to notify security immediately. However, Zhen Xiangxi pressed for a long time, but saw no response. Don't press anymore. The system was already disabled by me. Gu Nian grinned, revealing his bone-white teeth. I came to ask you for something. What thing? I warn you not to act recklessly. Do you know who my dad is? Tian Tian's heart collapsed, completely trembling as she shrank back, saying, Don't kill me. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. I have plenty of money. Just don't hurt me. Gu Nian laughed coldly, wiping the blood off the blade, and said lightly, I came to demand my daughter's innocence from you. Daughter? Tian Tian was momentarily shocked. The person in front of her, who looked about the same age as Zhen Xiangxi, was actually not Gu Yinyan's brother, but her father. How could that be? She had clearly seen her father at school not long ago, looking haggard and worn completely different from this person standing before her. Without giving Tian Tian time to think, Gu Nian's knife pressed closer. Terrified, Tian Tian backed against the wall, stuttering. Tu was just casually saying something online. I didn't do anything. I'm not the one who truly tarnished your daughter's reputation. You have the wrong person. The pain on her face turned Tian Tian's fear into anger as she trembled and said, Besides me, there are others who bullied your daughter. Why are you only coming after me? The whole classroom, including Teacher Yang, was involved. Why are you only holding on to me? Hearing Tian Tian's shout of anger, Gu Nian instead released his grip on her collar and took a step back. That day, I already said in the classroom, as long as I find out that any of you have insulted my daughter, even with a single word, I will cut off their tongues. Gu Nian's words were soft, but to Tian Tian's ears they were like a death sentence. And you, Tian Tian, are the most vicious one in the entire forum. No, it's not me. Tian Tian shouted in despair. I only posted a few words online. I didn't participate. There's a head to every grievance and a master to every debt. Go find Ning if you have the ability. Before Tian Tian could finish, Gu Nian grabbed her chin, forcing her to face him. Gu Nian's eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if he wanted to pierce through Tian Tian. She couldn't help but tremble all over. The person in front of her was a complete madman. The more Tian Tian struggled, the harder Gu Nian gripped her. Since you can't learn to speak properly, then never speak again. Gu Nian forcefully held Tian Tian's chin, forcing her mouth open, the military knife dancing at his fingertips. In a flash, Gu Nian's gaze darkened, and the blade was suddenly pulled. Ah! Accompanied by a hysterical and piercing scream. She covered her mouth in pain, sweating profusely, rolling on the ground. But now, even as she was in so much pain that her veins bulged, she could no longer make a sound, only hearing a series of muted, muffled sounds. Jin Xiangxi had never witnessed such a scene before. He was so terrified by Gu Nian's cruel act that he wet himself, a damp patch forming between his legs. How can someone your age still wet their pants? Seeing Tian Tian faint, Gu Nian turned the tip of the knife toward Jin Xiangxi. You look familiar. I've seen you in my daughter's photo album. Gu Nian lightly tapped Jun Xiangxi's face with the knife, and in the moonlight the blade reflected a hellish smile. You deliberately approached my daughter to gain her trust, leading her to seek you out at the club, right? Seeing Jun Xiangxi appear in Tian Tian's room, Gu Nian suddenly understood. No, it has nothing to do with me. Jun Xiangxi with red eyes suddenly went mad, pointing at the unconscious Tian Tian beside him and shouting, she forced me. She insisted that I go find Gu Yin, saying that as long as I gain Gu Yin's trust and take her to the club, my family's financial problems would be solved. I'm also a victim. Jun Xiangxi's eyes were fixed on the knife in Gu Nian's hand, pushing all the blame onto Tian Tian. Gu Nian scoffed. Those photos on the forum were taken by you, right? No, it wasn't me. It was Tian Tian who made me post them. Jun Xiangxi shook his head, frantically denying. It was all Tian Tian. I saw it from Tian Tian. Uncle Gu, I beg you, don't kill me. And don't cut off my tongue. I was wrong. I was really wrong. After saying this, Jun Xiangxi knelt on the ground, frantically bowing to Gu Nian. Each bow echoed louder than the last, but it stirred no ripple in Gu Nian's heart. A mere flesh wound could never compensate for even a fraction of the resentment in Gu Nian's heart. His daughter had been driven to suicide by these people, now lying in a hospital bed, her life uncertain. This kind of heart-wrenching pain, he must make these people suffer the same. I already said what I want from you is my daughter's innocence. Gu Nian's voice was like a demon crawling out of hell, cold and devoid of emotion. I will not spare anyone who slanders my daughter or finds amusement in it. You are just the beginning. Gu Nian's grip on the knife tightened in his palm, and in a mere breath, Gu Nian's right hand swept out. Without mercy, he slashed across Jun Xiangxi's face. Jun's only child instantly became as mute as Tian Tian, reduced to a waste. Looking at the two barely clinging to life before him, Gu Nian finally satisfiedly wiped the blood off the blade with his glove and turned to leave. Hello? In the Tianlin repairman. A stout old man carrying a toolbox hurriedly knocked on the door of room 204. He had just knocked once when the already ajar door swung open by itself. The repairman was taken aback, pushing the door open. Seeing the horrifying scene of chaos all around, and the two people lying in a pool of blood barely breathing, he was instantly so frightened that his legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. Manager, something's happened. The incident where Tian Tian and Jin Xiangxi were incapacitated soon stirred up a storm at Qing Tung International School. I heard they cut off Tian Tian's tongue. Ugh, that's so disgusting. Doesn't that mean she'll be mute from now on? Of course, without a tongue she'll be mute. And that Jin Xiangxi had his eyes gouged out as well. A girl gossiped, my dad is the director of that hospital. I heard both of them were in a terrible state when they were brought in, losing a lot of blood, and the specialists worked overnight to save them. They still haven't woken up. Can't a severed tongue be reattached? How is that possible? Once it's severed, it's completely useless. Ning Rushui listened to the chattering of the girls, feeling increasingly annoyed. She walked over and kicked the desk hard. Are you all that idle? Get lost. The girls immediately fell silent, scurrying back to their seats. Tian Tian had been her companion since childhood. Although she usually treated her like a sidekick due to the Tian family's need for the Ning family's support, it still troubled Ning Rushui deeply that something happened to Tian Tian. She took out her phone and logged onto the forum, discovering that someone had already started discussing the incident anonymously. The discussion thread was titled, Who do you think Tian Tian and Jun Xiangxi offended this time? Post 1. I heard they were found at Tian Tian's house. Could it be a crime of passion? Post 2. TSK tisk, I didn't expect Jin Xiangxi to be so eager to live off of others behind the scenes. Haha. Post 3. Wasn't Jin Xiangxi chasing Gu Nian before? How did he suddenly end up with Tian Tian? Post 4. The person above you don't know this. Jin Xiangxi chasing Gu Nian was just a bet among their group. How could he possibly be interested in someone as dull as Gu Nian? Post 5. Gu Nian's status doesn't even match being at the same school as us. So what if she has good grades? She acts all high and mighty, just looking at her makes me annoyed. Post 6. Don't mention Gu Yin, or she's just a deadweight. I think the murderer's methods are extremely ruthless, almost as if there's a deep-seated grudge. It's possible that the Tian family and the Zhen family have some business enemies. Post 7. The person above has a point. Such a pity Zhen is quite good-looking. Human nature is inherently gossiping. The post had barely been up for half an hour when over 100 comments had already appeared. Ning Ruxue scrolled down the thread. When she saw the 3 characters Gu Yin, an inexplicable jolt ran through her heart. The incident with Tian and Zhen Xiang couldn't possibly be related to Gu Yin, could it? For some reason, she suddenly recalled Gu Yin's father Gu Nian, whose gaze seemed capable of executing someone on the spot, and the words he said before leaving. He had said that if he saw anyone insulting his daughter again, they would have their tongue cut off. What a coincidence. Last night Tian had been brutally attacked. The information suddenly connected in Ning Ruxue's mind, causing her to shudder at the thought. No. Impossible. Tian's family lives in a place like Tianlin No. One which has extremely strict security. Someone of Gu Nian's status could never get in. I must be overthinking it. Ning Ruxue slapped her face, reminding herself not to scare herself. But once a thought took root, no matter how hard she tried to suppress it, a faint shadow would loom in her heart. At the Tian family villa, a man dressed in traditional clothing held a stack of internal documents, his expression seething with anger. What a bunch of useless fools. A roar startled the head of security, Zhao Qing, who bowed his head, not daring to breathe. No surveillance, no murder weapon, not even a fingerprint to be found. Tian's father Tian Guishan clutched the investigation file sent over by the police, his features contorted with rage. My daughter, the only child of the Tian group, was just cut in her own home. This is simply a joke. Zhao Qing, I command you to find the murderer within 3 days. Otherwise you can forget about being the head of this team. Tian Guishan ordered coldly. Yes. Zhao Qing hurriedly cupped his fists and then exited the office. He walked out of the Tian family villa with a serious expression, silently returning to his car. He had glanced at the police files as well. To be honest, such a clean cut suggested that the murderer was clearly experienced. The methods might even be on par with his own. Unfortunately, with Tian and Zhen Xiang both unconscious and one mentally disturbed, they couldn't provide any information about the murderer. Otherwise, the clues might have been clearer. 3 days was simply too tight. Zhao Qing took a deep breath and helplessly pressed the ignition button. His family was relying on him to provide, and the compensation from the Tian family was quite generous. Since he had already accepted the Tian family's reward, he had no choice but to do their bidding. In this world, everyone has their unavoidable circumstances. He had heard that the Tian family was this year's real estate newcomer in Jianghai City, rapidly expanding and offending many people. Tian, the only daughter of the Tian family, had become quite arrogant due to their rise, likely causing no shortage of trouble at school. Since Tian was currently unconscious, Zhao Qing decided to start by investigating her recent social circle. But before he could begin his investigation the next day, an even more shocking piece of news enveloped Qing Tong in a dark cloud. Deleted. This news exploded throughout the entire school. Even the slowest among them had begun to notice something amiss. All those who had their tongues cut off and faces destroyed were the very users who had cursed Gu Yin most fiercely on the forum. In an instant, everyone wore expressions of worry and fear filled the air, as they all felt they might be next. What should I do? I think I might have said something too. A girl cried in her seat. I'm going to delete everything I posted about Gu Yin right now. If I delete it won't be found, right? Another girl frantically deleted her posts on her phone. I want to delete too. I only cursed her once. Me too. Every time she outperformed me in grades, I vented my frustrations. What if I write an apology letter? Just to say we wronged her. Okay, I'll write one too. Yes, we should all write. Even if Gu Yin's father has great power, he can't possibly kill us all at midnight. We only said a word or two. A few girls began to chatter animatedly again. Ning Ruxue sat at her desk, unable to remain calm. If these people were being so brutally retaliated against by Gu Yin's father, just for having cursed her online, then if her own issues with Gu Yin were exposed, wouldn't it be? At that thought, Ning Ruxue looked toward Zhang Hao by the window, her eyes filled with meaning. What are you looking at? You believe this kind of gossip too? Zhang Hao shot back indifferently. It's just a worthless girl and her worthless father. How could they possibly turn the world upside down? My father is the principal of this school. The security system at our home is far superior to those pathetic setups used by the Tian and Zhen families. Not even a fly could slip inside. Zhang Hao's confidence eased Ning Ruxue's anxiety, if only slightly. He was right. The combined influence of Zhang Hao, Ning Ruxue, and their associates stood leagues above those whose tongues had been severed. Security protocols were incomparable. From Gu Nian's pattern of retaliation, the highest-tier target he'd struck so far was merely a family like the Tians. The backgrounds of the others were trivial, minor households with negligible clout. What did that imply? That Gu Nian himself understood his limits. His vengeance extended no further than the Tians, Ning, and Zhang families. The two most formidable local powers in Jianghai still possessed sober self-awareness. At that thought, Ning Ruxue finally exhaled, a faint smile blooming on her lips. Yes, her greatest source of strength was the Ning family. In Jianghai City, Ning Ruxue had never feared anyone. After all, she was confronting nothing more than the daughter of a common laborer. How could such a life possibly compare to hers? Unnoticed at the main gate, a youth adjusted his hoodie's drawstring, then swiped a student ID card across the scanner. Welcome Xia Xianen. The display instantly rendered the chip-embedded data. Transferring in. The guard muttered as he unlocked the gate, eyeing the silent youth before him. The boy nodded wordlessly and slipped inside, shoulders bearing a heavy, bulging gray backpack. With his hacking skills fully mastered, forging a student ID card was effortless for Gu Nian now. Gu Nian slid the card back into his bag and tilted his head upward, toward the classroom where Gu Nian sat. There by the window sat Zhang Hao, the principal's son. A flicker of exhilaration lit Gu Nian's eyes. Inside his backpack, the concealed listening devices clicked softly against one another. Meanwhile, inside the school's conference hall, a group of impeccably dressed men in tailored suits sat in grim silence. Principal Zhang, 5 individuals have now been implicated. Every line of suspicion converges squarely upon Gu Nian's father. Though police have yet to uncover concrete evidence, such successive atrocities committed against students of Jianghai's most prestigious institution constitute a brazen provocation, an affront we cannot tolerate. Justice must be served without delay. What evidence do we need? Just haul him in and extract the truth. Those useless bureaucrats sit idle while my daughter lies unconscious in hospital, her face mutilated beyond recognition. A middle-aged man slammed his fist onto the table, rising in fury. Mr. Xiao, please calm yourself. Principal Zhang Yi sighed deeply. Xiao Hong, the chairman of Huaguo Cross-Border Group, a major enterprise and a board member of the school, had lost his youngest daughter Xiao Xiao among the 3 victims assaulted the previous night. She bore the gravest injuries, though barely clinging to life. Her face was irreparably ruined. Zhang Yi's expression turned grave. Our most urgent concern is Gu Nian's complete disappearance from Jianghai. Not a single trace remains, neither with our operatives nor the police. It's as though he vanished into thin air. Xiao Hong sneered, icy contempt flashing in his gaze. Does he think he can turn invisible? If he lacks competence, he shouldn't hide behind excuses. As long as he breathes, he leaves footprints. Railways, buses, flights, bank records. All betray his passage. I refuse to believe he's untraceable. I concur, Mr. Xiao Tianguishan, the father of victim Tian, nodded firmly. My daughter suffered identical trauma. I won't remain passive any longer. Seeing the Tian family align unhesitatingly, Xiao Hong grew bolder, his voice laced with disdain. Director Zhang. I recall Gu Nian's daughter is hospitalized at Jianghai First People's Hospital, correct? He may vanish, but his daughter cannot. You mean? Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed, scanning the faces around the table. His daughter is his greatest vulnerability. We'll leverage her life as leverage to force him into the open. Then we station operatives at the hospital, waiting like hunters beside a trap. Xiao Heng's gaze darkened, a muscle twitched along his jawline. Mention of Gu Nian made his molars grind together in seething hatred. Of his 4 children, 1 daughter and 3 sons, Xiao Xiao was his cherished youngest, born late in life and doted upon since infancy, indulged in every luxury. How dare Gu Nian do this? Tian Guishan shared the same fury. The Tian family stands fully behind you, Mr. Xiao. I shall issue a public bounty immediately to pressure Gu Nian into emerging. Men die for wealth, birds perish for food. A mere ant dares challenge an elephant. Let him learn the meaning of delusion. Xiao Hong clenched his teeth, fists tightening until his knuckles whitened. To cross him was to invite ruin, and Gu Nian would pay dearly. The meeting lasted 2 hours. When it concluded, each attendee departed with private calculations etched deep upon their faces. Xiao Hong and Tian Guishan walked side by side, deep in discussion, when suddenly they collided with a youth. Sorry, rushing to your death. Blind. Already incensed, Xiao Hong erupted without hesitation, hurling insults unchecked. Tian Guishan placed a calming hand on Xiao Heng's shoulder and murmured, "This is still a school, Mr. Xiao. Mind your composure." Composure? What composure? Do you know how much I donate annually to this place? And yet my child lies maimed. This is Zhang Yi's failure. They admit trash like this into campus. Look at that wretched, penniless face. Pure bad omen. Just as cheap and vulgar as Gu Nian herself. The youth's eyes shifted subtly, his fringe falling low over his brow, obscuring his features entirely. Enough, you're still standing there. Get out of my sight. Xiao Hong glared, venom dripping from every syllable. The youth, earbuds in place, offered no resistance, simply turned and walked away. Tian Guishan watched his retreating figure, a faint, unsettling familiarity stirring in his memory. The next day, Jianghai City erupted in a media earthquake. First, the Tian family launched an online bounty, 10 million yuan to whoever located Gu Nian first. Instantly, underground factions across the city mobilized. Every alley, every shadow stirred with purpose. 10 million yuan, a tenth of a small fortune. Who wouldn't covet it? Who wouldn't seize the chance? Second, the string of atrocities at Qingting International School trended nationwide. The Ning Family Charitable Foundation issued an official statement pledging full unconditional aid to all victims, including Gu Nian, and confirmed seamless coordination with hospitals, including Gu Nian. Outwardly, the gesture garnered widespread public goodwill, earning praise and prestige. In truth, it was a calculated move, to place Gu Nian under their control, thereby coercing Gu Nian into submission and deterring any action against the Ning family. Third, Qingting International School released its own formal declaration condemning the perpetrator's brutality as monstrous and unforgivable, pledging full cooperation with law enforcement and announcing enhanced security protocols to safeguard faculty and students. These three statements thrust the serial tongue-cutting case into the white-hot center of national discourse. It dominated trending topics for 36 consecutive hours. Countless netizens were eagerly discussing this matter, expressing their curiosity about Gu Nian's motives. Wow, although it sounds a bit cruel to say this, but this murderer is indeed astonishing, having offended nearly all the influential figures in Jianhai City. I heard that the youngest daughter of the Shao family has been disfigured. Tisk, that's simply terrifying. Yes, I heard that too. Not only the Shao family, but also the Tian family, the Jin family, a total of 5 people. These are all prominent figures in Jianhai City. But why was it a tongue-cutting? What grudge could there be? It seems to be said that the murderer is a habitual offender and has a penchant for copper refining, but I'm not sure. I heard it from others. I also heard that he often loiters near the school stalking good-looking female students. Is it true? That's terrifying. Inside an abandoned villa in Tonglu, 50 monitors were neatly hung on a white wall. Each monitor displayed real-time surveillance footage captured by the cameras of Qingting International School. Gu Nian was wearing headphones, gently spinning a pen in his hand, and occasionally jotting down something on paper. Previously, he had infiltrated the school using the identity of Xie Sinan and had installed a listening device in every room. He then easily hacked the campus surveillance, and now the movements of the entire school were completely under his control. Naturally, Gu Nian had thoroughly eavesdropped on the thoughts of those who wanted to use Gu Yinyan's life as leverage. Mr. Xiao is at Xiaoheng. He reflected on the friction between Xiaoheng and Tian Guishan while installing the listening devices at school, as well as Xiaoheng's arrogant demeanor. He wrote Xiaoheng's name on the paper and heavily circled it. The fluorescent light emitted by the dozens of monitors cast a chilling glow on Gu Nian's face. Do you know why I specifically cut open your daughter's face? It's because your daughter has been incessantly shouting on the forum that Yin is shameless. It seemed that recalling Xiao Xiao's expression that night brought a hint of satisfaction to the corners of Gu Nian's mouth. With 2 eyes and 1 mouth, where do these people get their sense of superiority? Retracting his gaze, Gu Nian looked at the trending comments on his phone, gently scrolling down. The public opinion had exploded. Everyone wanted to know the inside story, with a mix of true and false information flying everywhere. Countless people were eager to uncover the hidden secrets, and more attention was drawn to Gu Nian's daughter Gu Yin. Yet Qingting directly used its connections to seal off all news, silencing all media, while a large number of trolls flooded the comment section, creating a frenzy. They widely proclaimed the cruelty of the murderer, and even pinned a copper refining crime on Gu Nian. The incident of Gu Yin being bullied at school was soon overshadowed by the heated discussions around the cutting incident. Gu Nian transformed from a victim's father into a greasy habitual offender who liked to stalk students and harass them at will. This despicable tactic of diverting attention did not stir a ripple in Gu Nian's heart. His gaze was now focused on the bounty announcement released by the Tian family. A reward of 10 million. The Tian family truly had deep pockets. It seemed they really hated him to the core. Since that was the case, he had to personally accept this grand gift. The dirty water they poured onto the truth had to be drunk clean by them. In an instant, a brilliant plan surged into his mind. The next day, the Ning family had already begun to transfer the injured students. A large circle of people was gathered at the entrance of Gu Yinyan's hospital room, seriously staring at Gu Nian's motherly Xiaomei, who was blocking the door. Ma'am, the transfer is for your granddaughter to receive better treatment. It's for your own good. Bah. As long as I'm here, you won't harm my granddaughter. Li Xiaomei leaned against the hospital door with her whole body pressing tightly. Then she spat a mouthful of saliva at the well-dressed, bespectacled man Shui Gong. You old witch. You dare spit at me. Shui Gong's face twisted in anger. As the steward of the Ning family, he was used to being domineering. Today, in front of so many subordinates, he was spat upon by an old lady. If he didn't retaliate severely, how could he command respect in the future? Thinking this, a glint of malice flashed in Shui Gong's eyes as he turned to those behind him with a grim expression. What are you all standing there for? Remove this crazy woman. Yes. At his command, a group of men in black suddenly rushed out. What are you doing? This is a hospital. If you dare to act recklessly, you'll scream for help. Feel free to shout. I was being respectful to you earlier because of your age, but since you don't appreciate it, don't blame me for being ruthless. Shui Gong sneered at the desperately resisting Li Xiaomei. This entire floor has been cleared out by our Ning family. The sins your son committed can only be repaid by his daughter. Li Xiaomei was firmly seized by 4 men in black, forced to kneel on the ground. The doctors brought by Shui Gong finally managed to enter the ICU. As Li Xiaomei watched them carry Gu Nian onto a stretcher, despair filled her entire chest. Nian, her most precious granddaughter. You can't touch her. Li Xiaomei knelt on the ground, tears having long wet her graying temples. She looked at Shui Gong with immense hatred. You will go to hell. You will all go to hell. It was clearly you who harmed my granddaughter to this state, yet now you come to shift the blame. If anything happens to Yin, I won't let you rest, even as a ghost. Hearing this, Shui Gong laughed, even more recklessly. Just you. I'm so scared. He mockingly patted Li Xiaomei's face, pretending to sigh. You don't need to wait until after death to become a ghost because you are already a poor ghost. With that, Shui Gong's teasing expression suddenly turned cold and sinister. He looked at the unconscious Gu Nian on the stretcher, snorted coldly, and snapped his fingers at the crowd. The matter is settled. We leave. Boss, what about this old lady? Knock her out and lock her in a room. Yes. The crowd lifted Gu Nian onto the ambulance. You 4 medical staff get in the car and make sure this girl doesn't die, who otherwise shall be worthless. The rest of you follow me back to the Ning family to report. Shui Gong adjusted his shirt collar, his gaze falling on the coat that Li Xiaomei had spat on, wrinkling his brow in disgust. What a pity. This is a custom suit that cost me over 90,000. He then took off the suit jacket and handed it to a subordinate behind him. Burn it for me. Boss, are we burning it just like this? I remember this outfit took you several months to wait for. Shui Gong's face turned cold as he said in a low voice, something polluted by a lowly creature is already worthless. This old hag isn't even worth the cuff of this suit. This account must be placed on your son's head. A glint of darkness flashed in Shui Gong's eyes. When the time comes, I'll use your son's bounty to exchange for a new set. The Ning family's hospital directly served the elite. To ensure better recovery without the influence of the city's clamor, the Ning family's private hospital was built in the suburbs of Jianghai City. It took about 30 minutes to drive from Jianghai City's First People's Hospital. But for some reason it seemed to take a long time today, and they still hadn't reached their destination. Driver, haven't we arrived yet? It's been almost an hour. On the ambulance, a doctor frowned and shouted towards the driver's cabin. Almost there. Today the inner ring is closed, so we took a detour. A low voice came from the driver's cabin. Okay then. The doctor turned to look at Gu Nian, who was lying on the stretcher, and sighed, shaking his head. Sigh, this child actually looks quite pitiful. Being pitiful doesn't help. Who told her father to provoke people he shouldn't have? A nurse murmured. Hurry up and hand her over. This kind of thing damages our merits. We'll have to pray more when we get back. Shoo. Lower your voice. Didn't the director say anything today? This matter must be kept absolutely confidential. I know it needs to be confidential, but there are only 4 of us here. The doctor whispered. He's driving, he can't hear. As soon as the words fell, a sudden hard brake caused everyone to stumble forward. Immediately after, the back door of the ambulance was opened. A remarkably youthful face was smiling brightly at the 4 medical staff. Welcome everyone to the entrance of hell. Upon closer inspection, everyone realized that this was not the entrance to a hospital, but rather the desolate wilderness. The person before them was not the driver who had taken them to the First People's Hospital that morning. They had been switched. The doctor was immediately filled with dread, his voice trembling. You are not our hospital's driver. He stepped back shakily as the boy's face seemed eerily familiar. His gaze involuntarily moved to the slumbering Gu Nian, and his heart sank. The boy's face bore a striking resemblance to Gu Nian. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Are you Gu Yinyan's brother? What? Brother? As this was said, the other 3 immediately panicked and scrambled back. The doctors were all too aware of how deep the student's wounds were. If this person truly was Gu Yinyan's brother, he must be connected to Gu Nian, and their fate would be dire. Before anyone could react, Gu Nian sneered, stepping into the vehicle with a bold stride, flipping his sleeve outward. A sharp military knife revealed itself. Lower Gu Nian down, secure her properly, and don't let anything go wrong. Gu Nian's cold voice reached everyone's ears while the knife's tip lightly pressed against the doctor's lower back. Doctor, you know what to choose now, right? Yes, I understand. The doctor stammered, nodding desperately, knowing that if Gu Nian pushed the knife forward, it would be the end for him. With his life hanging by a thread, any sense of dignity was useless. You all hurry and lift Gu Nian, be steady about it. Before the doctor could finish, 3 nurses immediately understood, quickly lifting Gu Nian out of the car. Go forward, follow the direction I said. Following Gu Nian's instructions, they swiftly carried Gu Nian into an abandoned hospital. This hospital was also located in Tonglu town at the site of the former town hospital. Decades of vacancy had left the hospital looking desolate and eerie. Looking at the rusty and dilapidated surroundings, the doctor couldn't help but remind, well, Gu Nian hasn't woken up yet. and is still in a dangerous state. This place doesn't seem like it can. Before he could finish the word, save her, Gu Nian pushed open a heavy steel door. A brand new ward came into view. How is this possible? The four stared dumbfounded at the fully equipped ward. Various sensors, monitors, ventilators, ECG machines, infusion pumps, and defibrillators were all present, even rare machines like fiber bronchoscopes and bedside X-ray machines. Moreover, everything was in pristine condition, and the environment stood in stark contrast to the dilapidation outside. Surprised, Gu Nian sneered, lightly poking the doctor's lower back with the knife. Don't be dazed, quickly take Gu Nian inside. The sharp pain at his lower back made the doctor's scalp tingle. Hurry. Gritting his teeth, he moved Gu Nian into the new ward, settling her down, fitting her with a ventilator, and connecting all the sensors and monitors. Soon the data from each instrument began to activate. Although the journey had been perilous, Gu Nian was remarkably resilient, and her vital signs did not show significant fluctuations. Looking at the peacefully sleeping Gu Nian, the burden in Gu Nian's heart finally eased. Nian was his everything. He would never allow his daughter to fall into the jaws of danger. This ward was not built on a whim. Gu Nian had begun constructing it as soon as he arrived in Tonglu town. He had known from the start that once he initiated his revenge plan, Nian would inevitably be implicated. The safest solution was to bring her by his side. Now that he possessed all the knowledge and abilities of this world, he could completely treat Nian on his own without needing anyone else's help. The equipment and medications were procured from 5 million he and Li Xiaomei raised by mortgaging their homes and borrowing from every online loan available, anonymously purchasing them on the black market. Even this ward was replicated one-tune by Li Xiaomei based on her observations. That's right. The scene that his mother Li Xiaomei performed in the hospital was nothing but a play. The purpose was simply to make the Ning family believe that the Gu family had exhausted all options and was at their wits' end. Doing all this without regard for the consequences was solely to let them lower their guard and safely send Gu Nian onto the ambulance. We have properly secured Gu Nian as you instructed. Can we leave now? The doctor spoke, trembling. You can, but before that, as a meeting gift, I need to give you something. What is it? Bang. Before anyone could react, Gu Nian's hand moved swiftly, striking the necks of the four individuals, instantly knocking them out and leaving them limp on the ground. Looking at the four individuals lying awkwardly on the ground, Gu Nian's gloomy face revealed a hellish smile. Never underestimate a person's determination for revenge. After administering the injection, Gu Nian looked at the four on the floor, a smirk playing on his lips. Ning, Haixing, Ning, Rushua, these four are my gifts to you. What Gu Nian injected was a solvent called topiramate. It is a medication used to treat epilepsy, typically taken orally. However, when used in excess, it can lead to memory decline, memory loss, and even cognitive dysfunction. Each injection Gu Nian delivered contained a massive dose of topiramate. With such a large dosage, whether the memories of these four would remain intact was questionable. Whether their IQ could return to a normal level was another big question mark. Anyone who had aided the Ning family in their wrongdoing would face Gu Nian's wrath personally, making them experience what it truly meant to suffer more than death. Ning Family Rena Hospital. Everyone waited at the entrance for a long time, yet the ambulance had not arrived. How strange, why is it taking so long? The captain of the Ning family's bodyguard, Song Chung, scratched his head and called Shui Gong. Hello, Brother Shui, are you sure the ambulance has set off? It's been 2 hours and it still hasn't arrived. At that moment, Shui Gong had just finished reporting to Chairman Ning Haixing at the Ning family's villa. Upon receiving Song Cheng's call, he was taken aback, immediately realizing something was wrong. He quickly turned and called the doctor. The busy signal made his growing anxiety intensify. Could something really have gone wrong? Countless speculations swirled in Shui Gong's mind. He had just finished his report to Ning Haixing, who had praised him for his efficiency. If something happened so soon, his own head would be on the line. Damn it! Shui Gong, in a fit of rage, punched the marble pillar outside the villa. His phone rang again. He picked it up to see it was the ambulance driver. Shui Gong quickly answered, not waiting for the other party to speak before cursing. Did you drive the vehicle out of the country? Why hasn't it arrived yet? Brother Shui. It's not good. The vehicle has been hijacked. Shui Gong's heart tightened suddenly. Say that again. What happened to the vehicle? The ambulance has been hijacked. The driver's tone was both aggrieved and frantic. I was originally outside smoking, waiting for you, but when I turned around, someone knocked me out. Now I've just woken up and I'm locked in the bathroom. Brother Shui, help me. Damn it. What kind of help is needed? Just rot in that bathroom. Shui Gong was furious, stamping his feet. He immediately called Song Chung. Hello, Song Chung, stop waiting. The ambulance has been hijacked. It must be Gu Nian's doing. There are 4 medical staff on board. You need to mobilize people to find them immediately. However, to his surprise, Song Chung was silent on the other end. Did you hear me? Speak up, have you gone mute? Shui Gong urged, somewhat annoyed. Brother Shui, there's no need to search anymore. Song Chung swallowed hard and said dryly, the people have already arrived. Just 10 minutes ago, a dilapidated truck swayed as it stopped at the hospital entrance. The vehicle had the prominent words Wuyo Moving Company written on it. Several people jumped out of the truck and quickly dragged four enormous wooden boxes from the cargo compartment, neatly arranging them in front of Song Chung. "Hello, this is a delivery from someone named Yin Yin for you. Could someone please sign for it?" The leading middle-aged man handed a receipt to Song Chung. Yin Yin. He didn't recognize anyone by that name. Song Chung had a bad feeling. He directly ignored the receipt in the man's hand and looked heavily at the wooden boxes in front of him. "Someone open these." "Yes." Several lackeys rushed forward with axes and quickly pried open the lids of the boxes. Inside the four boxes lay four individuals dressed in white coats. They were the very medical staff who had set out this morning from Ning Family Hospital to pick up Gu Nian at the First People's Hospital. This is bad. An accident had occurred. Song Cheng's heart sank as he ordered the four medical staff to wake up. The first to wake was a male doctor. He sat up groggily in the box, glanced around, and finally fixed his gaze on Song Chung. Who are you?" Song Chung inhaled sharply. "You don't recognize me." Song Chung crouched down and coldly patted the doctor's face. "I don't have time to waste with you right now. Where is Gu Nian? Did Gu Nian come to take her?" Gu Nian. Gu Nian. Who are they?" The doctor's expression grew even more bewildered. "What on earth are you talking about?" He frowned, pushing Song Chung away. "Don't be so fierce with me, I'm going to tell my mom." With that, he scrambled out of the box and tried to escape. "Catch him. Don't let him run away." Song Chung clenched his fists, nearly grinding his teeth in rage. Meanwhile, the other three nurses also began to wake up. "Wow, I'm wearing a doctor's outfit. Let's play doctor and patient." Wow, mommy, I don't want to go to the hospital. I don't want to get a shot." The situation of the three medical staff was even worse than that of the doctor. It was obvious. All four of them had completely disordered memories. Not only had they lost their memories, but their intellect had also regressed to that of children. Trying to extract any useful information from this group was utterly impossible. "Gu Nian, you dare to play tricks on me." In an instant, a massive fury erupted within Song Chung as he directly grabbed the collar of one of the movers, his eyes glinting with a fierce light. "Who the hell sent you? What do they look like? Where is that person? If you don't make it clear, you better not think about leaving." The mover witnessing this scene was already terrified out of his wits. "Please spare me. I'm just a mover." Another mover trembled all over, stammering. "We didn't see the person who delivered the goods. He called us on the phone and told us to pick up the goods under the Zhanghai Bridge pier. He said it was a few wooden boxes containing some sea fish, and we should deliver them to the hospital as soon as possible. We really don't know anything. Please let us go." The movers, seeing such a situation, all knelt down on the ground and began to bow. "A bunch of useless trash." Song Chung suppressed his anger, extending his right hand forward. "Didn't the delivery person call you? Hand me the phone." "It's this number." The mover stood up, trembling as he pointed to a string of numbers in the call log. Song Chung took out his phone and dialed the number. "Sorry, the number you dialed is not in service." "Damn it." Song Chung was furious, his temples throbbing. He shot a venomous glance at the few people in front of him. Since Gu Nian dared to send them here, she must have made full preparations. The number was a virtual one, and the pickup location was perfectly disguised, chosen to be at the Zhanghai Bridge, a place without surveillance. "Gu Nian, you're really something." Song Chung gritted his teeth, glaring at the movers in front of him. "Aren't you going to hurry up and leave?" We're leaving." The movers scrambled to get back into the truck and floor the gas, quickly disappearing from sight. "Boss, now we haven't picked up the people, and we lost four. What should we do?" a subordinate asked worriedly. Song Cheng's face darkened as he shot a cold glare at the person. "Shut your mouth. What else can we do? Hurry up and send people to search. Right now, who doesn't want to find him? Not just the Ning family. I don't believe he can escape to the heavens." Song Cheng's expression was grim, his eyes half squinted, and he turned to ask solemnly, "What's the situation with the Tian family now?" After the bounty was issued, the tip-off hotline was almost overwhelmed with calls, but unfortunately none of them were verified as true. A subordinate hurriedly reported. However, just now Brother Zhao sent news saying that the eldest daughter of the Tian family seems to show signs of awakening. Oh, Song Cheng's brow immediately relaxed. This was undoubtedly excellent news. Once there was a confirmation from Tian, they could directly pin the blame on Gu Nian. "Gu Nian, you still have a kind heart. You left this living witness leading yourself to doom." Song Cheng's gloomy thoughts were instantly cleared away. A sinister glint shone in his eyes. Now several major families had already united. They were sharing information and intelligence. Their goal was clear: to find Gu Nian as quickly as possible. The brother Zhao mentioned by the subordinate was none other than the head of security for the Tian family, Zhao Qing. He was the biological brother of Zhao Cheng from the Zhang family. Both of these men, like Song Chung, were mercenaries trained abroad, shrewd and exceptionally quick in action, far superior to ordinary martial artists. Even if you are immensely powerful, you won't be able to escape this time. Song Chung kicked the wooden box in front of him, a smug smile curling at the corner of his mouth. In the private hospital of the Tian family, inside a top-tier VIP ward, a girl was lying weakly on the hospital bed, her face wrapped in bandages. Only her pair of eyes were visible, staring blankly at the ceiling. It was none other than Tian's mother, Qin Shulan. Half an hour ago, Tian's eyelashes suddenly fluttered, and she slightly opened her eyes. Yet until now her gaze had not shifted from the ceiling. Upon hearing the news of Tian's awakening, Tian Guoshan hurriedly brought Zhao Qing and a few trusted aides to the hospital ward. "What's the situation now?" Tian Guoshan approached Qin Shulan and asked in a low voice. "What else could it be? Just look for yourself." Qin Shulan wiped her tears, and with a resentful expression pounded on Tian Guoshan's chest. "It's all your fault. If only you had arranged for Zhao Qing to protect Tian, this would never have happened, and the perpetrator wouldn't have succeeded." "Enough. How many times are you going to say that?" Tian Guoshan, somewhat annoyed, grasped Qin Shulan's hand. "Stop with the hindsight. Have the doctors been here?" "What did they say?" Qin Shulan finally stopped her outburst, and with trembling lips said, "The doctor said that Tian's wounds are no longer serious, but speaking might be difficult for her. Moreover, the doctor repeatedly warned that Tian's mental state is very unstable, and that she cannot be subjected to any further stimulation." Hearing this, Tian Guoshan fell silent. His only daughter had become completely mute. Watching his daughter suffer on the hospital bed, Tian Guoshan's heart tightened. "Gu Nian, when I catch you, you will also taste the pain of having your tongue cut out." Now that his daughter had awakened, as long as her life was saved, her psychological issues could eventually be resolved. The urgent task at hand was to obtain any clues about Gu Nian from Tian, even the smallest bit. Tian Guoshan subtly signaled, and Zhao Qing immediately understood, stepping forward to crouch down beside the bed where Tian lay. "Miss Tian, may I ask you a few questions?" he inquired. "If you are willing, just blink your eyes." Upon hearing this, Qin Shulan immediately pushed Zhao Qing in displeasure. "What do you mean? I already said that Tian cannot be subjected to any stimulation. Do you still plan to ask her questions? Do you believe I could have you expelled immediately?" Tian Guoshan quickly pulled Qin Shulan aside and warned her seriously, "I tell you, don't be so sentimental here. Tian's responses are related to the safety of all of us. Among all the victims, only our Tian is currently awake. As long as we cannot find Gu Nian, our safety cannot be guaranteed." Qin Shulan still looked very unhappy, muttering, "If we can't find even a 30-something lower-class person, isn't it because you raised such useless people?" "You are wrong." Tian Guoshan shook his head seriously. "We now suspect that Gu Nian may have altered his appearance or had something done to his face. Only Tian has seen Gu Nian and knows what he looks like now, so her description will greatly help us in finding him. So do not interrupt." Qin Shulan opened her mouth, but ultimately unwillingly closed it. The surroundings fell silent. Although Tian couldn't speak anymore, her ears were still functioning well. She naturally heard Tian Guoshan's words, and for the first time her long dry eyes flickered with light. Zhao Qing looked back at Tian and asked, "Miss Tian, is the person who harmed you Gu Yin's father, Gu Nian?" Tian's eyes flickered, her eyelashes quivering slightly. Her answer was yes. Zhao Qing nodded and continued to ask, "Is Gu Nian's appearance very different from when he came to school before? If the difference is significant, please blink once, and if there is no difference, please blink twice." As soon as the words left his mouth, Tian's expression suddenly became fearful. She let out a strange sound, as if that demonic face from that night had reappeared before her. "Enough with the questions. My poor Tian." Seeing Tian's painful expression, Qin Shulan wanted to rush forward to stop it, but was once again blocked by Tian Guoshan. "What are you doing? Stay aside. Do not disturb Zhao Qing from asking questions. This is critical." The low roar instantly rooted Qin Shulan to the spot. It was clear that Tian Guoshan was genuinely angry. Even if she was unwilling, she had to watch Tian struggle painfully on the bed to recall her memories. Under everyone's gaze, Tian's eyelashes trembled, and she gently blinked her eyes. "Indeed, I was right." Zhao Qing's expression became serious. Gu Nian had truly altered his appearance. What kind of disguise did he assume? Did he come in as a repairman? Or did he disguise himself as younger or older? If he has become younger, blink once, and if he is disguised as an old man, blink twice. Zhao Qing fixed his gaze on Tian's eyes. As long as he could confirm this question, they could narrow down Gu Nian's age group after disguise and conduct a reinvestigation. Tian Guoshan also anxiously awaited Tian's answer. A tear fell from the corner of Tian's eye. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, she blinked once again. Indeed, everything was just as he had guessed. Zhao Qing's heart sank as he made a note in his notebook and then asked the final question, "So Miss Tian, what age range do you estimate Gu Nian's appearance after disguise to be?" I will read out several age ranges, and if you think any are correct, just make a sound. 30 to 35 years old. After Zhao Qing finished reading, he paused and looked at Tian. She stared blankly outside the window without making a sound. 25 to 30 years old. Silence continued. 20 to 25 years old. Silence. Zhao Qing furrowed his brow and uncertainly read out the last age range 15 to 20 years old. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian's eyes suddenly shook. She let out a frenzied sound, her limbs beginning to shake violently. Zhao Qing frowned and hurriedly stepped forward to hold Tian down. Miss Tian, there's no need to react so violently, that's enough. However, Tian could not hear him at all. She trembled even more violently. Zhao Qing then noticed that Tian's gaze was fixed outside the window, her pupils filled with endless fear and dread. Zhao Qing turned to look. A young man wearing a mask was tightly pressed against the outside of the ward's window, flashing a sinister and eerie smile at Tian. The corners of his eyes curled up slightly, but they were more sinister than anything evil. It's him. Gu Nian is outside. Zhao Qing took a deep breath and immediately rushed towards the window. Unfortunately, by the time he reached the window, only an empty rope remained. Gu Nian had long since vanished. Chase him. Zhao Qing dropped the walkie-talkie, his face darkened as he nodded towards Tian Guoshan and dashed out of the hospital room. With a dozen people by his side, they frantically searched for any trace of Gu Nian, but found not a single clue. This person was like a ghostly apparition, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Damn it. Zhao Qing angrily slammed the steering wheel, producing a piercing honk. Wasn't Gu Nian just an ordinary programmer from a regular company? Such agile skills were completely uncharacteristic of someone who had been oppressed and cooped up in a company for overtime work. Who on earth was he? Zhao Qing sensed a crisis for the first time. Gu Nian was extremely dangerous. This was an intuition honed from years of being a mercenary overseas. Knowing that everyone in Zhanghai City wanted to find him, he dared to infiltrate the Tian family hospital in broad daylight to intimidate Tian. A person with such composure and the ability to enter and exit as if in an unguarded realm was certainly no ordinary individual. Just as he returned to the hospital, worse news hit him. Tian had completely lost her mind. She was already on the brink of a breakdown. After being frightened by Gu Nian, she was utterly devastated. A bunch of useless fools. Qin Shulan completely broke down, hurling a ceramic teacup towards Zhao Qing with great force. The cup smashed against his forehead and blood immediately gushed out. He just boldly escaped from the hospital, and with so many of you here, not a single shadow was pursued. The Tian family pays you millions for security every year only to feed a bunch of useless fools. And you retired mercenaries, I see you're only useless enough to come back home. Qin Shulan cried hysterically, my poor Tian. Tian Guoshan. This matter is far from over. Tian Guoshan's face was equally grim. He coldly said to Zhao Qing, you'd better give me an explanation for this. The Tian family does not keep useless people. Within 3 days, either find Gu Nian or pack your bags and leave. Zhao Qing gritted his teeth and replied in a deep voice, trust me one last time, Mr. Tian. I will definitely find Gu Nian. After leaving the hospital, Zhao Qing sat dejectedly in his car. According to the information gathered from his subordinates, Gu Nian disguised himself as a high-altitude cleaner to blend in. As expected, all the information left with the foreman was false, a fake number. If his guess was correct, Gu Nian had taken such a huge risk to infiltrate the hospital, probably to deliver a fatal blow to Tian. It seemed he was aware of Tian's awakening. But he had only disclosed this information to the Ning family and the Zhang family. Zhao Qing's expression suddenly turned cold. Could it be? There was a mole among them. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Who could it be? The Ning family? The Zhang family? After thinking it through, Zhao Qing couldn't deduce anything. Forget it, let's capture the person first. Although he had suspicions now without evidence, it was not wise to confront the two families openly. Zhao Qing sighed heavily, retracting his thoughts and speeding away from the hospital. The next day, the Tian family dropped a bombshell. They raised the bounty from 10 million to 20 million. Furthermore, they declared that whoever caught Gu Nian would receive an additional 500 square meter Lakeview villa in the center of Zhanghai City. Once this news broke, all forces in Zhanghai City were shaken. The Tian family was serious this time. It seemed Gu Nian's blatant provocation had thoroughly angered the Tian family. At Qingtung School, all teachers and students were anxious, their faces filled with fear. Though everyone chose to remain silent, there's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. The news that Gu Nian had stormed into the Tian family's private hospital, scaring Tian into madness, was still being discussed privately. How did this Gu Nian's father manage to do it without anyone noticing? After Tian's incident, the Tian family's security level was raised to the maximum, yet he could slip away unscathed. With so many people searching for so many days, Zhanghai City was nearly turned upside down, yet not a single shadow was seen. It's indeed very strange. Honestly, I'm really scared this time. Do you think I'll be next? A girl was so frightened that she burst into tears. I don't have a strong background like Zhang Haoru. If I had known, I wouldn't have helped the Ning family bully Gu Nian. What should we do now? Another girl also showed a worried expression. I'm scared too. Look at my dark circles. Every time I close my eyes, I see the image of Tian having her tongue cut off. It's terrifying. Hey, how about this? Suddenly a boy suggested, didn't someone say they wanted to apologize to Gu Nian last time? If we all go apologize, at least Gu Nian's father will see that we have a heart of repentance, and maybe he will let us go. Good idea. The girl who had been crying earlier suddenly brightened up. We'll delete all the comments we previously made, that way there will be no evidence. Exactly, delete it quickly. As Ning Rushua walked into the classroom, she saw a group of people gathered together frantically typing on their phones. When she approached and saw that they were all writing apology posts, a surge of immense anger welled up within her, and she slapped the phone out of the girl's hand. What are you doing? Daring to apologize to that shameless person? Ning Rushua sneered, crushing the phone screen that had fallen on the ground with her foot. Oh, my phone. The girl looked at her damaged phone with a pained expression, her face also turning ugly. Rushua, what are you doing? We're writing our own. What does it have to do with you? You're being too domineering. Humph. I'm domineering. Ning Rushua snorted coldly, grabbing the girl's hair, and said icily, when I made Gu Nian crawl like a dog in the classroom, I saw you all laughing more joyfully than anyone else. Now that there's been a little trouble, you all act like a bunch of softies scared to death. Isn't it just Gu Nian? He's just a rat running through the streets. Now the entire power of Jianghai City is searching for him. He's hiding everywhere and has no time to find you. Upon hearing this, the girl furrowed her brow, her expression still somewhat worried. But didn't Tian just have an incident? Besides, Gu Nian jumped off because we forced her. Slap? A heavy slap interrupted the girl's words. Ning Rukshu's eyes turned crimson, her chest rising and falling as she spoke with venomous eyes. What did we force her to do? It's clearly her own fault. She shouldn't have appeared in this school in the first place. A daughter of a powerless and nameless commoner, what right does she have to be in the same classroom as me? She should be serving us tea and water, doing the most lowly work that someone of her status should do. After finishing, Ning Rushua paused for a moment, then released her grip on the girl's hair, and coldly said, who doesn't know that you all revolve around me every day? You apologizing is equivalent to me. Ning Rushua admitting defeat. Suddenly her phone in her pocket rang. Ning Rushua glanced at the caller ID, her expression momentarily dazed. If I see an apology post online, you're all dead. After issuing her final ultimatum to a few people, she hurriedly left. Watching Ning Rushua walk away while talking on the phone, the leading girl bit her lip tightly, her eyes obscure and seemingly lost in thought. At midnight, Gu Nian silently sat in front of the computer, gently clicking the mouse as she logged back into the internal forum of the Qingtong. Upon entering, she immediately noticed the changes. The previous pinned post filled with insults directed at her daughter was nowhere to be found. Scrolling down, Gu Nian saw that most of the scattered insults had been deleted. Meanwhile, numerous posts apologizing to Gu Nian had appeared in the forum. Gu Nian, I'm sorry. Gu Nian, I hope you recover soon. I'm so sorry, so sorry. So sorry, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spread rumors about you online. I was wrong, Nian. I'm sorry, your grades are so good. Surely you can forgive us. Gu Nian emotionlessly scrolled through these apology posts. Do they think that an apology will simply erase everything? She sneered inwardly. Whether in reality or online, words hold power. Though these individuals were not the direct perpetrators of harm to her daughter, they all chose to aid and abet for their own selfish desires. These apologies were not heartfelt, but mere pretenses by these spineless creatures attempting to evade punishment. Did they truly believe that society would operate like the fairy tale books, where a simple sorry could cover up all their sins? How laughable. These people only felt fear when a knife hung over their heads. They were not worth any sympathy. Looking at these apology posts, Gu Nian's eyes even curved slightly upwards. Suddenly he thought of a more perfect method of punishment than mere physical torment. He wanted these ants who committed wrongs yet hid behind the shield of law to watch as the high towers they relied upon crumbled step by step. With his hands on the keyboard, Gu Nian pondered briefly before beginning to type swiftly. The next day, all the teachers and students at Qingtung International School were in an uproar. They discovered that Gu Nian had actually posted in the campus forum, "Want to apologize to my daughter. You may. For each person named, state a core scandal about your own family, and I will accept your apology. Chiu Family Fashion Group's only daughter Chiu Sanqian, High Precision Industries' eldest son Wan Jingxi, Wan Yin Trading Company's only daughter Bao Xiaoqiao. Zhang Family Education Technology Group's only son Zhang Hao, Ning Hai Group's only son Ning Rushua." A long list of 33 names. As each name was read, everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Gu Nian's post felt like a death list. Not only were each person's names listed, but even their family backgrounds were laid bare. It turned out that Gu Nian had already thoroughly investigated them. In an instant, the entire school was filled with panic, and all hope of luck had vanished. What does Gu Nian want to do? Is he forcing us to expose our family scandals? Bao Xiaoqiao felt both hatred and anger. We have already apologized to Gu Nian. Why is he still pursuing us? Wan Jingxi, seeing his own name in the forum, wore a worried expression. Gu Nian is determined to make us choose one of two options, either social death or real death. I have no scandals in my family. We are upright and proper. Chiu Sanqian sneered. I have never apologized to anyone in my life. How can he not accept it? Not only does he not accept it, but he also dares to issue orders to us. Just a mere worker, where does he get such boldness? Qiu Sanqian gripped her new phone, growing angrier with each thought. Yesterday her phone was smashed to pieces by Ning Rushua, and now Gu Nian was adding to her torment online naturally, leaving her in a foul mood. Yet despite saying this, there was still a trace of unease and fear in her heart. After all, that was a demon who could kill without blinking. If she did not obey him, would she be the next? While lost in thought, Ning Rushua walked into the classroom with a stern expression. She had naturally seen what Gu Nian posted in the forum. I told you yesterday not to apologize. Ning Rushua was furious, looking as if she wanted to eat someone. Now look, you've stirred up such a mess. After saying that, she glared at everyone. Rushua, I didn't post anything. I didn't either. If you said not to post, I would delete it immediately. Everyone awkwardly distanced themselves from the accusations. Only Qiu Sanqian remained silent, pursing her lips. You still went behind my back to apologize, didn't you? Ning Ruxu's gaze was like a knife sharply directed at Qiu Sanqian. So how is it? Did the apology help? Besides bringing humiliation upon yourself, what did you gain? Gu Nian is just a petty person like Gu Nian. They are all stubborn ones who don't know how to appreciate kindness. Thinking that an apology could solve the problem is simply laughable. Upon hearing this, Qiu Sanqian raised her eyes, her face darkening as she said, Yes, I admit I sent an apology letter, but what about you, Ning Rushua? Your name is also on the list that Gu Nian posted. Aren't you the least bit worried? Tian is your best friend, and she has already gone mad because of Gu Nian. Hearing Qiu Sanqian's words, Ning Rushua instead laughed triumphantly. Funny, have you ever seen me, Ning Rushua, afraid of anything? Not to mention that my Ning family security is of a different level compared to the Tian family. How could the life of a lowly creature like Gu Nian possibly exchange for our Ning family secrets? It's simply too laughable. You're right. A cold male voice approached. It was Zhang Hao. He wrapped an arm around Ning Ruxu's waist, mockingly looking at everyone. Gu Nian is just barking online. Why are you all so scared? It's truly embarrassing for your families. If you expose your own family scandals, it would be tantamount to burying your own business as well, and we certainly won't help you then, so think about it. Rushua, let's go, don't waste our breath on these fools. After saying that, the two embraced and walked out of the classroom, as if Gu Nian's post had nothing to do with them. Once they were far away, Wan Zhengxi ground his teeth, angrily slamming his hand on the desk. Damn it. Clearly they are the main culprits. Why should we suffer along with them? Before entering this school, his father had instructed him to build a good relationship with Principal Zhang's son Zhang, how saying it would be beneficial for his future abroad. So all along, no matter how sarcastic or mocking Zhang Hao was towards him at school, he endured it. Not only did he endure it, but he also went out of his way to follow Zhang Hao around and do things for him. Even with the Gu Nian incident, he was completely dragged into it. The comments were all to cater to Zhang Hao and Ning Rushua. That's why he posted that. In fact, he had no connection with Gu Nian and had never even spoken to her. He never expected that when a problem arose, Zhang Hao not only wouldn't lend a helping hand, but would also be the first to distance himself. Zhang Hao is truly a despicable rat. Wan Jingxi, you are right. Qiu Sanqian's expression was extremely gloomy, her fingers gripping her phone as if she wanted to crush the screen. They are the direct culprits who harmed Gu Nian. We are at most accomplices. Why should we be here living in fear while they get to enjoy themselves so freely? Ning Rushua had slapped her yesterday, and her face was still swollen. Feeling extremely upset, she was suddenly struck by a ruthless thought. I just thought of something. Our family's businesses should all have connections with the Ning family or Zhang family, right? Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. They quickly realized. The city of Zhanghai is not very large, and the Ning and Zhang families, being the biggest local powers, naturally had extensive business dealings. Almost everyone present had some degree of commercial interaction with the Ning and Zhang families. Since Gu Nian wants scandals, let's give him what he wants. A fierce light shone in Qiu Sanqian's eyes. Isn't it said that they won't help us? When the fire burns at their doorstep, let's see if they help or not. The next day, a piece of news rapidly fermented online, skyrocketing to the trending topics. The only daughter of the Qiu family publicly accused the Zhang Education Group of colluding with the Qiu family to produce school uniforms, forcibly halting the assembly line and replacing normal fabric with second-hand scraps, profiting from the huge price difference. Everyone was shocked. They could not believe that the prestigious Qingting International School, the top elite school in Shanghai City, which charged thousands for school uniforms, was actually using second-hand scraps to produce them. The quality was even worse than that of ordinary schools. The public opinion exploded instantly. Oh my God, what a magical world is this? How could such expensive uniforms be made from second-hand fabric? The students of Qingting are truly being wronged. The rich second generation of the Qiu family actually reported their own business. This is too funny. This world has truly gone mad. What could have been so excessive that it led a partner to expose it online? Isn't the Zhang family the leader in education in Shanghai City? Do they really need to be greedy over such a small amount? It's simply unfathomable, netizens discussed heatedly online. Zhang Yida's face turned distorted with anger. He never expected the Qiu family would stab him in the back. Such a self-destructive approach is truly foolish. The phone on the table vibrated incessantly. All calls from media peers and partners. Zhang Yida directly turned off his phone and picked up the internal phone. Where's the statement draft? Quick, get me a public relations response. I want to see the draft within 10 minutes. Soon after, the Zhang family issued a stamped statement. Recently, a series of false statements about our company have appeared online, seriously affecting our normal operations. We deeply regret this and hereby solemnly declare that these statements are seriously inconsistent with the facts and lack factual evidence. We strongly urge the public to remain rational, refrain from spreading rumors, and work together to maintain a clear online space. Furthermore, we have initiated an investigation and will take legal action to resolutely protect the company's legitimate interests and hold the responsible parties accountable. We firmly believe that justice and facts will ultimately prevail over rumors once the announcement was released. All netizens laughed. Clearly stated something, yet seemed to have said nothing at all. Is this what they call the art of language? Why don't you respond to the issue of using secondhand fabric? What's the use of these bland statements? The educational discourse in Jianhai City is in the hands of such people. How unfortunate. Qiu Sanqian stared at the computer, her mood complicated as she scrolled through the public opinion. This time she had truly gone all out. This exposure had entirely offended the Zhang family. Her parents were even too busy to scold her now. Because of her exposure, they themselves were in hot water, with all media swarming in. She didn't even dare to check the 99 unread messages on her social media, and chose to uninstall WeChat directly. The calls from Zhang Hao and Ning Ruxue were all hung up by her one by one. Then she turned off her phone. Gone were the disturbances. Qiu Sanqian's gaze hesitantly lingered on the campus forum page on her computer. She was waiting. Suddenly a red dot appeared in the upper right corner of the post Gu Nian had made. There was a message. Qiu Sanqian quickly grabbed the mouse and clicked in. On that list her name was crossed out. Her name had been removed. A huge stone finally fell to the ground. Qiu Sanqian then realized that tears had unknowingly spilled from her eyes. Was this relief after surviving a disaster? Without time to ponder, Qiu Sanqian quickly wiped away her tears, gazing at her black-screen phone, contemplating for a long time, ultimately choosing to turn it back on. This mess was caused by herself, though she couldn't just hide behind her parents like an ostrich. Besides, this exposure was not a big deal for the Qiu family. Because the target was the Zhang family, if the public opinion was grasped correctly, they might even earn the title of a just enterprise. Others also noticed Gu Nian's latest edit. Qiu Sanqian's name has really been crossed out. She has escaped this calamity. Bao Xiaoqiao held her phone, feeling extremely anxious. Wang Jingxi also looked thoughtful. So this is how it is, so this can be done. The other students fell silent. They exchanged glances as if they had made some decision, quickly typing on their phones. This day, everyone witnessed the most magical dog bites dog incident in history. Wang Jingxi, the eldest son of O High Precision Instruments, exposed that the Ninghai Group had long refused to pay the final payment on the grounds that the instruments were irreparable due to malfunction. In reality, it was to reduce expenses by deliberately damaging them, then secretly repairing them to continue operations. The only daughter of Wan Yin Trading Co., Ltd., exposed that severe corruption existed within the Ninghai Group. The senior management of Ninghai during their partnership demanded Wan Yin to issue false invoices under the pretext of order commitments, profiting from the price difference. The only son of Jinshuan Industry publicly exposed that the Ninghai Group forged a series of qualifications to deceive Jinshuan's trust and long-term purchased substandard second-hand rebar at low prices for construction. The second son of Tianke Group publicly exposed that the Zhang Education Group's donated Hope primary schools were all unfinished projects, with none having started enrollment. One incident after another left the entire nation dumbfounded. Oh no, the house I just bought from Ninghai. A 30-year mortgage, and I haven't even moved in yet. And it's already become a dangerous building. What day is it today? A collective exposure day. Has this group of people gone mad? What have the Ning and Zhang families done to offend people for all these prominent figures to target Ninghai for exposure? The Ning family deserves this. This is their retribution. The project of Ninghai bin Jiang. No. One has owed my dad wages for a long time. In the Qingting senior management meeting room, Zhang Yida and Ning Haixing each sat on a single leather sofa, suppressing their anger, glaring at their respective children. Zhang Hao and Ning Ruxue stood in front of them, looking defiant. You really have no sense of sensitivity at all. We are cleaning up after you, and you are causing trouble everywhere. Zhang Yida pointed at Zhang Hao in frustration. I have been emphasizing to you to keep a low profile during this period. Wait for the storm to pass before speaking. Why won't you listen to me? Zhang Hao raised his head, dissatisfied. Dad, didn't you add double the security and upgrade the system? With so many people protecting us, what's there to be afraid of? You don't know SHT. Zhang Yida's face trembled with anger. Don't you know that if this matter escalates and drags out the people behind us, let alone the Zhang family, the Ning family, all of us will be in deep trouble? Upon hearing this, Ning Haixing's heart sank. He looked resentfully at Ning Rushua. Isn't the Chiu family always on good terms with you? Why did they suddenly turn against you? Ning Rushua replied angrily, isn't it because of what Gu Nian said in the forum that they did this? They all want to drag the Ning and Zhang families down, a bunch of despicable people. After saying this, Ning Rushua opened her phone and handed Gu Nian's post to Ning Haixing. On it a long list of names had already been crossed out one after another. Qiu Sanqian, Wang Jingxi, Bao Qiao, Jin Lang. All those whose names were crossed out had recently exposed scandals involving their connections with the Ning or Zhang families. So that's how it is. Ning Haixing counted the names that hadn't been crossed out. Excluding Zhang Hao and Ning Rushua, there were still 22 left. Ning Haixing's eyes suddenly turned ominous. If these people continued to expose letting them be led by Gu Nian's rhythm, the Ning and Zhang families would likely face an unprecedented catastrophe. Chairman Zhang, what do you make of this? Ning Haixing handed his phone to Zhang Yida. After reading it, Zhang's face also darkened. After years of cutthroat struggles in the marketplace, he understood that Gu Nian's move was meant to sow discord from within their ranks. He would not allow decades of hard-won status and power to be shaken by such an insignificant pest. A cold, ruthless light flashed in Zhang Yida's eyes. If that's the case, we must strike preemptively. Bring the remaining people to the school, confiscate all phones and electronic devices, and place them under supervised custody. Our people are already handling the online narrative. We cannot let them stir up even the smallest wave. Hearing Zhang Yida, Ning Haixing nodded. What Zhang proposed matched his own thought. The best way to neutralize a risk is to choke it in the cradle. Then thank you, Chairman Zhang. Ning Haixing said in a low voice. I will coordinate with the Tian and Xiao families to unearth Gu Nian as soon as possible. The Tian family has already gone all out, dispatching more than 100 people to search. Now the whole of Jianghai City is looking for him. Zhao Qin from the Tian family says Gu Nian has been disguising himself as a youth of about 20. They are readjusting their search groups and expect to find a lead soon. Hearing this, Zhang Yida let out a long breath and said calmly, you can dodge the beginning, but not forever. Gu Nian must be uprooted as soon as possible. Each day we delay, Jianghai City will be unsettled. Ning Haixing's eyes dimmed as Zhang Yida's words sent him into brief reflection. No one had expected that such an unremarkable nobody could force so many of Jianghai's powerful into such a corner. Each day they failed to find him, their unease deepened. Snapping back to the present, Ning Haixing looked at Ning Rushua and said with a sour face, take your phone and come with me obediently. Ning Rushua pouted, glanced at Zhang Hao, and then reluctantly followed Ning Haixing out. Public opinion is a fickle flame. The Zhang family's hired trolls sprang into action and soon muddied the waters, redirecting the spearhead at the whistleblower. Countless netizens faced with uncertain reports found themselves unsure whom to trust. This circle is chaotic. Turns out these second-generation rich measure things in millions. I've read the whole thread and am bewildered. Are they really turning on each other over uneven spoils? No idea. Rumors are everywhere. I don't know what's true. But someone filed a real name report. How could that be fabricated? You're naive. Real name fabrications are not rare. Get online more and see the world. In the abandoned Tonglu Hospital, Gu Nian stood at the ward door, scrolling rapidly through the comments on his phone. Watching those trying to steer sentiment, a faint smile curved his lips. Stir it up, overturn the heavens. I was worried you wouldn't make a move. Such dog-eat-dog spectacles served Gu Nian's purpose. He never expected internet clamor alone to utterly crush the Zhangs, and the Nings. A little spit online hardly bruised these seasoned schemers. Gu Nian's aim was to make them unravel themselves, to scatter their focus. That would free his hands to execute the next phase of his plan. He closed the comment window, composed his expression, and gently pushed open the heavy ward door. Inside the ward, Gu Nian still slept, puffs of vapor misting rhythmically from her oxygen mask. By the bedside, Li Xiaomei rested in a chair with her eyes closed, soft snoring filling the room. Gu Nian walked over, gently removed his coat, and draped it over Li Xiaomei. As the coat settled, Li Xiaomei suddenly opened her eyes. "On Yin, you scared me. I thought they had broken in," she breathed, relief washing over her as she recognized him, then lay back in the chair. "Mom, if you're tired, go rest. They'll take over for a while," Gu Nian said softly. Seeing his mother's weariness, a fissure of tenderness opened in the hatred that filled him. She should have been enjoying a peaceful retirement, playing mahjong, dancing in the square, strolling in the park with his father, picking up Gu Nian from school on time. But now, to avenge Gu Nian, his parents had poured out everything: pensions, house, car, a lifetime's savings, everything given to him. Gu Nian had staked his life. They had wagered all they owned. Li Xiaomei brushed Gu Nian's hand away as he moved to help her, her gaze heavy when it met his. After they had successfully moved Yin here, Gu Nian had secretly brought his parents to care for her. What those people did to Yin is unspeakable. If I cannot see them receive the punishment they deserve, I will not rest in peace. Li Xiaomei forced a faint smile, took Gu Nian's hand, and patted it as she had when he was a child. "Yin, do not worry about us. Go and do what you must. No matter the outcome, you will always be my pride. Half an hour later, Gu Nian emerged from the ward heavy and brooding. A folding knife spun between his fingers. His mother's final words echoed in his mind. If the law cannot grant us justice and villains can hide and run rampant under its protection, then we must obtain the fairness in our hearts by our own means. Yes, she was right. Whether gods or laws. The Gu family had lived an honest, law-abiding life faithful to their duties. So why had his daughter suffered such an unwarranted calamity? When had the legal system meant to punish evil and uphold virtue become a refuge for the wicked? Gu Nian clenched the knife's hilt until his knuckles whitened. His eyes were cold as venom filled with inexhaustible hatred. Who says kindness is rewarded and evil punished? Kindness is mistaken for weakness, so villains are lionized as heroes. True justice and respect must be demanded with one's own hands. He pulled his baseball cap down, cracked his neck, swapped into laceless running shoes, slid the folding knife into his sleeve, and climbed into a battered Santana. The car rattled out of town. All preparations were complete. It was time for the grand performance. Panshur Group, where Gu Nian had once worked, Li Wei, the technical manager, sat in his private office, flirting intimately with Zhang Meng, who had once been Gu Nian's subordinate. Zhang Meng was no longer a fresh intern. By virtue of her special relationship with Li Wei, she had replaced him on the very day Gu Nian was made a wanted man online, becoming the new technical team leader. The project results Gu Nian had led naturally landed on Zhang Meng's table. Brother Wei, when will the bonus for Gu Nian's project be paid? I've had my eye on a bag and really want it. Zhang Meng purred into Li Wei's ear, prompting him to sit up straighter. Soon. It's past the final approval, just a matter of days. Li Wei's greasy lips drew closer, just as he was about to indulge. His phone rang at an inconvenient moment. Which blind bastard, ruining a good thing, he cursed, saw an unknown number, and hung up in impatience. But the same number called again the next second. Who is this? He'll give you a piece of my mind. Li Wei grabbed the phone and impatiently answered, Hello, who is this? Hello, may I speak to Li Wei, technical manager of Panshur Group? This is he. Who the hell are you? Li Wei's tone remained rough. I'm Gu Nian's mother. Didn't your company once call on employees to invest cash in shares? I remember Gu Nian invested 1,000 yuan. Now he's been driven into a corner, so I wish to retrieve that money for him. Gu Nian always said you treated him well at the company. Manager Li, can you help with this? At that, Li Wei shot upright. Gu Nian's mother. He hadn't expected it. What had searched for in vain had come wrapped in ease. The very man the whole of Jianghai City had been hunting for so long was the one whose mother had called him voluntarily. It felt as if heaven itself were smiling on him. In an instant, Li Wei's lips curled in a smirk harder to suppress than an AK. Yet his face remained impassive as he followed Li Xiaomai's words, saying with difficulty, You care about Gu Nian's mother, right? Oh dear, I completely understand your feelings. In fact, I sympathize with Gu Nian's plight as well. Gu Nian has always been a model employee in our company, and I often commend him. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaomai raised an eyebrow, quickly gripping her phone, her face beaming with a smile, her tone filled with excitement mixed with flattery. I really didn't find the wrong person. Manager Li, you're such a good person. So what about Gu Nian's compensation? Li Wei feigned a deep sigh before responding, well, this time he really went too far. Moreover, he has been absent from work without reason for several days, and technically I could totally dismiss him without repercussions. However, I didn't proceed with the final steps out of consideration for our past relationship. But now you want me to step in and help you retrieve Gu Nian's money. That is quite difficult. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xiaomai's tone noticeably dropped. Even you can't help, Manager Li. It seems fate wants to bring doom to the Gu family. Li Xiaomai's voice became dull and weak. Li Wei's words instantly extinguished her last hope. But Li Wei raised an eyebrow, lightly clearing his throat, and shifted his tone, saying, This matter isn't completely without hope. Oh. Li Xiaomai's tone immediately shifted back to anticipation, asking, What should we do, Manager Li? Li Wei gestured for Zhang Meng to step aside, then covered the phone quietly, saying, Since this money was voluntarily contributed by Gu Nian, he can only withdraw it with his own consent. Upon hearing this, the flicker of hope in Li Xiaomai's eyes dimmed once more. But at this critical moment, our Gu Nian. She didn't finish her sentence, those who understood knew. Li Wei pondered for a moment, and suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. How about this, Andy? You have Gu Nian set a meeting place, and he'll bring my subordinate with the withdrawal agreement to find him. What do you think? After all, Gu Nian has been with the company for 15 years, making him a veteran employee of ours. I'm someone who is soft-hearted and cherishes talent. I believe Gu Nian must have suffered a significant grievance to end up in this situation. Since he trusts me, we might as well arrange a meeting to sign the agreement. He doesn't need to come to the company. What do you think? After going around in circles, Li Wei finally cast out this bait. The other end of the line fell silent for a long time. Finally, Li Xiaomai uncertainly said, You aren't deceiving me, are you, Manager Li? Can we really just sign the agreement? Auntie, you shouldn't doubt my seriousness. Oh, I never joke about such matters. Li Wei immediately put on a stern face. I am solely considering your son's well-being. If you think that way about me, it truly hurts my feelings. If you don't trust me then, I trust you, I trust you. Li Xiaomei quickly interjected. As if making a final resolution, Li Xiaomei clenched her teeth and nodded in agreement. Alright then, I'll send you a location later, my son will be there, but only you can go, Manager Li. I only trust you. Hearing that Li Xiaomei had agreed to his request, a triumphant smile crept onto Li Wei's face. Great. I will definitely not let you down, Andy. After hanging up, Li Wei's expression suddenly turned sinister. Zhang Ming curiously leaned over and asked, was that a call from Gu Nian's mother? Yes, Li Wei replied, glancing warily at Zhang Ming and casually taking a step back. You should leave, I have something to attend to right now. But when will I get the money for that project? Stop babbling. What's that project worth? I won't owe you anything, just get out. Now that the 20 million bounty was within reach, Li Wei didn't care about a mere project performance worth a few $100,000. Zhang Ming stormed out frustrated. After confirming that Zhang Ming was far away, Li Wei picked up the spare phone from the drawer and searched through his contacts for a number. Usually, apart from his love for women, Li Wei spent most of his time playing cards with a group of friends. Of course, it wasn't any serious game, more like small-scale gambling. This phone was filled with names of acquaintances he met while playing cards. Among them was the number of Chao Wang, the vice leader of the largest gang in Jianghai City, the Qingmu gang. Li Wei had heard all the gossip regarding Gu Nian and the reasons behind the Tian family's increased bounty at the card table from Chao Wang. Clearing his throat, Li Wei solemnly called Chao Wang. Hey, away, what's up? Are you craving again? On the other end, Chao Wang sounded lethargic, likely due to having overindulged with some rich girl the night before. Brother Chao, I have great news. Li Wei wasted no time suppressing his excitement as he got straight to the point. I found Gu Nian's whereabouts. I thought it was something serious, but it's just... Mid-sentence, Chao Wang seemed struck by lightning, suddenly alert. You mean you found Gu Nian? The Gu Nian that the Tian family is after? Yes, that's the one. Li Wei excitedly lowered his voice and briefly recounted the whole story to Chao Wang. Chao Wang's excitement was equally evident in his eyes. I didn't expect someone so ruthless to have such a short-sighted mother. To secure her son's money, she is even willing to risk exposing his location. Chao Wang quickly donned his gear, calling his trusted subordinates as he walked toward the garage, still on the phone. You need to send me the location Gu Nian's mother gives you immediately. You don't need to worry about the rest. Got it, Brother Chao. The next second, a strange address appeared on Chao Wang's phone. After sending it, Li Wei hesitated before finally asking shyly, so Brother Chao, what's the split for the bounty? Don't worry, once I capture Gu Nian, we'll split it evenly. You won't be shortchanged. Chao Wang casually replied before hanging up. Split evenly. What a nice thought. He snorted coldly. This 20 million is all mine. Chao Wang confidently glanced at his prepared subordinates behind him, his expression turning serious as he waved his hand. Let's go. In Tonglu town, within an abandoned villa, Gu Nian was also getting ready. This time he swapped his usual casual sportswear for a lighter, more fitted outfit. He wore a very portable waist bag, though it was unclear what he had inside. A folding military knife was concealed in his shoe, and a sharp surgical knife was hidden on his wrist. With everything in place, Gu Nian approached his daughter Gu Yinyan's hospital bed, wanting to take one last look at her before leaving. Nian, do you think they'll believe what I say? What if they don't go to the place I'm telling them? Li Xiaomei said with some concern. Don't worry, Mom. They will definitely go, Gu Nian replied confidently, his eyes lifting slightly. Right now they won't miss a single clue. Then, you must come back safely. Yin and I are still waiting for you. Li Xiaomei stood up, her gaze towards Gu Nian, filled with worry and longing. Gu Nian nodded, taking one last lingering look at Yin before resolutely stepping out the door. Don't worry. I'm just going to retrieve some money, I'll be back soon. As the vice leader of the Qingmu gang, Chao Wang often cleaned up the mess for these powerful figures behind the scenes. Previously, a son of a boss with ties to the Tian family caused a severe accident while driving drunk, hitting a girl on the sidewalk, resulting in her legs being amputated and her being paralyzed for life. This incident once stirred a great deal of controversy online, with countless eyes watching as the boss son appeared to be heading for prison. However, suddenly the public opinion turned, and a video surfaced online showing a delivery man who, after hitting the girl, fled the scene out of fear. The girl, unable to stand due to the collision, was ultimately run over by the drunk boss son. In the end, the delivery man was captured and reported online. The boss son quietly withdrew from the public eye amidst the uproar. Little did anyone know that all of this was orchestrated by Chao Wang behind the scenes for the Tian family. As for what Chao Wang did in the middle, no one knew. He himself kept his mouth shut and said nothing to anyone. The Tian family was quite pleased with such a loyal dog, having already collaborated once and knowing him well. Thus, gradually, many shady dealings for the Tian family were handled by Chao Wang in private. With the Tian family as a backing, the Qingmu gang rapidly rose in Jianghai City, becoming the #1 gang in the underworld. Meanwhile, compared to other insignificant factions in Jianghai City, Chao Wang's Qingmu gang was clearly favored by the city's elite. A suitable weapon must be chosen and obedient people selected, This is the principle. Soon Xiao Wang leading 3 vehicles of elite members sped towards the location provided by Li Wei. Not long after departing, his phone rang. It was Zhao Qing, the captain of the Tian family's security team. "Hello brother, Zhao, what's going on?" Seeing it was the familiar Zhao Qing, Xiao Wang spoke without much formality. They were all in a bloodstained business, just one played the white face, while the other played the red face. "I heard you have news about Gu Nian." On the other end of the line, Zhao Qing's tone was somewhat angry. "Why did you act on your own? What if you alert the enemy?" Xiao Wang scoffed. "Brother Zhao, when have I ever been muddled when handling matters? Don't worry, this information was obtained from Gu Nian's mother, and its credibility is very high." Zhao Qing still wasn't reassured. "Where is the location? Send it to me, and we'll meet up first." Hearing that Zhao Qing also wanted to come, Xiao Wang thought he was also eyeing the bounty, and his tone immediately rose, frowning. "That's really not necessary, brother Zhao. I brought over a dozen people. Surely I can capture one middle-aged man. Then I wouldn't have to mix in Shanghai City anymore. Just have the Tian family prepare 20 million as the bounty. When the time comes, it'll be a handover of cash for the person." Xiao Wang was confident. Zhao Qing was speechless. "I've already said the person might not even look like a middle-aged man. It doesn't matter what he looks like. Oh, anyone there counts, and if I catch one, I'll bind them all up for you. You can have someone interrogate them one by one." Xiao Wang said nonchalantly. "Brother Zhao, just put your mind at ease and wait for my good news." Listening to Xiao Wang's confident tone, Zhao Qing's heart was still in a state of unease, feeling an inexplicable tension lingering in his mind. Something felt off, but he couldn't pinpoint it. "I hope Xiao Wang doesn't mess this up," Zhao Qing murmured softly. At that moment, he sat in the garage of the Tian family's villa, staring intently at his phone, anxiously waiting for news from Xiao Wang. The address given by Li Wei was over 50 kilometers from Shanghai City, in a place called Wenxing Town. They had been driving for over an hour. According to the navigation, they still needed to drive at least 20 minutes on a rural road to reach their destination. Indeed, it's a place that shouldn't see the light of day, chosen in such a desolate area. Xiao Wang sat in the passenger seat, gripping the armrest, and complaining to the younger brother driving. "Can you drive properly? Can't you keep it steady for me? My breakfast is going to be jostled out of me. B-boss, I'm really trying my best, but this road is too steep." The driver looked aggrieved. He used to drive trucks at night, a seasoned driver indeed. However, no matter how many types of vehicles he had driven or roads he had seen, he had never encountered such an absurdly rugged path. The road was already quite narrow, yet it was filled with uneven small stones and construction debris. Moreover, sharp reflections shot up from between the stones. Those were the tips of nails poking through the construction debris. Bang! Before anyone could react, a loud explosion of a tire echoed, and suddenly thick, white smoke rose from outside the car. "Oh no, a flat tire. Boss, get out quickly." The driver panicked, slamming on the brakes. Xiao Wang was extremely irritated, pushing open the car door and sprinting out. The 3 off-road vehicles urgently stopped, and everyone fled rapidly. Just a few meters away, there was a loud bang. The car with the flat tires suddenly split in half, and in the blink of an eye it ignited, flames shooting into the sky, thick black smoke billowing up. The sharp sound of the explosion nearly pierced Xiao Wang's eardrums. A strong wave of heat surged from behind, pushing everyone back several meters. Cough, cough. They scrambled to get up from the ground, turning to look at the off-road vehicle that had burned down to just a frame, all faces filled with confusion. Not even having reached the destination, one of the 3 cars had already been written off. Oh, it was truly an inauspicious start. A dozen people stood in the wilderness like this. The grass on both sides of the road grew half a meter high, and there wasn't a trace of any buildings in sight. With the sun blazing overhead, they stood under the scorching heat of 40 C, staring at each other in confusion. "Damn it!" Xiao Wang spat on the ground in anger. He stared at the ground with narrowed eyes, seemingly deep in thought. A gentle breeze blew by. The wild grass rustled slightly, as if making a sound. In the next moment, Xiao Wang's half-closed eyes suddenly widened, and he drew his gun towards a certain direction in the grass, shouting loudly, "Is it Gu Nian? Come out, don't be sneaky like a coward." Hearing this, the faces of everyone behind Xiao Wang flashed with panic and surprise, and they hurriedly drew their weapons, pointing them towards the grass. "B-boss, are you sure someone is in the grass? What if it's just the wind?" Unexpectedly, Xiao Wang kicked the young brother hard, angrily scolding, "Wind? I think you're the crazy one. Just take a good look at the road surface, all these sharp things scattered all over the road. It's obviously man-made." Just now, when the car was inexplicably burned, Xiao Wang looked back and realized that this road was the only stretch piled with such construction debris. However, there were no villages or shops in sight. It was impossible for such garbage to exist here. Thus, only one possibility remained. Xiao Wang's gaze turned cold. They had been played by Gu Nian. Clap, clap, clap. A crisp sound of applause came from the grass. "It seems that you, this dog, are a bit smarter than I imagined. But just a bit. Gu Nian, wearing a black mask and carrying a light backpack, slowly stood up from the ground. Gazing at the gun barrels aimed squarely at his vital points, Gu Nian's expression remained utterly unruffled, calm, composed, even serene. Though Zhao Qing had warned him that Gu Nian was a master of disguise and likely bore no resemblance to the middle-aged man they expected, this man before him was astonishingly young. This Gu Nian appeared no older than 20. With a swift, practiced sweep of his gaze, Chao Wang's eyes locked onto the backpack slung across Gu Nian's shoulders. "Don't play games with me." Chao Wang snarled, his lips curling into a cruel smirk as the muzzle swung unerringly toward Gu Nian. "My firearm is notoriously prone to misfire. Raise your hands. Come quietly with us, and perhaps you'll be granted a chance to live." His finger tightened on the trigger as he studied Gu Nian, having heard countless tales of the man's ruthlessness from Zhao Qing. To mutilate students, slitting tongues, carving faces, marked Gu Nian as exceptionally brutal. Chao Wang harbored no intention of showing mercy to such a monster, though Tian family's Zhao Qing had insisted again and again, "We need him alive, not intact." Yet Chao Wang had no plans to spare Gu Nian any suffering. As long as he drew breath, he counted as alive after all. Missing an arm or a leg hardly mattered. At these words, Gu Nian threw back his head in a wide, mocking grin, raising one eyebrow with disdainful contempt, as if gazing upon a fool. A chance to live. Gu Nian's glacial eyes swept over the dozen-odd men before him, cold and merciless. "Do you see the path beneath your feet? That is your road to the Yellow Springs." In the same breath, he dropped low, vanishing instantly into the tall grass. "After him now." Enraged, Chao Wang's jaw twitched as he emptied 3 rounds into the thicket. The thunderous reports echoed through the valley, yet not a single bullet found its mark. "This area is small. Surround it. Sweep every inch." "Yes, sir." In an instant, the dozen men fanned out, forming a tightening cordon around the spot where Gu Nian had disappeared. "Aya!" A shriek tore through the periphery, a Jew's voice. Chao Wang's heart lurched, his eyes darted wildly across the sea of waist-high weeds. No sign of Agio anywhere. "Agio, where are you?" Silence answered him. Damn it all." Chao Wang's pride flared white-hot. Whirling on his men, he bellowed, "Move faster, now." Around him, rustling footsteps crunched through dry grass. Gu Nian clamped a hand hard over a Jew's mouth until the man's struggles weakened into stillness. Only then did he withdraw the folding military knife buried deep in the man's chest. He'd already counted them, 14 in total, including Chao Wang. Gu Nian drew a slow, deep breath. Forcibly prying open a Jew's stiffening fingers, he retrieved the man's pistol. 8 rounds remained in the magazine. A faint, chilling curve lifted the corners of his mouth. His eyelids fell shut, vision silenced, hearing sharpened to razor intensity. Footsteps bloomed in his awareness. Crisp, layered, weighted, each one painting a precise real-time map of enemy positions inside his mind. Just as one set of steps advanced again, Gu Nian raised the pistol, eyes still closed, and fired straight into the sound's origin. "Aha, my leg." Another man collapsed. 2 down in the blink of an eye. Yet no one had glimpsed even a shadow of Gu Nian. Panic flickered among the rest. Bang. "Aya! My foot!" Bang. "Aya, help!" Bang. 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 One by one, gunshots cracked like whip cracks, each followed by cries as legs, ankles, and feet were shattered, sending men staggering and collapsing in agony. Gu Nian moved like a phantom woven from darkness. With a subtle flick of his left wrist, a slender surgical scalpel settled perfectly into his palm. Lighter, sharper than the military blade, its edge capable of severing life with a whisper-thin cut. The scalpel danced in his fingers like a steel butterfly, fluid, lethal, precise, alighting with feather-like grace upon each wounded man's throat, hidden within the grasp of fleeting, fatal kiss. Each touch unfurled a crimson rose of blood upon pale skin. As blood pooled and snaked across the earth, Gu Nian's smile deepened, dark, sardonic, absolute. Surveying the 9 corpses sprawled in grotesque disarray, he discarded his empty pistol and picked up another, fresh and loaded. For remain. He lifted his gaze. The last 4 had retreated from the grass, back to back, now standing rigidly in the center of the path, weapons raised. Chao Wang clenched his teeth, fury warring with disbelief. So furious he nearly struck himself. His earlier swagger had been utterly extinguished. These were Qingmu Gang's elite, 12 seasoned fighters, and yet Gu Nian had erased 9 without so much as a ripple. Not a single trace of struggle, no warning, just silence, then slaughter. What manner of monster was Gu Nian? Chao Wang stared, transfixed at the blood-soaked thicket, heart hammering so violently he feared it would burst from his ribs. The wind died. The grass stilled. All sound vanished, except the frantic, deafening drumbeat of his own terror. "Gu Nian, you cowardly!" Before Chao Wang could finish, something soft and heavy arced from the grass with a wet slap, landing directly before their boots. A severed hand slick with blood. As their eyes dropped instinctively downward, rustling erupted. Then a black blur shot forth. Bang, 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 bang. 4 shots rang out, each striking a wrist with surgical precision. Then a sweeping kick sent every pistol flying into the weeds. Ah! For arms gushed crimson, guns clattered onto the dirt. A flash of cold steel gleamed in Gu Nian's hand. His silhouette blurred, and in the next heartbeat, 3 carotid arteries erupted in arterial geysers. 3 men dead, in under a second. Chao Wang stood frozen, eyes wide, scalp prickling with dread. Stunned speechless by Gu Nian's inhuman speed, he forgot the agony burning in his own wrist. Fast, impossibly fast. Gu Nian's movements defied perception. So swift they saw only afterimages. Ghostly smudges where flesh and bone should have been. Was this even human velocity? Terror swallowed Chao Wang whole. No thought, no breath. Only raw primal dread. Until in the next heartbeat, Gu Nian's demonic visage filled his vision inches from his face. Gu Nian, don't. The plea died midair. Gu Nian's fist crashed into his jaw. Teeth shattered, blood sprayed. Before Chao Wang could stagger upright, Gu Nian drove a devastating knee upward. Bone met bone, impact reverberating like thunder. In seconds, Chao Wang crumpled. Deflated, broken, a hollow shell slumping to the ground. He lay barely breathing, clinging to his final thread of consciousness. Gu Nian stepped forward, towering over him. Slowly, deliberately, he peeled off his black mask, knelt, seized Chao Wang's hair, and wrenched his head upward. TCH. This face, it suits me rather well. Wow, what do you want? A twisted, unnerving smile curled in Gu Nian's eyes, so chilling Chao Wang felt ice flood his veins. Gu Nian said nothing. Instead, he calmly unslung the backpack he'd carried since the beginning and withdrew a thick, coarse hemp rope. Wow, what are you? Before the words fully formed, Gu Nian delivered a brutal, silencing blow. Chao Wang's world went black, plunging him into absolute unconsciousness. A whole day passed. Chao Wang had yet to send any news. Zhao Qing's heart grew increasingly anxious. Could something have happened? He clenched his phone, anxiously refreshing the messages. Despite his disdain for Chao Wang's character, he had to admit that Chao Wang was indeed efficient. Although he placed great importance on money, often acting impulsively, he was quite thorough in his work and had never made a mistake. As long as he was certain about something, it would never go wrong. But why had so much time passed without any news? Just as Zhao Qing was lost and thought, his phone suddenly vibrated. He quickly grabbed the phone and saw Chao Wang. Zhao Qing's heart leaped with joy, taking a deep breath as he pressed the answer button. Hello, how's the situation? Some noisy mechanical sounds came from the other end of the line. After a long silence, Chao Wang's voice finally came through. Gu Nian is indeed quite formidable. Ooh, I've lost several of my brothers. It was clear that Chao Wang was not in a good mood. Where's Gu Nian? Did you capture him? The response from the other end was straightforward. Brother Zhao, I've suffered significant losses this time. I know the Tian's nature well, and I understand what Gu Nian means to the people of Zhanghaishur. What do you mean by that? Zhao Qing frowned, sensing something amiss. My meaning is very simple. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I want to see the money first before handing over the person to you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qing's expression darkened. Are you threatening me? This isn't a threat. I'm simply discussing this with you. It's not just your Tians who want Gu Nian. If you don't agree, there will always be buyers willing to meet my terms. On the other end, Chao Wang laughed wildly. This money must be given. Doesn't it give me peace of mind to receive it first? Zhao Qing's face turned pale. He knew that Chao Wang was inherently greedy, and this sudden change of stance was typical of his character. However, until things were settled, there was always a possibility for changes. Zhao Qing said coldly, I can help you communicate with Tian Guoshan, but there is one condition. I need to see Gu Nian in person to confirm that you really captured him. Don't worry, brother Zhao. Chao Wang's tone softened upon hearing Zhao Qing relent. I will send it to you right away. It's very fresh. Soon enough. Zhao Qing's phone popped up with a new message. It was sent by Chao Wang. Upon clicking in, he found a video. What is this? Zhao Qing frowned, muttering as he turned his phone to landscape mode. He saw a person tightly bound to a rickety wooden chair with a burlap sack over their head obscuring their face. The camera was a bit shaky as the shooter held the phone, slowly approaching the bound individual. Then a hand appeared in the video, ripping open the burlap sack. The sudden light caused the bound person to squint, unable to help frowning. When Zhao Qing finally saw the person's face in the video, his breath quickened. He had seen this face countless times in photographs. It was indeed Gu Nian. This brat Chao Wang had actually captured him. In the next moment, Chao Wang grabbed Gu Nian's head, forcing him to face the camera. A boisterous voice echoed from the video. Have you seen clearly, brother Zhao? I, Chao Wang, have never failed in my tasks. I thought he was some cunning old fox. Turns out he's just like this. Chao Wang was quite pleased, and the camera shook even more with his raucous laughter. Then Chao Wang turned the camera towards himself. Brother Zhao, due to Gu Nian's special circumstances, I can't let you see him in person. After all, in our line of work, one must be cautious to survive, right? Now that you've verified the goods, my request is not unreasonable. 20 million in my account, and the goods will be delivered immediately. Once this was said, the video ended. Zhao Qing held his phone, and his worries dissipated entirely. He let out a long sigh, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, and lit one for himself. It seemed he had managed to keep his job. He hadn't expected that this brat Xiao Wang, who usually seemed rather incompetent, would actually be somewhat useful at a critical moment. After taking a last drag of the cigarette, Zhao Qing exhaled a smoke ring and stepped on the gas, racing towards Tian Gushan's location. Outside Zhonghaishi at the Hai Tian Wellness Club, Tian Guishan held a string of prayer beads in one hand and a phone in the other, his face darkening as he watched the videos sent by Xiao Wang. The more he watched, the darker his expression became. Zhao Qing stood nervously beside him, fully aware of what kind of smiling tiger Tian Guishan was. A brash man like Xiao Wang openly demanding payment was undoubtedly breaking the rules. The Tian family was known to eliminate those with ulterior motives. Xiao Wang, your ambition has truly grown. A sinister gleam flickered in Tian Gushan's eyes. He never expected that the dog he raised would one day learn to negotiate with its master. What should we do now, President Tian? Zhao Qing asked. What can we do? We must not alarm the snake. After pondering for a moment, Tian Gushan's hand fiddling with the prayer beads paused slightly. Let's do as he says. He just wants money, right? No problem, transfer 20 million to him. Tian Gushan looked at Zhao Qing and made a throat-cutting gesture. First stabilize him with the money, let him hand over Gu Nian, and for the rest, I trust you know what to do. In this world, there were many eager to be the Tian family's lapdog. If one did not listen, they could easily be replaced. Understood. Zhao Qing acknowledged and quickly exited. Huaxing Bank received 20 million in total. In a dark underground basement, Gu Nian looked at the bank transfer message sent to Xiao Wang's phone, a cold smile creeping on his lips. He turned to see Xiao Wang bound to a wooden chair, bloodied and barely conscious. His limbs had all been broken by Gu Nian, and now he had become a fish on Gu Nian's chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. In front of Gu Nian, the computer emitted a blue light, the screen still displaying the video editing tool interface. Indeed, Gu Nian had used AI to overlay his face onto Xiao Wang's, pulling off a clever trick. He had also gathered Xiao Wang's tone and quickly simulated a digital version of Xiao Wang's intonation based on his usual chatting habits. With several parallel maneuvers and flawless acting, he perfectly dispelled Zhao Qing's suspicions, fooling everyone. The moment the Tian family's bounty arrived, Gu Nian immediately notified the water room and driver he had anonymously contacted in the black market, transferring all the money from Xiao Wang's account to a virtual account he had created overseas. Ding. Your account received 100000. Ding. Your account received 200000. Ding. Your account received 130000. Gu Nian lightly tapped his finger rhythmically on the table, shrouded in shadows akin to a bloodthirsty wolf fixating on the dying man before him. At this moment, the relentless bank notification sounds were the most exquisite music in the world. The money was transferred, yet Xiao Wang vanished without a trace. Zhao Qing dialed repeatedly. Each call met only with the automated voice, sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unreachable. He muttered under his breath, idly spinning his phone in his palm. Xiao Wang's integrity could never withstand even the slightest temptation of wealth. Oh! Zhao Qing's brow furrowed sharply. He immediately followed his men to the Tian family villa. There, parked before the gate, stood a battered small freight truck, its body dented and scraped beyond recognition, its 4 tires utterly deflated. The driver's seat sat empty, only the rear cargo compartment remained tightly sealed. This sight instantly evoked memories of the incident involving several doctors from the Ning family just days earlier. A chilling premonition surged through him. Open the cargo compartment, now. Zhao Qing commanded, voice low and unyielding. His men rushed forward, fumbling urgently to disengage the latch. Inside lay nothing but emptiness, save for a massive sack resting motionless at the center, and before it a single letter. Zhao Qing climbed aboard, retrieved the letter, and tore it open in haste. Thank you, top patron, for your generous 20 million yuan donation. I've accepted it with gratitude. Gu Nian. A thunderclap erupted inside his skull. His blood turned ice cold, his breath seized entirely. He tore open the sack. Within, Xiao Wang lay bound head to toe, curled like a broken puppet, his mouth sealed with adhesive tape. His tendons, both hands and feet, had been severed. He was no longer a man, only ruin. Dried blood stained the sack's interior. Zhao Qing drew a slow, steadying breath, and gently pressed his index finger beneath Xiao Wang's nostrils. No breath stirred. His heart clenched violently, his hands trembled uncontrollably. Not grief, not shock, but raw primal fear. So much effort expended, so many lives lost. Yet Gu Nian remained elusive, unseen, untouched, while the Tian family had unwittingly handed their enemy 20 million yuan. And Gu Nian had delivered the final blow with cruel, facetious mockery. Each humiliation cut deeper, each failure more damning. The Tian family would never forgive Gu Nian, but neither would they trust a bodyguard who couldn't even protect a single life. His tenure as head of security had ended, not with honor, but with erasure. A dull ache settled deep within Zhao Qing's chest. All these years serving the Tian family, He traded dignity for coin, enduring scorn and indifference, all for one reason: to afford his wife's hospitalization. Tian Guishan's payments, though meager in prestige, had sufficed, barely, to cover her treatment. His wife Li Xiang'er had been diagnosed 3 years ago with spinal muscular atrophy, SMA, a rare neurodegenerative disorder affecting fewer than 30,000 patients in China and 500,000 worldwide. Each injection cost 700,000 yuan, 6 per year, were required. Zhanghai's power structures were fiercely cohesive. If the Tian family dismissed him, no other major clan would dare hire him. Losing this job meant sentencing his wife to death, months before her time. Gu Nian, you truly drive a man to the edge of oblivion. Despair flooded Zhao Qing's soul. In fury, he shredded the letter into dust. News reached Tian Guishan swiftly. At the thought of having personally delivered 20 million yuan to the man who harmed his daughter, Tian Guishan's rage boiled over. He longed to flatten Zhanghai city itself and tear Gu Nian limb from limb. Zhao Qing, what an achievement! In his study, Tian Guishan paced back and forth, breathing heavily, eyes blazing with fury. With a vicious kick, he struck Zhao Qing squarely on the shoulder, sending him sprawling onto the floor. Zhao Qing dared not utter a sound. As head of security for the Tian family, he had failed both to safeguard his charge and to apprehend Gu Nian, rendering his worth null. I paid you 2 million yuan. I secured your wife's admission to Zhanghai's finest hospital, and this is how you repay me. You made me hand 20 million yuan, cash, in person to my daughter's assailant. There is no greater farce in all the world. Tian Guishan jabbed his finger toward Zhao Qing's nose, roaring. Thanks to you, the Tian family has become Zhanghai's laughingstock, forever. Zhao Qing lifted his head and struck the floor with a solemn, resonant kowtow. I beg your forgiveness, Mr. Tian. Xiao Wang had never failed us before, and this time he brought elite enforcers from the Qingmu gang. I never imagined. A hollow excuse means nothing, absolutely nothing. The Tian family tolerates no weaklings. Tian Guishan spat, pointing contemptuously at Zhao Qing. Leave, now? Take your 2 burdens and vanish from Zhanghai city. Mr. Tian, please. Panic seized Zhao Qing. I'll depart immediately, but please let my wife remain hospitalized. She cannot endure another transfer. Humph. Out of courtesy, I spared you the truth until now, Tian Guishan sneered. Do you know how much that room costs, per day? Wasting space like a blocked latrine. You and your wife are both to be ejected, immediately. Tian Guishan dropped all pretense, his voice glacial. Her illness is incurable. Every cent spent is wasted. Had I known how useless you truly were, I'd never have granted her VIP admission. Mr. Tian, grant me one last chance. His pleas dissolved against the heavy wooden door. He was cast out, without ceremony, without mercy. Grief had no time to settle. Zhao Qing sped straight to Renan Hospital, the very institution the Ning family built exclusively for the elite, where his wife lay. He had barely stopped when he saw a group of men dragging a gaunt, disheveled woman. Her hair wild, her limbs withered, out the front entrance with open disdain. With a sickening thud, she struck the ground face first, collapsing into a faint, pained moan. Her atrophied limbs strained feebly to lift her, then collapsed again, powerless against gravity. Ignoring her struggle, the men prepared to discard her toiletries and her wheelchair into the street. Stop! What do you think you're doing? Zhao Qing slammed his car door shut and lunged forward, fists coiled tight. How dare you treat a patient like refuse? Do you even know her condition? You'll kill her with this brutality. He knelt beside his wife Li Xiang'er, cradling her bleeding palms with trembling tenderness. The lead man, a black-suited figure, snorted with disdain. Apologies, Brother Zhao. We're merely following orders. After all, someone of your wife's standing simply doesn't belong here. Regrettably, the valueless meet such ends. You've served as head of security for years. You understand this reality better than anyone. His words dripped with condescension. Zhao Qing remained stone-faced, silent, cradling Li Xiang'er without a word. A tiger fallen from its mountain, mocked by stray dogs. Though the Tian family lacked the dominance of the Ning Zhang or Shao clans in Zhanghai, they were still a formidable financial dynasty. As head of security, Zhao Qing had commanded respect, even deference, wherever he went. Now word of his dismissal had surely spread across Zhanghai like wildfire. Even these contemptible underlings, once beneath his notice, now dared to stand over him and urinate upon his pride. Rage burned cold within him. After hearing the man's arrogance, Zhao Qing fell silent, for a long, terrible moment. Then with startling gentleness he whispered to Li Xiang, my love, close your eyes just for a moment. Setting her down carefully, his gaze hardened, transforming into something sharp, lethal, and utterly devoid of mercy. I may have been dismissed by the Tian family, but the word useless, that title belongs to no one but me to bestow. Before the echo faded, Zhao Qing blurred forward, materializing before the black-suited man in a heartbeat. Zhao Qing, what are you? In one fluid motion, Zhao Qing seized the man's wrist, and drove a devastating palm strike into his shoulder blade. Ah, my arm. It shattered. Pain, pain, pain. A sickening crack echoed, bones snapping under sheer force. His accomplices charged, but Zhao Qing dropped low, swept their legs out from under them and struck, once twice, with surgical precision. Each blow landed precisely where bone met joint. In seconds the arrogant men lay groaning on the pavement, dislocated, broken, writhing in agony. Only then did Zhao Qing exhale, just slightly, as if releasing a fraction of the poison festering in his veins. He lifted Li Xiang'er into the rear seat. Where are we going, Ah Qing? Though bedridden for years, she knew him, knew the storm behind his eyes. His throat moved once. His voice, barely audible, even to himself, was soft, resolute. Wherever we go, I will stay with you. In truth, Zhao Qing himself did not know where he could go. His daughter Zhao Yu was only over 2 years old and not yet of kindergarten age. Due to Li Xiang'er being bedridden for a long time, Zhao Yu had always been taken care of by Zhao Qing's mother. Leaving Zhanghai City for a completely unfamiliar place was daunting. Without connections or relationships, everything had to start from scratch. This was a massive and lengthy process, but Li Xiang'er's illness could not wait. For the first time, Zhao Qing realized that Zhanghai City, despite its vastness, could not accommodate their small family of 3. Wandering aimlessly in circles, Zhao Qing unconsciously found himself at his mother's home. His mother's house was located in the old town of Zhanghai City, in an old stairwell building. The building had 6 floors, and his mother lived on the 3rd floor. Once he had been the captain of the Tian family's bodyguard team, living and eating at the Tian residence. Due to frequent protection assignments, even while in the same city, he seldom visited his mother. Thinking of this, Zhao Qing's guilt deepened. He was not a qualified husband, not a qualified father, and certainly not a qualified son. Looking up at the 3rd floor, the soft yellow light streaming from the window warmed Zhao Qing's heart. This was the feeling of home that he had long neglected. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed from the front. Someone deliberately turned on their high beams in front of Zhao Qing's car. Zhao Qing quickly raised his elbow to shield his eyes, cursing angrily. Before he could finish, he heard a faint tapping on the glass beside him. Lowering his elbow, he revealed one eye. He saw a teenager around 18 or 19 years old pressing against the car window, staring intently at him. The faint smile at the corners of the boy's eyes sent chills down Zhao Qing's spine. That gaze felt strangely familiar. Can we talk? The boy asked, his voice unexpectedly calm for his age. A stranger visiting at such a sudden time felt oddly coincidental. Eliminating all other possibilities, there was only one conclusion. Zhao Qing rolled down the car window, looking deeply at the boy. I didn't expect you to come looking for me. His heart trembled as he discreetly reached for the stun gun at his waist. After being dismissed by the Tian family, his weapons had naturally been confiscated. This stun gun was something he had forgotten to return after a previous mission. You came here to laugh at me, didn't you? Gu Nian, the boy replied. Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Qing suddenly flung the car door open, intending to launch a surprise attack. Zhao Qing was horrified. The car door did not budge at all. Gu Nian blocked the door with one hand, sneering, "Don't waste your energy. If you want your wife to live." What do you mean by that? Previously, Zhao Qing had some doubts about Chao Wang's fate, thinking he might have been set up by Gu Nian to be captured. But facing Gu Nian now, he truly grasped the extent of Gu Nian's power. How could such a slender figure possess such terrifying strength? I came to make peace with you. Gu Nian got straight to the point, stating no one in Zhanghai City would want you now, right? Zhao Qing clenched his teeth, replying in a deep voice, so what exactly do you want to say? I want what others don't want. Are you willing? Zhao Qing was completely taken aback. Gu Nian's words made his mind go blank. You want to hire me? He couldn't believe it. He had once been the captain of the Tian family's bodyguard team, someone who had been sought after for his life. What on earth are you playing at? Ridiculous. What makes you think I would accept? I have fallen to this state entirely because of you. Zhao Qing retorted coldly. Hearing this, Gu Nian's gaze shifted to the back seat, towards Li Xiang'er. I can make your wife stand again. What? What did you say? I said I can make your wife stand again. You're trying to deceive me. Zhao Qing's eyes reddened, his lips trembling with anger. He hated being deceived more than anything in this life, especially by someone using his wife as an excuse. To save Li Xiang'er, he had nearly traveled across the country, seeking many renowned doctors, ultimately obtaining an effective treatment at the Ning family's hospital for 70 euro per injection. And Gu Nian, an ordinary worker, how could he save her? How could he save her? Gu Nian's words were absurd. Whether it's a lie or not, you'll know if you try. If you refuse this only option, then I have no choice. You can go die with your wife. After Gu Nian finished speaking, he silently raised his gun, aiming directly at Li Xiang'er. This gun had been confiscated from Chao Wang's gang. Although those people were rather incompetent, the weapons were indeed quite handy. Stop! Seeing Gu Nian about to pull the trigger, Zhao Qing shouted in panic. Don't involve my wife in your feud with the Tianzhong and Ning families. I was merely a bodyguard for them, and my wife has no connection to this incident. She is not your enemy. Zhao Qing raised both hands, trying to calm Gu Nian. Yes, although I worked for the Tian family, I despise their family's dirty deeds. I cannot stand them. But everyone has their own circumstances, and if I don't protect the Tian family, my wife will lose her chance for treatment and can only wait for death. To them, we are merely disposable pawns. Gu Nian, do you understand? If you truly have grievances, then go ahead, shoot me. Just please don't hurt her. Zhao Qing pressed the gun's muzzle against his own forehead. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Gu Nian smiled. He calmly lowered his gun and fixed his gaze on Zhao Qing, saying, "So, does this mean you're agreeing now, Black Hawk?" Upon hearing the name Black Hawk, Zhao Qing's face froze for a moment. He had not heard anyone call him that in a long, long time. Black Hawk was the nickname he had earned while working as a mercenary and part-time assassin overseas. Back then, he punished evil and promoted good, robbing the rich to help the poor, living life to the fullest. The contrast between that and his current state of being a stray dog was like two different worlds. Once a person has attachments and vulnerabilities, they lose the freedom to explore. Looking at Li Xiang'er in the back seat, he said softly, "I will help you complete this vulnerability, and then you will be invincible, becoming the true Black Hawk." Zhao Qing remained silent for a long time. Finally, he slowly spoke, his gaze flickering. "Aren't you afraid that I might kill you and claim a reward?" Upon hearing this, Gu Nian tilted his head and smiled at Zhao Qing. "Not afraid. Because in this lifetime, you will never be able to kill me." A modified Land Rover sped through the countryside under the cover of night. Zhao Qing immediately recognized that this vehicle belonged to the gang of Chao Wang. As Zhao Qing drove, he couldn't help but glance sideways. "Focus on driving and don't swerve," Gu Nian said, resting her head on the window ledge as she spoke slowly. After driving for a few hundred meters, Zhao Qing could no longer hold back. He slammed on the brakes and turned to face Gu Nian. "You have to answer me a few questions." Gu Nian's gaze lingered on Zhao Qing's face for a few seconds before she finally sighed. "Go ahead." "Why me?" Zhao Qing stared intently at the edges of Gu Nian's face, determined to see through her. In terms of social status, the Tian family is inferior to the Zhang and Ning families. Ning's Songcheng and Zhang's Zhaocheng have names that far exceed mine, so I don't understand why you would come to me. Gu Nian smiled slightly after hearing this and glanced back at Li Xiang'er. "Because your weakness is the most obvious and easiest to grasp." Zhao Qing rolled his eyes inwardly at her polite manner. "So you predicted I would be expelled by the Tian family from the start and waited specifically for me there, right?" Gu Nian curled her lips, but did not respond. Zhao Qing continued to murmur to himself, "Since you are so stingy with words, how about letting me analyze the reasons? You want to win me over simply because you value the connections I've built in Jianghai City over the years. Am I wrong? After all, while the Tian family may not be as high profile as the Ning family, they have still made a significant profit over the years. You want revenge on the Zhang and Ning families, so you need a helper, someone who can help you lay out a plan. And I, the one abandoned by the Tian family, happen to be intimately familiar with the security arrangements of the powerful in Jianghai City and know their exclusive internal communication channels and contacts. Thus, I am the most suitable person for you. Did I guess right?" After finishing his analysis, Zhao Qing looked at Gu Nian with expectation. To his surprise, Gu Nian shot him a mocking glance and said, "You really know how to flatter yourself." Zhao Qing pouted. That's not it. "So what is it then?" "Gu Nian, even though I'm currently down on my luck, I still have my principles. I can't collaborate with someone who doesn't understand the depth of the situation." Zhao Qing was clearly agitated. Gu Nian did not intend to tease him further and pulled out a small notebook from her coat pocket. "I saved you because of your wife, Li Xiang'er. You know my wife?" Zhao Qing was instantly taken aback, staring blankly as he took the notebook and opened it. It was a diary filled with scribbled words in a childlike handwriting. "July 9th. Weather clear today. The music teacher was ill, so a new substitute teacher came to sing for us. The new teacher said her name was Li Xiang'er. Ms. Li has long black hair and big beautiful eyes. Her singing is as lovely as a nightingale. I hope that when I grow up I can be like Ms. Li, pretty and a good singer. July 11th. A weather overcast today. Ms. Li taught us to sing a song called Farewell. While singing, she suddenly cried. We all comforted her, asking what was wrong. She shook her head and said she was moved by the lyrics. But I saw that Ms. Li's eyes looked very sad today. I guess it might be because she thought of someone from the lyrics. I really wish I could help her with her troubles. I really like Ms. Li. I wish she could always be my music teacher." "What is this?" Zhao Qing flipped through the diary, his expression increasingly shocked. This Ms. Li mentioned in the diary was none other than his wife Li Xiang. Before she fell ill, Li Xiang'er was indeed a music teacher. "This is my daughter, Yin Yin's diary." Gu Nian did not intend to hide anything and said straightforwardly, "Yin Yin doesn't usually talk much and chooses to write a lot in her diary. I stumbled upon this diary one day and noticed your wife's name appeared many times, so I thought Yin Yin must really like your wife." Gu Nian paused, her gaze flickering for a moment. "Since she expressed in the diary that she hopes your wife will always be her music teacher, I must fulfill her wish." After hearing Gu Nian's words, Zhao Qing was greatly shocked. He had imagined countless possibilities in his mind, but he never expected the truth to be so absurd and surreal. So I completely guessed wrong. For a moment Zhao Qing felt a strange sense of loss. It turned out he had been overly sentimental. She wasn't interested in his strength at all, but merely wanted to fulfill her daughter's wish. The dimness that flashed in Zhao Qing's eyes was keenly caught by Gu Nian. Gu Nian with a half-smile casually remarked, "Actually you're not entirely useless. Zhao Qing, the captain of the Zhang family's bodyguards, is your brother, right?" "Moi." Upon hearing Gu Nian mention Zhao Qing's name, Zhao Qing suddenly raised his head. "What do you want me to do?" Gu Nian took a deep breath, looking out through the car window with a distant gaze, her voice vague and unclear. "When my daughter had her incident, her phone recorded a video. In the video there were many people besides Ning Ruxue and Zhang Hao. There was another group of people. And that group is the real enemy I am looking for." After a pause, Gu Nian redirected her gaze, her eyes deeply fixed on Zhao Qing. From the voices in the video, it's clear that Zhang Hao was very cordial towards that group, indicating that their status is even higher than his. "I've tried many methods, but still haven't been able to identify that group. Their confidentiality level exceeds my imagination. I guess your brother should know who they are." As soon as Gu Nian mentioned this, Zhao Qing immediately caught on. "You want me to extract information from my brother?" Zhao Qing frowned. "Gu Nian, you're thinking too simply. Our industry requires absolute secrecy. Secrets must be taken to the grave. This concerns the Zhang family's core secrets. He will never tell me, even if we are biological brothers." Gu Nian, however, was unfazed. "Nothing is absolute. How do you know if you don't try?" Gu Nian leisurely lifted a military knife, her eyes half squinting, as she affectionately stroked the blade. "Besides, I have another faster shortcut." "Shortcut? Could it be that you want?" Zhao Qing started to say, but suddenly halted. He sensed a chill like that of a demon from hell in Gu Nian's eyes. Indeed, a person as certain and arrogant as Gu Nian would never rely solely on one person for hope. In Tonglu Town, Gu Nian pushed open the door to his daughter Gu Yinyan's room and gently walked in. Seeing Gu Nian return safely, Li Xiaomei finally felt the tension in her heart ease. However, before she could even smile, she noticed the unfamiliar man following Gu Nian and immediately stood up alert. "Nian, or who is he? Let me introduce him." Gu Nian turned slightly and spoke coolly. "Mom, this is Zhao Qing. From now on he will be responsible for protecting you and Yin Yin." Zhao Qing nodded gentlemanly at Li Xiaomei. After hearing Gu Nian's explanation, the hostility on Li Xiaomei's face finally softened, and her gaze shifted to the woman being cradled in Zhao Qing's arms. "And this lady is?" "This is Li Xianger, Zhao Qing's wife, and also Yin Yin's favorite teacher." Gu Nian finished speaking to himself, slowly walked to Gu Yinyan's bed, and gently brushed the hair from her forehead. "Yin Yin, Dad has brought your favorite teacher here. Would you like her to sing for you?" Gu Yin remained as silent as ever. "If you don't speak, you'll take it as a yes." Gu Nian held Gu Yinyan's pale little hands that hung at her sides against his face, his eyes brimming with tenderness. "With so many people who love you by your side, you can't leave Dad all alone. You need to wake up soon, okay?" After saying that, Gu Nian gently placed a kiss on Gu Yinyan's forehead. In that moment, Zhao Qing felt a sudden pang in his heart. He suddenly understood a bit of Gu Nian's obsession. Previously, he had been quite puzzled. The compensation offered by the Ning and Zhang families was enough for Gu Nian's entire family to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Gu Yinyan's condition was such that she was destined to lie in a hospital bed for a lifetime. The future was long. Logically, with that money, why not start anew, or at least enjoy the second half of life? Zhao Qing, however, could not understand why Gu Nian still chose such an extreme path of revenge, even to the point of going against the entire world. But now, seeing Gu Yinyan's frail body covered in sensors, relying on a respirator to survive, Zhao Qing suddenly understood. Not everyone was as selfish as he was. Some kill for money, while others take their own lives for love. And there is something inscribed in blood called strength for one's father. Witnessing such profound paternal love in Gu Nian, Zhao Qing felt a pang of shame. He smirked self-deprecatingly. Gu Nian was indeed an interesting person. Lost in thought, he had already fetched a folding bed from the corner and gently patted it after unfolding it. "Lay your wife down flat. Ooh, I'll check her first." "Check he." Zhao Qing momentarily failed to react. "What do you want to check?" Gu Nian didn't even lift his eyelids and replied calmly. "Naturally, to check your wife's condition." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qing's jaw nearly dropped. "Are you saying you can actually save my wife? Aren't you a programmer? How do you know medicine?" "Gu Nian, how much do I not know about you?" Zhao Qing was repeatedly shocked, his expression half incredulous, yet he obediently placed Li Xianger on the folding bed. "Stop with the nonsense, there's much you don't know. Now stand quietly to the side and don't move." After saying that, Gu Nian put on silicone gloves and a mask, carefully examining Li Xianger's current physical condition. The 7,000 yuan per injection miracle drug still had some effect. Li Xianger's condition had not worsened, and there was no significant sign of muscle atrophy. Her overall condition was relatively stable. "How much hope do you think there is, eh?" Zhao Qing asked dully. In truth, he didn't hold much hope for Gu Nian's medical skills. After all, he had taken Li Xianger to visit renowned doctors nationwide. Yet all of them shook their heads and sighed after examining Li Xianger, saying that they could only rely on the miracle drug to delay the onset of the disease, and that there was no other way. Everyone had told him that this disease was incurable and untreatable. He only agreed to Gu Nian because, like a drowning man, he was trying to grasp at any straw of hope. Unexpectedly, after Gu Nian's examination, he merely raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. "It's manageable." After saying that, he flipped through a drawer and pulled out an acupuncture kit. "You know traditional Chinese medicine?" "Yes," Gu Nian replied, gently picking up a silver needle. "Remember to help me hold her steady, and don't let her move." "You're overthinking it, she doesn't even have the strength to move." Zhao Qing mumbled, somewhat speechless. It seemed Gu Nian was also somewhat of a novice in medicine, not even understanding the symptoms of muscle weakness. Gu Nian couldn't be bothered to respond to Zhao Qing's skeptical gaze, slightly lowering his eyes. A clear diagram suddenly appeared in his mind. In the next moment, Gu Nian's eyes widened, focused, and energized as he began to insert the needles quickly. Starting needle Zhu, San Li, where qi and blood converge. Zhong Wan Qi Si. As the silver needles went deeper, Gu Nian could distinctly feel a faint flow of qi slowly moving within Li Xianger's body. Next is San Yin Jiao blood Si. As more and more silver needles were inserted, the flow of qi within Li Xianger became increasingly apparent. Gu Nian could even sense a strong resistance. Watching all of this, Zhao Qing went from skepticism to utter shock. He never expected Gu Nian to be so adept with his technique. It was simply breathtaking. He stood nearby, not daring to breathe, fearing to disturb Gu Nian's acupuncture. With the last needle pulled out, Li Xianger's body suddenly shook violently. Then her eyelids, which had always drooped due to muscle weakness, slowly began to lift. Soon after, Li Xianger raised her hand, as if searching for Zhao Qing. This. Zhao Qing swallowed hard, unable to articulate his excitement. Gu Nian had only performed acupuncture once, and Li Xianger's body had already shown such a noticeable change. He was simply a miraculous doctor. Zhao Qing rushed over and grasped Li Xianger's lifted hand, his emotions choking him. "Xianger, I'm right here." Li Xianger smiled at Zhao Qing, who, although her expression was hard to discern, her eyes reflected her joy and excitement. Gu Nian instinctively stepped back behind Zhao Qing. Watching Zhao Qing and Li Xianger's emotional, speechless expressions, Gu Nian couldn't help but smile. This acupuncture technique was not conjured out of thin air. The acupuncture method he had just used was derived from the long-lost ancient divine text, Ling Shu Xinzhen. This text contains special treatment methods for various difficult and complicated ailments. Among them, the cure for muscle weakness is found within this book. Unfortunately, in today's world, Western medicine is favored over traditional Chinese medicine, leading to the loss of such ancient texts and their dispersal abroad. This long-lost secret technique is now known only to Gu Nian. After Zhao Qing and Li Xianger had calmed down a bit, Gu Nian finally spoke slowly. "Now do you believe me?" "Yes, I believe." Zhao Qing had long abandoned his previous guarded attitude, completely dropping his defenses against Gu Nian. "In my life, I have never submitted to anyone, and you, Gu Nian, are the first. A man keeps his word." "I never do useless good deeds," Gu Nian said lightly. "Based on this treatment plan, it may take 2 months for your wife to stand up." "Only 2 months?" Zhao Qing's eyes lit up. He had waited 3 whole years for this day. Just 2 months, he could wait. However, seeing the half-finished expression on Gu Nian's face, Zhao Qing knew that this 2-month treatment would not be without cost, and there would surely be conditions waiting for him. "Speak up, what do you want me to do?" "As long as it doesn't harm my family, I can handle it for you," Zhao Qing asked straightforwardly. Gu Nian smiled indifferently. "I like your directness. I do have conditions, but what you need to do is very simple. Just find your brother, and share your grievances, and reminisce a bit. Just that simple." Zhao Qing was taken aback. "Just that simple?" Gu Nian nodded, his expression calm. "The meeting address is written here. Make sure to bring him to this place at 2 p.m. tomorrow." "What is this?" Zhao Qing furrowed his brows as he looked at the address Gu Nian handed over. "Isn't this my mother's house?" Seeing Zhao Qing's puzzled expression, Gu Nian smiled lightly. Now the entire Zhanghai city is on high alert. Someone as cautious as your brother wouldn't come unless he chose a place he is very familiar with. Zhao Qing took a deep breath, feeling even more respect for Gu Nian. This person's mind is terrifyingly meticulous. Given such reasoning, it seems he had already anticipated my current predicament long ago. "Alright, I can help you try, but what do you plan to do next?" Gu Nian smiled mysteriously. "Naturally, I will follow you to meet your brother." At Zhang's villa, Zhao Cheng looked at the invitation sent by Zhao Qing on his phone, with a slight hesitation between his brows. "Chenggu, are you troubled?" The bodyguard's deputy captain Xiang Yu walked over, patting Zhao Cheng's shoulder with concern. Zhao Cheng cleared his throat, pretending to casually tuck his phone back into his pocket, and said nonchalantly, "It's nothing, it's just that my mother hasn't been well lately, and my brother has gotten into some trouble. I'm a bit worried." "Is that true? Is it serious? Shouldn't you go back and check on her?" Zhao Qing's heart skipped a beat, but he still pretended to be in a difficult position. But the murderer hasn't been caught yet. If I leave at this critical moment, something might happen. Hey, Qinggu, you're just too sensitive. Xiang Yu laughed heartily, unconcerned. It's been so many days already. Not only has Zhang's security doubled, but every corner is also equipped with cameras, all without blind spots, patrolling 24 hours a day. It's so secure that even a mosquito can't fly in. Just go with peace of mind, Qinggu. Really? Really? Xiang Yu patted his own chest. Besides, you still have me here. You can rest assured and go, just make it quick and come back. The worry etched on Zhao Qing's brow finally relaxed. Thank you, Xiang Yu. We don't need to say these things, we're brothers. Zhao Qing nodded, walking out while instructing, I'll be back in an hour at most. If anything happens, make sure to inform me immediately. Got it. Xiang Yu waved. Until he saw Zhao Qing leave, Xiang Yu's warm expression suddenly collapsed. His eyes narrowed slightly as if pondering something. Zhao Qing sped along, quickly arriving at the dilapidated stairway house street in the urban village. After parking, Zhao Qing hurried toward home. The familiar sights and sounds made him feel nostalgic. He and Zhao Qing were on opposite sides. One served the Zhang family, while the other represented the Tian family. Despite being in the same city for so many years, the two brothers rarely returned home. The term filial piety was extremely ironic for these two brothers, especially now that everyone in Shanghai City was living in fear, with security intensified to unprecedented levels. He only slept 4 hours a day, and the tension in his mind was always taut. If it weren't for Zhao Qing's sudden invitation, he might have forgotten that his elderly mother still lived in this urban village. Creak. As Zhao Qing knocked on the door, it opened by itself before his hand even touched the panel. Zhao Qing peeked out, looking around before his gaze finally landed on Zhao Cheng. No one is following you, right? Don't worry. Zhao Cheng entered the room, flicking the dust off the door frame, and smiled lightly. My counter-surveillance assessment score was much higher than yours back then. Cut it out. Zhao Qing rolled his eyes and casually sat on the sofa. Mother is sleeping in the bedroom. Let's keep our voices down. Zhao Qing nodded and sat beside Zhao Qing. Just speak frankly, you suddenly came to find me. Is there something going on? After speaking, Zhao Cheng took out a cigarette from his pocket, intending to light it, but his gaze suddenly caught sight of his mother sleeping in the bedroom. Their mother couldn't tolerate even a whiff of smoke, and if she woke up to the lingering smell in the living room, she would surely start nagging again. His movement paused for a moment, and Zhao Cheng sighed, consciously replacing the cigarette with a lollipop. I was fired by the Tian family. You should already know about this, right? Zhao Qing said lightly, as if recounting someone else's story. I heard, but I was busy those days and couldn't find the time to look for you. Zhao Cheng turned to ask, what about your sister-in-law? How is she doing now? Zhao Qing's expression changed slightly as he swallowed before saying, not well. The Tian family just threw Xiang out of the hospital. You know her condition, the medical expenses are exorbitant. What? They just threw her out. Zhao Cheng was extremely furious. The Tian family is so heartless. After all, you've worked for them for 3 years. Zhao Qing forced a smile. Brother, do you think these people have the word emotion in their genes? In their eyes, there is only profit. After Zhao Qing finished speaking, both fell into silence. Now that I have no job, it's going to be difficult to come up with this medical fee. After a long while, Zhao Qing broke the silence, glancing at Zhao Cheng with a flicker in his eyes. Isn't the Zhang family increasing their security and hiring experienced personnel? Why don't you bring me in? This? Zhao Cheng was at a loss for words. It was clear that Zhao Qing's request put him in a difficult position. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he couldn't. If the Zhang family secretly took in someone discarded by the Tian family, wouldn't that be slapping the Tian family in the face? Anyone who engages in actions that jeopardize the unity of the upper class for profit will end up worse than Gu Nian. If that happens, not only would he be unable to help Zhao Qing, but even his own job might be at risk. Noticing Zhao Qing's silence, Zhao Qing was not angry. After all, he had never thought Zhao Qing would agree. His earlier words were merely a way to stall for time while playing the victim. Brother, I'm going to the bathroom. You don't need to make it so difficult for yourself. Zhao Qing said, getting up and heading to the restroom. He locked the door. Zhao Qing immediately took out his phone and messaged Gu Nian. Didn't you say you were going to meet Zhao Cheng? Why haven't you arrived yet? Previously, Gu Nian mentioned that to avoid drawing attention, they needed to act separately and finally regroup at Zhao Qing's mother's house. But now Zhao Cheng had been here for almost half an hour, and Gu Nian still hadn't arrived. It was indeed very strange. 5 minutes passed. There was still no response from Gu Nian. 10 minutes passed. Still nothing. Ah Qing, why have you been in the bathroom for so long? Suddenly, Zhao Qing's voice came from outside the door. Zhao Qing quickly pressed the flush button, attempting to appear calm as he replied. I might be a bit anxious lately, and my eating habits have been irregular, so my stomach has been hurting a little. Is that so? Zhao Qing's shadow was still reflected on the bathroom door, his tone carrying a hint of doubt as he stood at the door waiting for Zhao Qing. Creak, the door opened. Zhao Qing shook his hands coming out of the bathroom while clutching his stomach and grumbling. When a person is unlucky, nothing goes smoothly. I don't even know what I ate yesterday. Zhao Qing leaned against the doorframe, a smile that was not quite a smile on his face. Ah Qing, you used to eat raw meat and wouldn't get sick. Hearing this, Zhao Qing coughed lightly and forced a dry laugh. People change, brother. I can't compare to your carefree attitude. I have 2 mouths to feed. Zhao Qing's gaze swept over Zhao Qing's body with hidden meaning before he sat back down. Once we catch Gu Nian, he'll find a decent job for you. You might have to endure a bit during this time. As he spoke halfway, Zhao Qing's phone suddenly vibrated wildly. It was a call from Xiangyu. Zhao Qing's heart sank, and for the first time, he had an extremely bad premonition. He quickly pressed the answer button, and Xiangyu's frantic voice immediately came through the receiver. Chungo, hurry. Hurry back. Something bad has happened. At the same time, Zhao Qing's phone screen also popped up a message. I have arrived. Xiangyu's voice was extremely urgent, causing Zhao Qing's heart to skip a beat. It was over. The Zhang family must have encountered a grave incident. Qing, I must leave first. Take good care of our mother and younger siblings. If you need money, just tell me directly. But before Zhao Qing could finish, Zhao Cheng had already turned and rushed downstairs. Zhao Qing hurried to the window, anxiously peering down. He saw Zhao Cheng hurriedly getting into his new Mercedes, immediately gripping the steering wheel and flooring the accelerator, speeding away. Meanwhile, a dilapidated sedan swayed into the alley, brushing past the hurried Mercedes. Zhao Cheng glanced at the young man in the car, frowning slightly. However, there was no time for too much thought. He hesitated only for an instant on the accelerator before pouring on the power and heading towards the Zhang family. Zhao Cheng was completely gone. Gu Nian parked the car, rolled down the window, and waved to Zhao Qing, get in. Zhao Qing pouted, rushing down the stairs in 3 steps, at once diving into the old Santana. Why are you so late? Didn't you say you wanted to see my brother? Didn't we just see each other? Gu Nian smiled faintly. Let's head back. Your brother is probably quite busy now. What do you mean? Zhao Qing was taken aback. He saw Gu Nian slightly lift his chin towards the back seat. There's a distinguished guest in the car. We can't afford to neglect him. Zhao Qing turned around and was immediately dumbfounded. Lying in the back seat was a disheveled young man, eyes tightly shut, seemingly in a deep sleep. His limbs were tied behind his back and his mouth was taped shut. You actually... Zhao Qing was so shocked he could not utter a word for a long time. His heart raced with anxiety. Gu Nian had actually kidnapped Zhang Yida's son Zhang Hao. In shock, Zhao Qing finally realized he had been played by Gu Nian. So you said you wanted to see my brother, just to lure him out. Zhao Qing took a deep breath, trying to calm his anger. Your original plan was to use me to get Zhao Qing out, so the Zhang family's defenses would weaken, making it easier for you to strike elsewhere. You little rascal, you used me again. Zhao Qing said angrily. How can this be considered using? Gu Nian nonchalantly picked at his ears. I saved your wife, gave you a job opportunity, and even let you catch up with your brother. I'm such a good person. Moreover, Gu Nian suddenly leaned closer to Zhao Qing's ear, grinning wickedly. Now that the Zhang family's son is missing, and you just happen to have lured your brother out at this critical moment, do you think you can get away from this? Gu Nian's words struck right at Zhao Qing's heart. He was both angry and frustrated, knowing he had now boarded a pirate ship and could never clear his name. Your brother left his post without permission and is neglecting his duties. If the Zhang family wants to deal with him, there are countless ways to do so. Gu Nian's eyes playfully turned to Zhao Qing. If you really want to protect your brother, pray that you can extract some information from this kid. Zhao Qing fell completely silent. Gu Nian knew that Zhao Qing's inner defenses had been shattered and all escape routes had been sealed off. Li Xianger's life and death were in Gu Nian's hands, as was his brother's future. Now, regardless of his thoughts, the only option left was to cooperate with Gu Nian. After a long silence, Zhao Qing raised his head again, looking at the sleeping Zhang Hao in the rearview mirror. The hesitant and conflicted look in his eyes had vanished, replaced by endless ruthlessness and determination. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. This place is not suitable for long stays. Gu Nian finally smirked, pulled the handbrake, and floored the gas. The vehicle spun around 180 degrees on the spot and charged towards the alley exit. Zhang family villa. With no time to park in the garage, Zhao Cheng parked the car in the courtyard and immediately dashed into the villa. Just as he entered the hall, he bumped into Zhang Yida, who was descending the stairs surrounded by a group of police officers. Seeing Zhao Cheng arrive late, Zhang Yida's face twisted in anger. Smack! He rushed over and slapped Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng, do you still have the face to come back? If anything happens to my son, I'll make you pay. Zhao Cheng immediately stood frozen in place, lowering his head. Even though his face was burning with pain, he dared not make a sound. On the way here, his subordinates had already reported the general situation to him. Young Master Zhang Hao had been kidnapped. The criminals had overpowered the patrolling bodyguards and climbed in through the window to abduct Zhang Hao. And the person who kidnapped Zhang Hao was most likely Gu Nian, who had been elusive all along. Looking at Zhang Yida's eyes filled with a desire to tear him to pieces, Zhao Cheng now realized he had gotten himself into serious trouble. Brother Qing, isn't it a coincidence? For so many days the murderer hasn't shown up, and just after you left for a while he came. Xiang Yu followed behind Zhang Yida, his words dripping with sarcasm. It's almost as if someone tipped him off. Zhang Yida's expression darkened further upon hearing this. The one expelled from the Tian family. Is your brother right? You Zhao brothers are truly useless. From today on, Xiang Yu will replace you as the team leader. Listen to him. You better bring Howard back intact. Otherwise I won't spare any of the Zhao family. After Zhang Yida finished speaking, he angrily waved his sleeve and left. Zhao Cheng glared resentfully at Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu. Zhao Cheng looked at him with great disdain. The son of a privileged family, his skills were as useless as a soft-shelled shrimp, and besides playing with women using the identity of a bodyguard for the Zhang family, he had no other uses. He never imagined he would one day be subjected to such garbage. But the situation was urgent. Even if he felt extremely reluctant faced with his own dereliction of duty and Zhang Yida's formidable threat, Zhao Cheng had no choice but to temporarily submit. He wasn't afraid, but he couldn't drag his mother down with him. Brother Cheng, oh no, I should change how I address you now. Xiang Yu raised his eyebrows triumphantly. I'll call you old Zhao from now on, it feels more affectionate. Zhao Cheng kept a cold face, not wanting to give any more of his attention to this petty person who played tricks. Get out of the way. Zhao Cheng forcefully pushed past Xiang Yu's shoulder and walked towards the second floor. Zhao Cheng Yu. Xiang Yu was furious, blowing up his nose and glaring. You can act tough now, but I'm the captain now. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. Zhao Cheng entered Zhang Hao's bedroom. After a quick glance, he furrowed his brow, feeling very confused. The arrangement in the room was neat with no signs of a struggle. Only the bedding on the bed had some wrinkles. The carpet on the floor had some curls, and there were obvious friction marks on the windowsill. Zhang Hao was already 12 or 13 years old. How could there be no signs of a struggle at all? As Zhao Cheng was puzzled, he suddenly noticed a flash of reflection peeking out from under the bed. He picked it up to take a look. It was actually a syringe. Zhao Cheng held it under his nose, leaned in to sniff, and immediately understood. It's a tranquilizer. Zhao Cheng's expression darkened. This was a premeditated kidnapping, well prepared, not a spuro-themid act. The murderer must have calculated that he would be away from the Zhang family during this time, taking advantage of the opportunity to strike. At that moment, Zhao Cheng recalled what Xiang Yu had just said. But as soon as the thought arose, Zhao Cheng shook his head, immediately dismissing his speculation. That was his brother who had fought alongside him through thick and thin. He could never believe Xiang Yu's instigation. Zhao Cheng, weary in both body and mind, turned restlessly to his own room. He pulled out his phone and dialed Zhao Cheng, only to find no answer. A growing shadow of doubt clouded his heart as he recalled the 10 minutes his younger brother spent in the restroom and the evasive look in his eyes upon emerging. Zhao Cheng's heart sank even deeper. Cheng, what are you hiding from me? He murmured, his gaze drifting toward the window. Meanwhile, Zhao Cheng had already switched his phone to airplane mode. The two, avoiding surveillance, circled back to Tonglu town. Zhao Cheng carried Zhang Hao and followed Gu Nian to a warehouse. Gu Nian used wire to tightly bind Zhang Hao to a concrete pillar, then handed Zhao Cheng a bucket of cold water, which was suddenly poured over Zhang Hao's head with a loud splash. The icy chill caused Zhang Hao to shiver violently. Seeing signs of awakening, Gu Nian curled the corners of his lips. Then with a sharp slap struck Zhang Hao's face. The sting burned fiercely, water dripping from his drenched hair, his eyes flickering as he finally regained full consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, Zhang Hao found himself stared at by a young man and the Tian family bodyguard, Zhao Cheng, their gazes as fierce as wolves. You, what are you doing? Zhang Hao struggled, only to realize he was tightly bound to the pillar with wire. Zhao Cheng, you dare kidnap me? Do you believe I'll have my father expel all of you from Jianghai City? Zhao Cheng rolled his eyes contemptuously. This son of the Zhang family was truly foolish. At this stage he still couldn't discern who the real culprit was, yet remained so arrogant. Gu Nian clicked his tongue, squatted down mockingly, and fixed Zhang Hao's face. Look at me. You're. Zhang Hao began, but his words froze as he stared at Gu Nian's face. A sudden chill ran through Zhang Hao's heart. He had heard rumors that Gu Nian's father Gu Nian possessed the art of disguise. He had transformed himself into the appearance of a young man. Looking upon the face so strikingly similar to Gu Nian's, Zhang Hao felt his blood retreat and a cold sweat creep down to his feet. Earlier he had been lying comfortably in bed watching a beautiful woman in black silk dance, while lavishly tipping her, when suddenly someone covered his head with a needle and injected him. The next moment, everything went black and he lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself here. He never expected Gu Nian to bypass the layers of security at the Zhang family alone and brazenly bind him here, in this desolate place. Zhang Hao was utterly terrified now. His sharp tongue turned to stammering, his chin trembling, as he said, Gu Nian, what do you want? If you want money, my father will give it to you. Any amount. We can negotiate. Zhang Hao grew more agitated, craning his neck to shout at Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng, what are you standing there for? This is Gu Nian. Capturing him would be a great achievement. Hurry up. Help me get rid of him, and my father will give you whatever amount you desire. 50 million. 100 million. Please save me. Zhang Hao's eyes reddened as he frantically tempted Zhao Cheng. Gu Nian smiled slightly and glanced back at Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing immediately understood and turned to leave. Not long after he returned holding a pair of pliers from somewhere. Gu Nian took the pliers and lightly patted Zhang Hao's flushed face. Stop struggling, young Master Zhang. Zhao Qing is now on my side, you won't persuade him otherwise. Wanna live? I'm not without mercy. You only need to answer a few questions. Gu Nian said this, then switched on his phone and pressed the record button. Sweat seeped from Zhang Hao's forehead, mingling with water droplets hanging from his trembling eyelashes. He looked fearfully at the pliers in Gu Nian's hand and at the phone, nervously asking, what do you want to do? I will never say. Before he could finish, a piercing scream escaped his lips. Gu Nian's tone was calm, each word cold enough to make even Zhao Qing's heart tremble. He was truly a ruthless man who feared nothing. After all, this man before them was the sole heir of the powerful Zhang family in Shanghai City. For years, many of Shanghai's influential figures had exploited the Zhang family's network to send their children away while conveniently laundering money through their connections. The powerful's interests were tightly interwoven, and the Zhang family held leverage over nearly all of them. Therefore, these influential figures always showed some courtesy to Zhang Hao in private, never pushing matters too far to avoid burning bridges. Yet Gu Nian's gaze clearly held murderous intent. Zhang Hao howled in pain, his former bravado vanished, his trembling shoulders sagging, speaking through a missing tooth. With frantic desperation, I'll say anything you ask. Who were the people bullying my daughter that day? Gu Nian asked coldly, posing the first question. Hearing this, Zhang Hao's expression shifted abruptly. He hesitated, then murmured, it was. Meaning Ruxue, the twins De Chong and Er Chong, who often followed me, and Shuaxian. De Chong and Er Chong. Gu Nian recalled instantly these were the twin fat brothers from the Zhou family, their combined weight surely over 400 jin. The murderous gleam in Gu Nian's eyes threatened to overflow, his grip tightening on the pliers as he took deep breaths to restrain his rising fury. Besides them, who else? Zhang Hao had not expected Gu Nian to continue questioning, his eyes immediately panicked. There's no one else. His gaze flickered nervously as he swallowed hard. Such petty tricks could not escape Gu Nian's notice. It seems you didn't heed what I said earlier. I'll ask you again, who else was involved? Gu Nian's patience was wearing thin. Think carefully before you answer. My daughter recorded a video in which you were heard calling someone and saying they were already on the way. Who are they? Gu Nian shook the pliers before Zhang Hao's eyes. If you do not tell the truth this time, the cost will be all your teeth. It's not that I won't speak, I just can't. Zhang Hao completely broke down, bloodshot eyes wild and disheveled, utterly humiliated. 3. No. Please. His pupils dilated sharply. Gu Nian's voice felt like a death countdown. 2. Let me think. Quickly. 1. No, I'll tell you. It's the Fan family. The grandson of Master Fan. Master Fan. Zhao Qing reacted before Gu Nian, his face instantly draining of color. He strode forward, seized Zhang Hao's blood-soaked collar and demanded, the Master Fan you mentioned. Surely you mean Fan Guangwei, former party secretary of Shanghai City. Yes, exactly. Zhang Hao's nod turned Zhao Qing deathly pale. This was a catastrophe beyond reckoning. His heart leapt into his throat. No wonder Zhang Hao had refused, under threat of death, to reveal the power behind him. The entanglement ran far deeper, weaving through layers of vested interests. Only someone of such stature could reduce Zhang family, one of Shanghai City's two most entrenched local powers, to trembling fear. It was Fan Sheng who told me he'd grown bored of Shanghai City entirely and wanted something fresh, so I let him come. Zhang Hao grew increasingly agitated. But even if I tell you now that Fan Sheng arrived with 3 others, what then? Can you touch him? Dare you touch him? For a moment, Zhao Qing faltered. Master Fan, Fan Guangwei, former party secretary of Shanghai City. During his tenure, Shanghai's GDP soared. Notably, the Zhang and Ning families rose meteorically, merging, acquiring, and ascending to become among China's top 50 enterprises and Shanghai's largest taxpayers. Of course, these were merely the sanitized entries from official encyclopedias. Zhao Qing had only glimpsed Fan Guangwei once, while accompanying Tian Guoshan to an elite wine-tasting gala. Fan wore a textbook-perfect smile, moved with polished grace, and strode toward the VIP section, flanked by a throng of industrialists. Though fleeting, that glance seared itself into Zhao Qing's memory, not for the smile nor the bearing, but for the eyes. To meet his gaze was to feel utterly transparent, penetrating, unnerving. Now, hearing the name spoken aloud, Zhao Qing's own eyes flickered with doubt. Zhang Hao, sensing a lifeline, seized the moment. I nearly forgot. You know Master Fan's methods, don't you? Cross him, and every one of you will pay dearly. If you truly grasp the gravity, release me at once. Gu Nian. Zhao Qing swallowed hard and turned to him. What do we do now? He is no ordinary man. Gu Nian's gaze turned glacial, so cold it made the air shiver. Zhang Hao's words did not intimidate him. Instead, his expression deepened into inscrutable stillness. Clutching the pliers tightly in his hand, he spoke quietly. I care nothing for what title he bears. I only know this when even the Son of Heaven breaks the law, he stands equal before justice. Then his eyes returned unwavering to Zhang Hao. One final question. Where does this Fan Xing usually appear? Yi's live house. When idle we all go there. Zhang Hao bowed, his head, voice dwindling. Blood loss and emotional strain had blurred his thoughts, leaving his mind fogged and heavy. Excellent. Gu Nian lightly tapped the record end button, then idly twisted a damp strand of Zhang Hao's hair between his fingers. Time to escort this distinguished guest home. Yi's live house, the most renowned bar in Jianghai City. Its minimum per person spending stood at 5,000 yuan, membership-only entry erected, an almost impenetrable barrier against ordinary citizens. Those admitted were invariably heirs to immense wealth or power, signs of privilege. A valet, hands outstretched, accepted the Lamborghini keys tossed by a bald, sunglasses-clad man in shimmering sequin suit, and bowed deeply as he hurried toward the vehicle. The vast parking lot brimmed with luxury sedans, custom-modified supercars, and rare imports. Occasionally heavily made-up influencers and socialites leaned artfully against hoods or fenders, snapping selfies with gleaming emblems, then posting them on Xiaoshu to flaunt their access. A long queue already snaked before the entrance. 6 impassive bodyguards, each over 185 meters tall, methodically verified identities one by one. Every night brought countless attempts to sneak in. After all, tips here were counted in tens of thousands. Even a single evening inside might yield windfalls beyond imagination. To safeguard Yi's exclusivity, no stranger gained entry without a personal referral. All newcomers underwent rigorous financial vetting, just as the valet parked the Lamborghini and prepared to slip inside through the rear entrance. He froze mid-step, his gaze locked onto something ahead, far down the driveway. In that instant, his spine turned to ice. Ghost! A ghost! His shrill cry drew the attention of a cluster of wealthy scions gathered near the entrance. All turned following his pointing finger, and screamed in unison, their cries tearing through the night. My God! Blood, it's blood! There, crawling slowly toward Yi's on broken limbs, lay a figure drenched head to toe in crimson. Unrecognizable, barely human. At the name, the guard's mind short-circuited. Zhang Hao. Zizhang, young master. Stammering, he stared, disbelief twisting his features. He simply could not reconcile the flamboyant air, the sole scion of Zhang Education Group, famed for million yuan nights of revelry, with this grotesque, flayed, branded, pitiful old man writhing before him. Help! Help! Seeing people arrive, Zhang Hao abandoned all dignity, whispering hoarsely. Yet the word "me" never left his lips. His strength had bled away completely. His hand strained upward one last time, then collapsed lifelessly. His body still motionless. Someone, call for help. It's the Zhang, young master. Call the Zhang family immediately. Lift him quickly. Only then did the crowd snap out of their shock, frantically summoning an ambulance and notifying the Zhang family, rushing the near lifeless Zhang Hao to Rennes Hospital. Though ostensibly a private medical facility reserved exclusively for the elite by the Ning family, Rennes Hospital secretly held substantial shares owned by the Zhang family. Its physicians were world-renowned experts, each bearing titles such as Academician of the Chinese Academy of Medical Sciences. Merely securing an appointment with any one of them cost several thousand yuan. Zhang Yida arrived in haste, flanked by a phalanx of grim-faced bodyguards, the atmosphere chilling to absolute zero. The moment he laid eyes on his son, Zhang Yida sucked in a sharp, icy breath. Upon entering the consultation room, he found every expert standing in solemn silence, heads bowed, speechless. What has happened to my son? Zhang Yida could barely contain his fury, his lips twitched violently. You all boast of unparalleled medical mastery, yet now you stand mute like fools. Rennes Hospital's director Qin Chuan spoke nervously. Mr. Zhang, your son's condition is far graver than we anticipated. Zhang Yida's entire face convulsed, his skin ravaged by necrosis, his features grotesquely disfigured, suffering multiple systemic complications and rendered irreversibly emasculated. Each word from Qin Chuan struck like a blade against his fraying nerves. Gu Nian. Zhang Yida was on the verge of madness. He seethed with hatred. He had deployed an elite security force, hundreds of handpicked professionals, to shield his son from even the faintest harm. Yet that very team, costing him tens of millions, had been effortlessly outwitted by a single middle-aged man. They were utterly worthless. With a thunderous slap, crack, Zhang Yida whirled and struck Xiang Yu across the face with brutal force. Xiang Yu staggered backward, collapsing to the floor, blood welling at the corner of his mouth. Still unsatisfied, Zhang Yida pointed venomously at Xiang Yu, and behind him, Zhao Cheng, recently demoted. You and you. His voice boomed like a storm. My son lies broken because of you incompetence. Hundreds under your command, and yet you cannot apprehend one man. What use are you? His tone hardened, resonant with unassailable authority. You know full well what weight my word carries in Jianghai City. I grant you 1 week, no more. If Gu Nian is not brought before me by then, every one of you and your wives and daughters will vanish from Jianghai City, erased without trace." His shriek tore through the air, raw and hysterical. Zhao Cheng trembled, inwardly chilled to the bone. He had served the Zhang family for years, yet never witnessed Zhang Yida so utterly unhinged. Even Zhao Cheng himself was baffled. Jianghai City was compact, tightly controlled. Yet despite joint operations among several powerful factions, they had scoured the entire metropolis without uncovering a single trace of Gu Nian. Yet Gu Nian moved with uncanny precision, evading every urban surveillance camera, entering and exiting freely, as if gliding through shadows. Elusive as an eel in mud, slippery, tenacious, impossible to grasp. Gu Nian. The name escaped Zhang Yida's clenched teeth, each syllable ground into grit. "I will seize you myself, then flay you alive, strip your tendons, carve your flesh, so you may taste inch by inch the agony you inflicted upon Zhang Hao." With that he turned, eyes burning crimson, and swept a merciless gaze over the assembled physicians, his demeanor sterner than ever before. "You will save my son, by any means necessary. Should he live, you live. Should he perish within these walls, your wealth, your prestige, your very futures, all shall crumble to dust." His knuckles whitened as his fists clenched, his decree absolute, irrevocable. Director Qin Chuan hesitated, unwilling to shoulder such catastrophic liability. For decades he had practiced medicine, confronting countless rare and perplexing maladies, but never had he encountered such calculated, savage cruelty as Gu Nian's. Zhang Hao's injuries were catastrophic, his vital signs sustained solely by life support machinery and gastric tubes. Even Hua Tuo reborn would find no remedy here. Should death occur under his watch, his fortune and his legacy would collapse in ruin. Neck-taut, eyes darting shrewdly, Qin Chuan devised a stratagem. Suddenly he smacked his palm and feigned revelation. "Mr. Zhang, I recall something. There's a burn specialist in the Ministry of National Defense, renowned, retired, but perhaps still reachable. If we enlist him, salvation may yet be possible." His true intent was clear: transfer Zhang Hao elsewhere, anywhere, so long as he did not die beneath Renan's roof. Whoever assumed responsibility mattered little, so long as the corpse did not stain Renan's reputation. Hearing this, Zhang Yida's brow lifted slightly, his rage momentarily tempered. "Then what are you waiting for? Fetch him now." But Qin Chuan spread his hands, feigning helplessness. "It isn't that I won't try, Mr. Zhang. This man is fiercely proud. Ordinary entreaties hold no sway over him. And having stepped back from frontline service, he's become even harder to locate." Zhang Yida erupted anew. "I want no excuses. Dig 3 fathoms deep if you must, but bring him to me. My son's life outweighs everything else." Seeing Zhang Yida fully ensnared, Qin Chuan exhaled inwardly in relief, then unveiled his true plan. "There is in fact someone who might reach him, though men of our station dare not presume to approach him directly." "Oh, who?" Qin Chuan leaned close, voice dropping to a whisper. "The benevolent Lord Fan, the esteemed Secretary Fan." At the name Secretary Fan, Zhang Yida's face paled instantly. "Dare you suggest involving Lord Fan?" "No, Mr. Zhang, I mean no disrespect," Qin Chuan protested earnestly. "You may not know this, but the specialist and Lord Fan were lifelong friends. Peers from the same era, one devoted to medicine, the other to governance. Their bond runs deep, though it has remained entirely confidential." Zhang Yida recoiled inwardly, astounded. He had known Lord Fan for years, yet never heard of this man. "What is his name?" Qin Chuan paused thoughtfully, then replied, "Fu Wen. We respectfully call him Elder Fu. Fu Wen, Old Fu." Zhang Yida narrowed his eyes, seemingly pondering Qin Chuan's words. After a while he sighed, and reopened his eyes, retracting the anger from before, revealing a sense of helplessness. "It seems I have no choice but to go in person." An hour later, a black Audi A8 slowly emerged from Rana Hospital, heading out of the city. After nearly 2 hours of driving, the car finally parked at an outdoor parking lot of a 5A scenic area. This is the only area near Jianghai City that has been rated as a National 5A scenic spot, Phoenix Mountain. It is located over 100 kilometers from the downtown area of Jianghai, combining mountains, water forests, waterfalls, and stones, with a uniquely stunning natural landscape that is greatly loved by the locals. Every weekend people flock here to hike, making it one of the most renowned attractions in Jianghai City. After Zhang Yida parked the car in the scenic area, he did not get out immediately, but raised his hand to check the time on his wrist. Then his fingers lightly tapped on his knee, seemingly waiting for something. About 5 minutes later, a black Mercedes-Benz business MPV slowly approached Zhang Yida. Seeing the MPV coming through the window, Zhang Yida got out and quickly darted under the black umbrella held by the driver, making a sudden leap into the slightly open door of the business MPV. Bang! Accompanied by a decisive sound of the door closing. The MPV only slowed down for a moment before immediately turning around and heading down a concealed path. The road the MPV took was completely opposite to the hiking route chosen by ordinary citizens. This road appeared to be overgrown with weeds, as if it had never been developed by anyone. Although Zhang Yida had been there many times, he had always been picked up by someone from that side. To this day, he still did not know how to navigate this path. The sound of leaves brushing against the car windows lasted for about 10 minutes. In the next moment, the chaotic jungle on both sides suddenly vanished. In its place was a vast, neat lawn, and on the lawn stood a massive palace. The palace combines both Chinese and Western styles, covering approximately 400 square meters. On the outer stone columns of the palace, a sign with black letters on a white background hung, Student Practice Base of Xingyao Technology Academy. Mr. Zhang, please this way. The driver slightly bent over and gestured for Zhang Yida to enter. Zhang Yida took a hurried glance at the sign outside the palace, his eyes flickering before stepping inside. The palace's structure was entirely symmetrical, with a total of 8 large buildings, 16 entrance halls, each connected to different rooms, where one could easily get lost if not careful. Zhang Yida hurriedly followed the driver, not daring to pause for a moment. Finally, the driver passed through the last entrance hall and stopped under a white door standing about 5 meters tall. Mr. Zhang, please. After the driver spoke, he lifted the door lock beside him and aimed the camera at his eye. Iris recognition successful. Door opened with a heavy creaking sound. The door swung open. Zhang Yida took a deep breath, adjusted his appearance one last time, and confirming there were no issues, slowly walked inside. He saw an elderly man in a tang suit with silver hair, facing away from him, leisurely selecting tea cakes. You're here? Yes, Master Fan. Zhang Yida swallowed hard, sitting down on a nearby sofa, his expression somewhat reserved. Compared to the violent state of the morning, he seemed like a different person. Master Fan walked over with a smile, raising 2 different tea cakes in his hands, asking, the one in my left hand is Doyun Maojian, and the one on the right is Xinyang Maojian. Which one do you prefer? Zhang Yida knew nothing about tea, but since Master Fan had asked him directly, he could only muster his courage and point randomly. I suppose the one on the right. Hearing this, Master Fan's smile deepened. As expected of an outstanding private entrepreneur selected by me, your taste is indeed commendable. He lifted the tea cake Zhang Yida had chosen, casually remarking, this Maojian blue sky jade leaf costs 1.5 million per kilogram. 1.5 million. Zhang Yida couldn't help but widen his eyes, staring at the small thin tea cake in Fan Guangwai's hand. What about the one on the left? He couldn't help but ask. That one. It's just a common product. Master Fan shrugged nonchalantly, about 6.0 per kilogram. For a moment, Zhang Yida was at a loss for words. Seeing Zhang Yida speechless, Master Fan didn't pay much attention, instead breaking off a small piece of tea cake and starting a series of tea brewing processes at the tea table. The $1 million surround sound system mounted on the wall gradually played the song Moonlight over the second spring. Xiao Zhang, Master Fan's movements for brewing tea were slow, his tone neither heavy nor light. I recently saw some unfavorable public opinions regarding the Zhang and Ning families. Are you aware of these comments? As he finished the last word, Master Fan's gaze fell lightly on Zhang Yida, making him feel as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Master Fan, I've already dealt with all those public opinions. We've privately warned and negotiated with all the relevant parties, and their social media accounts are all being monitored in real time. The online discourse has been controlled, and there won't be any new rumors. That's best, Master Fan replied, returning his gaze to the teacup, his expression calm. Remember, although an ant hole is small, it can still breach a dam. Zhang Yida nodded, hesitating for a long time, finally steeling himself to say, Master Fan, there's actually one more thing I came to discuss with you. I know. Master Fan poured tea into a fairness cup, his face showing no fluctuation of emotion. You came for your son, right? That's right. Zhang Yida could no longer contain himself, looking worried as he said, Master Fan, you know our Zhang family's loyalty to you. The root of all this, in fact, my son Howard was also taking the fall for your grandson Fan Sheng. If I could do it all over again, I wouldn't let my son step out of the door, even if it meant breaking his legs. But now it's too late to say these things. That girl's father has completely targeted us, and my son is in such a state it's worse than death. Master Fan, considering all I've done for you, I implore you to persuade old Fu to save my son. After speaking, Zhang Yida was about to kneel down. Unexpectedly, Master Fan's expression darkened, and he slammed the teacup down on the table. Enough, stop right there. He stood up with a cold expression, looking down at Zhang Yida, his words carrying an undeniable pressure. Zhang Yida, do you remember those 2 tea cakes I showed you earlier? Both are Maojian, yet they differ in price by more than double. What do you think is the crux of the issue? Zhang Yida was taken aback. I don't quite understand. Master Fan took a deep breath, looking at him with profound eyes. It lies in their place of origin. Although to the world they are both rare treasures, there is still a distinction in value between rarity and rarity. After speaking, Master Fan gently sipped his tea and said lightly, let me emphasize one last time, my grandson Fan Sheng never appeared in the warehouse that night, nor did he ever meet your son or know any girl with the surname Gu. Do you understand? I understand. Zhang Yida's voice was very soft, his head bowed, tightly gritting his back teeth, his gaze flickering with ambiguous light. Upon hearing Zhang Yida's response, Master Fan's expression finally softened a bit, his tone returning to the warmth it had when he first entered. As soon as I learned that your son was in trouble, I had already contacted old Fu. He should be on a plane to Shanghai City by now. Really? A hint of joy flickered across Zhang Yida's face. But before the joy could fully bloom, the next sentence from Fan Guangwei extinguished the flames of excitement in his heart. Speaking of my grandson, it reminds me of something. Fan Yi spoke with an air of nonchalance. I plan to have Fan Shen go abroad early next month to get familiar with the environment over there. What do you think? Fan Yi's eyes slightly raised with a smile, seemingly inquiring of Zhang Yida. Going abroad early. Zhang Yida felt a wave of despair within. Is this a consultation? This is clearly a notification. Isn't this a classic case of burning the bridge after crossing it? He wants to make his own son a scapegoat, allowing the Fan family's grandson to slip away cleanly from the turmoil in Shanghai City. Fan Yi's scorching gaze fixed intently on Zhang Yida. Is there a problem? Zhang Yida sighed, forcing a smile that was more of a grimace. No. No problem, just a small matter. Then how much tuition does young Master Fan plan to take this time? Not much, 6 billion. In that instant, Zhang Yida nearly spat out his tea. Fan Yi, are you sure? Fan Yi casually sipped his tea, nodding with a smile in his eyes. It's just a child going abroad to buy a few things and make some investments. Isn't that normal? Ashing only brings a bit more than an ordinary student. It shouldn't be too difficult, right? Fan Yi doing it all at once might be a bit challenging. No rush. Fan Yi waved his hand, speaking with calm assurance. The study abroad period is long, we can take our time. Zhang Yida was left utterly speechless. 60 billion in dirty money. A slight misstep could lead to immense risk. Even though Zhang Yida was in the business of fame and fortune, acting as a white glove for these powerful figures, domestically managing to clean up such a large sum of money in a short time was indeed a significant challenge for him. Fan Guangwei seemed to see through Zhang Yida's worries, reminding him with a sly smile, speaking of which, doesn't the Zhang family's charity foundation donate to several Hope primary schools every year? Has this year's school location been decided? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yida's back instantly went cold. Fan Yi, the location hasn't been approved yet. Is that so? Fan Yi raised an eyebrow, then picked up a phone, walked to the window, and made a call. In just a few minutes, Fan Yi hung up the phone and walked over, looking relaxed. The location is sorted. Zhang Yida was well aware that Fan Yi's influence spread throughout the entire internal network. For ordinary citizens, this little matter might take forever to get approved, but someone of Fan Yi's stature, like Fan Guangwei, could resolve it with just a phone call. Since he took action, there has never been a case where it didn't succeed. Yet being with such a person was akin to being with a tiger. Zhang Yida understood that Fan Guangwei never did charitable acts for free. Behind every good deed lay a corresponding price and conditions. As expected, Fan Yi raised his gaze calmly, his tone gentle. Isn't the purpose of establishing schools to cultivate talent? We can choose a few good talents from here to accompany Asheng abroad. Fan Yi paused before adding lightly, remember, they must be female. Zhang Yida naturally understood the implication of Fan Yi's words. Gritting his teeth, he took a deep breath. In the face of his son's life and the Zhang family's future, he had no choice. Yes, Fan Yi. Upon hearing Zhang Yida's response, Fan Yi finally nodded in satisfaction, his eyes subtly raised. Drink up, the tea is getting cold. Zhang Yida swallowed hard, forcing a dry smile as he lifted the teacup and gulped it down in one go. The bitter taste spread in his mouth, sliding down his throat into his stomach, making Zhang Yida's expression even more pained. Well, Fan Yi, since Lao Fu is arriving in Shanghai City, soon I will send someone to pick him up. I won't disturb your elegance. Fan Yi raised his eyes slightly and let out a faint hum through his nose. Go ahead. Watching the towering white wooden door close again, a weary-looking young man walked out from the adjacent room with an unhappy expression. Grandpa, you didn't bring me here just to listen to you scold people, did you? Fan Sheng flicked the stray hair off his forehead disdainfully. Fan Guangwei looked at him sternly, completely retracting his smile. If I hadn't had someone bring you here, your current situation would probably be no better than that of the Zhang family's boy. How is that possible? Fan Sheng didn't believe it at all. I have the elite guards you arranged for me with me, 247, and isn't my dad still in the Public Security Bureau? Who would dare touch me in Shanghai City? You are simply too reckless. Fan Guangwei's gaze darkened, his tone growing heavier. Although the Zhang family's security is not as good as mine, they are still hired overseas mercenaries, people who have seen blood on the battlefield. Such a watertight security system in front of this Gu is like a piece of paper easily breached. This person's intent is all too clear: revenge. Zhang Hao is a person who bullies the weak and fears the strong. After being so severely injured, he will surely expose you. We are still unaware of how much the Gu knows about us, and with the enemy in the dark and us in the light, it's better to take the initiative and eliminate the danger at its root. Fan Sheng fell silent for a moment. Grandpa, is it really that serious? He's just an ordinary person. That Gu Nian at school has been bullied by so many people, not even daring to make a sound. What power could he possibly have? He's just a weakling. I haven't had enough fun domestically yet, I don't want to go abroad so soon. Foreign girls aren't as fun as those back home. Fan Sheng mumbled the last part, nearly driving Fan Guangwei mad with anger. You. He pointed angrily at Fan Sheng, exasperated. Do you really think I'm sending you abroad to have fun? That's absurd. You are no longer just representing yourself, Fan Sheng. The future of the Fan family rests on your shoulders. If anything happens to you, it concerns the entire Fan family's interests. Jianghai City is bound to stir up an unprecedented storm of blood and gore. I can't let you be in the midst of it. During this time you will stay here, obediently reflect on your temperament, and don't think about going anywhere. Grandpa. Fan Sheng was extremely displeased, but Fan Guangwei ignored his objections and walked straight out the door, signaling the guards nearby, who immediately understood and pressed the button to close the door. The guards here were all personally selected by Fan Guangwei, elites among elites, far surpassing the Zhao family brothers. Sheng, I can only put you through this. As long as you don't let Gu Nian find you within this month, the Fan family will be safe. Fan Guangwei murmured lightly as he walked outside. Only after leaving the room did Zhang Yida's anxious heart finally settle down a bit. Old Fu would arrive at Jianghai International Airport in an hour, and Zhang Yida had already arranged for Xiang Yu and Zhao Cheng to wait at the airport to ensure Fu Wen's safe arrival at the hospital. Although the purpose of this trip could be considered barely achieved, Fan Guangwei still forced these dirty matters onto himself, knowing full well that he wouldn't have the time or energy to be distracted with his son's serious situation. At this critical moment, he handed over such a hard nut to crack. This is not trust, but a warning. A warning to the Zhang family, and even more so, a warning to Zhang Yida himself. It made him realize that they were all in the same boat. One's glory was shared by all, and one's losses were shared by all. There was absolutely no room for the foolish thought of self-sabotage. Lost in thought, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a call from his secretary. What is it? Zhang Dong. You should return to the school. Something has happened. Zhang Yida's heart tightened. Damn it, why do troubles keep coming one after another? Do they want me to stop breathing too? What exactly happened? The secretary, in a panicked tone, replied, the parents of the students have all stormed into the school demanding forced leave. The students who are requesting leave and those skipping classes have created absolute chaos. What? Are these people out of their minds? Zhang Yida clenched his phone tightly, furrowing his brows. Why are they suddenly all demanding forced leave? Because. The secretary hesitated for a moment before finally revealing the real reason. Because your son Zhang Hao. That video of Zhang Hao bleeding all over and crawling on the ground was filmed by many people from different angles and has gone viral online. Zhang Yida's teeth almost ground together. Good news never leaves the house, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. After hanging up, he immediately called Xiang Yu. The call connected quickly. The sound of wind and chaos came through the receiver. Xiang Yu thought Zhang Yida was calling to inquire about their situation, so without waiting for Zhang Yida to speak, he took the initiative to boast. Zhang Dong, don't worry, I have already picked up old Fu, and he is currently on the way to Renau Hospital. Where is Zhao Cheng? Zhang Yida asked straightforwardly. Zhao Cheng. Xiang Yu was taken aback. He didn't expect Zhang Yida to not be asking about Fu Wen's situation. He glanced at Zhao Cheng, who had remained silent in the front passenger seat, and unhappily handed the phone over. Zhang Dong is looking for you. A hint of surprise flashed through Zhao Cheng's eyes, but he obediently took the phone. Hello Zhang Dong, I'm here. There are many malicious speculations about my son's condition circulating online, which have already affected the normal operations of the school. You need to handle this matter quickly. But Old Fu has me personally accompanying him. Whether you are there or not, what difference does it make? Hurry up and take care of this. I don't want to see anything related to my son again, understood? Zhang Yida said with displeasure. Got it, I will handle it right away. Zhao Cheng handed the phone back to Xiang Yu and coldly said, pull over, I need to go to another place. Xiang Yu sulkily pulled the car to the side, his gaze fixed on Zhao Cheng as he got out of the car. If it weren't for Old Fu sitting in the back seat, he would have definitely wanted to give Zhao Cheng a hard time. Does he think he is so important? Who is he showing off to? Does he think completing Zhang Dong's task will restore his position? Ridiculous. Xiang Yu muttered darkly, and then restarted the car, continuing toward Renau Hospital. Renau Road, at the intersection. This was a newly built urban road, and the greenery and streetlights on both sides had not yet been fully installed, so it had not been officially put into use. On the empty roadside, a modified Land Rover was parked. The driver wore a black cap and a black mask, leisurely staring at the time displayed on the car's screen. We've been here for almost 3 hours. Who are we waiting for? Zhao Qing's, but was about to numb from sitting. Sitting in this desolate place for 3 hours with no place nearby, even to buy water, and his phone was almost out of battery from playing on it. You'll find out once they arrive. Gu Nian smiled, suddenly shifting her gaze and inexplicably asking, do you like racing? Racing? Zhao Qing didn't understand why Gu Nian suddenly asked this, but he still thought about it carefully before shaking his head. I've experienced racing abroad, and it's indeed thrilling, but as one gets older the bolder they were, and after having a family, it's even less so. You have a family too, right? You should understand what I'm saying. Gu Nian tilted her head, but did not respond. Instead, she threw out a second question with an ambiguous expression. If you were given a second life, would you cherish it? A second life? Zhao Qing was even more confused. I haven't even finished living my first life, and you want me to think about a second one? Isn't that a bit premature? Just as he finished speaking, the time on the screen jumped to 3:15. Gu Nian curled her lips, grasped the steering wheel, and glanced at Zhao Qing, who was playing mahjong on his phone. It's time to work. Buckle up, this time it'll take you on a free ride. Zhao Qing hurriedly put away his phone and fastened his seatbelt, his expression one of complete bewilderment, unaware of what was about to happen. What are you going to have me experience? A sudden and intense sensation of being pushed back caused Zhao Qing's body to jerk back fiercely. The roaring sound in his ears made him swallow what he was about to say. Safety. Pay attention to safety. Zhao Qing gripped the seatbelt with one hand and the handle with the other, his eyes wide with fear as he looked at the speedometer. 140. Are you insane? Is this going to be a street race? Gu Nian's car was flying like a shadow on the urban road. Suddenly a black sedan came speeding toward them. Slow down. There's a car ahead. Zhao Qing's heart was racing. But Gu Nian showed no signs of slowing down. Her eyes narrowed slightly, calmly looking ahead, her grip on the steering wheel tightening. Hold on tight. The other vehicle sensed something was wrong and began honking furiously. But Gu Nian's foot did not ease up at all. A hint of madness flashed in her eyes, growing more intense. Just when the two cars were less than 100 meters apart, Gu Nian suddenly slammed down on the accelerator. Bang! The sound of the collision between the two cars echoed through the sky. The driver's seat of the sedan was almost crushed into a pancake with a bloodied human shape stuck inside. Although the Land Rover was also severely damaged due to the modifications made to the front bumper, the extent of its damage was far less than that of the sedan. Zhao Qing's head slammed heavily into the airbag. After a bout of dizziness, he finally managed to lift his head, only to discover that Gu Nian was already gone. Zhao Qing took a deep breath. As his vision gradually sharpened, he shook his dazed head, reached for the car door handle, and pulled. The door refused to budge. Under the force of the violent impact, the latch had warped beyond recognition. At last he scrambled awkwardly out of the wreckage, bracing himself upright with trembling palms. The instant his hands met the coarse, gritty ground, a surge of suffocating frustration ignited within him. Gu Nian, get out here, now. Silence answered, until a faint rustling stirred the nearby grass. Only then did Gu Nian slowly rise from the underbrush. Zhao Qing swept his gaze over him and noticed multiple abrasions marring his skin. You jumped, he snapped, voice edged with irritation. Gu Nian curled a faint, indifferent smile and glanced down at the scrape on his elbow. Trivial. What matters is the task is done. So your idea of helping is dragging me straight into death. Zhao Qing's face darkened as he fixed Gu Nian with a cold, unblinking stare. Before him stood a youth of 18, pale, composed, deceptively innocent, whose delicate features betrayed nothing of the twisted, bloodthirsty soul coiled beneath. Relax. If I sought death, I'd choose far more expendable companions. Gu Nian's smile flickered, half amused, half enigmatic, as he pointed ahead. I'm here to make you rich. He strode confidently toward the shattered wreck of the sedan, eyebrows lifting with quiet triumph. Don't underestimate this heap of metal. The cargo inside is worth 10 billion. 10 billion. The flame of Zhao Qing's fury was instantly smothered by the staggering figure. Limping, he followed Gu Nian's trail and froze before the driver's seat. His pupils contracted violently at the sight, a grotesquely mangled, unrecognizable face fused with torn flesh and twisted bone. Xiang Yu, deputy captain of the Zhang family's security detail. Zhao Qing's mind reeled. This? Gu Nian, you struck the Zhang family's vehicle? Seems your eyes need recalibrating. Gu Nian teased, yanking the rear door open with a sharp, decisive motion, revealing an elderly man slumped lifelessly outward, collapsing heavily into Gu Nian's waiting arms. Xiang Yu, crushed beyond salvage in the driver's seat, was dead on impact. Fu Wen lay unconscious in the back, his frail, desiccated frame trembling on the edge of oblivion. Gu Nian lifted him out and conducted a swift, meticulous full-body assessment. Every organ remained intact, no internal trauma or contusion marred his frame. Aside from mild swelling where his forehead had struck the airbag, his physical condition was essentially unharmed. A faint, knowing smile curved Gu Nian's lips. Exactly as calculated. He had deliberately decelerated to the threshold of control just before impact, and angled the car precisely, ensuring the overwhelming majority of collision force would concentrate upon the driver's seat alone. Thus, injury severity diverged drastically between front and rear seats, lethal precision for the driver, maximum preservation for the passenger. Fu Wen's unconsciousness stemmed not from trauma but from acute shock, a sudden, overwhelming surge of adrenaline overwhelming an aged physiology. Such cases required little more than intravenous glucose, or in dire straits, 2 sharp slaps to the cheeks. Gu Nian laid Fu Wen gently onto the earth, then lifted his gaze to Zhao Qing. Call your beloved elder brother, now. His tone was calm matter-of-fact. Tell the Zhangs their physician's life rests in your hands. 10 billion. Cash, by deadline. Or we cut him loose. Oh, huh. Zhao Qing uttered a hollow automatic "oh," then blinked stunned-mouth agape, as if swallowing an egg whole. Why me again? And why must I threaten my own brother? His expression twisted with bafflement and resistance. His suspicion hardened. Gu Nian hadn't hired him as a tutor for some daughter, but as a scapegoat. Because they'll believe you more readily. Gu Nian stated it plainly. You were cast out by the Tian family, unable to afford exorbitant medical bills. So you turned to your brother, only to be ignored. Your bond shattered. Desperate cornered, you seized Fu Doctor's life to extort 10 billion from the Zhangs. Doesn't that narrative hold water? Gu Nian murmured satisfied, letting out a soft appreciative tsk. It's pure fabrication, logical fallacy dressed as truth. Zhao Qing protested, weakly, voice thin and unconvincing. Who knows what game you're playing? The rarest medicine imaginable, Gu Nian replied, patting Fu Wen's shoulder. Cooperate. Play your part flawlessly, and the 10 billion splits evenly. Think of it, no more guarding doors. Your entire family, freed, secure, unburdened, for the rest of your days. Gu Nian extended his hand. Zhao Qing stared at it, eyes flickering with indecision, rooted motionless where he stood. Gu Nian withdrew his hand, chuckling low. TSK, 10 billion yuan, and still you hesitate. Zhao Qing turned his head away with feigned disdain, yet inwardly his resolve warred violently. Damn it, he'd been utterly disarmed. Every instinct screamed caution, yet Gu Nian's words resonated with chilling precision. What about my brother? Zhao Qing voiced his lingering dread. He refused to entangle Zhao Cheng in this. Do you wish him to serve the Zhangs forever, as a nameless obedient dog pointing where they command? Or would you rather both break free, unshackled, wealthy, truly free? Choose wisely. It was undeniable. Gu Nian wielded persuasion like a master artisan. Freedom, the very ideal Zhao Qing and Zhao Cheng had chased all their lives, had somehow ensnared them tighter with every step forward. Zhao Qing's lips twitched. His gaze locked onto Gu Nian's. You truly seek only 10 billion from the Zhangs? He demanded one final verification. No hidden agendas. No trap where I end up taking the fall. Ha ha ha. Gu Nian laughed amused. A single snakebite makes one fear ropes for 10 years. Rest assured, I guarantee you won't see the inside of a cell. That vow carried no weight whatsoever. Stop hovering. Call now. Time's slipping. Gu Nian checked his watch. He jammed surveillance for only 2 hours, and less than 30 minutes remained. Zhao Qing grimaced, finally pulling out his phone and scrolling to Zhao Qing's contact. After rehearsing the script in his mind a dozen times, he pressed dial. A brief ring, then a weathered, weary voice filled the line. Hey Qing, what's wrong now? Zhao Qing glanced at Gu Nian, who watched him unwavering, unblinking. A prickling chill raced down Zhao Qing's spine. He stepped several paces away, cleared his throat, and let his voice harden glacial. Xiang Yu is dead. Nonsense. Xiang Yu is just, he's dead. I killed him. Before Zhao Cheng could react, Zhao Qing laid it bare, cold, unflinching. Qing. Zhao Cheng nearly choked on the words. Do you grasp what you've just said? I do, Zhao Qing replied, voice stripped of warmth. Utterly alien to the brother Zhao Qing knew. Zhao Cheng had nearly reached the gates of Qingting International School. At Zhao Qing's words, he slammed the brakes, tires screeching, then pulled sharply to the curb, jaw, clenched face storm dark. That offhand taunt Xiang Yu had tossed earlier, it had curdled into prophecy. His own brother had done it. Zhao Cheng drew a slow, steadying breath. And the passenger? Is he also? Fu Doctor is unharmed, Zhao Qing cut in, shaking his head. Just shaken. Rest will restore him. He paused, then spoke with deliberate gravity. Brother, I need you to deliver a message to Chairman Zhang. If he wishes to save his son's last lifeline, he must wire 10 billion, immediately. Zhao Qing's eyes flicked to Gu Nian, who raised 2 fingers. Instantly Zhao Qing added 48 hours. Not a minute longer. He leaned closer to the phone, voice dropping to a razor's edge. Zhang Hao needs time more than anyone. The sooner he pays, the sooner Fu Doctor walks free. Zhao Qing. Zhao Cheng roared, raw with disbelief. What happened to you? The question pierced Zhao Qing's chest, not with anger, but with a sudden searing ache. His brow furrowed faintly. Exactly what you people drove me to become. When have I ever forced you? Zhao Cheng exploded. The Zhangs are my employers. You want me to tell them my own brother has kidnapped their son's sole physician? Is there anything more absurd in this world? You'd have me betray my employer, turn my back on everything, to become another rootless stray just like you. Is that your idea of justice? Zhao Qing recoiled, silenced mid-protest. Words welled. Bitter, wounded, but lodged choking in his throat. Gu Nian rose smoothly, strolled forward, plucked the still-connected phone from Zhao Qing's hand, and ended the call with a single decisive tap. What? Zhao Qing blinked startled. Wasn't you who told me to say that? Gu Nian didn't look up, fingers flying across the screen, then lifted his gaze calm and knowing. Sometimes less is infinitely more. He handed back the phone. Here, this is the account. Send it to him. His gaze softened almost imperceptibly as he noted Zhao Qing's greasy hair and the deep shadows beneath his eyes. Go home. Be with your wife. The rest, I'll perform. Zhao Qing stared at his phone, emotions churning within him. The next moment Zhao Qing sent over an unfamiliar bank account number. Instantly a surge of fury welled up inside Zhao Qing, and he dialed back without hesitation. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently switched off. Damn it. Zhao Qing muttered under his breath, cursing softly. He could never have imagined that barely half an hour after leaving such a massive incident would erupt. This was already the second time. Wait, second time. Zhao Qing suddenly froze, his body rigid. A chilling suspicion surfaced unbidden. Could his younger brother, Zhao Qing, possibly be with Gu Nian? The thought struck him like lightning. So violently, it left him breathless. No, impossible. The Tian family had sworn to annihilate Gu Nian. They had even offered a nationwide bounty of 20 million yuan for Gu Nian's capture, and Zhao Qing himself had deployed numerous personnel daily to track Gu Nian down. I've truly lost my wits from all this anger, Zhao Qing said wryly, realizing he'd grown too accustomed to reading wish-fulfillment novels. In real life, mortal enemies could never become allies. After calming himself, Zhao Qing turned course and headed toward Renan Hospital. On the SVP floor, Zhang Yida, dressed in sterile surgical attire, sat inside a clean room, gazing intently at Zhang Hao, whose frail body lay entangled in tubes and monitors, awaiting the arrival of Master Fu with anxious anticipation. Zhao Qing knocked lightly on the door and nodded respectfully toward Zhang Yida. Moments later, Zhang Yida stepped out. What brings you here? Has the school matter been resolved so quickly? His tone carried genuine surprise. Zhao Qing's throat bobbed as he shook his head gravely. No, Mr. Zhang, I haven't addressed the school issue yet. I'm here to report something far more urgent. Seeing the sweat glistening across Zhao Qing's brow, Zhang Yida felt an inexplicable jolt in his chest. Speak. Master Fu has been taken. Zhang Yida shot upright, instantly striding forward and seizing Zhao Qing by the collar, his voice thunderous. What do you mean, taken? Didn't Xiang Yu accompany him? How could anything go wrong? Xiang Yu is dead. Master Fu is now held captive, and the kidnapper demands. Zhang Yida's temples throbbed violently, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He clenched his molars, forcing each word through gritted teeth. Demands what? Demands. Zhao Qing swallowed hard, hesitated, then finally confessed. 10 billion yuan transferred to his designated account, in exchange for Master Fu's release. Dream on. A raw, visceral curse exploded from Zhang Yida's lips. He could bear it no longer. The pent-up rage threatened to suffocate him. Murderous intent flared in his eyes, his face darkened into an abyss of cold fury. Through clenched teeth he snarled. How could Gu Nian possibly know about Master Fu? Only a handful of doctors, and you and I knew. No, this kidnapper isn't Gu Nian. Not Gu Nian. Zhang Yida paused, voice sharpening. If not him, then who? It's my younger brother, Zhao Qing. Zhang Yida's mind reeled violently. Say that again. Who is the kidnapper? My younger brother, Zhao Qing. Knowing full well how implausible it sounded, Zhao Qing rushed to clarify. Mr. Zhang, I realize this sounds unbelievable, but I swear I never disclosed a single word to him. Slap. Zhang Yida's open palm cracked across Zhao Qing's face. Zhao Qing's head snapped sideways. Ringing filled his ears, stars bursting before his eyes. Zhang Yida's jaw trembled, his voice ragged. Do you honestly think anyone would believe that? I've been fatally careless, nurturing a tiger right beside me. Seize him now. Before Zhao Qing could utter another word, black-clad security guards surged forward. He dodged too late. A stun baton slammed viciously into his lower back. Instantly his limbs went slack. He collapsed, paralyzed. Gazing down at Zhao Qing, mouth agape, struggling futilely to rise. Zhang Yida's eyes blazed with savage contempt. His wife owed her access to those life-saving drugs entirely to us. And yet, not only does he show no gratitude, but now he dares to snap like a cornered dog. I wonder, what will he choose, 10 billion yuan, or his own flesh and blood? Take him away, lock him up. Zhao Qing let out a hollow inward laugh. Zhao Qing was no longer the brother he once knew. To reach this point, he must have steeled himself to lose everything. Even kinship meant nothing anymore. Take him down now. Yes, sir. Like discarded refuse, Zhao Qing was hauled away. As he brushed past Zhang Yida, he rasped one final strained sentence. Mr. Zhang. He says you have only 48 hours before he executes Master Fu. The words barely left his lips, and darkness swallowed Zhao Qing whole. Zhang Yida stood trembling, not with fear, but with volcanic wrath. One trusted lieutenant dead, another a traitor. The Zhang family now faced its most perilous crisis yet. Gu Nian alone had been difficult enough to contain. Yet now out of nowhere a new adversary had emerged, crushing the sole hope of saving his son. Zhang Yida's fury burned white-hot. The Tian family, utterly incompetent, accomplishing nothing but disaster. They couldn't even handle a single bodyguard cleanly. If incompetence were grounds for dismissal, they should have fired him long ago. Instead, they'd driven an innocent man's wife and child to the brink of ruin. Everyone knew the Zhao brothers were blunt, stubborn men. Push them too far, and no act would be beyond them. And now, this brazen extortionist demand 10 billion yuan. Zhang Yida turned slowly toward the hospital room where Zhang Hao lay, and his expression hardened. His son was running out of time. Worse still, Master Fu served Fan Yi, a figure whose favor could not be jeopardized. Only one recourse remained: Fan Yi himself. Zhang Yida's gaze flickered, then settled. After a brief pause, he lifted the phone and dialed Fan Yi's number. Phoenix Mountain Starlight Technical Academy Student Practice Base. Fan Guangwei stood motionless before a 9-meter-high floor-to-ceiling window, his silhouette stark against the sunlit garden where groundskeepers trimmed lawns with quiet precision. He already knew of Master Fu Wen's abduction. Zhang Yida had informed him moments earlier. "Fu Wen, your life carries an astonishing price," he murmured into the air, voice devoid of warmth. Then he strode to his desk, opened a drawer, retrieved an old pager, and placed a call. The line connected swiftly. "Hello." A deep, resonant male voice answered. "Fu Wen has been abducted, taken en route from Jianghai International Airport to Rennan Hospital." Fan Guangwei spoke coldly. "Dispatch one team to scour that entire route. Simultaneously assign another to trace the kidnapper's recent movements." "Do you know who the kidnapper is?" The man paused. "Yes, Zhao Qing, formerly employed as a bodyguard for the Tian family. Appears dismissed, and now consumed by vengeance. But don't underestimate him. Fu Wen must not be harmed. You understand?" "Understood." A beat of silence. Then the voice asked again, quieter this time, "How is a Sheng?" Fan Guangwei's reply was icy. "What concern is that of yours here? Focus on the mission." "Understood." After hanging up, Fan Jinping stared unblinking at his phone screen, his eyes turning glacial. He picked up the landline on his desk and dialed an internal number with swift, decisive urgency. "Immediately deploy 2 squads from Rennan Criminal Investigation Brigade to locate one individual." "Who?" "Master Fu Wen, the preeminent authority in medicine, has been kidnapped. Begin searching now. Every inch, from Jianghai International Airport to Rennan Hospital, must be combed. Leave nothing overlooked." The officer on the other end instantly grasped the gravity. His voice rose sharply, resolute and unwavering. "Yes, Director. The Rennan Criminal Police Division is part of the Jianghai City Public Security System." Division Chief Wan Shao hung up the phone with Fan Jinping, and the smile on his face vanished instantly. He strode to the office door and shouted sternly, "Old Lian, Old Huang, come in here." Everyone fell silent in an instant. The lively atmosphere dissipated completely. 2 middle-aged men in leather jackets jumped at the shout, hastily shifting their butts off the desk they were sitting at. The two exchanged glances, puzzled by Division Chief Wan Shao's sudden outburst, and without a moment's delay hurried into his office. "I have an urgent matter to assign to you now," Wan Shao said directly as they entered. "Chief, what's the urgency?" Wan Shao glanced at the pairs of curious eyes peering from the office door, his gaze sharpening. Everyone immediately felt the chill and retreated quietly. Wan Shao waved his hand lightly, saying, "Old Lian, close the office door. The fewer people who know about this, the better." Lian Yinhong was a bit puzzled, but still turned to close the office door. "Old Lian, Old Huang," Wan Shao's gaze flitted between the 2 men. "There's been a new development. I need you to deploy some additional personnel to handle this matter." Wan Shao paused briefly before continuing. "A kidnapping case just occurred. The victim is a luminary in the medical field, Old Fu Wen, and the kidnappers are demanding a ransom of 1 billion from the Zhang family." "What a—" Lian Yinhong and Huang Dakuai were left dumbfounded. "Who did this?" According to reports, it was a dismissed bodyguard from the Tian family named Zhao Qing. "I remember you two had some dealings with him before." Zhao Qing, Lian Yinhong, and Huang Dakuai thought for a moment, and suddenly recalled. "I remember his wife seemed to be suffering from some illness and needed a huge sum of money." Lian Yinhong frowned in thought. Could it be that after being dismissed he lost his source of income and couldn't afford the exorbitant medical fees, leading him to choose such an extreme method? But that doesn't make sense. Huang Dakuai's face was filled with shock and confusion. Wasn't it the Tian family that fired him? Why would they be involved in kidnapping Old Fu? Luan Shao shot him a glare. "Enough. Stop making wild guesses. The situation is urgent. The kidnappers only gave us 2 days. I don't have time to listen to you babble about trivial matters." The two were left speechless, shrinking their necks and pouting in silence. Luan Shao redirected the conversation. "You two immediately dispatch some personnel from groups 1 and 2 to start investigating and make sure to determine Zhao Qing's location as soon as possible." "But," Lian Yunhong's face was filled with worry, "all our people are currently tied up with those tongue-cutting cases, and the Zhang family's case. We've already been burning the midnight oil for several nights. We even brought the interns to the scene, We really can't spare anyone. You must find a way to spare someone. I want you to draft recruits from the team if necessary to get this done. The three exchanged glances, and the atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Suddenly Huang Dakuai slapped his palm, as if recalling something, and his eyes lit up. Hey old Lian, I just remembered, didn't your team coordinate someone from the tech department? This is perfect, we can draft him. Huang Dakuai signaled excitedly. Lian Yinhong was taken aback for a moment, then quickly shook his head. No, that won't work, that person is just a keyboard warrior. How could he have any experience with this? Plus he just joined, he's still a rookie. What's wrong with being a rookie? Who isn't a newcomer at some point? As long as they wear a police uniform it's all the same. Huang Dakuai cheekily winked at Luan Xiao. I'm not wrong, right, Chief? Luan Xiao sighed, speechless. Forget it, let's not involve the tech department. They're all a bunch of stubborn idiots. How about this? I'll apply to the higher-ups right now to have them send a few people from other divisions over, but you both remember this matter must be conducted in secrecy. Absolutely no. Report. I want to go. A sudden bright voice interrupted Luan Xiao. The three turned around abruptly and discovered that the office door had been opened at some point and a young man stood at the entrance. The previous words had come from this young man. Who allowed you to come in? This is outrageous. Get out of here. Lian Yunhong scolded angrily and made as if to shove the young man out. However, the young man dodged Lian Yunhong's shove and resolutely and quickly approached Division Chief Luan Xiao, opening the notebook he had prepared in advance. Chief Luan, this is the technical analysis I did based on the video provided by the Tian family earlier. Lian Yunhong clenched his jaw, his eyes almost bulging with anger. What do you think you're doing? If you keep this up, I swear I'll give you a disciplinary action. He then forcibly tried to drag the young man out. Wait a moment. Luan Xiao raised a hand, halting Lian Yunhong's actions, his gaze falling meaningfully on the young man. Continue speaking. With the chief's permission, the young man gained more confidence and spoke with a slightly excited tone. After technical processing, the Tian family mistakenly believed that the video featuring Gu Nian was an AI face swapping of the deceased Chao Wang. The video was sent from Chao Wang's phone to Zhao Qing, who then forwarded it to the Tian family. I extracted all the IP addresses of one-way uploaded videos in Shanghai City, focusing primarily on those around 150 megabytes that were uploaded around 3:30 p.m. In the end, I locked in these locations. The young man turned the notebook screen towards Luan Xiao. The screen displayed a map of Shanghai City with 5 locations circled in red. Based on the above filtering criteria, I selected 11 locations in total. These spots are the most likely areas after excluding all other factors. Luan Xiao looked in shock at the places marked on the screen. Huayuanzu, Xiangling Town, Shatangang Town, Wenxing Town, Tonglu Town. He murmured the circled locations, his gaze darting between the young man and the screen several times. Finally, Luan Xiao crossed his arms and leisurely raised his gaze to the young man. What's your name? Shun Zhaowen, the expert from the tech department that old Huang mentioned. Lian Yunhong answered first. Good, Luan Xiao said, his eyes filled with undisguised approval. Shun Zhaowen, you did well. You'll accompany old Lian and the others on this mission. Yes. Shun Zhaowen straightened with excitement and saluted Luan Xiao. As the three left the office, Lian Yunhong couldn't help but vent his anger at Shun Zhaowen. Do you have any idea how many people are involved in this matter? You just joined and already dreaming of accolades. Isn't that a bit too eager? If something goes wrong, how will I explain it to your mother? Lian Yunhong was worried. Shun Zhaowen was the son of his cousin Shufang. Ever since Shufang learned that Shun Zhaowen became a police officer and was assigned to Lian Yunhong's team, she rushed over with bags of local specialties from hundreds of kilometers away, constantly reminding him to take care of her son. Lian Yunhong never expected that this guy would be so eager to please. Don't worry, Captain Lian, I won't get into trouble easily. Shun Zhaowen patted his chest confidently. It's just a kidnapping case. Can it be more troublesome than Gu Nian? 2 days is more than enough. Lian Yunhong looked at Shun Zhaowen's confident demeanor, feeling a deep sense of frustration. Young people, they often think too simply. Luan Xiao quickly sought instructions from his superiors. Soon the support team arrived. Lian Yunhong and Huang Dakuai immediately divided their tasks. Shun Zhaowen followed Lian Yunhong's team to retrieve the surveillance footage, while Huang Dakuai took Luan Xiao to bring a group of brothers to the scene for inspection. Just a moment ago, the traffic enforcement brothers sent Lian Yunhong the surveillance data from before and after an accident. The accident occurred around 4 hours ago, exactly on the small road between Shanghai City's International Airport and Rena Hospital. Only one deceased was found at the scene. After identity verification, it was confirmed to be Zhang Jia's newly appointed bodyguard, Captain Xiang Yu. Make sure to examine it closely, not a single detail can be overlooked. Lian Yunhong instructed Shun Zhaowen, holding a stack of Zhao Qing's materials and occasionally glancing up. Shun Zhaowen nodded beside him, his gaze fixed on the surveillance footage. Lian Yunhong observed Shun Zhaowen's serious expression, momentarily lost in thought. The fervent, earnest look in his eyes was strikingly reminiscent of his own past self. Lian, there's a problem with the surveillance. It had been dull for several hours. Suddenly Shen Jiawen spoke up, pointing at the footage on the screen. The surveillance time is missing the 2 hours from 3 to 5 in the afternoon. Lien Yunhong leaned in sharply, taking the mouse to scrub through the surveillance timeline. Indeed, 2 hours were missing. The surveillance has been tampered with. Shen Jiawen stared at the footage, tilting his head with a hint of confusion. Lien, from what you know about Zhao Qing, is he computer savvy? Who knows? Lien Yunhong sighed helplessly. At the time, due to the incident involving the Tian family's daughter, Captain Luan asked me to share the case files with their group, and we coordinated several searches together. After that, we had little contact. What do you think of Zhao Qing as a person? Upon hearing this, Lien Yunhong pondered for a moment before succinctly replying, decent skills. That's it. What more do you want? Lien Yunhong lightly knocked Shen Jiawen's head, saying with mild irritation, cases require evidence. Are you treating me like a criminal here? Before he could finish his admonishment, Lien Yunhong's phone rang. It was Huang Dakuai calling. He quickly pressed the answer button. Did you find anything at the scene, Lao Huang? An altered Land Rover, a Mercedes-Benz. The scene matches what I sent you. This road hasn't officially opened to the public yet, so there are no eyewitnesses present. We extracted a palm print from the ground, which belongs to Zhao Qing. There are obvious drag marks next to the car, likely where the kidnapper dragged Fu Wen out. Listening to Huang Dakuai's words, Lien Yunhong fell into deep thought. In addition, we have an unexpected discovery. Huang Dakuai's tone shifted, becoming somewhat heavy. There is a strong possibility that a third person was also present at the scene, and this person is likely Gu Nian. What did you say? Lien Yunhong immediately straightened up, his face filled with shock. Are you saying Zhao Qing teamed up with him? We can't rule out that possibility now, Huang Dakuai replied. Because this Land Rover was the car driven by the deceased Chao Wang, and we even found Chao Wang's driver's license in the back seat. Upon hearing this, Lien Yunhong's heart sank. Once Gu Nian was involved, the nature would be entirely different. This meant it was not simply a kidnapping case, but rather a serial case with strong ties to previous incidents. Why is he involved again? Lien Yunhong gritted his teeth, and seeing the change in his expression, Shen Jiawen quickly asked, Lien, are you alright? Lien Yunhong waved his hand, sighing as he spoke. It's nothing, just that a possible trace of a third person was found at the scene. It seems this surveillance won't yield much either. You've been watching for a while, take a break. The third person, is it Gu Nian? Shen Jiawen asked softly. Lien Yunhong was momentarily taken aback, turning to look at Shen Jiawen. Why do you think it would be him? Shen Jiawen replied, no particular reason, just a hunch. Because before the incident with his daughter, Gu Nian was a key technical staff member at the Panshir Group, and manipulating surveillance like this would be a piece of cake for him. There is currently no definitive evidence, but it is indeed very likely to be Gu Nian. Lien Yunhong no longer concealed his thoughts, stating, we are pressed for time, the hostage is in great danger, and the kidnappers may very well execute them. We must find him quickly. In that case, why not take a gamble? Shen Jiawen said solemnly, since the third person behind it is likely Gu Nian, we should conduct a thorough search right now. He pointed at the 5 locations he had previously circled on the computer screen. It seems we have never checked these places. That's because the places you circled are completely devoid of any medical facilities. Gu Nian's daughter is a vegetative state. Hiding there is no different from removing her from life support. Lien Yunhong helplessly pointed at one of the red circles. For example, this Tonglu town has been abandoned for over a decade. Let alone medical facilities, there are no utilities or networks. How could Gu Nian, not a god, possibly live there with his family? How would you know unless you search? Shen Jiawen insisted, remaining undeterred. Forget it, I won't argue with you about this. Just follow the evidence in your investigation and don't waste police resources with daydreaming. Lien Yunhong shook his head and left the room, no longer paying attention to the stubborn youth. Shen Jiawen clenched his fists, his chest rising and falling, as if he was suppressing some inner emotion. I will personally ensure you are caught, I will not let you harm anyone else. He silently vowed, unconsciously grasping a necklace hidden in his clothes. Inside the necklace was a photo of him and Zhang Yida. Lien Yunhong emerged from the small room, returning to his seat, yet he couldn't help but glance back at the door of the small room. He saw the door tightly shut, and Shen Jiawen had yet to come out. What a stubborn one! How will this be resolved in the future? He shook his head helplessly, then self-deprecatingly curled his lips. He is indeed like me. He murmured, memories of the past flooding back. Like him, Shen Jiawen was born in a poor small village, Changshu Village. Changshu Village, Changshu Village. Just as its name suggests, this small village with a population of less than 200 has produced many centenarians. But longevity was not necessarily a good thing for such a resource-deprived, impoverished village. Here, besides the elderly, there were only left behind children, the old were old, and the young were young, while the outside world had evolved into one where machines took jobs from people, yet this place remained stuck in its primitive lifestyle. Until one day, many construction teams suddenly arrived near the village, claiming that a charitable foundation had chosen Changshu Village to build a Hope primary school. This news was like a glimmer of light cast into a dry well. Everyone eagerly awaited the smooth completion of the Hope Primary School. However, by the time Lien Yunhong was taken away by his parents to attend school in the neighboring town, the Hope Primary School in the village still had not been completed. 10 years later, Lien Yunhong transitioned from a police officer to a criminal investigator assigned to the Rena Criminal Police Team. Meanwhile, his cousin married someone from the village, became pregnant, and started a breeding business. Perhaps heaven had finally opened its eyes. When Shen Jiawen was 8 years old, the Hope Primary School was finally completed and inaugurated. Shen Jiawen also became one of the first students of that school. Every new year, when Lien Yunhong returned home in his police uniform, he could see the envious look in Shen Jiawen's eyes. "Uncle, I want to be a police officer too and earn a lot of money." Lien Yunhong, hearing this, couldn't help but laugh and cry. "These two things you mentioned may not be achievable at the same time. You can only choose one." Shen Jiawen looked gloomy after hearing this. After much deliberation, he raised his head and looked at Lien Yunhong with utmost seriousness. "Then I choose to be like you, a police officer serving the people." Lien Yunhong was momentarily at a loss for words, his expression somewhat awkward. He awkwardly grabbed the necklace hanging from Shen Jiawen's neck and pretended to be curious, asking, "What is this? What are you doing? Don't touch my things." Shen Jiawen frowned and snatched the necklace back, blowing on it like a treasure, his eyes filled with affection. This was given by the school to outstanding students at the end of the term. Inside is a photo of me with the honorary principal. "Honorary principal?" Lien Yunhong asked curiously. "Who is that?" "It's the person who donated to this school. His name is Zhang Yida, and our teacher says he is an extremely capable and kind person." After a pause, Shen Jiawen said seriously, "If I say my uncle is my goal in life, then Principal Zhang is my idol. I will definitely become someone as formidable as you, catching bad guys and doing good deeds." The words Shen Jiawen spoke in his youth seemed to still linger in the air. Lien Yunhong suddenly found it somewhat ironic. Looking at his lifeless demeanor, his worries multiplied. This society is far from the absolute justice that Shen Jiawen fantasized about, where everything is black and white. In many cases it's not so. Justice may be delayed, but it will not be absent. It is merely a set of words to pacify the powerless and powerless. Congratulations to you, congratulations to you. A sudden phone ring abruptly pulled Lien Yunhong back to reality. Lien Yunhong picked up the phone and was surprised to see it was Captain Luan Xiao. Instantly, he had a bad feeling. The case of Zhang Hao was originally under Lien Yunhong's group's jurisdiction, and now it was entangled with a kidnapping case, making it so busy that he couldn't even have a hot meal. At this moment, Luan Xiao suddenly called, indicating there must be new developments. It was simply a headache. He quickly sat up straight, cleared his throat, and pressed the answer button. "Hello? Captain Luan. Is there new information? The kidnappers have new updates." "Oh." Lien Yunhong raised an eyebrow. "Is that good news?" "What is it?" Luan Xiao excitedly replied. "The kidnappers demand that his brother Zhao Cheng personally go for the hostage exchange set for tomorrow at 3 p.m. at the Jiahuan dock in Shanghai." "I understand." Lien Yunhong nodded thoughtfully, quickly took a pen, wrote down the exchange location on paper, and circled it. "Old Lien, you need to take people to Rena Hospital immediately to meet with Zhang Yida and quickly discuss a countermeasure." "All right." Lien Yunhong hung up the phone and strode toward the small room, confidently knocking. "Let's go. Get out and move around. Come with me to the hospital." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Jiawen rapidly opened the door, holding a computer, grinning. "Hey, I've been ready for a long time." Rena Hospital. In the abandoned medical warehouse, Zhao Cheng lay on the ground, his face bruised and exhausted. Zhang Yida looked down at Zhao Cheng, who was sprawled on the floor with a fiery rage in his eyes. "I will ask you one last time, were you involved in the kidnapping of Fu Lao?" He angrily interrogated Zhao Cheng. "No." Even though he was beaten until blood flowed from his mouth, Zhao Cheng still refused to admit any connection to the kidnapping. Zhang Yida's polished leather shoes suddenly stomped on Zhao Cheng's hand, gradually increasing the pressure. "Your mouth is quite tough. Have you really not participated?" "Ah!" Zhao Cheng's face contorted in pain, his hand firmly pinned under Zhang Yida's foot, nearly crushed. "No, I haven't. I swear it's not true." With pain shooting through his heart, Zhao Cheng's eyes rolled back as he was on the verge of collapsing from agony. Suddenly Zhang Yida released his foot and inexplicably donned an inscrutable smile. "Since you claim to be completely unaware, then show me proof." After speaking, Zhang Yida gently clapped his hands. Subsequently, a bodyguard in black entered, handing Zhang Yida an object. Zhang Yida tossed a new-style handgun right in front of Zhao Cheng's face. Having handled countless weapons, Zhao Cheng immediately recognized it as a QSD-92 G9mm pistol with a 15-round magazine. "Your brother just called me with an anonymous voice changer explicitly asking you to confirm the transfer of funds in person at Jiahuan dock tomorrow at 3 p.m., then exchange the hostages. What I want you to do is to shoot your brother immediately after you safely receive Fu Lao." Zhao Cheng froze, his fingers trembling slightly on the gun. "What's wrong? Didn't you say you weren't involved? Are you reluctant?" Zhang Yida sneered. Don't worry, there are no bullets in this gun yet. Once you give me a definite answer, I will naturally provide you with bullets at the appropriate time. Zhao Cheng fell silent, not uttering a word. Zhang Yida, with a fierce glint in his eyes, reminded, "Let me remind you, I am not negotiating with you, and you have no power to refuse. If Fu Lao is rescued safely, I might consider leniency for you, but if your brother tears up the deal." Zhang Yida's eyes flickered a sinister smile, curling at the corners of his mouth. "Then you might lose your mother." What? Zhao Qing never imagined Zhang Yida would resort to such despicable tactics. "My mother is innocent. Then what wrong has my son done?" Zhang Yida was furious, kicking Zhao Cheng hard again. "My son is waiting for Fu Lao to save him. If your brother delays my son's treatment, don't say, 'Just one old man.' Do you believe I can make the entire Zhao family disappear from Zhanghai City?" Zhao Qing lowered his head, biting his lip tightly. After struggling internally for a long time, he ultimately trembled as he picked up the handgun from the ground. Zhang Yida nodded in satisfaction, adding, "Tomorrow a group of police will follow you. If Zhao Qing is caught by them, he will also lose his life. If you harbor any illusions, I cannot guarantee your mother will leave the hospital alive." "Yes." Zhao Qing lowered his head, his voice muffled. Kneeling on the ground, his hair damp with blood clung to his face, obscuring his expression. "Director Zhang, the criminal police have arrived." Zhang Yida's expression shifted slightly as he leisurely adjusted his somewhat disheveled cuffs, cleared his throat, and coldly snorted, "Let's go see what this group of useless people has to say." Everyone arrived at the dean's office. Lin Yanhong and the others were already seated inside waiting for them. Zhang Yida quickly scanned the room, his gaze lingering on Shun Jiawen for a moment. This kid felt somewhat familiar. "I don't think you were here before." Zhang Yida asked. Lin Yanhong quickly explained, "This is our newly appointed information technology expert Shun Jiawen." Technical expert. Zhang Yida looked at Shun Jiawen with some suspicion. The younger generation is indeed full of talent. Shun Jiawen appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was already filled with excitement. After so many years, he finally met the philanthropist he had longed to see, Principal Zhang. But at this moment, Principal Zhang was completely unaware, offering a few bland compliments before sitting heavily in the swivel chair, addressing the matter directly. "I believe everyone is already aware of Zhao Qing's demands. Is there any solution?" "That is 10 billion. Lin Yanhong exchanged glances with Shun Jiawen and nodded. Shun Jiawen opened his laptop, revealing a flowchart. His eyes gleamed as he quickly said, "I have an idea that might trick the kidnappers." "Oh." Zhang Yida's eyes brightened. "Let's hear it." "The principle is quite simple." Shun Jiawen pointed at the flowchart, saying, "Since the other party's bank account is a virtual account, theoretically, we can also send them false deposit notifications using a virtual number. When the kidnappers receive the deposit notification, Zhao Cheng can create a diversion and urge them to release the hostages. Thus, the kidnappers will have no time to verify the authenticity of the transfer." This method was precisely the clever trick Shun Jiawen devised after being locked in the small room for several hours. "But what if Zhao Qing insists on seeing the account balance in person?" Zhang Yida asked coldly. "If absolutely necessary, we will have to shoot him on the spot." Shun Jiawen's response was quick and decisive. Zhang Yida narrowed his eyes, observing the young man before him. "It seems you police aren't entirely useless after all." He smiled faintly and said casually, "Then it's settled." In Tonglu town, within the abandoned hospital, Gu Nian finished a session of acupuncture for Li Xianger and checked Yin Yin's vital signs before rising and slowly squatting down beside Zhao Qing. "What are you thinking about?" Gu Nian spoke calmly. "It's nothing, just wondering if what I'm doing will harm my brother," Zhao Qing murmured as he gazed skyward, his face written with suppressed worry and guilt. "Don't worry." Gu Nian pointed to the old man inside, who was still in a deep slumber. "This person's life is worth much more than your brother's. They wouldn't sacrifice Fu when just to retaliate against your brother." Zhao Qing followed Gu Nian's gaze, his brow furrowing. "How much sedative did you give him? Why is he sleeping for so long?" "A 2-day dosage." Gu Nian raised her eyes leisurely. "Your brother will only suffer a bit of superficial pain at most. But if this little suffering can exchange for a lifetime of freedom, I think if he could choose again, he would make the same choice." "Let's hope so." Zhao Qing's gaze fell on Gu Nian, curiously teasing. "You used a voice changer to impersonate me, and called Zhang Yida to specially have Zhao Cheng come over to exchange hostages. It can't be just to facilitate our brother's financial freedom, right? Do you think I am that kind of person?" "I don't think so. Since you know that, why do you still embellish yourself?" Gu Nian retorted, making Zhao Qing roll his eyes. "I naturally have my own considerations, but it's inconvenient to discuss them now." Gu Nian smiled lightly, mischievously nudging Zhao Qing's shoulder. "If you're really curious, then give me your share of the money, and he'll tell you." "Get lost." Gu Nian's words were as annoying as ever. Yet after just a few exchanges, the frown on Zhao Qing's face had eased significantly. "Sleep now, there's a tough battle to fight tomorrow." Zhao Qing did not look back, merely raising his hand in response. The outcome of everything hinged on this one move. If Gu Nian's plan could be successfully implemented tomorrow, then he and his brother would truly be free. The next day at 1 in the afternoon, a black sedan departed from Rana Hospital heading towards the Jiahua Wharf. 200 to 300 meters behind, several unknown SUVs and sedans quietly followed the black sedan, maintaining a distance of 100 meters. Zhao Cheng had bandages wrapped around his hands, casually glancing at the rearview mirror. His phone was already equipped with a listening device, and the vehicle was outfitted with a real-time GPS tracking system. Early on, more than 10 vehicles had already stopped at Jiahua Wharf, lurking at various intersections. The net had already been laid, just waiting for Zhao Qing and the others to appear. Shen Zhaowen sat in the car, furiously typing away at his laptop. In front of Lin Yunhong was a row of small surveillance screens, all showing live feeds from different cameras at the wharf. Old Huang, the target will arrive at the wharf in 3 kilometers. Lin Yunhong reported into the walkie-talkie. A moment of static came through, and Old Huang quickly replied. Received. The wharf shows no anomalies, and the suspect has not yet appeared. Not yet. Lin Yunhong queried, slightly puzzled, glancing at his wrist to check the time. Less than 20 minutes remained until 3 o'clock. If I were Zhao Qing or Gu Nian, I definitely wouldn't choose to appear openly at the wharf. Shen Zhaowen's voice suddenly chimed in from behind. Have you sorted it out? Lin Yunhong raised an eyebrow in response. Almost. As long as we confirm the hostages are safe, we can send them at any time. Shen Zhaowen nodded confidently, tapping the computer screen. With me around, there won't be any surprises. Lin Yunhong snorted dismissively, steering the conversation back to the unfinished sentence from Shen Zhaowen. So if it were you, what would you choose? Shen Zhaowen smiled calmly. Since the time and place of the transaction were already disclosed, the other party surely knows there are countless eyes on the shore. If it were me, I would choose to take the water route. Just as he finished speaking, a muffled voice suddenly came through the walkie-talkie. My brother told me to get off and take the second boat from left to right at the wharf to the small island on the other side of the river. Zhao Qing's tone betrayed little emotion. What should I do now? In an instant, Lin Yunhong turned in shock to look at Shen Zhaowen. This kid had guessed it right. Shen Zhaowen shrugged in delight, smirking. Lin Yunhong thought quickly and immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie. Zhao Qing, do as your brother said. Be careful, we will send someone to follow you. Okay. Afterward, Lin Yunhong swiftly switched channels and instructed Old Huang. The suspect has moved the transaction location. The new site is on the unnamed island across from the wharf. Deploy people for protection right away. Understood. Lin Yunhong fixated on the surveillance screens before him, his expression growing more resolute. Soon the black sedan came to a stop at the entrance of the wharf. Zhao Qing jumped out of the car, his steps heavy as he walked towards the wharf. At the edge of the wharf, a row of airships was neatly lined up. Zhao Qing counted from left to right and quickly spotted the one Zhao Qing mentioned. He boarded the airship, nodding towards the shore, and then abruptly revved the engine. Boom. The airship sped away from the shore, heading towards the unnamed island. The gun given to Zhao Cheng by Zhang Yida was hidden behind him with 15 bullets already loaded. His phone contained a tracking system, and every move he made was under the watchful eyes of many. Hurry up and follow. Old Huang and the others immediately boarded other airships, preparing to closely follow behind. Captain Huang, this ship doesn't feel right. My ship won't start either. Everyone stood on the swaying ship, watching Zhao Cheng move further away, feeling an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Oh no, the engine has been tampered with. Old Lin, we've been set up. Old Huang shouted frantically into the walkie-talkie. What a... Lin Yunhong's gaze quickly shifted to the monitor. He saw Zhao Cheng's small red dot speeding towards the opposite shore. However, in the next moment, the small red suddenly stopped in the middle of the river. What's going on? Why did it suddenly stop? Lin Yunhong's heart raced. In an instant, the police were thrown into chaos. On the shore, Zhao Cheng remained completely unaware. He turned around and was surprised to find that the police had not followed him. Just as he was feeling strange, Zhao Cheng suddenly turned around and saw words written in large red letters on the boat. The stars in the sky do not speak. This phrase seemed to pierce through his mind, reminding him of his favorite childhood song. The stars in the sky do not speak. The child on the ground misses his mother. Mother. Brother. The emotions that Zhao Cheng had thought were dead surged again. After hesitating for a moment, he threw the tracking phone straight into the water. When he looked up again, Zhao Cheng's gaze had transformed into one of depth, marked by unprecedented determination and calm. He soon arrived at the opposite shore. Zhao Cheng quickly disembarked and followed Zhao Qing's directions into the island. Not long after, he reached an abandoned school. Look up. A clear voice came from above, reaching Zhao Cheng's ears. Upon hearing this, Zhao Cheng immediately tilted his head to look at the top of the 3-story classroom building. The moment he saw clearly, his scalp tingled. He saw a young boy smiling, waving the hemp rope in his hand. On the other end of the rope dangled an old man with silver hair. It was old Fu. Help me. You are Zhang's bodyguard, right? Hurry, save me. The face of Fu Wen was filled with endless terror as he shouted at Zhao Cheng. His body dangled helplessly in the air, struggling and spinning weakly. Zhao Cheng's temples throbbed. He instantly realized that everyone had been deceived. The person before him was clearly not Zhao Qing. It was Gu Nian. The police did not share this speculation with Zhao Cheng. Therefore, when Zhao Cheng saw Gu Nian for the first time, he stood there in a daze. "Where is my brother?" Gu Nian smiled mysteriously. "Perhaps he is clearing the last obstacle for you." "What do you mean?" Before Zhao Cheng could finish his question, the anxious voice of Lian Yunhong came through the earpiece. "Zhao Cheng, what's going on with your phone? Where are the people now?" "I've met with old Fu, he's alive and uninjured." Hearing Zhao Cheng's words, Lian Yunhong and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief, but Zhao Cheng's next sentence instantly made their hearts race. "But I didn't see my brother Zhao Qing, instead I saw Gu Nian. Old Fu is currently hanging from the ceiling and could fall at any moment." Indeed, it was Gu Nian. Lian Yunhong's suspicions were thoroughly confirmed. "Very well, calm down and we will reach you shortly." Gu Nian tilted her head, watching Zhao Cheng's mouth move, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Have you finished talking to the police?" Once we're done reminiscing, toss the earpiece on the ground. "I don't want our communication to be interrupted again." Gu Nian raised the rope in her hand and held up a sharp folding knife with the other. "I'll give you 3 seconds. 3. Zhao Cheng raised his gaze coldly. Gu Nian's expression was exceedingly calm, as if she were not holding a life in her hands, but merely playing a thrilling game. 2. Gu Nian's blade approached the rope. "Wait." Zhao Cheng quickly removed the earpiece, raised his hands to signal Gu Nian, and then gently placed the earpiece on the ground. Bang! A gunshot echoed through the sky. Gu Nian nonchalantly withdrew her gun and said, "Now we can proceed to the next step." Zhao Cheng stared in shock at the earpiece on the ground, shattered to bits by the bullet, his entire being frozen in place. Gu Nian was at least 3 stories above him. The earpiece he wore was the latest model of covert listening device, no bigger than a fingernail. Yet she was able to accurately shatter it with a single shot. Zhao Cheng's scalp went numb. Even someone with his professional training could not guarantee a hit on such a small object from such a distance. Who exactly was Gu Nian? "You've seen the person. Where's the money I want?" Gu Nian raised her phone. "Call your master and tell him to transfer the money within 10 minutes, or you know the consequences." Zhao Cheng looked at Gu Nian solemnly, his hand creeping towards the gun tucked at his waist. Now that Gu Nian held old Fu's life in her hands, if he acted rashly, he might hit Gu Nian, but then old Fu would lose his life. After hesitating, Zhao Cheng took a deep breath, withdrew his hand, and picked up the walkie-talkie in front of Gu Nian. "Hello, Lian Dui. Old Fu has been confirmed alive. Gu Nian demands to see the transfer within 10 minutes. Okay, keep him calm." Lian Yunhong hung up the phone and turned to Shen Jiawen. "Kid, it's up to you now." Received. Shen Jiawen immediately began operating on the computer. Zhang Yida sat coldly in the back seat, unable to resist reminding him, "I have 10 billion in the Zhang family waiting in your hands. Don't let me down, kid." "Yes, Director Zhang." Shen Jiawen nearly slipped up with his address for Zhang Yida. Thankfully, he stopped himself in time, avoiding revealing any flaws. "Done." Shen Jiawen finally sighed in relief and pressed the enter key solemnly. "Ding, your account balance has changed. Incoming 100 yuan." The next second, Gu Nian received a text message on her phone. Just as she was about to check the details, Zhao Cheng hurriedly made a loud noise to attract Gu Nian's attention. "Did you receive the money? If you did, let him go." Gu Nian looked down at Zhao Cheng and then turned to old Fu as if pondering something. Zhao Cheng inexplicably began to feel anxious. At that moment, not just Zhao Cheng, but everyone held their breath, eager to know whether this move had fooled Gu Nian's eyes. Unexpectedly, in the next instant, Gu Nian suddenly burst into laughter. "How foolish do you think I am that I wouldn't see through your little trick?" Gu Nian coldly said to Zhao Cheng. "Sending me fake messages is just too poor a tactic." Gu Nian had seen through it. Zhao Cheng's heart sank, and he thought to himself, this is bad. In the next moment, Gu Nian suddenly released her grip on the rope. Old Fu began to plummet rapidly. "Don't let go," Zhao Cheng shouted as he ran toward the direction where Fu Wen was falling. In the blink of an eye, Gu Nian yanked the rope again, leaving Fu Wen dangling in midair, terrified and trembling along with a frightened Zhao Cheng. "This is a little punishment for you." Gu Nian shook her head, issuing one last warning. "Tell them not to waste their efforts. I don't have much patience. You've already wasted 5 minutes." At this moment, Zhao Cheng's mind raced. Various thoughts quickly emerged, only to be immediately dismissed. Ultimately, he reluctantly picked up the walkie-talkie again and said helplessly, he found out. "Only 5 minutes left. What should we do?" Upon hearing Zhao Cheng's words, everyone fell silent. Shen Jiawen displayed an expression of utter confusion, unable to believe that his brilliant plan had failed to deceive Gu Nian. It shouldn't be absolutely impossible. How did he find out? Zhang Yida was so angry he rubbed his temples. He was genuinely infuriated. How could he have had expectations for someone who had just entered the police academy? "I thought you were capable, but it turns out you're just like the rest, a pretender." Zhang Yida viciously threw down this remark. Hearing this, Shen Jiawen felt as if he had been struck by lightning, unable to recover for a long time. Did the principal he idolized just call him a failure? Zhang Yida angrily exited the car, pulling out his phone. There was no time left. His son couldn't wait. Ignoring everyone's objections, Zhang Yida directly called the finance department, speaking in a highly displeased tone. Now immediately transfer the 10 billion to me. Mr. Zhang, please don't rush. Lian Yinhong hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Get lost. Zhang Yida's eyes were bloodshot, completely ignoring the group of fools. Look at you all, after all this time you can't even get a boat, and you think you can catch someone with this speed. Dream on. Soon Finance sent a screenshot. The 10 billion ransom had already been transferred to the account he provided. Gu Nian received the notification of the deposit, her expression finally shifting. She raised her phone at Zhao Cheng, grinning. Your master is quite efficient, much faster than the Tian family. Pausing, Gu Nian stretched her neck to glance at Fu Wen, who was hanging in midair, his face flushed, and shrugged with a smile. I, Gu Nian, am not someone who breaks promises. Since the money has arrived, I'll return this person to you. With that, a gust of wind blew by. Gu Nian completely released her grip. Gu Nian, you lunatic! Zhao Cheng shouted angrily, stretching his hands forward as far as they could reach, sprinting towards Fu Wen's falling direction. Unfortunately, it was still a step too late. Thud! Fu Wen fell to the ground. Zhao Cheng instinctively closed his eyes, unwilling to witness this tragic scene. However, the expected smell of blood did not come. When Zhao Cheng opened his eyes, he discovered that Fu Wen had miraculously activated a safety airbag around himself. It was an airbag suit. He instantly realized. It turned out Gu Nian had long prepared a sensor-equipped outfit for Fu Wen. This was a smart wearable device that would immediately deploy the airbag if the sensors detected weightlessness. In other words, Gu Nian had never intended for Fu Wen to die from the beginning. What is his true intention? Old Fu has safely landed. Since the building only has 3 floors and old Fu was suspended in the middle, the height of the fall was not significant, and he was also wearing an airbag suit. Therefore, apart from being greatly startled, Fu Wen had no other injuries. Zhao Cheng quickly settled old Fu. Then he pulled out his handgun and rushed to the rooftop. A swift figure flashed past in the hallway. Without hesitation, Zhao Cheng fired 2 shots at the shadow. He missed. Zhao Cheng hurriedly chased down the stairs. Sneaky if you have the guts, come out and face me in a fair fight. Zhao Cheng with heightened senses shouted around him. Suddenly a faint rustling sound came from behind. Bang! 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 Zhao Cheng turned and fired 3 more shots. But before he could raise his gun again, Gu Nian struck with a powerful elbow, knocking the gun from Zhao Cheng's hand. Without his weapon, Zhao Cheng paused for a moment, then immediately clenched his fists and engaged Gu Nian in hand-to-hand combat. Zhao Cheng had only learned lethal techniques abroad, directing every punch and kick towards Gu Nian's vital points. Each clash resonated with a dull thud. Although Zhao Cheng's moves were fierce, Gu Nian effortlessly countered them with grace. Gu Nian moved lightly and casually, defending without attacking, as if intentionally provoking Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng, missing every punch, became thoroughly enraged. He had never lost in combat. His eyes were sharp as an eagle, locking onto Gu Nian as his punches became faster. Gu Nian keenly sensed Zhao Cheng's murderous intent, dodging, while lowly murmuring, "Quite ruthless, I like it." Just as the words left her mouth, a faint roar of noise reached her ears. A smirk of triumph appeared on Gu Nian's lips, and her gaze sharpened. In the next moment, Gu Nian's punches and kicks shifted from gentle to fierce, from slow to fast, until they became so rapid that only afterimages could be seen. Zhao Cheng was momentarily dumbfounded, unable to react in time, and had to retreat continuously against Gu Nian's intense rhythm. The situation changed in an instant, with offense and defense reversing. Zhao Cheng clumsily defended against Gu Nian's attacks, clearly starting to feel overwhelmed. Gu Nian was like the wind, her strikes relentless, growing fiercer by the moment. Ultimately, she spotted an opening in Zhao Cheng's defense, ducked under one of his heavy punches, and suddenly leapt up, scissoring her legs around his neck before flipping him backward. Suddenly, Zhao Cheng felt the world spin as he was heavily slammed to the ground. Unwilling to accept defeat, he tried to rise for another fight. However, a cold gun muzzle was already pressed against his forehead. You lose, Gu Nian said calmly, her expression still as impassive as ever, not even breaking a heavy breath. Zhao Cheng opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately only managed a bitter smile. It was a matter of skill, nothing more to say. Go ahead and shoot. Zhao Cheng closed his eyes unafraid, and said, even if you don't kill me, I want to escape death when I go back. With that, Zhao Cheng looked into Gu Nian's eyes, and said, now shoot. All right, I will grant your wish. Gu Nian raised an eyebrow, her finger tightening on the trigger. No. Stop. Suddenly a loud shout came from above. Immediately after, a deafening roar filled everyone's ears. The noise grew louder. Accompanied by the tremendous roar, Zhao Cheng's hair and clothes were blown wildly, nearly knocking him off balance. He looked up. It was a helicopter, and the pilot was Zhao Qing. AQing. Zhao Cheng stared incredulously at Zhao Qing in the pilot's seat. Joy from the long-awaited reunion, resentment from his brother's betrayal, and the anguish of losing everything surged at once, filling Zhao Cheng's heart with a sour sensation. The loud noise from the helicopter's rotor also woke Fu Wen, who had been dozing nearby. He slowly opened his eyes, looking at the bizarre scene before him, and instantly hid beneath a tree, silently observing. Yet every move he made did not escape Gu Nian's gaze. But at this moment, Gu Nian couldn't care less about him. She still had one last act to perform. The helicopter descended rapidly, finally landing on a flat area in front of Gu Nian. Gu Nian, we agreed that you can't kill my brother? Zhao Qing stopped her again. Zhao Qing, your brother was just thinking about how to kill me, Gu Nian replied indifferently, her hand on the trigger, showing no signs of loosening. That's only because our positions are different. After all, he is still my brother. Zhao Qing attempted to calm Gu Nian down, walking towards Zhao Cheng as he spoke. Different positions? He is one of Zhang Yida's weapons used to harm others. Zhang Hao made my daughter suffer immensely. He ruined her future and mine, yet you, as her good brother, protect this scum. 247. And then you want to sacrifice yourself for this scum? Is this what you call a different position? Gu Nian grew increasingly frantic as she spoke, her hand, holding the gun, trembling uncontrollably. But you promised me you wouldn't harm my family. Zhao Qing reminded her coldly. I did say that, but so what? I've changed my mind now. Gu Nian tilted her head, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. Protecting scum is equivalent to condoning evil. For these people, the world is better off without them. I want all of them to die, and let this damn world be destroyed together. With that, Gu Nian's gaze turned icy as she suddenly turned the gun barrel pressed firmly against Zhao Qing's forehead. No! Zhao Qing shouted wildly, running towards Gu Nian. Bang! Accompanied by a tremendous echo. Zhao Qing's face instantly bled profusely. He stared blankly ahead, unable to believe Zhao Qing was rushing towards him. Ultimately, Zhao Cheng collapsed to the ground, blood continuously spreading from his forehead, blooming into a flower of blood. Zhao Qing rushed to pick up his brother, feeling his gradually lifeless body, and couldn't help but break down, roaring in anger. Gu Nian, I'm going to fight you to the death. With that, he charged forward, vowing to duel Gu Nian to the death. However, after just 3 moves, Zhao Qing had his arm dislocated by Gu Nian. Your brother can't even beat me. What do you think you are? Looking at one dead and one wounded on the ground, Gu Nian quickly found 2 ropes to bind them together before tossing them into the helicopter. Then she jumped into the pilot's seat, casting a glance at the person hiding behind the large tree. A slight smile appeared on her lips. The rotor blades roared to life again. The helicopter swiftly took off, flying rapidly into the distance. Until the helicopter became a tiny black dot. Fu Wen timidly emerged from behind the tree. After a while, a cacophony of voices came from the shore. The criminal police team had finally managed to borrow a boat, and after some twists and turns they arrived at the nameless island. However, when they landed, they discovered that it was already too late. The people had long since escaped. All that was left for them was a large pool of blood on the ground, and the hostages who had survived the ordeal. When Fu Wen saw the police, he immediately felt as if he had encountered family, his legs moving with agility as he excitedly ran towards them. Finally, you're here. Water, give me water. Fu Wen's hoarse voice carried a hint of lingering fear as he rushed to Huang Dakuai and the others for water. Lien Yinhong waved at Shen Jiawen and quickly handed him a cup of warm water. Fu Wen tilted his head back and gulped it down in one go. After calming himself, he recounted the scene of the internal strife involving Gu Nian and others to Lien Yinhong in detail. Are you saying that Zhao Cheng was shot dead by Gu Nian? Lien Yinhong's face was filled with shock. Exactly. I saw it with my own eyes. Fu Wen nodded firmly, and Zhao Qing was also taken away by that young man. Fu Wen pointed at the pool of blood on the ground. Look here, Zhao Cheng was shot right here. The crowd fell silent, exchanging glances without a word. The next moment, Lien Yinhong's phone rang. It was Luan Xiao. Without needing to think, he knew this person was coming to seek accountability. Have the people been caught? No, they escaped, and Zhao Cheng is dead. Lien Yinhong's face grew grim, his expression extremely displeased. He never expected Gu Nian to escape right under their noses once again. Not only had they failed to recover Zhang Yida's ransom of 1 billion, but they also wasted a life in vain. Upon hearing this outcome, Luan Xiao almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, steadying himself against the table before asking, what about old Fu? Fu, when as fine as body, seems to be in no major trouble. Oh, hearing that old Fu was indeed unharmed, Luan Xiao was somewhat surprised. The most important thing right now was old Fu's safety. Since old Fu had been successfully rescued, the fate of the others became less significant. Since old Fu is safely out, hurry back with the team. But boss Zhao Cheng is also alive. That's not the same. Luan Xiao nearly wanted to knock some sense into Lien Yinhong's thick head. The Zhang family is eagerly waiting for old Fu to return and save their son. Since the hostage has been rescued, your current mission is to ensure old Fu is safely taken to the hospital. Not a moment to delay. Lien Yinhong resentfully hung up the phone, struggling to digest his inner resistance. In the end, he still forced out a few words through clenched teeth. Leave 2 people here to clean up the scene, the rest of you gather back. In the undeveloped forest area over 400 kilometers away from Jiang Haishi, a helicopter quietly landed among the trees. Gu Nian gracefully jumped off the plane and swiftly opened the cabin door. Your brother should be waking up soon, right? As Gu Nian spoke, her gaze fell into the cabin. There lay Zhao Cheng sprawled across his seat with his head resting on Zhao Qing's thigh, eyes tightly shut, showing no signs of waking. Zhao Qing held a pack of wet wipes, carefully wiping the blood off Zhao Cheng's face. His limbs had long regained their freedom. The knots Gu Nian had tied were simple slips, and he had easily freed himself after a few moments on the plane. I told you to control it, and yet you gave him so much of the drug that my brother is sleeping like a dead pig. No matter how much I shake him, he won't wake up. Oh, Zhao Qing said helplessly. Oh. Gu Nian seemed to ponder for a moment, then stepped forward and grabbed Zhao Cheng by the collar. Slap. 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 Without any warning, 3 resounding slaps echoed through the cabin. Before Zhao Qing could spew out the words he was about to say, he noticed Zhao Cheng's brow furrow slightly. It was bizarre, he actually woke up. Zhao Qing opened his eyes. The first person he saw was Zhao Qing. He was momentarily stunned, then instantly reacted, sitting up in reflex. Qing, why are you here? Did you also die? He incredulously raised his hand to pinch Zhao Qing's arm. The firm muscle, the warm touch. This was the warmth only the living could have. Zhao Qing suppressed a smile and gently patted Zhao Cheng's shoulder. Brother, don't doubt it, you are still alive. You're still alive? But that's not right. He clearly remembered Gu Nian shooting him in the head. Zhao Cheng instinctively reached for his forehead. There was no bullet hole on his forehead. Even the blood that had been running down his face was nearly wiped clean by Zhao Qing. What exactly is going on? This inexplicable turn of events left Zhao Cheng completely confused. Let me tell you. A cold voice came from behind Zhao Cheng. Zhao Qing suddenly turned around and was shocked to see Gu Nian's face. Gu Nian, what are you doing here? He immediately guarded in front of Zhao Qing, assuming a defensive posture. Brother, don't be nervous. Zhao Qing quickly pressed down Zhao Cheng's arm and explained, Gu Nian has actually been on our side all along. Everything that happened on the island earlier was just a performance. A performance? Zhao Cheng was even more bewildered. Exactly a show for Fu Wen and the Zhang family to watch. Gu Nian took over Zhao Qing's words. We knew from the start that once Zhao Qing kidnapped Fu Wen, you would be in extreme danger in Zhang and would no longer be valued, while your Zhao family would always be under threat. So we prepared a blood bag and a vial of anesthetic in advance. The moment the gun went off, we injected the anesthetic into your body while smashing the blood bag against your forehead, creating the illusion of being shot. Fu Wen was hiding dozens of meters away, so he only saw you being shot down by me and heard the argument between me and your brothers, inevitably believing that you had been killed by me and that there was internal strife between Zhao Qing and me. Zhao Cheng's CPU nearly short-circuited. So the reason you deliberately spared Fu Wen's life was? Exactly. Gu Nian nodded. It was to leave a witness to prove that you had been shot dead by me. Zhao Qing took a deep breath, wide-eyed, as he looked at Zhao Qing, seemingly inquiring whether what Gu Nian said was true. He could hardly believe that the murderous man who had turned Zhang Haisha upside down would go to such great lengths for his sake. He received a nod of affirmation from Zhao Qing. So the kidnapping was all fake. Your true purpose was actually me. Zhao Qing looked at Gu Nian in astonishment. You got a half right. Gu Nian replied calmly. The Zhang family and Ning family are in cahoots, and whether it's them or the people behind them, I will eventually uproot them all. And you are their most capable right-hand men, so the disintegration must start from within. Gu Nian looked at Zhao Cheng earnestly. As for the 1 billion ransom I've arranged for you and your brother to split it evenly. I hope that from today on you will no longer risk your lives for scum, but only protect those you wish to protect. With Fu Wen's testimony, the entire Zhang Haisha will believe Zhao Cheng is dead from now on. From now on you are completely free. Hearing the word freedom, Zhao Cheng's eyes instantly lit up. He opened his mouth, but for a long time could not find his voice. He never expected that the person he had always regarded as a demon would possess such a broad mind. From Gu Nian's stubborn face, Zhao Cheng seemed to see a glimpse of his own youth. Once upon a time he too was a person who despised evil and clearly distinguished between good and evil. However, the longer he lived, the more his edges and corners were worn down into a bloody blur. Under the immense temptation of money, Zhao Cheng gradually forgot his original appearance and bottom line. But Qing, our mother, is still in the Zhang family's hands. Just as he grew excited, Zhao Cheng suddenly remembered that his mother was still imprisoned in Rena Hospital by the Zhang family. To his surprise, Zhao Qing grinned at Zhao Cheng and pointed behind him. Bro, look who it is. Zhao Cheng turned around, his eyes widening in shock. He saw his mother Yu Yinjin sitting cross-legged on the ground, smiling at Zhao Cheng. Seeing his mother unscathed before his eyes, he rushed down from the plane and tightly embraced her. Just moments ago, he thought he would lose her forever. This feeling of regaining what was lost was like a roller coaster after the ups and downs. His anxious heart finally felt at ease. Do you know why I arrived so late? Zhao Qing jumped down from the plane raising an eyebrow, as if seeking praise while all of you were focused on the dock. I followed Gu Nian's plan, snuck into the hospital, and rescued my mother, then stole the Zhang family's helicopter to come here and meet you. Zhao Cheng pretended to be angry and punched Zhao Qing's shoulder lightly. Good lad, you've improved. Even I was fooled by you. What about my sister-in-law? Which hospital is she in now? Zhao Qing's joy was even more difficult to conceal. Xiang'er is in a very safe place. Once we recuperate, I will take you to see her. She is doing well. She can even lift her arm on her own now, and her leg sensation has improved significantly. Zhao Qing spoke, his eyes shining with hope. Oh, Zhao Cheng was astonished. Where did this miraculous doctor come from? Isn't my sister-in-law's illness extremely rare, with no special cure? He far away, yet so close. Zhao Qing smiled slyly, pointing at Gu Nian behind Zhao Cheng. What do you mean? Could it be that Gu Nian saved her? Zhao Cheng was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the floor. You can practice medicine. Aren't you a programmer? Zhao Qing replied, at first I had my doubts too, but after seeing Gu Nian personally treat Xiang, I realized he wasn't just talking big. Zhao Cheng was utterly shocked. A high-level hacker, a top assassin, an elusive, miraculous doctor. He simply couldn't reconcile these three identities in a young man who appeared to be under 20. However, Zhao Qing soon understood why his younger brother Zhao Qing was completely unguarded around Gu Nian. It turned out he had a firm grip on this lovesick boy's lifeline. Alright, let's stop the flattery and get going. Gu Nian glanced at the time and surveyed the group. 1 kilometer from here is an abandoned ancient town where Zhao Qing and I have hidden a vehicle. It's getting dark, we need to leave. The group looked towards Gu Nian and nodded firmly. For some reason, Zhao Cheng felt a vague, irresistible sense of leadership emanating from Gu Nian. Under Gu Nian's guidance, the 4 of them arrived at the dilapidated ancient town by the river, finding the off-road vehicle that Gu Nian had parked there in advance. Zhao Qing took the driver's seat, while Gu Nian sat in the passenger seat. Zhao Cheng and his mother Yu Yinjin took the back seat. As the sky darkened, a black off-road vehicle with its lights on drove down the desolate path, heading towards a direction in Zhanghai City. I have one more question for you. After a long silence, Zhao Qing finally couldn't help but speak up. Are you wondering why I knew that the payment notification was fake? Gu Nian's gaze passed through the rearview mirror, looking at Zhao Cheng with a playful smile. Yes, exactly why. Zhao Qing nodded earnestly. He indeed wanted to know how Gu Nian could detect the anomaly so quickly. That's because I already knew about your entire plan from the start. What? You knew in advance? Zhao Cheng was taken aback, but that plan was confirmed in the principal's office in secret. Only the police, Zhang Yida, and I knew about it. How could you know? Zhao Qing grinned as he drove, because there were listening devices, bro. Gu Nian had already installed listening devices throughout the hospital when he disguised himself as a cleaner to intimidate Tian Tian. I only found out about this after collaborating with him. I see. Zhao Qing looked at Gu Nian thoughtfully, his eyes flickering with a certain emotion. No wonder every time there was a disturbance it would come to nothing. It turned out these so-called secrets had long been known to Gu Nian, who even used their plan against them. Starting to lay out plans so early, the meticulousness of his thoughts was commendable. They avoided all the monitored roads. As midnight approached, the car finally slowly entered Tonglu town. It was Zhao Cheng's first time seeing Gu Nian's daughter Gu Nian. Looking at the weak and helpless broken body lying on the bed so light that even the sheets barely showed any indentation. Her body was covered with various monitoring sensors, and only the beeping sound of the heartbeat monitor proved that she was still alive. The usually cold-hearted Zhao Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. This girl was innocent. While she was suffering in the warehouse, he was guarding the safety of scum like Zhang Hao on the outside. At first, Zhao Qing thought Zhang Hao was just engaging in ordinary bullying, but when he learned what happened that night, it was already too late. If only he had gone in to check, he could have stopped it. Gu Nian was right to scold him. Gu Yinyan's current state meant that he was also an accomplice. He had no way to argue. Thud. Zhao Qing knelt heavily before Gu Nian. Bro. Zhao Qing was taken aback, wanting to help Zhao Qing up, but was stopped by him. Zhao Cheng raised his eyes to Gu Nian. You said today that I am free, and from now on I can freely choose whom to protect. I want to plead with you to let me protect Yin Yin with you. His gaze was more resolute than ever. Gu Nian, you are right. Even though I did not directly participate, protecting scum and condoning crime is no different. If I had known about Zhang Hao's actions, I would have rushed in to stop it, even at the risk of being expelled. I want to make amends for my mistakes and seek your forgiveness. After speaking, Zhao Cheng bowed deeply to Gu Nian. Gu Nian listened to Zhao Cheng's plea from a high position, yet his face showed no ripple of emotion. He gently walked over, took Gu Yinyan's hand, and pressed it against his cheek. No one has the right to forgive anyone on behalf of Yin Yin, not even me. Who she wants to forgive and who she wants to punish, she will naturally say when she wakes up. Gu Nian's tone was calm, but concealed a certain madness. I know these people are not of criminal age, and the police say they will only receive psychological counseling at most. But don't you find it ridiculous? Evil people have no age distinction. I want to make everyone fear, tremble, and be afraid. Let them know that doing evil will be met with retribution, and it will be 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Zhao Cheng fell silent. After a long time, he stood up and walked slowly to Gu Yan's bedside, standing alongside Gu Nian. Having pretended to be a grandson for so long, it's time to be a grandfather again. No matter if it's a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, the Zhao brothers will bear it with you, even if it's for Yin Yin. Oi. Gu Nian's expression shifted slightly. He had played too hard for this promise. He revealed a barely perceptible smile, speaking casually. All right. He had long conducted a covert investigation into the past of the Zhao brothers. With a background as overseas mercenaries, the younger brother excelled in intelligence, while the elder was skilled in reconnaissance. With them guarding Gu Nian, he would feel more at ease. Now the Zhang family was nothing but gold and jade on the outside, but rotten within. To completely eradicate this long-rotted root, he needed to stoke the fire further. Gu Nian's gaze darkened as she looked towards the pitch-black night sky. Ning Rushua, the Ning family, it is your turn now. As Fu Wen arrived at Rena Hospital, he was immediately invited by Zhang Yida to Zhang Hao's hospital bed, without even having a chance to rest. After a frantic rescue, Fu Wen truly managed to snatch Zhang Hao back from the clutches of death. Zhang Yida, filled with excitement, grasped Fu Wen's hand, overflowing with gratitude, and was about to pay him an exorbitant fee. Fu Wen did not decline and accepted it without hesitation. After all, he had nearly risked his life to save Zhang Hao's son. On the day Zhang Hao was transferred from the ICU to a regular ward, Zhang Yida wanted to treat Fu Wen to a private dinner, but Fu Wen outright refused. I came here purely to help my old classmate who is not doing well. Old Fan told me that you have established Hope primary schools across the country and are a well-known philanthropist, so I thought coming here to help you would be equivalent to helping those impoverished children. After saying this, Fu Wen took out a bank card from his pocket. It was the exorbitant fee of 50 million that Zhang Yida had previously handed to Fu Wen. I am nearing my end, and I cannot take this amount with me to the grave. Since Old Fan said you have been dedicated to charity, let this money be my donation to your foundation. Build more schools so that children have books to read, or at the very least it can give the impoverished some hope. Zhang Yida's expression shifted slightly as he paused for a moment before barely accepting the bank card. Fu Lao is righteous. On the day the Hope Primary School project under Fu Lao's name is inaugurated, I will personally invite you. Fu Wen nodded simply at Zhang Yida. He then got into the car, rolled up the window, and headed towards the airport. Watching Fu Wen drive away, Zhang Yida moved his mouth, and the false smile on his face instantly vanished. Transfer the money in the card to the foundation. It will be used as funding for that project. The secretary behind him trembled as he took the card with uncertain hands and asked, Zhang Dong, how do we explain this to their family later? Zhang Yida's gaze turned cold as he shot a fierce glare at the secretary. Explain. What is there to explain to this group of unscrupulous people? Just give them a bit of hope, and they will kneel down in gratitude. Time is of the essence. Master Fan's schedule has been moved up, so this matter must be handled quickly to avoid arousing suspicion. Understood. The secretary nodded and retreated. Zhang Yida turned to look at the window on the top floor of the hospital, feeling a wave of emotion. His originally handsome and dashing son had become a shell of a person, neither human nor ghost. His entire face had been reconstructed through surgery, yet the horrific scars of distortion were still visible. Due to damaged gums, he could not get dental implants and had to settle for the most outdated dental braces. This was completely unacceptable for the proud Zhang Hao. Since waking up, he had been throwing things around the ward every day, screaming in madness to vent his frustration. The only bloodline of the Zhang family had been severed by Gu Nian, and now it was utterly extinguished. Just thinking about the Zhang family being cut off made Zhang Yida so angry he couldn't eat. He had to rely on sleeping pills to barely get any sleep for several days. If he couldn't take revenge for this grievance, he would have no face to meet his ancestors underground. However, to his surprise, 3 days later a twist in events occurred. That afternoon, the secretary hurriedly knocked on Zhang Yida's office door and handed him an envelope. Zhang Dong, you have mail. Zhang Yida flipped the letter over and was shocked to find it signed by Yang Qing. After being a coward for so long, she actually has the guts to send me a letter at this time. Zhang Yida sneered. Ever since the news of Gu Nian's revenge spread, Yang Qing, as the homeroom teacher, had taken a 6-month sick leave from her superiors and disappeared without a trace. She was afraid that Gu Nian would implicate her. Now that even Zhang Hao had fallen victim to Gu Nian's schemes, why was she daring to show her face? Zhang Yida calmly tore open the envelope and spilled out its contents. It was a hospital test report. Upon seeing the name of the test report, Zhang Yida's heart jolted. Jianghai City Maternal and Child Health Hospital Ultrasound Medical Imaging Report. Name, Shui Xian. Gender, female. Age 12. Test date, March 14, 2028. Ultrasound findings: uterus aneverted, enlarged contours, clear capsule, intact yolk, sac, visible fetus, and fetal heartbeat detectable. Fetus viable size equivalent to 8 weeks. Zhang Yida trembled as he held the report, flipping it over. On the back a line was written in bold pen. The person is in my possession. This is the last seed of your Zhang family. If you wanted 5 million. The seed of the Zhang family. Zhang Yida immediately thought of it being Zhang Hao's child. Shui Xin. After much contemplation, an image of a delicate oval face vaguely surfaced in his mind. In his impression, she was an extremely introverted and inarticulate girl. Like Gu Nian, she had been specially admitted by the Qing Tong, but ever since Shui Xin entered, it seemed she had always been a little transparent and never attracted anyone's attention. Zhang Yida interacted with countless people daily, and it took him a long time to remember a little about such an inconspicuous girl. Thinking of this, Zhang Yida felt both anger and helplessness. Zhang Hao truly was starving. When the lights go out, he eats anything. For a girl of such lowly background, by all rights, she should never have been able to enter the Zhang family. Yet now that Zhang Hao had undergone such a dramatic change, the child in her womb had inadvertently become the last trace of the Zhang family's bloodline. Zhang Yida held the test report sitting alone in the office, lost in thought for a long time. Finally, he picked up the internal contact list, found Yang Qing's number, and dialed. The phone rang for 50 seconds without anyone answering. Just as Zhang Yida was about to hang up, the other party finally picked up. Principal Zhang, you finally called me. It was Yang Qing's voice. Teacher Yang, the one thing I detest the most in my life is those who threaten me. What do you mean by sending me this? I want to live. Yang Qing openly stated her purpose. I already learned about Zhang Hao's situation from the news, and I'm truly scared. To be honest, since the incident with Yin Yin, Shui Xin has become even more silent, like a wooden statue, and the only person she trusts is me. I fear Gu Nian's retaliation, and she fears Zhang Hao's bullying, so I took her and hid away. Zhang Yida raised an eyebrow, clearly uninterested in Yang Qing's rambling. So what does all this have to do with me? Yang Qing sighed, holding the phone tightly, and lowered her voice. But now I can no longer hide, because a child has appeared. Principal Zhang, that child is from your Zhang family. Now that Zhang Hao is in such a predicament, and can no longer have children, the child in Shui Xin's belly is the only hope for your Zhang family. I want to move to a new place and restart my life, and Shui Xin can live a life free from worries in your Zhang family from now on. Yang Qing glanced at the already asleep Shui Xin in the bedroom, a greedy look flashing in her eyes. All it takes is 5 million, and both the person and the child will be yours. Principal Zhang, how about it? 5 million to buy a branch of the Zhang family bloodline. This amount of money is even less than Zhang Yida's weekly allowance. If Yang Qing can close her foul mouth after receiving the money, it could be considered a profitable deal. But after all, people are unpredictable. As long as she is alive, there is a possibility of this secret being leaked. He had even less trust in someone like Yang Qing, who was fickle as the wind. His eyes quickly darted around, and a glint of sharp light flashed in Zhang Yida's gaze as he slowly spoke. How about this? To show my sincerity in cooperating with you, I can double the amount, but you need to bring the person over yourself. You mean 10 million? In an instant, Yang Qing's breath shook. 10 million. That was an amount she had never seen in her lifetime. Yang Qing's gaze darkened as she looked in the direction where Shui Xin was sleeping. I'm sorry, child. The teacher is doing this for your own good. You're pregnant, and the expenses will only increase from here on out. Many people trying to enter the Zhang family have no opportunity. This is your chance. Don't blame me. I'm doing this for your benefit. Without any hesitation, Yang Qing, fearing Zhang Yida would go back on his word, immediately agreed. All right, 10 million. It's a deal. They'll bring the person to you myself tomorrow. No, right now. It's a long night full of dreams. Zhang Yida didn't want to wait a moment longer. I want to see the child right now. To avoid drawing attention, I'll give you an address. You need to take the person there now. I will bring a doctor to check personally, and if there are no issues, the money will be transferred to you immediately. Zhang Yida's tone was not open to discussion. Yang Qing thought for a moment, gritted her teeth, and finally agreed to Zhang Yida's terms. Midnight. An SUV slowly left the neighborhood, heading towards the banks of Jianghai City. The little girl in the passenger seat still looked drowsy. Teacher, where are we going so late? To meet some friends. Upon hearing this, Shui Xin frowned slightly. It was clear that she was still very resistant to Yang Qing's sudden plan to meet strangers. Yang Qing coughed awkwardly a few times to change the subject. Do you feel any better now? I still feel like throwing up. Shui Xin answered honestly, lowering her eyelashes as if reluctant to say more. Teacher, can I terminate this pregnancy? I'll terminate. That's possible, but the surgery requires notifying your parents. Please, can't you not tell my parents? Shui Xin bit her lip, clutching the hem of her clothes on the verge of tears. Well, that makes it difficult. Yang Qing feigned difficulty while secretly glancing at her phone, discovering Zhang Yida bombarding her with messages, urging her to hurry and bring the person over. She glanced up at the red light, still 60 seconds away. Her heart was also restless. 10 million was within reach. She wished she could step on a fast-moving fire wheel and instantly appear at the transaction location. Yang Qing barely noticed Shui Xin's murmuring beside her. Just then, as the red light flashed and the green light lit up, an accident occurred. Suddenly, 3 masked men sprang out from the roadside, surrounding Yang Qing's car fiercely. One of them spread his arms wide, unabashedly blocking the car in front while the other two began to pry open Yangqing's car doors. It was already late at night. This road was desolate. There was hardly any traffic during the day, and at night, it was even more deserted. Yangqing's car was forced to stop abruptly in the middle of the road, quite conspicuously. "Who are you? What do you want?" Yangqing quickly pressed the car lock button, questioning sharply through the window. Meanwhile, Shui Xian had already curled up, trembling in fear. She looked at the three men, her eyes filled with endless terror. "What do you want?" "We want you." "Ha ha." The man outside Yangqing's car grinned lewdly, swinging a baseball bat and smashing it hard against the car window. Bang. "Oh, my eyes." Accompanied by the crisp sound of breaking glass, Yangqing screamed, tragically covering her face. The shards of glass flew out, embedding into her face and eyes. Blood flowed from her fingers, and her vision was engulfed in red, leaving her unable to see clearly. The man reached through the car door, quickly pressed the car lock button, and pulled the car door open. The car door swung open. Shui Xian and Yangqing were forcibly dragged out by two men. Shui Xian screamed in despair, attempting to break free several times, but was slapped by the men, causing her lips to bleed, akin to a chick being carried to the roadside. Meanwhile, Yangqing's mind had already been overwhelmed with fear, the pain in her eyes eclipsing everything, mumbling indistinct prayers. "Please don't kill me. I have money." "Money? Ha, how ridiculous." A sharp, piercing female voice coldly approached. Yangqing froze for a moment, feeling that this voice sounded familiar. At this moment, Shui Xian, hearing this voice, trembled like a sieve, struggling even more frantically. "If it weren't for my informant telling me that she encountered you at the gynecology clinic in the hospital, I wouldn't have known that you, Shui Xian, are pregnant with Zhang Hao's child." "Ning Rushue, it's you." Yangqing finally reacted. "That's right, it's me." Ning Rushue gritted her teeth. "I've been looking for Shui Xian for a long time, didn't expect you, this old hag, to hide her." She stepped forward, grabbing Shui Zin's cheek, her face filled with malice. "What right do you have to bear a child for the Zhang family? What right do you have to bear Zhang Hao's child? Zhang Hao is in trouble now, but I am still the designated future daughter-in-law. As long as Zhang Hao is not dead after the marriage between the Zhang and Ning families, my family can still obtain all the resources of the Zhang family. And you, I don't know which bastard you came from. What right do you have to compete with me?" Yangqing finally understood Ning Ruxue's purpose this time. She wanted to ruin Shui Xian. "No, that was 10 million. Rushue, calm down. Zhang Hao is now disabled. It's not worth your youth." Slap. Ning Rushue slapped Yangqing on the face. "People of your class don't understand a thing. Youth is only something you guys like to talk about. After all, a youth without money is indeed short-lived. But my Ning family is different. I don't care what Zhang Hao looks like as long as he is the son of the Zhang family and still breathes. That is enough." Ning Rushue grew more agitated as she spoke, her sharp nails digging into Shui Zin's face, as if wishing to tear it off. "I will absolutely not allow anyone to take my things. Whether it's Gu Nian or you, Shui Xian." After venting her anger, Ning Rushue then stood up, indifferently waving her hand at the three impatient men. "Here's your reward. Remember to use some strength when you play. The child absolutely cannot be kept. Got it? It's on us." The three masked men approached Shui Xian slowly with lewd smiles. Shui Xian despaired, lowly murmuring, watching helplessly as the three devils removed their masks. When she saw the faces of the three men, her pupils trembled instantly. Terrifying memories surged back once again. It was them, the three men who bullied Gu Nian. "Rushue, I beg you, let me go. It wasn't voluntary. It was Zhang Hao who forced me. He drugged me, and I was out of my mind at the time." "I," Shui Xian cried, choking back, her sobs curling up and retreating. But Ning Rushue had no intention of listening to such nonsense. She only wanted Shui Xian to suffer worse than death. Having been pampered since childhood, the two things she despised most were those who were more capable than her and those who stole from her in front of others. Gu Nian belonged to the former category, while Shui Xian was the latter. Whether forced or voluntary, it was still theft. "I want you to understand, anything from the Ning family, even if I give it to a dog, no one is allowed to take it without my permission. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for me to teach you?" Ning Rushue impatiently urged the three men. These three men were the lackeys brought by Fan Sheng from the Fan family. Not only were they the dogs of the young master of the Fan family, but they were also Ning Rushue's loyal sycophants. What joy it was to earn a smile from a beauty and leave with a flourish. "Don't be anxious, Rushue. Toys should be slowly unwrapped for maximum enjoyment, to fully experience her struggles. That feeling is the best, just like this." As he spoke, one of the men grabbed Shui Zin's slender ankle and pulled her over. Shui Xian let out a piercing scream. Yet on the empty road, apart from the midnight breeze and the stars above, no one could hear her. "Tremble. Struggle. Ha ha." The men surged forward, pinning Shui Xian to the ground. "Be good, just endure for a moment." Shui Xian completely broke down. "No, no." Bang. Suddenly, a deafening gunshot echoed through the night sky. The man's expression of lust froze on his face. He looked incredulously at his heart. Blood was flowing steadily from the bullet hole in his chest, pooling over Shui Exin. Watching the spreading bloodstains, Shui Xin's mind went blank, and she fainted on the spot. The man opened his mouth, but didn't even have time to utter a word before he toppled over like a pile of mud beside Shui Exin. The others immediately stood up, cautiously looking towards the direction the bullet had come from. In the distance, a Santana was parked there seemingly unnoticed until now. 3 men got out of the car. The one who fired the shot was the leader. As the 3 approached, Ning Ru Shui finally got a clear look. The young man at the forefront appeared to be only 18 or 19, yet the hatred in his eyes was chilling. Just a glance into his eyes made Ning Ru Shui's heart tremble. Moreover, his face was incredibly familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. As her gaze shifted behind the young man, Ning Ru Shui's eyes widened in shock. She was so frightened that she hid behind one of the lackeys. It was Zhang Hao's personal bodyguard, Zhao Cheng. How could this be? Wasn't he dead? Could it be a ghost? I didn't expect Miss Ning to have moments of fear too, Gu Nian sneered, raising his gun and approaching. Zhao Cheng and Zhao Qing directly sealed off the escape route for Ning Ru Shui and the 2 lackeys. The 3 could only shiver in fear as they watched Gu Nian with the gun, not daring to utter a word. Gu Nian approached Shui Xian and kicked the corpse off her. Lowering his gaze, Gu Nian curled his lips into a playful smile. So Miss Ning enjoys playing such games behind her family's back. Why not change to something more interesting? What do you mean? Ning Ru Shui's voice trembled. The previous arrogance completely vanished under the gun's threat. She finally reacted belatedly. The man in front of her, smiling like a devil, was Gu Yan's father. They all said that Gu Yan's father had used some method to become extremely young, and it seemed that all the rumors were true. At this moment, she only wanted to escape home to hide back in the Ning family. Gu Nian looked at Ning Ru Shui, his eyes filled with mocking coldness. You'll find out soon enough. With that, Gu Nian subtly signaled to Zhao Qing and Zhao Cheng. The 2 raised their hands. In the blink of an eye, 3 burlap sacks were thrown over the 3 individuals. Gu Nian. Do you know who I am? I am Ning Ru Shui, the only daughter of the Ning family. Ning Ru Shui's voice sounded muffled through the sack, but her words were still filled with agitation. If you let me go, everything can be discussed. The Ning family will not treat you poorly. He'll pay any amount. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Cheng punched Ning Ru Shui in the stomach, making her vomit up her dinner. The filthy contents landed inside the burlap sack on her head, creating a putrid stench. I thought the Ning family's food was different from ordinary people's, but it turns out it's just as disgusting. Gu Nian mocked. Then he glanced indifferently at Yang Qing and Shui Xian lying on the ground. Take these 2 along as well. The 3 with burlap sacks over their heads were pushed into the car by Zhao Qing. After nearly an hour of bumping around, the car finally stopped. Zhao Qing grabbed the shoulders and elbows of the 3, rushing them out of the car. Before Ning Ru Shui could remove the sack, she smelled an extremely foul odor. A deep fear began to spread from the bottom of her heart. In the next moment, Zhao Cheng tore off the ropes around their necks and pulled the sacks off their heads. Ning Ru Shui then realized she was actually inside a pigsty. Although this pigsty had long been abandoned, and there were no pigs inside, the lingering stench of excrement was undeniable. Gu Nian, what are you bringing me here for? Ning Ru Shui was both angry and scared. The high heels she wore were a global limited edition, and now they were stuck in dry excrement on the ground, making her feel immense pain. She had never been to a place dirtier and messier than this in her life. What do you think I'm here for? Gu Nian smiled coldly. It's merely a matter of repaying someone in their own coin. After saying this, he exited the room, standing at the door and slightly nodding at the Zhao brothers. The 2 understood and swiftly stripped the 2 lackeys of all their clothes. Then they kicked hard at the back of their knees. The 2 men instantly fell to their knees on the ground, covered in excrement. Immediately afterward, Zhao Cheng pulled out a rusty chain embedded in the wall, and without hesitation, click. In an instant, 2 steel collars firmly locked around the necks of the 2 men. No matter how they struggled, all that could be heard was the crisp sound of chains clashing. Ning Ru Shui pressed tightly against the wall, her entire body tense to the point she forgot to breathe. Watching all this, she began to feel utterly terrified. She couldn't understand what Gu Nian was trying to do. She didn't understand why they were locking these 2 men up. And in the next moment, the fear in her eyes suddenly magnified infinitely. She saw Gu Nian curl his lips into a sinister smile, flipping his right hand. A pack full of silver needles suddenly appeared in Gu Nian's hand. Gu Nian stepped forward and patted Shui Xin's back. Are you alright? His voice was low, carrying a hint of concern that was barely perceptible. Shui Xian suddenly turned her head, her eyes slightly red, yet she forced a smile. I'm fine, just a bit sentimental. She gazed up at the darkening sky, taking a deep breath. I never expected things would turn out this way. Yeah, who could have imagined? Gu Nian's tone was tinged with self-mockery. They were originally just ordinary university classmates separated after graduation, but due to a mysterious system, they met again, drawn into a whirlpool filled with danger and conspiracy. The tasks issued by the system grew increasingly bizarre, with rewards becoming more substantial, yet the accompanying dangers escalated as well. They faced betrayal, pursuit, and even death, teetering on the brink of life and death far from their naive beginnings. Do you remember our first task? Shui Xin's voice trembled a bit. Back then we knew nothing, and almost. Gu Nian certainly remembered. It was their first mission from the system, tasked with infiltrating a heavily guarded research facility to steal a confidential document. They disguised themselves as cleaners, carefully avoiding surveillance and patrols, but were discovered at the last moment. The scene was still vivid in their minds: the blaring alarms, the flashing red lights, armed security, and their frantic escape. They were cornered, hiding in a narrow ventilation duct, hearing the approaching footsteps outside, almost convinced they would die there. At that moment I was really scared. Shui Xin's voice lowered. I thought we would die there. Me too, Gu Nian chuckled lightly. But we survived, didn't we? Yes, we survived, Shui Xin echoed, though her tone carried a hint of bitterness. They had survived, but lost so much. Friends, family, even their own identities had become casualties of this game. What do you plan to do next? Gu Nian broke the silence. Shui Xin paused for a moment before slowly saying, I will continue to complete the tasks, find the mastermind, and avenge our fallen comrades. Her eyes were filled with the flames of hatred, as if ready to consume everything. Gu Nian nodded. He understood Shui Xin's determination, and also his own mission. They had come too far to turn back, and could only move forward, even if the path ahead led to an abyss. Let's go back. It's time to return. Gu Nian turned and walked in the direction they had come from. Shui Xin silently followed behind him, and neither spoke again. The night had fully descended, darkness enveloping the earth and their hearts. Back at the temporary base, the other team members had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing them return, they gathered around. How was it? Any discoveries? A burly man asked. He was the team leader, codenamed Iron Tower. Gu Nian shook his head. No, the leads have gone cold. Damn it. Iron Tower slammed his hand on the table. Are we just going to stay passive like this? No, we still have a chance, Shui Xin suddenly spoke. Though the tasks issued by the system are strange, they all seem to point to the same target. What target? Everyone looked at her in unison. Shui Xin took a deep breath and slowly said, Eternal life. Eternal life. The others exchanged glances, not understanding her meaning. Exactly, eternal life. Shui Xin's gaze was resolute. I suspect the mastermind is conducting an experiment on eternal life, and we are their test subjects. Her words struck like thunder, reverberating in everyone's hearts. Eternal life, a term that had only existed in myths and legends, now stood before them in stark reality. How? How is that possible? Someone questioned. How could eternal life be achieved? I don't know, Shui Xin shook her head, but I believe the system must know something. We need to find more clues to unravel this mystery. But where do we start? Iron Tower asked. Shui Xin's gaze fell on Gu Nian, saying, I think I know what to do. Gu Nian was taken aback for a moment, then understood her meaning. Shui Xin's plan was bold and crazy, yet it was their only hope at the moment. Are you sure you want to do this? Gu Nian asked softly. Shui Xin nodded, her eyes firm. I must do this for our fallen comrades, and for ourselves. Gu Nian took a deep breath and said, All right, I support you. The two exchanged a determined smile, their eyes filled with resolve. They knew the road ahead would be even more perilous, but they were ready to face any challenge. The next morning, Gu Nian and Shui Xin quietly left the base, following their plan to find a key figure, someone who might know the secrets of the system. They traveled a winding route and arrived at a remote small town. The town was nestled between mountains and water, beautiful, yet permeated by an eerie atmosphere. Following the clues, they found an old manor. The gate was tightly shut, and the high walls exuded a sense of foreboding. Gu Nian and Shui Xin exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. They cautiously pushed open the gate, and a wave of decay hit them. The yard was overgrown with weeds, fallen leaves scattered everywhere, as if no one had lived there for a long time. Is anyone there? Gu Nian called out tentatively. The only response was a deathly silence. Just then a cold wind swept through, causing an old tree in the yard to rustle, akin to a ghostly whisper. Gu Nian and Shui Xin immediately became alert, gripping their weapons tightly. Suddenly a shadow darted past from behind the old tree, moving with astonishing speed. Before Gu Nian and Shui Xin could react, they felt a sharp pain, their vision faded to black, and they lost consciousness. Gu Nian felt a wave of dizziness, a sharp pain shooting through the back of his head. He struggled to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as heavy as if filled with lead. A buzzing sound echoed in his ears, and his consciousness began to blur. He didn't know how long it had been, but he finally regained a semblance of awareness. He felt himself lying on a cold, damp floor, his body tightly bound and unable to move. He forced his eyes open, but all he could see was darkness, with only vague outlines of his surroundings. It was a grim underground chamber with peeling walls that emitted a musty odor. Dim yellow light shone from above, casting long shadows on the ground. Awake! A cold voice whispered in his ear. Gu Nian turned to look and saw a tall man standing before him, his face obscured by a grotesque mask, making it impossible to discern his expression. Who are you? Gu Nian's voice was hoarse and weak. The man did not reply, merely let out a cold laugh. You don't need to know who I am, you only need to understand that your life is now in my hands. Gu Nian's heart sank. He knew he had fallen into the hands of the enemy, and the situation was dire. What about Shui Xian? Gu Nian gritted his teeth and asked. The man pointed to the side, and Gu Nian then noticed Shui Xian also lying on the ground, similarly bound, but she seemed to still be unconscious. What do you want? Gu Nian asked. What do you think? The man sneered again. Of course we are here to complete our experiment. Experiment? Gu Nian's heart trembled as he recalled Shui Xian's speculation. Could it be that the mastermind was indeed conducting an immortality experiment? Exactly, immortality. The man seemed to read his thoughts. We have researched for hundreds of years and finally found a method to achieve immortality, and you are our final test subjects. Gu Nian was filled with fear and anger. He never expected to become a sacrifice for their experiment. You won't get away with this. Gu Nian shouted angrily. The man laughed disdainfully. You have no choice in the matter. He clapped his hands, and two men in black stepped out of the shadows carrying various strange-looking instruments. Let's begin, the man ordered. The men in black approached Gu Nian and Shui Xian, preparing for the experiment. Gu Nian struggled desperately, but it was futile. He watched helplessly as the black-clad men inserted a cold needle into his body, a strange liquid flowing through the syringe into his veins. He felt an intense pain, his body began to convulse, and his consciousness started to fade. Shui Xian. Gu Nian called out with the last of his strength. He didn't know if Shui Xian could hear his voice, but he hoped she would survive and take revenge for him. He didn't know how long it had been when Gu Nian woke up again. He found himself lying in a strange room dressed in clean clothes. He sat up looking around, and noticing the room was sparsely furnished, containing only a bed, a table, and a chair. He felt somewhat weak, but his mind was exceptionally clear. He recalled everything that had happened in the underground chamber, his heart filled with fear and anger. He walked to the window and looked outside to find a dense forest with some buildings vaguely visible in the distance. Where is this? Gu Nian muttered to himself. Just then the door opened, and a woman in a white coat walked in. You're awake, she said with a smile. Gu Nian watched her warily. Who are you? I am the doctor here, the woman replied. You don't need to worry, you are safe now. Safe? Hey. Gu Nian scoffed. You brought me here for experiments and call this safe. The smile on the woman's face vanished. You know everything. What do you know? Gu Nian retorted. About the immortality experiment, the woman said. Gu Nian paused for a moment before asking, why are you doing this? The woman sighed. For the future of humanity. The future of humanity. Gu Nian laughed scornfully. You think it's acceptable to sacrifice others' lives for your so-called future? We have not sacrificed anyone, the woman clarified. We are only seeking a way to achieve immortality for humanity. Immortality? Gu Nian laughed coldly again. Do you really think you can achieve that? We have already done it, the woman stated. You are the proof. Gu Nian was taken aback. What do you mean? The woman approached him, reaching out to gently stroke his cheek. You have gained the ability of immortality. Gu Nian felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly pushed the woman away, stepping back a few paces. What are you talking about? The woman smiled. I'm not joking, can't you feel it yourself? Gu Nian carefully sensed his body and noticed something was indeed different. He felt that his strength was greater than before, and his wounds were healing remarkably quickly. This? How is it possible? Gu Nian murmured. Nothing is impossible, the woman said. You have become a successful case of our experiment. Gu Nian's mind was in chaos. He didn't know whether to believe the woman's words or continue doubting. Just then a voice came from outside the door. It seems you are awake. Gu Nian turned to look and saw a familiar figure standing in the doorway. Shui Xian. Gu Nian exclaimed in surprise. Shui Xian walked in her face, displaying a complex expression. Are you okay? Gu Nian asked with concern. Shui Xian nodded. I'm fine, thanks to you. Thanks to me? What do you mean? Gu Nian was stunned. Shui Xian took a deep breath and slowly said. When they captured me, they had already conducted experiments on you. They said your serum could grant me the ability of immortality. Gu Nian suddenly understood that Shui Xian had also become a test subject. Then you? Gu Nian asked. Shui Xian smiled. I'm fine, I now also possess the ability of immortality. Gu Nian looked at Shui Xian, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He didn't know whether to be happy or sad. So what do you plan to do next? A voice came from outside the door. Gu Nian and Shui Xian turned to see the masked man standing at the door, a strange smile on his face. Of course. The man paused, then said slowly, revenge. An hour later, Zhao Qing and Zhao Cheng drove back. Gu Nian had already burned Yang Qing's body to ashes. How did it go? The action was swift. The list you provided was very accurate. We've quickly matched all the corresponding individuals and surgeries are already being arranged. That's good. Gu Nian withdrew her gaze and checked the time. 2.5 hours had passed, they should be done by now. Gu Nian led Zhao Qing and the others to the pig pen. It had grown very quiet inside, as if entering a sage mode. Gu Nian gently pushed the door open. With a creak, as the wooden door swung open, a beam of light illuminated the dim pig pen, revealing a wretched figure on the ground. It was evident that Ning Rukshu's face had been savaged by the wolf dog. Her clothes were tattered like rags, and she was already unconscious. On the ground was a pool of coagulated blood and a scene of chaos. The two dogs saw Gu Nian and immediately rushed over, wagging their tails with satisfied expressions. Gu Nian smiled and patted the wolf dog's head. Then she raised her gaze, her calm eyes landing in the corner. The two individuals holding the phones were so frightened by Gu Nian's cold gaze that they could barely hold their devices steady. How many people are in the live stream? Gu Nian asked indifferently. One of them stammered, 113000. And the donations are 310000. Gu Nian scanned the other. And you? 121000. Donations 300000. The other person rasped, his voice dry. Very good. Gu Nian signaled with her eyes, and Zhao Qing walked over to retrieve the phones. Then a smile gradually crept across Gu Nian's face, her grin chilling. One of you won in numbers, and the other in donation amounts. It's a close contest. How about this'll make you both joint champions, alright? Joint champions. One person's eyes trembled, his emotions barely contained as he exclaimed, wasn't it agreed that we would be let go? Could it be that you plan to go back on your word? Gu Nian shook her head and lightly clicked her tongue. Then she pulled out 2 pills from her pocket, her form flashing as she appeared in front of one of them in the next instant. Gu Nian raised her left hand, gripping his chin, and pushed the pill into his throat with her index and middle fingers. As the Adam's apple rolled, the pill went down. Before the other person could react, Gu Nian flashed to him, as well, using the same method to force him to swallow the pill. Cough, cough, cough. The two clutched their necks and bent over, coughing incessantly. The sensation of Gu Nian's fingers at their throats nearly suffocated them. What did you make us take? Do you want to poison us? Gu Nian replied nonchalantly. Have you read too many second-rate novels? Poison you? Ha! Why would I want you dead? That would be a lovely thought. Gu Nian said, then took out her phone, a triumphant smile forming on her lips. What I gave you was merely a micro-explosive with a tracking device. The remote control for the explosive is right in my phone. Hey. The two's pupils instantly trembled. Gu Nian. You. They immediately doubled over, desperately trying to dig their fingers down their throats to expel the substance they just ingested. Don't waste your efforts. Gu Nian watched the absurd scene before her with great amusement, raising her phone. This candy coating has been treated by me with an extremely strong adhesion. Once ingested, it can't be expelled or passed out. If you attempt to forcefully remove it through surgery, then I can only... Boom. Gu Nian made an exaggerated explosion sound, and then burst into laughter. Her words plunged the two into complete despair. Gu Nian, Gu Daddy, we were wrong. We don't want to die, we really don't want to die. The two instantly knelt down, their heads banging heavily on the ground. However, Gu Nian simply shook her head gently and said, didn't I say before? I won't let you die. Not only will I keep you alive, but I will also ensure you return safely. The two exchanged glances, utterly confused by what kind of play Gu Nian was staging. I want both of you to go to the Jianghai City police station and confess, claiming that you committed a crime and humiliated the only daughter of the Ning family, Ning Rushua. Gu Nian raised an eyebrow, speaking slowly and clearly. What? Impossible. The two instantly realized. Gu Nian actually wanted them to take the blame for the two dogs. One of them jumped up in agitation. If we confess, the Ning family won't let us go. No one will let us go. The other one also wept bitterly, his face filled with resistance. That's right, it's the Ning family. If we admit it, our entire family will suffer. Fine. Gu Nian shrugged nonchalantly. It seems you've already made your choice, and I have nothing more to say. She pretended to slide her phone, preparing to press the switch. Don't. The two rushed over to snatch the phone, but the iron chains suddenly pulled them back, and they stumbled and fell again. Well, go. Well, go. One of them was so frightened that he was on the verge of losing his sanity, repeatedly telling himself, perhaps the police station is the safest place. The Ning family won't find us there, right? This statement instantly awakened the other person. The two's attitudes shifted dramatically as they cried and pleaded. Well, do what you say, or just please don't press the button. That's more like it. Gu Nian smiled, retracting her phone and blindfolding them before putting them in the car. Before the vehicle set off for the police station, Gu Nian clung to the car door, her expression hiding an unreadable emotion. Don't forget to tell our police uncle that the crime you committed was rape, not school bullying. Zhang Yida had waited all night with his men. Instead of waiting for Shui Xian and Yang Qing, he received the shocking news. The Ning family was in trouble. Zhang Yida brought his men to the police station and saw Ning Haixing and a group of bodyguards standing grimly in the police hall, while two weeping youths knelt on the ground. Police uncle, it's us. Please arrest us. One of the youths clutched the policeman's pant leg, glancing up at Ning Haisheng with fear in his eyes. "Please. You must arrest us. We committed a crime." The police stood awkwardly, trying to pull the two youths up. However, they stubbornly remained on the ground, refusing to rise. Officer Wang Dichuan scratched his head in confusion. After so many years as a policeman, it was the first time he encountered someone eager to have the police convict them. But at their age, they looked no more than 12 or 13. Even if everything they said was true. But could they really be convicted? "Haisheng, what is this?" Facing Zhang Yida's question, Ning Haisheng's eyes sharpened like knives as he shot a venomous glare at the two sprawled on the ground, his molars grinding in fury. "What do you call this?" Ru Shui was gone all night and was found this morning in the back garden drenched in blood. "The station called me." Two people turned themselves in, claiming to be the ones who hurt Ru Shui. Zhang Yida looked toward the pair. At the instant their gazes met, he froze. "How is it you?" Zhang Yida could not help the twitch at his cheek. Weren't these the two wealthy heirs who always shadowed Fan Sheng? Chu Sheng and Wei Juanji. Chu Sheng, Wei Juanji, and Su Jianmin. The three of them were Fan Sheng's loyal followers, all signs of some of the country's most famous business families. Chu Sheng's family had long been a national leader in pharmaceutical testing, while Wei Juanji's clan worked in the entertainment industry. As for Su Jianmin, his father spent some years abroad in sordid procurement rackets. Returning with a fortune, he founded Su Jiang International Hotel Group, catering to the mid to high-end market. Over the years at Fan Ye's introductions, these houses had developed close business ties with the Zhangs and the Nings. They were supposed to be part of the same chain of interests that made no sense for them to commit such a reckless act. Zhang Yida's eyes narrowed, something felt amiss. Those three had always clung to one another like conjoined twins. Why were there only two now? Where was the third? Ning Haisheng, who recognized them immediately, went pale, his temple throbbed with rage. Ignoring the officer's restraint, Ning Haisheng stepped forward and gripped Chu Sheng's throat, snarling, "Speak. Did you do those wounds to my daughter?" The pampered young men had never faced such ferocity. Ning Haisheng's facetious roar sent their brains reeling. I. Chu Sheng stammered, at a loss for words, when a memory of what Gu Nian had said suddenly surfaced. "This bomb has a remote eavesdropping function. If you want to live, do not take chances." Gu Nian's trembling smile flashed through his mind, and Chu Sheng shivered. The words caught in his throat, he swallowed them down. Gu Nian was surely listening somewhere. If they confessed now, they would be blown to pieces before Ning Haisheng even reached Gu Nian. It was us. Truly. Chu Sheng ground his teeth and lowered his head to accept the charge. A heavy clatter followed. With a sudden kick from Ning Haisheng, Chu Sheng had no time to react and was sent flying several meters, his head striking the wall until stars burst before his eyes. "You scum. How dare you set your sights on my daughter? If it weren't for the Ning family opening hospital channels for you, you'd be rotting in some black den." Ning Haisheng, incandescent with fury, lunged to strike again. Wang Dichuan, sensing disaster, leapt forward and grabbed Ning's fist with all his strength, shouting, "Calm down. What are you doing? This is a police station, not a place for you to act like a lawless man." "Lawless?" Ning Haisheng sneered, pointing at Chu Sheng and the others. "You couldn't catch the murderers, and now two men come forward and confess. If you don't arrest them, what good is this police station? Detention requires procedure. It is not as simple as you imagine," Wang Dichuan replied bluntly. "Don't play games with me." Ning Haisheng roared. "Who am I? I'm Ning Haisheng. We can hire the most expensive lawyers. My daughter is not someone like Gu Nian you can bully. No matter their ages, these two must receive the heaviest penalties." His words fell like a gavel. Zhang Yida, standing aside, felt an inexplicable flush of humiliation, as if he had been slapped. "Haisheng, calm down first." The atmosphere grew delicate and tense. Zhang Yida spoke slowly, trying to ease the room's tempers. Ning Haisheng, eyes bloodshot, turned to Zhang with bitter accusation, as if he had found a new outlet for his rage. "Old Zhang, are you trying to lecture me? Your own son was made a eunuch, and you went searching for Gu Nian everywhere without result, while my daughter has remained safe. Are you not jealous? Now that the Ning family is in trouble, aren't you secretly pleased?" Pushed to the sorest place, Zhang Yida's temper flared. "How dare you say that? You are a chairman of a listed group. Countless eyes watch you. If you rant here like a madman, do you believe the Ning family stock will not evaporate by billions tomorrow?" Zhang Yida's words snapped Ning Haisheng back to clarity. Ning stared hard at Chu Sheng and the others, his eyes full of ice and hate. "Don't think the law will absolve you. I will not spare a single member of your family." At that moment, another police car drove into the compound. Lian Yinhong and Shun Zhaoan, having received a call from colleagues, hurried over. "We received a report," Lian Yinhong said. "A male corpse was found on a freight road in the city. Identification confirms it is Su Jianmin, the second son of Su Jiang International Hotel Group. Cause of death, a bullet through the heart." At the name, everyone except Chu Sheng and Wei Juanji drew a breath of ice. Zhang Yida's face betrayed unfeigned shock. He fixed his gaze on Chu Sheng and Wei. I both kept their heads bowed, their faces full of inner struggle. Lian Yinhong then lifted a plastic evidence bag. Inside lay a bullet. This projectile upon inspection matches the bullet recovered from the kidnapping scene. Preliminary analysis indicates it belongs to a QSC-92 Type 9mm pistol. At the model name, Zhang Yida's face went rigid. Wasn't that the gun he had given Zhao Chong? Could it be? Gu Nian again. Ning Haixing snapped to attention and turned to the two, barking, "You dare lie to me." No. No. Chu Sheng groaned in pain and reluctance, while Wei Juanji's expression was that of one who had wept dry. Zhang Yida, sensing the matter had implicated him, dropped his indifferent air and demanded fiercely, "Tell the truth, at once, who killed him and who harmed Ru Shui? Do you think the two of you could cover something this big?" Everyone expected his words to cow them. Yet to everyone's surprise, Wei Juanji, hollow with despair, slipped his hand into his pocket and produced the pistol. "We harmed Ru Shui. We also killed him," Wei Juanji stammered. "The gun was found. We argued over who would be first, and it went off." His whole body shook. Fear made the flesh on his cheek tremble. Eyes closed, he steeled himself and took the burden of the confession. Only then did they finally understand why Gu Nian had handed them a pistol with an empty magazine. This had all been anticipated from the start. Do you even comprehend what murder truly entails? Zhang Yida was seething with fury, desperate to pry open Chu Sheng's skull and see what nonsense filled his mind. What exactly are you two concealing? Do you possess any sense at all? Yet no matter how Zhang Yida pleaded or reasoned, Chu Sheng and Wei Juanji stubbornly insisted. The killing was theirs alone. Lian Yunhong scrutinized the two men with penetrating, inscrutable eyes, then furrowed his brow. He exchanged a long, weighty glance with Shun Zhaowen. Both silently arrived at the same chilling suspicion. They had already been investigating the string of crimes linked to Gu Nian. And now these two individuals, who had knelt before them in apparent contrition, were intimately entangled with the victim Ning Ruxue, the deceased Su Jianmin, and most significantly, with Gu Nian's daughter Gu Yin. The modus operandi bore an uncanny resemblance. It was simply too coincidental. "This bears his unmistakable signature." Shun Zhaowen spoke gravely. "I suspect this is precisely the outcome he intended, to cast the dilemma upon us, forcing us to confront an impossible choice." Lian Yunhong nodded slowly. Shun Zhaowen's hypothesis held undeniable merit. Yet at present there existed no compelling evidence tying Gu Nian directly to the crime. Even more daunting was the legal hurdle of age. Pursuing prosecution after so many years would be extraordinarily difficult. Worse still, the two men behaved as though bewitched, determined to shoulder the guilt unto death. Indeed, the investigation had grown markedly more complex. Yet, Ning Haixing suddenly stilled his composure, settling like frost over still water. His gaze sharp and glacial locked onto Chu Sheng and Wei Juanji. With deceptive nonchalance he asked, "I recall, once a suspect reaches 14, things become considerably simpler, correct?" "Moi." The abrupt, seemingly disconnected question left everyone momentarily stunned. "I mean, those aged 14 and above face no such complications, do they?" Ning Haixing repeated, his eyes turning expectantly toward Lian Yunhong. "Yes, in theory, for 8 categories of offenses, those aged 14 and above. No need to elaborate. I understand." Ning Haixing's gaze slithered like venomous serpents. Merely meeting it sent a jolt of visceral tension through the room. No one could fathom the thoughts churning behind those cold, calculating eyes. Even Zhang Yida instinctively softened his breath. He had no intention of provoking such perilous stillness. Half an hour later, Ning Haixing completed the official statement. He and Zhang Yida departed the police station with their subordinates. Under the pair's vehement insistence, authorities reluctantly detained Chu Sheng and Wei Juanji as suspects. After only a few paces, Ning Haixing halted and turned, his expression eerily placid as he regarded Zhang Yida. "Old Zhang, altering academic records shouldn't pose much difficulty, should it?" Zhang Yida blinked, startled. "What are you planning?" "Just 1 year. Perhaps the parents misstated the birth date," he murmured softly, his eyes locking onto Zhang Yida's, glinting with concealed, razor-edged intent. "Don't the Chu and Wei families habitually err? Their financial statements teem with oversights. Surely misrecording a child's birth year is forgivable, wouldn't you agree?" Zhang Yida's lips twitched faintly before curling into a wry, knowing smile. "As always, you're quick to connect the dots." Tonglu Town. Inside the derelict hospital, Gu Nian sat motionless on a chair, his expression utterly detached as he watched the young woman lying supine on the gurney. She had regained consciousness, struggling weakly to lift herself only to collapse back helplessly. As the anesthetic gradually wore off, a dull, insistent ache began to bloom deep within her lower abdomen. Sensing his unblinking, unwavering stare, she turned her frail gaze toward him, her pupils instantly freezing in shock. "Yin." A fleeting, disoriented second passed. Shui Xin instinctively shook her head. "No, you're not." Then, recalling recent rumors, her lips trembled slightly as she ventured hesitantly, "Are you Uncle Gu?" "Uncle Gu." Those 3 words stirred a faint ripple across Gu Nian's otherwise stagnant soul. "The child inside you has been removed," he said, voice icy, features obscured by shadow. unreadable, impenetrable. At his words, Shui Xan lowered her gaze, biting her lip. Her eyes clouded with quiet desolation. Are you disappointed? She shook her head. Have you ever hated me? She nodded. Then why didn't you speak up at the time? Her cracked lips parted, but no sound emerged. Then lifting her eyes again, tears welled, overflowing, unrestrained. Because I was terrified. I feared suffering Yin Yin's fate. Or worse. Her frame trembled, not solely from the dull throb in her abdomen, but from the terror long since seared into her memory. She paused, wiped her tears roughly with the back of her hand, and looked at Gu Nian with sudden raw intensity. May I see Yin Yin? Now is hardly an appropriate time. Gu Nian replied flatly, refusing her plea outright. Shui Xian's eyes dimmed visibly, like candlelight snuffed by wind. Indeed, Yin Yin ought to despise her. Had she not insisted Yin Yin accompany her, Yin Yin would never have entered that club, and certainly never been dragged to that factory. Even if Yin Yin refused to forgive her for the rest of her life, it would be just. Since the tragedy, Shui Xian had drowned each day in remorse, weeping until her eyes burned raw. If given a chance to rewind time, she would never have allowed Yin Yin to accompany her to that ill-fated part-time interview. Uncle Gu, Shui Xian rasped, her voice thick with resolve. If you require it, I will testify. I will stand as witness against them. Grant me this chance, to atone, to make amends. Gathering strength, she pushed herself upright, turning her body fully toward Gu Nian. Beneath the sterile glare of the surgical lamp, her face, already pale, appeared almost translucent, streaked with dried salt-crusted trails. Gazing into those amber eyes, clear, luminous, achingly familiar, Gu Nian drew a slow, deep breath, then released it steadily. His own eyes remained veiled, inscrutable. I'm sorry, but I no longer need your testimony. Your life has only just begun. Rest well. I must leave. I have matters to attend to. With that, he rose and walked toward the door. Uncle Gu, where are you going? Shui Xian cried out, panic sharpening her voice. Gu Nian paused mid-reach for the handle, then turned, offering her a gentle, sorrow-tinged smile. The path ahead grows grim. I'll clear it, for Yin Yin. The door clicked shut behind him. He stood silent in the corridor, listening as her muffled sobs swelled, then shattered into raw, inconsolable wails. Zhao Qing approached, listening intently, his expression equally grave. What's your next move? The foot soldiers have fallen. It's time to confront the mastermind pulling their strings. Let me warn you, Fan Guangwei is no ordinary man. Zhao Qing cautioned. Though retired, his influence permeates every echelon of power. He appears regularly at elite charity galas. His son Fan Jinping currently serves as director of the Jianghai Municipal Public Security Bureau. Each of his personal security detail possesses skills rivaling or surpassing our own. Zhao Qing laid out the Fan family's formidable reach without pause. Yet, Gu Nian merely smiled faintly. I've known all this for some time. Which means we require a new face. One untainted, unseen. A new face. Zhao Qing frowned. Where? Soon. Within days. A subtle anticipatory gleam lit Gu Nian's eyes. Rare, long awaited. Jianghai City, East District Prison. Beneath its imposing, austere walls, a heavy iron gate groaned open. A dark-skinned, middle-aged man tilted his face upward, gazing wordlessly at the boundless sunlit sky. Then, arms spread wide, eyes closed, he inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with the unfiltered, unconfined air of freedom. A slow, radiant smile finally broke across his frozen features. 13 years. He had dreamed this moment, replayed it, yearned for it, for 13 long years. At last, it had come true. Ning family's villa. A week has passed since Gu Nian was taken away during that extreme dark moment. Ning Haixing invited the best doctor in Huagua to treat Ning Ruxia's physical injuries. The wounds on her body have started to scab and show signs of improvement. However, the deep scars on her face constantly remind Ning Ruxia of the painful memories of that night. She has locked herself in her room for several days. Although Ning Haixing has replaced all the windows of the Ning family with bulletproof ones, there are bodyguards patrolling outside the doors and windows 24 hours a day. Even the servants delivering meals must undergo rounds of forced body searches by the bodyguards. Yet despite this, Ning Ruxia still lives in constant fear every day. As soon as she closes her eyes, she recalls the horrifying actions of those two dogs and the excruciating pain in her body. Disgusting, ugly, and an unprecedented disgrace. She is the only daughter of the Ning family, and the future trillion-dollar fortune will belong to her. Her future should be bright and brilliant. She must not let anyone know what happened that night, absolutely not. This secret, even if it rots in her stomach, she will not reveal the truth. So when Ning Haixing said that Chu Cheng and the others voluntarily went to the police station to confess, Ning Ruxia even felt a slight sense of justification. Given the circumstances, it is better for the public to think she was bullied by them than to face the fact of being humiliated by beasts. Between embarrassment and becoming a complete laughingstock, Ning Ruxia chose the former without hesitation. Seeing Ning Ruxia nod in agreement, Ning Haixing's hatred for Chu Cheng intensified. Knock knock knock. A series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. What is it? Ning Haixing spoke displeased. Mr. Ning, the police are here saying they want to talk to Miss Rushue about something. Ning Haixing's eyes turned cold for a moment. Got it, tell them to wait at the door. After finishing, he raised his hand to stroke Ning Ruxue's hair, but was dodged by her. Ning Haixing sighed inwardly and walked out of the room. Keep a close watch on her. No one is allowed to approach Miss. Yes. Just as Ning Haixing walked down the stairs, he saw two familiar faces trying to rush up to the second floor. What are you doing? Ning Haixing straightened his back and blocked Lien Yunhong with an extremely displeased expression, speaking firmly. We are from the Renai Criminal Police Team. We met you at the police station before. Lien Yunhong quickly presented his credentials and said, we are here to talk to Ning Rushue about some matters. Rushue is currently unwell and unavailable to see anyone. Please go back. Is it unwell or scared to meet? Shen Jiawen couldn't help but blurt out. What nonsense are you talking about? Ning Haixing shot a cold glare at Shen Jiawen. My daughter has done nothing wrong. What is there to be scared of? Lien Yunhong turned back and shot Shen Jiawen a glare, explaining calmly. According to the clues we have, your daughter is related to the deceased Su Jianmin, discovered a week ago, as well as the killer Gu Nian. We are currently investigating in a serial murder case. Last night we received an anonymous video. It features a bullying incident. Lien Yunhong's cold gaze shifted to Ning Haixing. Your daughter Ning Rushue and Gu Nian's daughter Gu Nian appeared in the video, and we suspect this is Gu Nian's original motive. For your daughter's safety, we need to confirm some matters with her as soon as possible. My daughter did not bully anyone. Ning Haixing was furious and pointed at Lien Yunhong and the others. You police officers, since you know who the killer is, you should hurry and catch them. Why come to my Ning family to make trouble? My daughter is just a child. How could she understand anything? Ning Haixing in a fit of rage shouted, what if you come here with so many people and scare my daughter? All of you get out of here. Mr. Ning, please calm down. Lien Yunhong sighed, raising his hand as if to explain. Unexpectedly, Ning Haixing gestured behind him, and a group of fully armed men in black rushed up, forming a wall between Ning Haixing and Lien Yunhong and Shen Jiawen. Ning Haixing. Shen Jiawen was completely enraged and shouted at Ning Haixing. Do you know you are obstructing justice? How ridiculous. Ning Haixing mocked disdainfully. I am obstructing. What will you do about it? Let me tell you, young man, don't think you are something special. Even your team leader has to give me some respect. What do you think you are? You... Shen Jiawen clenched his fists in anger, wanting to rush over to hit him, but was forcibly stopped by Lien Yunhong. What are you doing? Think about your identity. You are a police officer, not a thug. Lien Yunhong lowered his voice, urgently whispering to Shen Jiawen. Shen Jiawen's veins bulged, and despite Lien Yunhong's shout, he could only watch as Ning Haixing walked away while he and Lien Yunhong were ruthlessly driven out of the Ning family by a group of black-clad bodyguards. Captain Lien, it was clearly his daughter who made the mistake first. Why is he acting like nothing happened? Is our purpose as police officers to protect these hypocritical scoundrels? This was the first time Shen Jiawen doubted his beliefs. Lien Yunhong remained silent, quietly lighting a cigarette. Captain Lien, no matter how you think, I cannot accept it. Seeing Lien Yunhong's silence, Shen Jiawen stood up alone, angrily saying, we both clearly know the root cause of these cases, yet you want me to pretend not to know. I cannot do it. If Captain Lien, you are unwilling to support me, then I will investigate in my own way. With that, Shen Jiawen left without looking back. Come back. Lien Yunhong's angry shout was powerless. Watching Shen Jiawen's figure quickly disappear, Lien Yunhong felt too lazy to chase after him. He silently swallowed the last puff of smoke, forcefully throwing the butt to the ground and crushing it underfoot, then stood up and walked towards the police car. Shen Jiawen wandered aimlessly in the city. He thought about his persistence since childhood, the motivation that made him endure through every night and every physical test. His angry footsteps gradually slowed down as he took out his phone and skillfully found a phone number. Whenever he felt lost, Shen Jiawen would call home. It didn't matter what he said, he just wanted to hear the voices of his family. At this time, his sister should have already gotten out of school. Shen Jiawen did not hesitate and quickly dialed the number. Beep, 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 brother. The phone rang only 3 seconds before his sister Shan Jiejia's sweet voice came through the receiver. Shen Jiawen's restless heart immediately calmed down a lot. How was school today? Did anyone bully you? Who would bully me? I get along really well with my classmates, his sister Shan Jiejia happily said. Brother, don't always think the worst of people, okay? Hearing Shan Jiejia's words, a hint of bitterness welled up in Shen Jiawen's heart. By the way, brother, when are you coming back? Shan Jiejia eagerly asked, gripping the receiver tightly. I've been a bit busy lately. Mid-sentence, sensing the extremely expectant tone on the other end, the words, I won't be coming back, got stuck in Shen Jiawen's throat, and he instinctively changed his words. He'll be back in a while. Study hard, and he'll bring you something delicious when I come back. Shen Jiawen said indulgently. Yage. Shan Jiejia cheered immediately. By the way, brother, I have some great news to tell you today. Oh, let's hear it. Today the teacher told us that there is a super amazing scholarship program at school called See the World, and those selected will receive full scholarships for studying abroad. Brother, it's a study abroad program, fully funded to go overseas. Shun Jiejia exclaimed joyfully while sitting on the edge of her bed swinging her legs. Do you know? After class the teacher called me to her office and said she has already enrolled me. The teacher said this program has a high threshold, only those whose overall scores are in the top 10 are eligible to enroll. How about that? Your sister is quite capable. He study abroad program. Xin Zhaowen was taken aback. When did this happen? You didn't even tell me. It was just today. I was just notified. Shun Jiejia chattered on, but the teacher also said that even if I pass the enrollment it doesn't mean I will be selected because there are also written tests and interviews. So strict. Xin Zhaowen raised an eyebrow. This selection process was nearly as rigorous as a civil service exam. Isn't it? Shun Jiejia murmured, her eyes filled with anticipation for the program. I really hope I can be that lucky one. Brother, not to mention going abroad, I haven't even been out of Jinghaishi. You're still so young. If you get selected and go out alone, how can I rest easy? Brother, it's not alone. Shun Jiejia explained this study abroad assistance program has a total of 5 spots. So if I get selected, I will be going with other classmates. Which country and which school? I don't know yet. We're still in the enrollment phase. When is the interview? When will the results come out? All right. Shun Jiejia pouted impatiently. Brother, you're starting to ramble again. The written test is tomorrow. The interview is the day after. It'll be quick. How about? Xin Zhaowen wanted to remind her of something, but Shun Jiejia was really annoyed by his nagging and didn't want to hear another word. Brother, you can rest easy. You also graduated from this school, right? Now that there's a better opportunity, you should be happy for me. I won't say more. Mom is urging me. I'm hanging up. As she heard the busy tone on the phone, Xin Zhaowen felt a strange tightening in his heart. Hope Primary School Study Abroad Selection. Is this assistance program perhaps a bit too extravagant? For some reason, Xin Zhaowen always felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. After hanging up the phone, Shun Jiejia felt great all evening. She eagerly awaited the next day. As soon as she stepped into the school, the teacher quietly took her to the hallway, handed her a note and a personal information form. Shun Jiejia opened it and was surprised to find the address of a hospital. This is your admission ticket. Make sure to keep it safe. Both the written test and the interview will be held here. You don't have to attend class today. I'll go there first. The teacher has already excused you. Shun Jiejia was a bit puzzled, tilting her head in confusion. But teacher, why is the assessment location a hospital? The teacher cleared her throat and said seriously, because this program is quite special. There will be a physical examination after all assessments, so it's arranged at the hospital to save you time. Don't worry, the initiator of this program is our school's honorary principal, and this hospital was also built through Principal Zhang's investment. Okay, fine. Looking at the teacher's kind eyes and relatively credible explanation, Shun Jiejia felt a lot more at ease. Later you just go directly to the playground. There will be a bus waiting for you. Knock on the door and tell them you're here for the study abroad interview, and they will let you in. We'll go together and come back together. Got it? Got it, teacher. Shun Jiejia showed her sharp little tiger teeth, her bright and charming smile exceptionally cute. She then turned and dashed towards the playground. Indeed, a tourist bus was parked on the playground. This was Shun Jiejia's first time seeing such a bus. The windows that should have been transparent and ventilated were all covered with black reflective paper, making it impossible to see inside from outside. Following the teacher's instructions, Shun Jiejia gently knocked on the bus door. Hello, I'm a student enrolled in the Study Abroad Assistance Program. As soon as she finished speaking, the door slowly opened, and a driver in a black suit with sunglasses looked at Shun Jiejia expressionlessly. What's your name? Shun Jiejia. Shun Jiejia whispered her name. Looking at the driver in front of her, she felt a hint of timidity. The driver glanced at the list in his hand and nodded, getting quickly. You're the last one. Shun Jiejia's face turned red as she rushed onto the bus. It was only after she got on that she realized the bus was already filled with more than 30 girls. All girls. How could this be? Shun Jiejia was baffled, and her gaze scanned around, finding only the front row had available seats. She carefully sat in the front row, stealing glances at the driver's direction. The bus started. The entire bus was silent. The atmosphere was heavy with no one speaking. Shun Jiejia tried several times to engage her classmate Su Rinyue from the back rows, but was completely ignored. About an hour and a half later, the bus stopped at the entrance of Rena Hospital. Shun Jiejia and the others got off and were immediately led by a woman dressed as a secretary through a very concealed side door to the 3rd floor of the hospital. The secretary opened a door. Shun Jiejia was stunned. Inside were 35 desks arranged quietly, each desk spaced 1 meter apart in all directions. Apparently, this was the place for the written tests. The secretary had everyone line up, verifying names one by one before allowing them to enter the room. She approached Shun Jiejia, quickly scanning her expression, then opened her hand. Your admission ticket, please. Oh, okay. Shun Jiejia hurriedly took out the personal information the teacher had given her. The secretary quickly verified the document, then glanced into the room. You can go in and find your name. Taking a deep breath to ease her nerves, Shun Jejia walked in and sat down at the desk with her name on it. This assistance program seemed to involve a much more complicated process than she had anticipated. The exam began shortly after, and the papers were distributed. Shun Jejia couldn't help but frown. One paper was entirely in English, and the other was entirely in Chinese. I'm giving you two papers, the questions are exactly the same, just one is in English, and the other in Chinese. After answering in Chinese, fill in the corresponding English answers. Understand? Shun Jejia nodded thoughtfully and looked down at the questions. But as she looked, she was completely stunned. 1. In international protocol, the position of left and right is A. Right is honored B. Left is honored C. Center is honored D. Front is honored 2. Women in the service industry cannot have shoulder-length hair. Their hair should not be longer than A. Ear B. Neck C. Waist D. Shoulder. Brief question: if you need to accompany a client for business dealings, due to the nature of work, what effective measures do you think are necessary to ensure the smooth completion of this interaction? Shun Jejia felt as if her scalp had exploded. Her hand holding the pen awkwardly hovered over the paper, unable to write a single word for a long time. What kind of ridiculous questions are these? But before long, she heard the continuous sound of shassa shassa from nearby as others answered the questions. She stole a few glances and found that some people had nearly flipped the page already. Strange. How could they answer so quickly? Shun Jejia felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. The secretary's gaze was fixed on her. Shun Jejia immediately lowered her head and picked the first option with little confidence. Whatever, I'll just answer and see. I can't submit a blank paper. With a determined bite of her teeth, Shun Jejia joined the ranks of those answering questions, disregarding everything. An hour later, the written test has concluded. Before Shun Jejia could catch her breath, the secretary immediately urged everyone to move to a neighboring room to start the interview, not even allowing a moment for a sip of water. This is a bit rushed, isn't it? Shun Jejia muttered softly. Drinking water will make you swell. A girl in front seemed to overhear Shun Jejia's complaint and randomly threw in that comment. Huh, what do you mean by swelling? Just as Shun Jejia was about to ask what the girl meant, she immediately turned her head, refusing to engage further. Feeling snubbed, Shun Jejia pouted in disinterest. The interview process involved entering one by one, with the door being locked behind each candidate. Perhaps due to the soundproofing of the room, Shun Jejia heard not a single sound from within. Waiting in boredom for an hour. Next, Shun Jejia. Here. Shun Jejia leaped up, raising her hand as she rushed over from the wall. Finally, it was her turn, as she felt as if she had waited long enough for flowers to wither. The secretary glanced at her, then turned the doorknob to open the door. Go in. Shun Jejia entered the room and was taken aback to find 5 or 6 people in white coats standing inside. At the forefront sat a stranger. What is this? Shun Jejia's palms began to sweat inexplicably. She nervously swallowed and asked in a low voice, "Excuse me, are you the interviewers?" "Indeed." The woman spoke coldly. "The interview starts now. Please remove all your clothing." "What?" Shun Jejia's heart jolted. "Isn't this an interview? Why do I need to take off my clothes?" Shun Jejia crossed her arms defensively, questioning with great reluctance. "This is part of the interview. We are selecting talented individuals for studying abroad, so naturally we need to choose those who excel in both intellect and appearance, and beauty is part of our assessment." The woman explained, "Don't worry, these are all professional doctors. They won't do anything to you." Shun Jejia struggled and hesitated intensely. The woman noticed her reluctance and frowned, urging, "This opportunity to study abroad is not available to everyone. It has fallen to you. You must seize and cherish it. This might be your only chance to leap through the dragon gate in your life." The woman's few words began to sway Shun Jejia's resolve. Her arms slowly dropped, fingers trembling as they grazed the first button of her outer garment. 1 button. 2 buttons. By the end, she was left with only a set of underwear. The top layer must be removed as well. Shun Jejia gritted her teeth. Under the gazes of many, she unfastened the inner button of her top. A wave of humiliation surged within her. The woman looked at Shun Jejia, her eyes showing a hint of surprise, and then slightly raised her chin in a gesture. The people in white coats quickly surrounded Shun Jejia, taking out a soft measuring tape to begin measuring. Height, 165 centimeters. Shoulder to head ratio 2:5. Bust 84, waist 59, hip 91, waist to hip ratio 0:65. Thigh calf ankle circumference. The white coats were tightly reporting the measurement data, while someone nearby quickly filled in these numbers on an interview form. Shun Jejia held her breath, her heart racing so fast she thought it might burst. She finally understood, albeit belatedly, why the previous girl said she shouldn't drink water. It turned out that the so-called interview was actually about measuring these appearance metrics. But wasn't this supposed to be for studying abroad assistance? Shouldn't grades be the priority? Does beauty and figure really matter that much? Shun Jejia was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend. However, she did not notice that the woman's gaze had subtly shifted after hearing the series of data reported by the white coats. The interview ended quickly. By the time Shinjejia put her clothes back on and came out, her mind was still in a somewhat surreal haze. As the last person finished the interview, everyone began to enter the medical examination area for health checks, blood tests, ultrasounds, CT scans. Shinjejia had undergone health checks before, but when she saw the words gynecological examination area, she felt deeply uncomfortable for a long time. The doctor seemed accustomed to this. When it was Shinjejia's turn, she changed gloves while asking without looking up, "Have you had sexual intercourse?" "How could that be?" "Absolutely not." Upon hearing this, Shinjejia's face turned crimson, her voice rising several degrees. The doctor was startled, stopping her movements to look at Shinjejia. "Lie down on the examination table. I need to confirm." "Confirm?" Shinjejia was puzzled, following the doctor's instructions to lie on the examination table. "Oh!" A terrified scream echoed from the gynecological examination area. Tears welled up in Shinjejia's eyes as she bowed repeatedly toward the doctor, apologizing. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to. I just didn't understand." The doctor grimaced, rubbing her eyes that had been kicked and sparkling from Shinjejia's kick, then heavily marked an exclamation mark beside completeness. "Popper, hurry up and leave." Next, Shinjejia's pride was knocked down, biting her lip, her face flushed as she ran out. The entire assessment and medical examination lasted until 3 in the afternoon. Shinjejia's stomach was already growling from hunger, but she dared not speak up. After all the checks were completed, everyone finally gathered in the underground parking garage and boarded the bus for the return trip. On each person's seat, a box of milk and a sandwich had been placed in advance. Looking at the low-calorie food, Shinjejia, who was already starving, found herself unable to muster any appetite. At that moment, she longed for her mother's braised pork. Should I tell my brother about today's situation? Sitting on the return bus, Shinjejia shook the milk, replaying everything that had happened throughout the day in her mind. Forget it, my brother is so busy, you'll tell him face-to-face next time he comes back. After thinking for a moment, Shinjejia inserted the straw into the milk box, deciding to keep today's events a secret for now. The bus, covered with black anti-peeping film, slowly passed through a high-tech park. A man with a muscular build and a buzz cut looked on with a puzzled expression as he followed the bus departing direction. Has the outside world changed this much? Why do tourist buses still have anti-peeping film? It's just ridiculous. He squatted on the stone steps beside the greenery, a small stack of A4 paper wedged between his thighs and abdomen. That was his resume. There were already about 7 or 8 cigarette butts on the ground, yet the man's brow tightened further. The warm sunlight seemed to do nothing to brighten his oppressive heart. After finishing his last cigarette, just as he was about to get up and leave, the light suddenly dimmed before him. He instantly raised his gaze. He saw Gu Nian smiling slightly at him, extending her right hand. "Hello, may I ask if you are Chindaba?" "Who are you?" The moment he saw Gu Nian, Chindaba's pupils shook. He froze, shocked, straightening his body with immense astonishment in his eyes. With a rustle, the A4 paper resume slipped from his thigh, scattering all over the ground. "Gu Nian, how the hell have you become even younger than in college?" Chindaba could hardly believe it. "I have so much money that I can't spend it all, so I had some work done." Gu Nian spoke casually, shrugging, her gaze dropping to the resumes scattered on the ground, her lips curling into a mocking smile. "So diligent. Just came out, and you're already looking for a job." Chindaba awkwardly rushed to pick up his resume, laughing dryly at Gu Nian. "I just came out for a week, thought I'd find a job first, but no one wanted me. Ew, I just got rejected again." Chindaba scratched his head a bit embarrassedly. Gu Nian looked up casually, glancing at the high-tech park behind Chindaba. This was the newly planned high-tech industrial development zone in Jianghai City, hosting numerous high-tech research companies with good benefits policies and subsidies. However, this location was too remote with almost no living facilities. Despite several years of development, it remained lukewarm, lacking any vitality. Retracting her gaze, Gu Nian pointed to a Santana parked roadside, patting Chundaba's shoulder. "Let's go get in the car. You want me, your old classmate, to stand here and reminisce?" "Sure." Chundaba grinned foolishly, naturally taking a seat in the passenger seat. Gu Nian couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia looking at Chundaba's robust physique. He really hadn't changed much, his nature remained as simple as ever. It seemed that during those years in prison, he had completely shut himself off from the outside world, solely focused on working the sewing machine. As they drove toward the town, Gu Nian casually asked, "Do you know which company you interviewed with today?" "Company? Which company?" Chindaba thought for a moment before realizing, "Oh, you mean the one in the high-tech park. I have no idea who the boss is. I just went to interview for a security position, but they said they wouldn't hire me because of my criminal record." Sigh. The feeling of defeat surfaced for just a second. After a pause, Chundaba's eyes sparkled again. "But Gu Nian, let me tell you, there are so many beautiful women inside. But the makeup on each of them is too heavy, not my type, ha." Gu Nian smiled and shook her head, saying nothing. After Chundaba finished reminiscing, he finally realized, looking curiously at Gu Nian, By the way, why are you asking about their boss? Just as his words fell, Gu Nian suddenly slammed the brakes, stopping the car abruptly on the deserted country road. Do you know? Gu Nian turned to look at Chundaba, speaking each word clearly. The boss behind this company is none other than the eldest son of Xiaoheng, chairman of the largest cross-border e-commerce platform in Huahua, Xiao Qingjia. He is also the person you took the blame for back then. Gu Nian's words were like a sharp blade piercing directly into Chindabao's heart. Chindabao's heart quivered violently as he straightened his body rigidly. Xiao Qingjia. How could it be him? 13 years ago he had sentenced him to be a prisoner. 13 years later he still went to his company for an interview completely unaware. Gu Nian sighed softly and spoke nonchalantly. It has been 13 years. Xiao Qingjia is now 28, and he has a younger sister. What? Another sister? Chindabao's face immediately turned extremely ugly. Back then Xiaoheng knelt in front of me saying he had lost his ability to have children, that he had only Xiao Qingjia as a son, begging me to help him. After a prolonged silence, Chindabao's slumped back into his seat, shaking his head self-deprecatingly, laughing aloud. It was all a lie. He promised me 1,000,000, guaranteed the best treatment for my mother, and said that the Hitandran would only get a maximum of 5 years. It was all fake. With a loud bang, Chindabao's angrily shouted, slamming his fist against the car door. After I graduated from university and couldn't find a job, Xiao Wang brought Xiaoheng to me, asking me to cooperate in recording a segment of surveillance, then confess to the Hitandran crime on behalf of his son, who was guilty of drunk driving. I was initially reluctant, but my mother was in critical condition and all my relatives had already been borrowed from. We truly had no money left, so I agreed, thinking it was just 5 years of youth for my mother's life. But unexpectedly, they never cared for my mother. They let her die alone in the hospital bed, and they incited public opinion online, letting everyone blame me. In the end, my mother died, and because the public reaction was extremely negative, I was sentenced to 13 years. 13 years, that's a full 13 years. The anger in Chindabao's chest was almost unbearable. If it weren't for Gu Nian's revelation, he might still be in the dark. Where is Xiao Wang now? I want to rip his mouth apart. This dog has not spoken a single truth. He is already dead. Chindabao's was stunned. Dead? How did he die? I killed him. Gu Nian's expression remained indifferent, and after a pause he added, by the way, Xiaoheng's little daughter is now completely insane. So in a way, saying that Xiao Qingjia is Xiaoheng's only child is not entirely false. After saying this, Gu Nian even curled his lips into a mocking smile. Chindabao's worldview shattered into pieces. Was this still the Gu Nian he knew? What on earth happened to cause such a drastic change in someone who used to be honest and timid, who wouldn't dare to retaliate even when beaten? Gu Nian naturally understood the shock and confusion in Chindabao's eyes, so he revealed what had happened with his daughter. Of course, he omitted the key details. He succinctly explained all his actions during this period to Chindabao's. As Gu Nian narrated, Chindabao's expression shifted from surprise to shock, and then from shock to towering rage. Beasts. This is simply a group of pure beasts. Chindabao's was filled with rage, his emotions even more intense than Gu Nian's. Just because they had good grades and outstanding looks, they should be the ones bullied, Why should that be? Gu Nian, I will take care of this matter. Before Gu Nian could speak, Chindabao's proactively volunteered. 13 years ago was a complete mistake. I thought that after experiencing something like this they would restrain themselves, but it turned out to be their excuse to be even more unscrupulous. In hindsight, I was also an accomplice in enabling their crimes. If you don't let me help you, I will live with guilt for the rest of my life. You are the only one who visited me in prison over the past 13 years, and Yin Yin is like my goddaughter. Now that she has gotten into such a big mess, how can I stand by and do nothing? Chindabao's voice was loud, echoing in the narrow cabin for a long time. Gu Nian took a deep breath and looked at Chindabao's. So isn't that why I'm here to pick you up? He smiled and gently patted Chindabao's shoulder as if to comfort him. I just happen to have something that needs your help. What is it? Help me acquire a law firm. Gu Nian spoke calmly. What? A law firm? Chindabao's was dumbfounded, but I don't have that much money. Gu Nian smiled, motioning for Chindabao's to look at the back seat. Chindabao's turned his head to look at the back seat, his scalp instantly tingling. There were 3 open black leather cases neatly arranged in the back, filled to the brim with cash. Each case contains 2 million. Use it to retain the 3 first-class lawyers in this firm. I have already negotiated the terms of the firm using your identity. All that's left is for you to show up in person and sign the contract. After saying this, Gu Nian took out a card, a latest model business folding phone, and a business card from his pocket. This card was given to me by your mother before she passed for me to return to you. I have stored 150 million in this card. After you acquire the firm, buy a Lamborghini immediately, and then go to this place to spend money every night. Chindabao's took it and saw that the business card was actually the name of a nightclub. Night Color Live House. You want me to go to a nightclub every night? Chindabao's was baffled. Then Gu Nian took out a folded piece of paper and a photo. The photo showed the face of a handsome young man looking youthful, but his eyes exuded a hint of disdainful arrogance. You go to the nightclub for only one purpose: to spend money. This paper has your identity information. Remember, you are the boss of Bouching law firm Chindabeos. Familiarize yourself quickly and let everyone know you, and also find out the whereabouts of this person. Gu Nian pointed at the young man in the photo and said solemnly, once he appears in this place, you must track him immediately and notify me. Who is this little brat? He looks like a weakling with all his yang energy sucked away. His name is Fan Sheng, the grandson of Fan Guangwei and the son of Fan Jinping. You can look them up yourself, I won't elaborate. After giving all these instructions, Gu Nian finally restarted the vehicle and continued driving toward Tonglu town. Chen Debao's eyes moved. He quickly went online to check the few people Gu Nian mentioned, his brows furrowing tighter. Looking at the expensive phone in his hand, the bank card with millions in savings, the hundreds of thousands in cash in the back seat, and that photo, he ultimately voiced the concern that he most wanted to ask. Gu Nian, after doing all this, have you considered what will happen to yourself? Gu Nian smiled faintly. I died the moment Yin Yin had her accident. Gu Nian gazed at the road ahead. He murmured softly as if speaking to Chendaba, yet also seemed to be talking to himself. Before long, on the most bustling commercial street in Shanghai City, several workers cordoned off the road, engaged in the renovation of a storefront. The sign bearing the words Bouching Law Firm was gradually being hoisted up by the workers. A man dressed in a custom gradient suit adorned with a diamond-encrusted T-brand brooch stood nearby. On his wrist, a Rolex perpetual motion watch worth 400 was subtly visible. Behind him, a matte green Lamborghini was parked. Chendaba lazily leaned against a tree, watching the busy figures of the workers before him. Everything was proceeding as Gu Nian had said. The acquisition was going smoothly. As soon as Gu Nian's briefcase was opened, the three lawyers eagerly requested to stay without much persuasion. The former labor reform inmate had transformed into the owner of a prestigious law firm in Shanghai City. Although Chendaba was unclear about Gu Nian's true intentions behind acquiring this law firm and making him a puppet boss, he remained unconditionally trusting of Gu Nian's decisions. Even if he were to start over, his mind would never be as quick as Gu Nian's. It had been this way in childhood 13 years ago, and now it was still the same. If only he had listened to Gu Nian's advice and rejected Chao Wang back, then perhaps his life would be entirely different now. The worker's words snapped Chendaba back to reality. He glanced at the final position of the sign, nodded, and took out a few cash notes. You all have worked hard. Consider this a treat. Buy a few packs of good cigarettes for the brothers. The workers' eyes lit up with surprise. Their dark hands eagerly rubbed against each other as they gratefully accepted the cash, bowing slightly to Chendaba. Thank you, boss. Boss. It felt quite nice to hear that. Chendaba smiled, raised his hand to check the time. It was almost 6 o'clock. Nighttime was about to begin right. Without any hesitation, he put on his sunglasses, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, dramatically got into the Lamborghini, speeding off toward the night. At the same time, in the Ning family's villa, Ning Rushua sat on the bed in a daze. Her previously imperious demeanor vanished. Now she resembled a lifeless marionette. Whenever she paused, her mind would relive the events of that night. Nearly a month had passed since the incident. She had isolated herself for almost a month. The vast Ning family villa now felt like a prison to Ning Rushua. The torment was unbearable. Moreover, during this time, she felt she had no appetite at all. Not only did she lack an appetite, but she even felt nauseous. Ugh! Just as she sat down, a massive wave of nausea surged from her stomach, and she couldn't suppress the urge to vomit. Ning Rushua dashed to the bathroom, clutching the toilet, as she violently retched several times. After managing to regain her composure for a while, Ning Rushua, with disheveled hair, forced herself to stand, but her body still felt utterly miserable. Counting the earlier incident, it seemed she had already thrown up 7 or 8 times today. She leaned against the sink, her hollow eyes fixated on the horrifying reflection in the mirror. Suddenly, a wave of extreme anxiety surged within her. Ning Rushua rushed to the bedside, flung open the drawer. Inside lay 4 pregnancy test kits quietly resting. These were originally intended as a gift for Shui Xian. The plan was to let Chu Cheng and Wei Juanji finish up, and then she would personally check using these kits to see if the child was still there. Never did she expect that she would be the final user. But now Ning Rushua could think of nothing else. Though she felt it was impossible, the suspicion took root, and unless she saw the result with her own eyes, she would never find peace. Resolutely, Ning Rushua trembled as she opened one of the packages, taking a pregnancy test kit into the bathroom. 5 minutes later, Ning Rushua stared at the 2 conspicuous red lines on the test stick, her brain crashing with a buzz. How could this be? It couldn't be. There must be something wrong with the pregnancy test. Ning Rushua was on the verge of a breakdown. Like a madwoman, she grabbed the remaining 3 test kits, tore them open, and started chugging water. She needed to retest. But the result struck her like a bolt from the blue. 2 lines. 2 lines. 2 lines. All 4 pregnancy tests yielded consistent results. She was truly pregnant. Thud. The pregnancy test fell to the ground, and Ning Rushua was nearly paralyzed with fear, collapsing weakly to the floor, stunned in disbelief. How could this be? Clearly there was reproductive isolation. How could this happen? Ning Rukshu's mental state completely shattered. Slowly kneeling on the ground with a vacant gaze, she began to smile. As she laughed, she tasted a hint of saltiness and bitterness. The experiences of Gu Nian and Shui Xian were now unfolding entirely within Ning Rushua alone. Ning Rushua froze for a moment, then finally lost control, screaming in terror, as if in pain. Ah! Miss, what's wrong? Ning Rukshu's tragic scream immediately sent a chill down the spines of the bodyguards outside, who anxiously pressed against the door and asked. Inside, apart from Ning Rukshu's cries of despair, there was no other response. The bodyguards exchanged glances and nodded. They quickly pressed the emergency button and rushed in, only to find Ning Rushua in a state of mental breakdown with pregnancy tests displaying 2 red lines scattered all over the floor. The bodyguards' expressions turned grave as they instantly understood the severity of the situation, promptly notifying Ning Haisheng. Without hesitation, Ning Haisheng ordered them to forcibly take Ning Rushua to the hospital for a thorough examination. The test results came out quickly. Already 4 weeks. Ning Haisheng looked at the report, his face contorted with anger. Get out. Everyone get out. I want it dead. Ning Rushua sat on the hospital bed screaming like a madwoman, smashing things, furiously pounding her stomach. The doctors and nurses dared not approach. Everyone thought she was angry about the result. Only she knew what she was truly enduring. The thing in her belly was nothing but a monster. Ning Haisheng, deeply pained, was about to approach Ning Rushua to comfort her, when in the next moment, she raised her hand and threw a dark object at him. It nearly struck Ning Haisheng's head. He glanced nervously at the flying object, which turned out to be a vase. Rushua, Dad knows you're very upset. Don't worry, I'll have Zhang Yi to expedite the paperwork, and I will make those 2 lead a life worse than death. In a flash, Ning Rukshu's action of preparing to throw something again abruptly halted. What did you say? Ning Haisheng was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. I'll have Zhang Yi to expedite the paperwork. It's the next sentence. Make those 2 lead a life worse than death. As soon as the words left her mouth, a strange expression suddenly appeared on Ning Rukshu's dazed face. Yes, those 2 people. The next second, her phone screen lit up. It was a message from a virtual number. I guess you would like this. Following the text was a blue link. Ning Rushua stiffly clicked on it and discovered it was a video. As she watched the contents of the video, Ning Rukshu's breath suddenly became rapid and her pupils gradually dilated. The hand holding the phone trembled so much that she could barely keep it steady, her lips quivering as she emitted a series of incoherent sounds. So that's how it is. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. Ning Rushua muttered to herself in a frenzied manner. Everyone was baffled, unsure of what she had seen. The light from the phone illuminated her horrifying face, making it appear even more grotesque. Ning Haisheng sensed something was wrong and snatched Ning Rukshu's phone away. Only then did he realize it was a short surveillance video. The surveillance footage was very dim, making it impossible to clearly see the surrounding environment or faces, with only fragmented sounds escaping. Since she is already like this, it shouldn't matter, right? Every day calling us sycophants. Just to fulfill a dream. They seem to be out. They'll hold the phone for you. You first. Even if he turned to ashes, Ning Haisheng could recognize that voice. It was Chu Cheng and Wei Juanji. Evidence. This video was the evidence, wasn't it? Ning Haisheng suddenly stood up and strode towards the hospital door. Take me to the police station immediately. Also inform the Chu and Wei families that if they do not cooperate in handing over their son, their entire family will line up to join me inside. At this moment, Ning Rushua also completely understood. Chu Cheng and Wei Juanji did not choose to turn themselves in to maintain her pride in the eyes of the world. Instead, they were completely guilty. How foolish of her to feel grateful for their selfless actions. In the end, she was the most foolish one kept in the dark. As Ning Haisheng reached the door, he suddenly remembered something. He turned to whisper in the doctor's ear, saying solemnly, "You should know what to do next. The Ning family's lineage must not be tainted by such ominous things." Understood. The doctor quickly nodded in agreement. After Ning Haisheng walked away, a group of medical staff exchanged glances and surrounded Ning Rushua. What are you doing? Don't you understand? Get out of here. Ning Rushua screamed like a madwoman, throwing pillows and bedding from the hospital bed at them in an attempt to stop them from approaching. Miss Ning, we are sorry, but Ning Zong has ordered us, and we dare not disobey. Hold her down. Several nurses rushed forward, pinning the struggling Ning Rushua onto the bed. The doctor held his breath and administered a sedative, causing Ning Rukshu's fearful gaze to gradually fade away, ultimately closing her eyes in despair. In the SVIP ward of Rana Hospital, a group of medical staff quickly pushed a bed towards the VIP operating room. A camera hanging in the corner slowly turned in the direction of the crowd, briefly flickering red dots in an almost imperceptible manner. Not long after Ning Rushua finished her surgery, and before she fully regained consciousness, an anonymous post on the campus forum ignited a media frenzy. The only daughter of Jiang Haixing's top financial magnate, who was the father of this child. The post included a clear photo of Ning Ruxue being pushed into the operating room. Even the surveillance video was turned into a GIF and attached at the end of the post. Zhang Hao was left disabled, and Ning Ruxue had not been to school for a long time. This post seemed like a spark rekindling the long-silent campus forum. What the hell? Isn't that Ning Ruxue? That voice? Why does it sound so familiar, but I can't remember? I didn't expect Zhang Hao to be disabled for such a short time, and yet he's so impatient. Isn't it too reckless? Gu Nian coldly watched the rapidly increasing comment count on the post, a faint sneer appearing in her eyes. Back then, wasn't this how you tormented Yin Yin? Wantonly spreading rumors, doubling the humiliation, ruthless beatings, endless ridicule. She was merely a tool for you to inflict upon others, and now it was returned to you. Gu Nian glanced at another display screen. It was playing a clipped version of the surveillance video, cutting out the beasts, leaving only the humans. Did you really think that the initial live broadcast was conducted on the dark web and would go unnoticed? Unfortunately, you didn't realize that I had installed 4 cameras in that pigsty. Gu Nian smiled, her fingers lightly resting on the keyboard. It's time for you to experience the terrifying power of public opinion. The speed at which things escalated was faster than anyone could have imagined. It quickly spread beyond the campus forum to social media platforms. As more people participated in the discussion, videos from various angles began circulating online, and some even created a group for private viewing. No one knew where these videos came from. Everyone speculated that perhaps some experts had hacked the surveillance and inadvertently discovered these wonderful scenes. Even when the video was adjusted to the brightest setting, the surrounding environment could not be discerned. But that vaguely swaying figure and the suggestive sounds were enough to conjure an entire picture in the mind. Ning Ruxue was jolted awake by her vibrating phone. Buzz, 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 buzz. She felt sore all over and irritably picked up her phone only to find 99 unread messages. Upon opening it, she was instantly dumbfounded. Having just undergone surgery, her body was already extremely weak, and now her phone was filled with videos sent by various people. Is this really you? Are the contents of those videos true? Ruxue, so whose child is this? A suffocating despair spread from her heart. Even if she didn't want to listen, think, or see, it seemed she could still hear the whispers of the people around her. Ning Ruxue frantically covered her ears, her face twisted in anguish as she screamed, I was wrong. I was wrong. Don't say anything more about me. Ha ha ha. Please don't do this. I truly know I was wrong. Let me go, let me go. Ning Ruxue rolled off the bed. Yet as if she couldn't feel the pain, she awkwardly got back up and repeatedly bowed to the air outside the window. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Gu Nian looked at the display screen, a faint sneer playing at the corners of her mouth. In her eyes flickered a cold light as she numbly watched everything, silently taking off her headphones. He wanted Ning Ruxue to be painfully aware, forced to watch the process of her betrayal over and over again. He wanted her to want to forget, but could never do so. He wanted her to want to go insane, but couldn't. Being awake and punished was the best retribution for these evildoers. 10 o'clock at night. Ning Haixing was currently seething with rage, sitting in Luan Xiao's office, staring coldly at him. He had naturally seen the online discussions. With his anger boiling and no outlet for it, he could only vent his frustrations on Luan Xiao. Give me a straight answer. When will you arrest that person for me? Old Ning, just sit down and let me explain. Sit down, my ass. I can't wait even a minute. Ning Haixing anxiously paced back and forth in the office. I've done everything I could with old Zhang regarding the matter with Fan, Yi, haven't I? Well, provide whatever he wants. In those previous auctions, when were you not having the time of your life? Now that such a big incident has happened with my daughter, you're actually trying to brush it under the rug. Luan Xiao, don't forget, if anything happens to the Ning family, you won't escape either. Ning Haixing in his anger started cursing at Luan Xiao. Luan Xiao's face darkened, suppressing the impulse to beat Ning Haixing, and he lowered his voice, hissing. Ning Haixing, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Do you even realize where this is? Ning Haixing's face stiffened, realizing that he had been a bit too emotional and had let slip something he shouldn't have. However, due to pride, he sulkily sat across from Luan Xiao, still stubbornly insisting. You need to resolve this matter for me today. The video is all over the place. My dignified Ning family's only daughter has become the gossip of others. Did you see today's stock market? Do you have any idea how many people are waiting to see the Ning family's jokes? How are we supposed to carry on in this country after today? Luan Xiao rolled his eyes, extremely annoyed, rubbing his temples. Finally, seemingly at his wit's end with Ning Haixing, he stood up, walked in front of him, and meaningfully patted Ning Haixing on the shoulder. Zhang Yida's mere birth certificate is still far from enough. A written application to change the age must be submitted by the guardian in person. If you can manage that, the rest will be easy. The two exchanged glances, and Ning Haixing suddenly understood. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Ning Haixing's eyes. You should have said so earlier. Wait for my news. Luan Xiao nodded, watching Ning Haixing leave. As he looked at his departing figure, Luan Xiao took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes in contemplation for a long time, then quietly walked to his desk and took out a small phone, quickly dialing a series of numbers. Hello, Director, it's me, Luan Xiao. As soon as Ning Haixing stepped out of the police station, the butler immediately opened the car door, raising his hand to shield Ning Haixing's head as he got in. Director Ning, the Chu family and the Wei family have all replied, saying they're too busy to come over. Too busy. Ning Haixing sneered. It doesn't matter if they're busy, I'm free. Drive to the Chu family right now. Well, Director Ning, we just received a document sent from within the city stating that it requires your personal attention to open it. The butler bent over, handing Ning Haixing 2 leather document bags from inside the car. Ning Haixing sat in the car, his brows slightly furrowed, opening them to reveal a thick stack of documents inside. What is this? Upon seeing the densely packed figures and the incredibly detailed real data, Ning Haixing gasped in shock. One of the documents contained nothing but forged examination certificates from the inspection agencies under the Chu family. The other was evidence of the Wei family engaging in overseas transactions using their artists, as well as various shady contracts and tax evasion. Who gave you these? Ning Haixing frowned, asking in a low voice. To obtain such extensive data and deliver it accurately to himself. Such a thunderous method could only belong to someone extraordinary. The person delivering the documents was a woman, she claimed to be a lawyer from Baoqing law firm. Oh, before she left a message for you, Director Ning. What did she say? She said that the boss of their law firm is looking forward to working with you, and that if you're interested you can find their boss anytime. Baoqing law firm. I've never heard of it. Ning Haixing tightly gripped the 2 documents. He knew very well that once these 2 items were put to use, both the Chu family and the Wei family would be utterly finished. With these 2 documents, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. To have such crucial evidence delivered at such a critical moment. It seems the boss of this law firm is well aware of the situation. Quite interesting. Where is their boss? In. It seems to be at Nightshade. Turn around, go to Nightshade. Ning Haixing leaned back in his seat and said in a deep voice. At the entrance of Nightshade, as always, there was a long queue. All sorts of handsome men and beautiful women gathered at the door, waiting for their funds to be verified before entering. At 11 o'clock at night, a Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove into Nightshade. Ning Haixing calmly got out of the car, proudly adjusting his cuffs. The guard at the entrance, upon seeing him, immediately greeted him with a fawning smile. Director Ning, I didn't expect you to come today. This way, please. Ning Haixing nodded lightly, then, surrounded by bodyguards, walked towards the exclusive SVIP channel. As soon as he walked into Nightshade, he heard an excited cheer from the stage. Tonight's all expenses are covered by young Master Chun. Instantly, the crowd erupted in deafening cheers. Long live young Master Chun. Young Master Chun is amazing. Cheers to young Master Chun. In an instant, all the lights focused on a muscular man in the corner. Chun Debao's smile was wild and unrestrained as he raised his glass, a hint of playfulness flashing in his eyes. If everyone doesn't drink to their heart's content tonight, then it's my fault. Chun Debao's. Drink up, everyone. Chun Debao's. Ning Haixing's eyebrows twitched, his gaze quickly locking onto the man. He wove through the crowded dance floor and casually approached Chun Debao's. Excuse me, are you the boss of Baoqing law firm, Chun Debao's? Chun Debao's looked at Ning Haixing with slightly drunken eyes, his expression frivolous. Who are you? Ning Haixing naturally sat beside Chun Debao's, signaling the bodyguards to step back. He then seemingly casually scanned Chun Debao's entire body. Then he smiled lightly. Didn't you just send me 2 documents? Why are you asking me who I am now? Upon hearing this, Chun Debao's shaking glass paused for a moment, then a bright smile broke out on his lips. So it's Director Ning. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I don't like to beat around the bush. I see your sincerity, so what do you want? I enjoy doing business with straightforward people. Chun Debao's laughed heartily, lighting a cigar, then looked deeply at Ning Haixing. I want Baoqing to become the top law firm in Jianghai City, the most profitable tool in the industry. So I need your resources, Director Ning. Chun Debao's took a puff of his cigar, speaking casually. I've heard from friends that there will be a charity auction held in Jianghai City from time to time. These auctions have extremely high entry barriers. Just having money won't do. One must have a recommendation to get in. Everyone who enters is someone from the news. Chun Debao's paused, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Squeezing 1 million ordinary people's money isn't as profitable as doing a deal with the powerful. You understand this better than I do, Director Ning. Just a recommendation. This matter is but a trivial task for you, Director Ning. After listening to Chun Debao's words, Ning Haixing's expression darkened, a hint of a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. I thought you wanted something more, but it's just an entry spot. Recommendation is no problem, but I need a definite promise from you. Upon hearing this, Chun Debao's smile widened even more. As long as you agree to my terms, these 2 people will serve a life sentence without a doubt. Ning Haixing's mouth twitched. Life imprisonment. Is that all it takes? Legally, yes. Chun DeBeos shrugged indifferently, holding the cigar, his hands spread wide as he leaned back on the sofa. But once a person is in prison, who knows what unexpected incidents might occur? Ning Haixing gazed deeply at Chun DeBeos. What kind of deep schemes are hidden beneath this seemingly frivolous face? Deal. Ning Haixing extended his hand to Chun DeBeos. You better not disappoint me. Chun DeBeos shook Ning Haixing's hand, a glint of joy in his eyes. Pleasure doing business with you. Emerging from the night, Ning Haixing approached the car door with a stern expression and said in a low voice to the butler Shui Gong, "Investigate the background of this law firm for me. Oh, I want to see what kind of people they are." Understood. Shui Gong replied without delay. After watching Ning Haixing walk away, Shui Gong picked up his phone and called Song Chung, the captain of the Ning family's bodyguard team. In the narrow alley, a dark figure silently observed everything, quickly sending a message to Gu Nian. Everything is as you anticipated. Even if the evidence from the Chu and Wei families is presented to demonstrate loyalty, Ning Haixing still harbors suspicions. The police department has all the backup files for this case. One check and the truth will be exposed. Looking at the message sent by Chun Daba, Gu Nian replied calmly, "Don't worry, I've been prepared for a long time." After pressing send, Gu Nian turned to the computer beside him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The key figure Chao Wang was dead, and Xiao Hong was currently preoccupied with his own affairs. Want to investigate? Then I might as well give you all the information. The next day, the information regarding the Baoqing law firm along with Chun Daba's personal dossier was already placed on Ning Haixing's desk. You may leave now. Ning Haixing waved his hand at Shui Gong, signaling him to withdraw. After confirming that the office was empty, he opened the investigative dossier and took out its contents. The moment he glanced at it, he was taken aback. A PhD in law from MIT, owning several properties in affluent overseas locations, and having received a substantial inheritance abroad just a few months ago, he was undoubtedly a second-generation wealthy tycoon returning to his homeland. He had just returned to the country this month and immediately secured a nearly 100 square meter shop in the high-value area of Jianghai City, acquiring this law firm and renaming it Baoqing. This person was extremely ostentatious in behavior, acting flamboyantly and arrogantly. He enjoyed nightlife and was fond of beautiful women. After reading this astonishing introduction, Ning Haixing felt a twinge of confusion. How had he never heard of such an impressive figure before? It was as if he had suddenly emerged from nowhere. However, recalling Chun Daba's flamboyant manner of renting out a venue last night and the confidence he had casually revealed during their conversation, it indeed matched the description of him in the documents. Ning Haixing now truly needed a reliable legal team to support him and minimize the impact of this incident. This was not only for Ning Ruxue, but also for the Ninghai Group. Considering his observations of Chun Daba from last night, the credibility of this investigation report was extremely high. After pondering for a long time, Ning Haixing picked up his phone and called Zhang Yida. "Hello, Lao Zhang, has the list for the auction at the end of the month been confirmed? Wasn't it already submitted? Add someone for me, but it's useful." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yida raised an eyebrow. "Has the sun risen from the west? So many people have been turned away by you. Who is it this time that can make you break the rules? Why are you so chatty? They'll send you the information later by." After sending over Chun Daba's personal file, Ning Haixing finally let out a long sigh. Through the one-way glass in the office, he looked out at the figures moving about outside. Each of those cubicles was filled with a cog in the machine. They worked diligently, spending their own money on coffee to stay alert, working overtime to earn money for him. And he only needed to extract a tiny fraction of the results they created to toss to these people, and they would be grateful to him, even singing "Grateful Heart" at the annual meeting. Over time, Ning Haixing often experienced a sense of illusion. Was the bit of result he extracted too much? Even if it were a bit less, there would always be people willing to work. However, individuals like these, including those like Chun Daba, who were completely focused on money, made Ning Haixing feel secure and at ease. Because these people had very clear desires, which was simply money. As long as he provided what they wanted, they would work tirelessly for him. Pure greed was much easier to manage than complex desires. In Changshu village, after the last class, Shinjejia was about to pack her bag and head home. Suddenly, the homeroom teacher quietly entered the classroom from the back door and gently tapped her shoulder. "Jejia, come with me for a moment." Shinjejia was taken aback and quickly responded, stopping her actions of packing her bag, leaving it open on the desk, and following the teacher to the office. The office was empty. Upon seeing Shinjejia enter, the homeroom teacher calmly walked to the door, gently locked it, and then sat back down in her office chair, gesturing for Shinjejia to take a seat. Seeing the teacher lock the door, Shinjejia felt a bit puzzled. "Jejia, congratulations. After the written test and interview, you have been selected for the See the World Study Abroad Scholarship Program." "What?" Shinjejia stared wide-eyed in shock. "Teacher, are you sure? Did I pass?" Seeing Shinjejia's astonished expression, the teacher smiled faintly and nodded with utmost certainty. Shinjejia was momentarily bewildered. "No way. I answered the written test by choosing the shortest option for 3 long answers and the longest for 3 short ones. Without any strength, it was all just luck. How could I have passed? How bad must the others have been? The written test only accounts for 30 of the total score. The interview is the main part. You performed excellently in the interview, and your overall score is the highest. It seemed the teacher saw through Shan Jiejia's inner doubts and patiently explained, "What's wrong? You have a free study abroad opportunity, yet you look unhappy." When I told the other students, they were all very excited. Shan Jiejia couldn't help but recall what happened on the day of the assessment. She suddenly asked, "Teacher, did Su Rinyu pass?" "I'm afraid not." "Oh," Shan Jiejia murmured, nodding. "Which country and which school will I be going to?" The teacher's expression had gradually become somewhat impatient. She clicked her tongue and said seriously, "Shan Jiejia, the specific study abroad arrangements will be communicated to you by the school. You should go home tonight to pack your bags. We will meet at school tomorrow. We will take you to a specialized training base for study abroad training to help you adapt to life abroad when the time comes." After a pause, the teacher added meaningfully, "This is for your benefit so you can get used to it in advance." "So soon? We have to leave tomorrow. But my brother hasn't come back yet," Shan Jiejia exclaimed, softly frowning. "Enough, why are you the only one with so many questions?" The teacher completely lost her patience and waved her hand, saying, "I've said everything that needs to be said. This opportunity is rare. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock at the school playground, just bring some personal clothing. During the training period, to ensure the quality of your learning, all electronic devices must not be brought. Do you understand?" "I understand." Shan Jiejia bit her lip and nodded. Stepping out of the office, Shan Jiejia still felt an extremely unreal sensation. She had actually been selected. It was just like a dream. What was the difference between this and a pie falling from the sky or winning the lottery without reason? As the dreamlike feeling faded, her excitement gradually rose. Shan Jiejia ran towards home, her pace quickening her steps, bringing waves of joy. The teacher said electronic devices couldn't be brought, which also meant she wouldn't be able to call her brother. So she must take advantage of tonight to quickly share this incredible news with her brother. Let him share in the joy too. That evening, Phoenix Mountain. Accompanied by a loud roar, a Harley suddenly dashed into Phoenix Mountain's parking lot, preparing to head out onto the road. However, in the next second, a black sedan suddenly rushed out, making a 90-degree turn and screeching to a halt in front of the Harley. "Young master, stop messing around. Just calm down for a bit." Inside the sedan, a man in a black uniform frowned and helplessly spoke to the person sitting on the Harley. The person in front was extremely displeased, taking off his helmet and shaking his hair, his attitude still unyielding. "Are you trying to stop me? Do you believe I will run you over? Hurry and get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile." The man felt a jolt of anxiety, but his hands on the steering wheel showed no sign of wavering. "Young Master, Fan Yi said he has found someone for you, and they will be delivered tomorrow. You can wait a bit longer. There's no need to rush this moment. Sure, do you understand? This isn't about finding someone for me, it's about sending someone to monitor me. Moreover, what good can come from those old men? Once those girls arrive, I will totally lose my freedom. No way, I am going crazy. I must go out and relax today." Fan Sheng finished speaking, directly turning on the headlights and revving the throttle. "Boom, little Fan Xiao. Little ancestor, it's very dangerous outside right now. If you do this, Fan, you won't spare me." Boom, boomed. "Are you letting me through or not?" Sure felt his head was about to explode. Fan Sheng's face was resolute, and Shure's cheeks twitched as he let out a deep sigh, finally revealing a hint of fear. A triumphant smile crept across Fan Sheng's lips. The fragrance of freedom. "Here comes little Fan Xiao." At midnight, a black motorcycle screeched to a halt in front of the Yisei live house. Fan Sheng swaggered to the entrance, shouting at the manager, "Same as usual, hurry up and bring the twins and the new goods to my private room." After saying that, Fan Sheng tossed his helmet back to his bodyguard and headed for the second floor. The second floor was designated as the SVP area of Yisei. Only customers who recharged 1,000,000 at a time were eligible to consume in the private rooms upstairs. Fan Sheng had directly bought out the innermost room on the second floor, turning it into his personal space. Wait. Young Master Fan. Please wait a moment." Manager Neo Dali, sweating profusely, hurriedly approached Fan Sheng, blocking the entrance to the stairs awkwardly, smiling. "Young Master Fan, I'm really sorry. We didn't know you were coming suddenly. The twins are currently unavailable, and your private room is also full." Neo Dali noticed the increasingly gloomy expression on Fan Sheng's face, and his voice grew softer. "How about this, Young Master Fan? We have a neighboring room that has been newly renovated. It's larger than your private room." Before Neo Dali could finish, Fan Sheng slapped him hard. "Who allowed you to give my room to someone else?" Neo Dali covered his face, feeling wronged and unwilling. After working for so many years, being slapped by a teenager was a disgrace. However, Yisei was a place frequented by the powerful and wealthy. Here age didn't matter. Wealth ruled, the rich were kings while the poor were subservient. I don't care who the twins are accompanying today. Oh, since I'm here they must serve me. Fan Sheng was unyielding. Having sneaked out privately was simply to vent his frustration. After Zhang Hao and Ning Rux's incident, Fan Guangwei had become even more guarded. He was already on the verge of going crazy. Now this situation had only intensified his anger. He needed to vent properly. Among the beauties in Yisei, Fan Sheng's favorite was the pair of twins. One was cold, the other hot, a perfect blend of ice and fire that was simply exhilarating. But Niu Dali, holding his swollen face, looked awkwardly towards the corner. Young Master Fan, the person in your room. I really can't afford to offend him. How about you go take a look yourself? Fine, I'll take a look. I want to see who dares to oppose me. Fan Sheng charged toward the innermost private room, kicking the door open with a forceful kick. Instantly all eyes in the room turned towards him. Chen Debo, holding a microphone, momentarily paused while the twins, sitting on either leg, smartly retreated. Who's this little brat? Still hasn't grown a full set of hair, and he's come here. Is he lost? Chen Debo scoffed coldly. You're in my exclusive room, and you dare to ask who I am. Fan Sheng's face darkened, but inside, he felt more surprise. This person was unfamiliar to him. He had never seen him before. Young Master Fan, this person is new. During the time you weren't here, he has nearly taken over this place, spending almost 20 million. Niu Dali whispered into Fan Sheng's ear. With his lavish spending ability, Chen Debo quickly replaced Fan Sheng, and Zhang Hao becoming the new elite of Yisei. He was almost at a point where everyone knew him and was aware of his reputation. Mentioning Chen Debo would remind the social circles of the handsome figure who spent extravagantly in Yisei. Niu Dali's words inexplicably ignited Fan Sheng's competitive spirit. 20 million. Is that a lot? Fan Sheng mocked. After some time, he would bring out the billions his grandfather gave him. 20 million was nothing to him, akin to just 20 bucks. Little brat, quite the audacious tone. Chen Debo's eyes glinted with cunning. With a slight stagger, he raised his glass, approaching Fan Sheng. How about this? If you win against me in a drinking contest, everyone here is yours. If you want me, that's fine too. Chen Debo's teasing words elicited some laughter from the crowd. Get lost. Who the hell wants you? Fan Sheng spat on the ground and fiercely took the glass. Isn't it just drinking? I've never feared anyone. Fan Sheng raised his glass and downed its contents in one go. 'Tis brave indeed. Seeing Fan Sheng finish, Chen Debo downed his drink as well. Let's go again. Fan Sheng continued to drink one glass after another. What he hated most in this life was being provoked by others. Yet Chen Debo was a master at provoking people. With just a few teasing words and the crowd's encouragement, Fan Sheng, who had only consumed 3 bottles, suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Just 3 bottles. How could this be? Fan Sheng blinked, feeling somewhat drowsy. Chen Debo keenly noticed Fan Sheng's slightly unsteady steps. A strange smile crept onto his face, and then without any sign of acting, he stumbled back. Young Master Fan really has a good alcohol tolerance. I feel like I'm getting a bit drunk. Chen Debo wobbled and leaned against the sofa, heading out. Young Master Fan, you won. A bet is a bet, this room I. Hick. Return to you. Chen Debo said, utterly intoxicated, stumbling out. Seeing this, Niu Dali was overjoyed and quickly pulled Fan Sheng into the private room. Fan Sheng couldn't believe he had won this drinking contest, and naturally he felt triumphant. Suppressing the slight drunkenness rising in his mind, Fan Sheng arrogantly shouted to the bodyguards and manager Niu Dali, tonight, none of you are allowed to come in. Did you hear me? Yes. Everyone exited the room and squatted on the first floor. Outside the window of each room stood a plainclothes guard on patrol. As Chen Debo left, Yisei, the wicked grin on his face, instantly faded. He straightened his back and silently sent a message to Gu Nian. The target is in position. After pressing send, Chen Debo turned back, glancing at the second floor of Yisei from a distance, then got into his Lamborghini and drove away. In the employee changing area of Yisei, a naked man lay unconscious on the floor. In front of the mirror in the changing room stood a tall young man dressed in a server's uniform. He was admiring his outfit with satisfaction. Looking at the text message he received on his phone, a faint smile appeared on his face. Finally, I've been waiting for you. Bang bang bang. Damn it. Didn't I say not to let anyone disturb me? Fan Sheng, invigorated and in bliss, was suddenly startled by the knocking sound. Before he could get up, the door was opened from the outside. Gu Nian pushed in a food cart, walking in with a smile, and then reached out to lock the door behind her. Who are you? Who sent you? I didn't ask for food. Fan Sheng felt something was off, and was alert, intending to grab his phone from the sofa. But his movements couldn't match Gu Nian's speed. Gu Nian dashed over a flash of cold light, slicing through the dimness. Ah! A sharp scream pierced the air. A fruit knife was plunged directly into the back of Fan Sheng's hand, nailing his palm firmly to the sofa. At the sight of this horrifying scene, the twins instantly paled with terror. Yet before a scream could escape their lips, Gu Nian flashed behind them and delivered a brutal strike to the base of each neck. Their expressions of sheer dread froze instantly upon their faces. They collapsed limply onto the sofas to either side. It hurts so much, so much, so much. You are. What do you intend to do? Seeing Gu Nian render the twins unconscious, Fan Sheng's voice trembled uncontrollably. A chilling memory surfaced. The personal bodyguard Yin Shi's confidential report on Zhang Hao and Ning Ruxue. Gu Nian. It was Gu Nian. His body jolted violently, and a fresh wave of searing pain erupted from his palm. Every slight movement grated the blade against the wound, sending blood streaming anew. Gu Nian watched impassive as Fan Sheng writhed and roared in agony before him, his interest already waning. Rising calmly, he strode to the control panel and cranked every audio channel to maximum volume. In an instant, thunderous drum beats surged with visceral intensity, vibrating through every fiber of Fan Sheng's being and utterly drowning out his screams. Then a surgical scalpel slid from his sleeve, spinning deftly between his fingers. Mama, Mama, it hurts so much, so much, so much. Fan Sheng's eyes bulged with unbearable torment, his mind short-circuited under the onslaught of pain. I'm sorry. Take anything you want. Just hurry, get me to the hospital, or it'll be too late. Too late for what? Gu Nian let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Too late to reattach it, is that it? Fan Sheng twisted convulsively on the floor, mouth agape, gulping air in desperate gasps, saliva dripping unchecked from his trembling lips. You're Gu Nian. I know it. The ordeal had paradoxically sharpened Fan Sheng's mind. Panting heavily, he knelt abjectly and stammered, my grandfather has immense wealth. I'll give you whatever you demand. With that money, you could easily marry a stunning woman and father another child. After all, Gu Nian is as good as dead. She'll never know. A rare flicker of disturbance crossed Gu Nian's otherwise placid features. It seems your affliction isn't rooted below, but right here. His gaze locked onto Fan Sheng's head, and a ruthless, unprecedented ferocity blazed in his eyes. What a... Fan Sheng's cheek twitched violently, a sharp, involuntary inhale escaped him. Yet resistance was impossible. He could only watch paralyzed as Gu Nian advanced slowly toward him. Gu Nian crouched low, raising the folding knife. Plack! A flash of steel, a violent arc, spray of crimson. Aya! Goddamn it, aya! Fan Sheng's eyes rolled back in excruciating agony. Bound to the toilet, his body convulsed violently enough to threaten shattering the fixture itself. Gu Nian remained deaf to his shrieks, his movements growing swifter, more decisive. He rose, silenced the music, and at last silence reclaimed the room. Calmly, he emptied a tissue box, placed the chilled fruit ice inside, then collected the scattered debris from the floor with detached composure. This welcome gift should suffice. Having finished, he turned slowly, surveying the three figures slumbering soundly within the room, then smoothed his clothes with quiet satisfaction before wheeling the food cart out into the pre-dawn hush. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. Shen Zhaowen lay awake in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. His sister Shun Jiejia's call that evening had left him with an unsettling premonition, a vague, persistent dread coiling around his chest, robbing him of sleep. In this day and age, a study abroad training program bans electronic devices. Preposterous. Moreover, Shen Zhaowen knew full well his sister's English proficiency was mediocre. How then had she been selected so effortlessly? His unease deepened with every passing thought. Finally, he could bear it no longer. He sprang from bed, hastily threw on his coat, snatched his car keys, and prepared to drive home overnight. But just as he stepped outside, his phone erupted violently in his pocket. It was the platoon. Shen Zhaowen answered grim-faced. Commander Yunhong's explosive voice crashed into his ear. Zhaowen. Something's happened, something grave. Get up now, we're heading to Yi's. Shen Zhaowen's hand on the doorknob froze for a moment. The emotions that had been brewing for a long time condensed into a word of utter helplessness in the instant the call ended. Damn it. Nightlife house. The raucous music abruptly ceased. Outside, the store warning tape had been put up, clearing all unrelated personnel from the scene. Blood-soaked and barely clinging to life, Fan Sheng was swiftly carried on a stretcher by a host of medical staff towards the ambulance. No fingers belonging to Fan Sheng were found at the scene. The small trinkets that had been severed were also trampled into pieces, leaving no hope whatsoever. If it weren't for the twins waking up in the middle of the night and seeing the disfigured Fan Sheng in the bathroom, terrified enough to call the police and notify security, Fan Sheng might have lost his last breath. The twins' makeup was already a mess. Tears of fear still hung on their faces as their minds replayed the horrifying scene they had just witnessed, trembling uncontrollably and being forcibly taken back by the police to give statements. Not long after, Shen Zhaowen and Lian Yunhong arrived, one after another. As soon as he got out of the car, Lian Yunhong walked straight towards Huang Dakawei and asked, "What's the situation now?" 2 witnesses, female, have already been taken back to the police station for questioning. Preliminary judgment suggests that the suspect knocked out the night live house staff member and then disguised themselves as a waiter to attack Fan Sheng. As he spoke, he handed over the scene investigation report to Lian Yunhong. Lian Yunhong took a glance at it. Upon seeing the horrific injury photos of Fan Sheng, even he couldn't help but gasp. This was even more brutal than what happened to Zhang Hao. Beside him, however, Shen Zhaowen frowned tightly, appearing distracted. What's wrong with you? Didn't get enough sleep. Lien Yinhong keenly noticed Shen Jiawen's strangeness and asked, raising his eyes. Nothing. Shen Jiawen felt a tightness in his chest, but didn't know how to express it to Lien Yinhong. He feigned indifference with a shrug, abruptly changing the topic, saying, "Could this be Gu Nian's doing again? I don't know, but it certainly resembles his usual style." Lien Yinhong did not deny Shen Jiawen's conjecture, turning around with a serious expression to return the report to Huang Dakue. Report. No mobile phone belonging to Fan Sheng was found at the scene. Suspected to have been taken by the murderer, and the phone's location tracking has also failed. A staff member jogged up to Huang Dakue to report. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiawen suddenly thought of something, and a trace of doubt surged in his heart. What does he need the phone for? Could it be that he wants to trace Fan Sheng to find other targets for revenge? But weren't all those who harmed his daughter already dealt with? Fan Sheng is the last one. Lien Yinhong also frowned tightly, feeling the same confusion as Shen Jiawen. Suddenly Huang Dakui's phone rang with a sharp, urgent tone. Just as he pressed the answer button, the voice of Captain Luan Shao exploded in his ear. Huang Dakue, this matter regarding Fan Sheng is serious. You know who his father is better than anyone. The director just called me, and it was almost like he was going to eat me alive. I'm giving you just 1 week. Even if I have to turn the entire Jianghaishi upside down, you must bring the murderer to justice. Also tell Lien Yinhong and his silly apprentice to wake up. Stop fixating on Gu Nian's motive for murder. So what if it's school bullying? Can bullying justify murder? Ultimately, we need to find the person responsible. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain this to the director. Do you hear me clearly? Even without putting it on speaker, Lien Yinhong still heard Luan Shao's words loud and clear. Shen Jiawen clenched his fists, keeping his mouth shut. Huang Dakue awkwardly turned aside, lowering his voice to cover the microphone. Got it, Captain Luan. The scene is a bit chaotic. I'll report to you shortly. After hanging up, Huang Dakue turned around, appearing relieved, yet quite helpless as he shrugged at Lien Yinhong. It's nothing, I'm already used to it. Lien Yinhong smiled, patting Huang Dakui's shoulder. What can we do? The director's son got into trouble in our jurisdiction, so Captain Luan is understandably anxious. Hey Lao Lien, this matter might not be so simple. Huang Dakue gave Lien Yinhong a deep look, sighing. Fan Sheng's movements were so discreet, yet he just got caught in such a situation today. I know. Lien Yinhong nodded. The murderer must have assisted someone to relay information. Who did he encounter before the incident? That could be quite a few. Huang Dakue glanced at the records and said in a deep voice, the security at the entrance, night live house manager Niu Dali, several new female staff, and the twins who were taken for questioning. And a guy named Chen Dabo. Niu Dali mentioned that Fan Sheng seemed to have had a quarrel with Chen Dabo, and then Chen Dabo left early, departing from night live house. In that case, the murderer shouldn't be him. Listening to Huang Dakui's murmurs, Lien Yinhong's gaze deepened as he looked towards the second floor of night live house. From here, one could vaguely see the side of the bathroom in the private room. Such a huge incident occurred inside, yet there was not a sound outside. Gu Nian, you did this, didn't you? Lien Yinhong whispered softly in his heart. On a dark, unlit mountain road, a green Lamborghini was hidden by the roadside, and Chen Dabo occasionally stole glances at Gu Nian in the passenger seat. Gu Nian had already burned the bloodstained clothes clean, changing into a fresh set of sportswear. Clutching a laptop, his fingers swiftly tapped on the keyboard. Next to the laptop lay a bloodied mobile phone. The blood on the phone's screen had already congealed, and the back had been disassembled. Gu Nian extracted the SIM card from inside and quietly connected it to the laptop. After a while, Gu Nian paused his typing, looking intently at the screen before him. Done. Before him on the satellite map, a blinking red dot suddenly appeared. You found it so quickly. Chen Dabo leaned closer, curious. Gu Nian toyed with Fan Sheng's phone, coldly laughing. Sometimes cleverness can backfire. His phone had a GPS tracker installed, which happened to allow for reverse tracking of the person's location. The Fan family was too secretive. If it weren't for the blundering Fan Sheng, it would have taken quite a bit of effort to find them. Chen Dabo looked at the satellite map, a hint of confusion appearing on his face. This place looks desolate. It doesn't seem like anyone lives here. Could the location be inaccurate? Upon hearing this, Gu Nian smiled and shook his head, raising his hand to point at the barren area on the map. This area isn't devoid of anything, but it's just deliberately obscured by someone using a satellite blocker. The purpose is to prevent location monitoring. Moreover, Gu Nian paused, a glint shining in his eyes. This place is not some desolate wilds, but rather an exceptional piece of feng shui treasure. A blessed site. Chen Daba suddenly became interested. When did you start learning about feng shui? This map looks completely barren to me. I can't see what's so good about it. Gu Nian smiled lightly. With 2 fingers, she pressed down on the computer screen, zooming out the map, then pointed to the location of the small red. Doesn't this terrain resemble the head of a phoenix? Chen Daba frowned, squinting his eyes, his head slightly tilted back. Then he seemed to ponder. You know what? It really does look like that. Gu Nian nodded, continuing to explain. This place is located at the head of the southern dry dragon, and because the mountain shape at the gorge resembles a phoenix, it's also known as Phoenix Mountain. The vegetation is lush, surrounded by towering mountains rich in spiritual energy. It's definitely a dragon vein. Upon hearing the term dragon vein, Chundaba burst into laughter. Gu Nian, why are you suddenly talking so mysteriously? What dragon vein? There's no such thing in this world. If these so-called dragon vein places were truly effective, wouldn't they have been snatched up long ago? Gu Nian, instead of getting angry, smiled and lightly threw out a question. How do you know that no one has taken these places? Gu Nian rolled down the car window, resting her elbow on the edge, and spoke lightly. The concept of feng shui has existed for thousands of years. Do you know why it is now completely banned? Why? Because this thing has never served the common folk. It has always been exclusive to emperors. Pausing for a moment, Gu Nian turned her gaze towards Chundaba with a mysterious look. Let me tell you another secret. After saying this, Gu Nian quickly pointed out a few other locations on the map of Zhanghai City. The dragon veins of the world originate from Kunlun, divided into North Dragon, Central Dragon, and South Dragon by the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers. The places I'm pointing to are all the dragon veins of the South Dragon. Chundaba looked at the locations. Gu Nian pointed to, confused and frowning. Is there anything strange about these places? If you go to these places, you will find that each location has a government building or another institution situated there. Upon hearing this, Chundaba was shocked, almost unable to close his mouth. Are you saying? No way. Could it be a coincidence? Gu Nian helplessly curled her lips. Coincidence? There can't be that many coincidences in the world. It's all just artificially created coincidences. The fewer people who know about this, the smoother their plans can be executed. If the common folk grasped the concept of feng shui, it wouldn't be beneficial for planning and development. Chundaba was frightened, his materialistic heart almost collapsing. So are we driving to Phoenix Mountain to keep watch? Or what? Gu Nian silently gazed at the dark night sky. Then she sighed heavily, opened the car door, and got into the old Santana parked nearby. It's getting late. You should return to Zhanghai City. The police will definitely look for you to understand the situation, and if they can't find you, they will become suspicious. Hearing Gu Nian urging him to go back, Chundaba became a bit anxious and shouted, What are you going to do alone? You can't be planning to seize the land, right? Don't worry, I have my arrangements. Everything will proceed according to plan. After saying this, Gu Nian brought her index and middle fingers together, lightly tapping Chundaba on the temple before stepping on the gas and speeding away. Watching Gu Nian disappear into the mountainside, Chundaba felt a knot in his heart. Anxiously, he pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and placed it in his mouth. The faint light amidst the dark night seemed like a twinkling star. Gu Nian's gesture was an unspoken signal between the two of them since childhood. Take care. The next morning, the Rena criminal investigation team was bustling with activity. Lien Yunhong and Shun Jiawen hadn't slept all night, busy compiling everyone's statements with the results of the on-site investigation. Fan Sheng had 3 types of knife wounds on him, one caused by a short-bladed fruit knife, which was found in the first-floor preparation area. Additionally, there was another sharp and delicate knife mark suspected to be from a surgical knife or another sharp instrument. There was also a familiar cut characteristic of a military folding knife. Shun Jiawen paused, continuing to read. No fingerprints or any indication of the perpetrator were found at the scene. The surveillance was also deliberately damaged. According to the testimony of the twin sisters, the perpetrator was tall and thin, a young man. We showed them Gu Nian's photo for identification, and they all said he looked similar, but younger than Gu Nian. Lien Yunhong responded lightly. He had already guessed most of these results. Have all the people been called in? Not yet. One is still missing. Shin Jiawen glanced around and said solemnly, Only Chundaba is left, but we couldn't reach him last night, and we don't know where he went. I'm right here, officer. No sooner had he spoken than a hearty laugh entered the police station. Shin Jiawen turned his head to see a well-dressed man radiating spring-like energy casually walking into the team, looking around, then flashed a charming smile at Shin Jiawen and Lien Yunhong. Officers, I'm really sorry. I drank too much yesterday and blacked out. I'm just waking up now. Upon hearing that such a horrible thing happened, my sense of justice has been restless. Feel free to ask me anything. I will definitely tell you everything I know. The sooner you finish asking, the sooner you can clear your name. After all, I'm not like you. I can't bear to keep my family waiting. Chundaba sat in front of Shin Jiawen, like a family member, leisurely sizing him up. Shin Jiawen, already anxious about his sister, found Chundaba's words to be like a thorn, deeply piercing his heart and stirring up an explosion of emotions. He clenched his fists, forcefully suppressing the impulse to punch him. Seeing Shun Jiawen's face change, Lien Yunhong immediately intervened between Chundaba and Shun Jiawen, seriously saying to Chundaba, Thank you for your cooperation. Please come with me for a moment. No problem. Chundaba playfully winked at Shun Jiawen and followed Lien Yunhong to the interrogation room. Shun Jiawen slumped wearily in his seat. From yesterday until now, his nerves had been on high alert. Chundaba's seemingly casual words finally reminded Shin Jiawen of that important matter he almost forgot in the chaos. He took out his phone and quickly called his sister. Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Redialing. Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Redialing. Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Damn it. Pick up the phone. Shun Jiawen slammed the documents down on the table in frustration. In the next moment, Shun Jiawen suddenly seemed to remember something, looking up at the clock on the wall. It was 8:30. His sister said to gather at 8, which means barring any accidents, she must have set off half an hour ago. The See the World Study Abroad Assistance Program. Shun Jiawen glanced around the police station, his eyes darkening. The team interrogation would take at least 1 or 2 hours. After pondering for a moment, he quietly took off his police uniform, exited the police station, and found an internet cafe nearby to connect to the web. He didn't dare to search on the police station's network, as everything was based solely on his unfounded instinct. Shun Jiawen opened the browser, his fingers froze on the keyboard for a moment, and finally he slowly typed a line into the search box. Zhang's Education Group official website. Pressing the search key, millions of search results appeared before his eyes. Shun Jiawen clicked on the official website of the Zhang Education Group at the top, reviewing the latest project updates, one by one, missing not a single word. Hope Project Pilot, Children's Literacy Intelligence Learning Center, Cultural and Creative Books, Agricultural E-Commerce. No way, how could there be none? Shun Jiawen's hand holding the mouse trembled slightly. How could a scholarship program of this level not be posted on the website? He looked again in disbelief, yet it was still absent. In that instant, various bad premonitions swirled in his mind. He recalled the strange regulations his sister mentioned over the phone, such as not participating in exams, unified training, and prohibiting electronic devices, each one filled with oddity. Shun Jiawen felt a sinking sensation in his heart, and the speed of his fingers tapping on the keyboard became even more agile. After nearly an hour of painstaking searching, he finally saw a piece of news on a third-rate news portal. Zhang Group's Charity Foundation launches the first batch of study abroad scholarship programs in Shanghai City, with a photo of a ribbon-cutting ceremony attached. Upon seeing the people in the photo, Shun Jiawen's heart suddenly dropped. How could he be here? He unexpectedly spotted Ning Haixing in the group photo. Ning Haixing stood in the front row, shoulder to shoulder with Zhang Yida, both smiling broadly and slightly waving to the media. Shun Jiawen held no good feelings towards Ning Haixing. Especially after Ning Ruxu's incident, Ning Haixing's attitude towards the police inquiry made him even more displeased. Yet now his presence in this photo undoubtedly indicated one thing. Behind this study abroad scholarship program, the Ning family had also contributed. Shun Jiawen understood Ning Haixing all too well. He was a typical and scrupulous businessman who would not act without profit. What benefits could a purely philanthropic study abroad program offer that made the Ning family so eager to get involved? The more he thought about it, the more wrong it felt. Shun Jiawen immediately logged off, deciding to rush back to the police station to ask for leave from Lian Yunhong, then return home to question his sister's homeroom teacher for clarity. However, just as he reached the door, he bumped Heaton into Chen Debao. Oh, giving up already? Even took off your police uniform? Chen Debao looked mockingly at the hurriedly returning Shun Jiawen. Shun Jiawen didn't want to pay him any mind, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Debao and walking straight up to Lian Yunhong. How's it going? The answers were impeccable, absolutely flawless. What about the fingerprints? Check, they don't match, but it's not the same person. How is that possible? Shun Jiawen glanced back at Chen Debao suspiciously. Chen Debao seemed to see through their whispered thoughts, waving them off. Goodbye, officer. We'll continue our police community cooperation next time, haha. After saying that, he swaggered towards his Lamborghini as usual. Once inside, Chen Debao meaningfully spread his hands, slowly rubbing his fingers, then a smug smile crept onto his face. This craftsmanship is truly exceptional. Shun Jiawen felt somewhat helpless. Having spent the entire night gathering intelligence, he finally managed to retrieve a criminal file from the police station on another person named Chen Debao, charged with hitandron. Both the appearance in the booking photo and age matched this law firm owner almost perfectly. Yet Lian Yunhong had just said that the fingerprints didn't match. Fingerprints are unique. Even if cut and regrown, they would restore to their original form. Initially thinking he could dig up some useful information from Chen Debao, it turned out to be a wild goose chase. How could this be the result? Shun Jiawen frowned momentarily at a standstill. Lian Yunhong sighed and patted Shun Jiawen's shoulder. It's okay, police often encounter such situations. By the way, where did you rush off to just now? You even dared to take off your police uniform. Your courage is growing. Lian Yunhong's reminder made Shun Jiawen recall the main issue. He quickly composed himself and said seriously, Captain, I want to ask for leave. Leave? Lian Yunhong looked surprised. Leave for what? I want to go home and take a look. Lian Yunhong immediately rolled his eyes. Don't you know what's happening right now? Wait until we catch the criminal, he'll give you a week's leave. But what? Did something happen at home? Not really, I just feel a bit anxious. Alright, since nothing's wrong, stop worrying unnecessarily. Lien Yinhong put an arm around Shin Jiawen's shoulders, comforting him. It's normal for young people to miss home. Your mother still has your sister with her, so it's fine. You see, every time I go home my aunt argues with me. Sometimes I'd rather sleep at the police station. You're just homesick. Here's the deal: endure today, and I'll give you leave tomorrow. Just right, other teams will send people over tomorrow to assist. That should be fine, right? Shin Jiawen lowered his head in frustration. Alright, by tomorrow at the latest, I must return home. Watching the busy figures in the room, he finally had to concede and nodded, but his inner worries had not diminished in the slightest. Phoenix Mountain. An elderly man stood solemnly in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the hidden path outside. A guard nervously knocked on the door, reporting, "Master Fan, the car is almost here." Let them assign a room to each person as per the original plan. Yes. After giving the instructions, Fan Guangwei's heart still remained clouded with worries. Fan Sheng was his only grandson. Even when he had previously made mistakes that could leave a criminal record, Fan Guangwei could handle it all. Now that he had finally waited for the timing to mature and Zhang Yida had already completed all the formalities, they were just a step away. However, unexpectedly, while he was out participating in an event, Fan Sheng sneaked out, causing a disaster. This study abroad plan would inevitably be delayed. Moreover, with his grandson's severe injuries, it was uncertain whether he could survive. Currently, the money in the Fan family's hands felt incredibly hot. If Fan Sheng's path were blocked, then they would have to find another way. With a sigh, a van with black, tinted windows slowly entered Fan Guangwei's line of sight. It seemed the people had arrived. Fan Guangwei adjusted his cuffs, eyes sparkling like a hawk, then turned calmly and walked outside. The van stopped at the entrance. After a nearly 4-hour-long journey, Shen Jiejia felt dizzy from the bumpy, muddy road. Finally stepping onto the soft ground again, she looked curiously at the magnificent building before her. Student practice base of Xingyao Technology College. Such a beautiful place, it's actually a school's practice base. Shen Jiejia couldn't help but exclaim, "This school is too extravagant. But it seems there's no convenience store nearby. Are we unable to go out for snacks tonight?" "Snacks? You're thinking about snacks even after coming here?" A girl who got off the bus after Shen Jiejia was stunned by her innocence. "What's wrong? Isn't this just a training place?" Shen Jiejia looked puzzled. The girl behind her frowned, seemingly wanting to give her a hint, but hesitating. Suddenly the front gate slowly opened. A group of bodyguards in black rushed out, forming pairs, and standing behind each girl. Shen Jiejia was immediately frightened into a daze. Wasn't this a training camp? Why did it feel a bit off? In the next second, a somewhat weathered voice came from inside the door. "Two people in a group, after searching them thoroughly, take them down to prepare well." "Yes." Several guards rushed in, two standing behind each of the 5 girls, forcefully lifting them up without explanation. "What are you doing?" Shen Jiejia sensed a hint of danger, struggling desperately, but the disparity in strength was too great for her to break free. Seeing Shen Jiejia's vigorous movements, one guard signaled with his eyes, and another approached, taking out a rope to bind her hands and feet. The other 4 girls looked at her with indifferent expressions, as if watching a joke. "Don't you realize something is wrong?" Shen Jiejia felt a breakdown coming. Only now did she belatedly understand that this project had been fraught with issues from the very beginning. One of the girls sighed and said calmly, "We all volunteered. For people like us, even if it means throwing away our dignity to accompany someone abroad, it's better than rotting away in the village for a lifetime." "What do you mean by accompanying someone abroad? What are you all talking about?" Shen Jiejia was desperate. At this moment, all she wanted was to go home and tell her brother about this. But the guards wouldn't give her a chance, directly sealing her mouth with tape and carrying her deeper into the base. Everything spun around. Shen Jiejia's fear intensified to the extreme. She turned her head to look outside and saw that there were rows of windows, each seemingly occupied by a girl. They all stood behind the glass, silently watching Shen Jiejia. Their expressions were numb, devoid of emotion, like a group of dazed dolls. Shen Jiejia's fear grew ever stronger. Where on earth was this? Who were these girls? Where were they being taken? "Brother, aren't you a police officer?" Shen Jiejia cried out in desperation. At this moment, she wished more than anything that telepathy were real, hoping her brother would appear before her in the next second. As the guards quickened their pace, tears streamed down Shen Jiejia's face. Her brother wouldn't come, he didn't even know where she was. The naive fantasy was completely shattered. Despair gradually spread within Shen Jiejia. In the end, she stopped in front of a door. The other 4 girls also halted at their respective doors. The guard pushed the door open, set Shen Jiejia down, ripped the tape off her mouth, and untied the ropes binding her hands and feet. "Help! Help!" Just as Shen Jiejia regained her freedom, she intended to rush out of the room to escape. Smack! The guard slapped her harshly back, then kicked her into the corner. "Behave yourself." After issuing one final warning, the group exited the room, locking the door behind them and leaving without a glance back. Seeing the guards move away, Shen Jiejia quickly stood up in pain, searching for any hope of escape. The entire room was only 4 square meters. A bed, a squat toilet, and a fixed wash basin were all that existed. Near the corridor was a massive transparent glass window, unremovable and unopenable. Those outside could easily see everything inside the room, as if observing a pet. There was a ventilation machine above and a nailed-shut vent. Shinjia slumped hopelessly onto the bed. This room was nothing short of a prison. What did these people want by bringing her here? Her mind raced, but answers eluded her. Before long, a heated argument broke the silence of Shinjia's thoughts. She hurried to the transparent glass window, discovering that the girl who had come with her was being dragged in a certain direction. The girl wore a terrified expression, struggling as she said, "Weren't we supposed to accompany Xiao Fan? Why would I need to go there? I don't want to go there. Xiao Fan doesn't need you anymore. You naturally have other uses." "No, I won't go. People die there. Help! Help!" Shinjia felt her heart race. This girl said she didn't want to go there because people died there. What kind of place was that? Outside, silence gradually returned. Yet Shinjia could clearly hear her own rapid heartbeat. Her palms were sweating from anxiety as she pressed her hand against her chest, standing helplessly by the window while casting a sidelong glance. The girl to her right also stood by the window. Seemingly sensing Shinjia's gaze, she turned to look at her. Upon meeting each other's eyes, Shinjia suddenly noticed that the young girl's belly was already prominently rounded. Shinjia's heart jolted, her scalp tingling, and her legs almost gave way in fear. What on earth was this place? What had these people gone through? After what felt like an eternity, the sound of footsteps returned. The guards returned with the girl. Shinjia quickly looked over. However, she found that the girl had lost consciousness and was passed out. Her clothes remained intact, but her pants were damp. Just as Shinjia was puzzled, the door to her room suddenly swung open, and a guard coldly grabbed her hand. "Come out, it's your turn." Meanwhile, Shinjiawan, who was sorting through documents, suddenly felt a dull pain in his chest. "What's wrong?" Lian Yinhong noticed Shinjiawan's sudden pale face and rushed to support him. But Shinjiawan waved his hand, breaking free from Lian Yinhong's grip, and skillfully pulled out a brown medicine bottle from his pocket, shaking out a few pills to swallow. The effect of the medicine kicked in quickly. Shinjiawan exhaled deeply and then patted Lian Yinhong on the chest, saying, "The team is fine. This is just an old problem of mine." "What kind of medicine is this? The effect is so fast." "Let me see." Lian Yinhong curiously picked up the medicine bottle from Shinjiawan's hand and looked. Turns out it was a bottle of fast-acting heart-saving pills. Lian Yinhong frowned instantly and said, "I say, Jiawan, how come you're so young and taking this stuff? Your body can't handle it." "Shoo, don't speak so loudly." Shinjiawan snatched the medicine bottle back into his pocket and smiled lightly. "That's why I went to the technical department, thinking I wouldn't have to go out on calls. But look at what's happening now. I can't even go home. You can't forget that it was you who volunteered for this. I couldn't stop you even if I tried." Lian Yinhong sighed, looking at Shinjiawan's forced smile, ultimately unable to bear it. He raised his hand to check the time on his watch. Finally, he compromised and waved at Shinjiawan, saying, all right, just stop beating around the bush. I know your heart has long flown back home." He tried to calm his suddenly restless heart and pressed down on the accelerator, driving toward his hometown. Shinjiawan sped all the way and returned home in less than 2 hours. As soon as he entered the door, he saw his mother Fengju sitting on the bed alone, tidying up the quilt. "Mom, I'm back." Fengju turned her head in surprise, realizing that Shinjiawan had suddenly returned home. She quickly pulled him over, pointing at the quilt on the bed, and said, "You came just in time. Look at how nice this quilt is, especially made for Jiajia's trip abroad. I wonder if it will be cold there, Mom." Shinjiawan felt a pang of bitterness inside. He took hold of Fengju's arms and looked directly at her. "Mom, please answer me seriously. What did my sister say to you before she left? Child, what's wrong with you?" Fengju looked somewhat puzzled. "She didn't say much. Kids are just chatty, talking about little things at school. Like which classmate was naughty and got scolded, or accidentally kicked the doctor in the eye during a gynecological checkup, or which classmate brought what snacks. What checkup are you talking about?" Shinjiawan's mind exploded with confusion. The grip on her shoulders tightened abruptly, and Fengju immediately sensed her son's unusual behavior, her voice stammering. "What happened?" "Jia said it was a gynecological checkup." Shinjiawan trembled as he released her shoulders. He could now almost confirm that there was definitely something wrong with this project. "Jia, where are you right now?" Shinjiawan, filled with urgency, disregarded Fengju's questions and turned back toward the school. Arriving at Shinjia's homeroom teacher's office, he found the teacher sitting at the desk drinking tea. Shinjiawan didn't want to exchange pleasantries and went straight to the point. "Where is Shinjia?" The homeroom teacher turned in surprise, realizing it was Shinjia's brother. The guilt in her eyes was keenly captured by Shinjiawan. He stepped forward with a serious face, directly revealing his credentials, staring intently at her. "Where is Shinjia?" "I truly don't know," the homeroom teacher said helplessly. "She left this morning with the study abroad program bus. They didn't inform us of the specifics, stating it was a confidential project." What confidential project? Does financial aid need to be confidential? How would I know? The teacher stubbornly replied, listen Xinjiajia's brother, even if you are a police officer you must have evidence. I am not a criminal. Xinjiajia might already be in training. They only instructed me to arrange for student selection and I don't know anything else. What utter nonsense. Damn it. Shen Jiawen was furious and kicked the leg of a nearby table. Not being able to find Xinjiajia felt like a vice grip on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. There were just too many suspicious points. This homeroom teacher and this project reeked of oddities. Various cases he studied in police academy and the cases he handled after graduation kept swirling in Shen Jiawen's mind. Suddenly, he recalled a photograph from the news. Yes, Ning Haixing. If the Ning family personally participated in the project, then he must know something. Zhang Yida was currently in another city, Shanghu City, with Zhang Hao for a skin graft operation and was not in Zhanghai City. At this moment, he could only seek a breakthrough from Ning Haixing. The necklace on his chest suddenly broke. Shen Jiawen picked up the fallen photo embedded with him, and Zhang Yida, his expression darkening, as he silently tucked the photo into his pants pocket. Taking a deep breath, Shen Jiawen turned his car around and sped back to the police station. Inside the base, Xinjiajia was being dragged in like a little chick into a room. Upon entering, she discovered an unfamiliar device before her. Sit down, someone urged, pushing her into the device. As soon as she sat down, another man secured her neck, arms, and legs tightly, then placed a helmet-like device on her head. When the electronic helmet clicked into place, Xinjiajia felt a surge of terror as she realized the inside of the helmet was filled with countless dense electronic protrusions pressing hard against her scalp. In front of the helmet, there was a device similar to VR goggles that snugly fitted over her eyes. Peering through, Xinjiajia saw the word ready displayed. Everything was set. The two men exchanged nods before pressing the green button on the wall. In the next moment, the device began to shake and rotate. A spine-chilling scream echoed throughout the room. Oh, I don't want to see. Go away. Go away. The waves emitted from the helmet caused Xinjiajia's whole body to convulse. Her fingers were curled, tightly gripping the device's handles as she teetered on the brink of mental collapse. Vision, hearing, smell. At this very moment, every one of her senses was enduring a fear that nearly surpassed her body's limits. The tightly shut door of the room quietly opened. Several people in white coats entered with syringes, closely inspecting the terrified Xinjiajia, then gestured an okay to someone behind them. We can begin now. After speaking, the person holding the syringe approached Xinjiajia, lifted her clothing without hesitation, and injected her without a second thought. After nearly half an hour of torment, when the helmet was finally removed, Xinjiajia was left in a daze. Her pair of innocent and curious eyes had now become hollow and bewildered, resembling those of other girls. The pain from the injection went unnoticed by Xinjiajia. Due to the extreme shock, it took her quite some time to remember her own name. They lifted Xinjiajia from the device, leaving a puddle of water on the seat, a result of pure fright. The guards disdainfully picked Xinjiajia up, preparing to take her back to her room. As the two dragged Xinjiajia towards the room, a gentle breeze blew, tousling Xinjiajia's disheveled hair. Fan Guangwei, who had been standing at a distance, caught sight of this glimpse of spring in his peripheral vision. That girl, is she part of the new batch? Yes, Fan Yi. She was originally prepared for young Master Fan, but now that she's no longer needed, she's being arranged for experiments first. The secretary quickly reported, keeping his head bowed. This person was the interviewer from the initial interview stage. This girl is quite good-looking. It would be a pity to use her as a test subject. Fan Guangwei paused and continued, add this girl's name to the list. It just so happens that there will be many newcomers at this auction, and having something fresh is always welcome. Yes. The secretary acknowledged and left. Fan Guangwei glanced around, observing the group of girls in the room. As soon as their gazes met Fan Guangwei's, they all scattered away from the window. Fan Guangwei snorted coldly. Finally, he picked up his phone and called Ning Haixing. Hello, it's me. This auction should be held earlier to avoid prolonged troubles. Earlier? Ning Haixing's eyes twitched oddly. At that moment, he was at the police station. Upon hearing Fan Ye's unexpected statement, he immediately became alert, stepping out of the police station's door, holding the receiver and whispering, but old Zhang hasn't returned yet. I've already messaged him instructing him to return immediately. Since the list has been confirmed, there's no need to hesitate further. Then. Fine. After hanging up, Ning Haixing gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed, and his hand holding the phone lingered. President Ning, you seem troubled. Is something wrong? A hand casually patted Ning Haixing's shoulder. Ning Haixing instinctively turned his head, bumping into Chen Debao's curious gaze. Ning Haixing chuckled lightly, avoiding Chen Debao's gaze. It's nothing, just some trivial reports from the company. After a pause, he changed his tone and leaned closer to Chen Debao's ear, whispering, the auction is about to begin. What about the results I wanted? Chen Debao's eyes lifted with interest as he pointed to the item in his hand. Don't worry, I came here today specifically for this matter. The forgery by the first inspection agency in Shanghai City, along with the major scandals of overseas companions in the entertainment industry involving tax evasion, were enough to place the Chu and Wei families at the forefront of public scrutiny, leading to a scandal that would take days and nights to subside. How could they accept the collapse of the empire they had built with their own hands? In the face of Chun Debao's threat, the Chu and Wei families made their choice, without much coercion, torn between blood ties and their careers. Silently, they altered their son's age and started destroying evidence overnight. Once the age was changed, Luan Xiao immediately led a team to detain Chu Sheng and his companion awaiting trial. Chun Debao's gaze turned to Ning Haixing. Now those two beasts are indeed deserving of a harsh sentence, but to achieve life imprisonment we still need a bit more leverage. So what do you mean? Chun Debao smiled as he took out his phone and opened a video. This is something I obtained from the police from a girl named Gu Nian's phone. Upon hearing the name Gu Nian, Ning Haixing's face twitched uncomfortably. Lawyer Chen, what are you trying to convey? Ning Ruxue is after all a rich heiress, difficult to incite public anger. I heard that these two also participated in the humiliation of this girl, and leveraging this point might stir a storm online. After hearing Chun Debao's explanation, Ning Haixing's sensitive heart finally calmed down. Upon rational reflection, Chun Debao's words were not without merit. By exploiting the public's inherent sympathy for the weak, inciting emotions, and amplifying social impact, they could influence the sentencing. This matter isn't difficult, but Gu Yinyan's father is the perpetrator who harmed my daughter, you know this. I can utilize the situation, but I cannot speak for her daughter. Understood. Chun Debao smiled broadly, a glint flashing in his eyes. Soon an explosive piece of news shot straight to the trending topics, gaining immense traction. Wealthy second-generation criminals exposed. The various media outlets controlled by the Ning family began to fan the flames, attempting to shift public attention entirely onto Chu Sheng and his companion. The onlookers were astonished, never expecting these seemingly respectable individuals to actually be habitual offenders. Gu Nian clutched her laptop, watching as public opinion quickly fermented online. The time to let her carefully nurtured schemes unfold had finally come. With a cold laugh, he pressed the send button. Half an hour later, as the heat peaked, to everyone's surprise, a post regarding Ning Ruxue's past as a wealthy heiress began to skyrocket in popularity. Its rising trend even surpassed the trending topic that Ning Haixing had spent a fortune to promote. The Chronicles of Bullying at Qington Campus Hot. This trending topic detailed numerous incidents of Ning Ruxue and others bullying their classmates, accompanied by a strange recording. Ning Ruxue, she is truly the one guilty of heinous acts. The bullying of Gu Nian was initially instigated by her, as she couldn't stand Gu Yinyan's good grades and beauty. She believed Gu Nian was trying to attract me, and then she, along with her friends, dragged her to the bathroom. Later it escalated as Tian was told to inform Zhen Xiangxi that if they could successfully make Gu Nian fall for him, the Ning family would invest in his family's supermarket business. And things gradually turned into this. The entire class participated. Everyone, it was everyone. It was Zhang Hao's voice. This recording caught Ning Haixing completely off guard. He instantly realized that Gu Nian was behind this. But unfortunately, it was already too late. The public outcry spread like a wildfire, and within 3 hours the discussions surged past 10 million, igniting people's anger. This Ning Ruxue is clearly not a good person. It's just a case of dogs biting dogs. Beasts, they are truly a pack of beasts. Why should they? Just because they have money can they do whatever they want? This is simply too much. That Ning Ruxue is simply getting what she deserves. Serves her right. Upstairs, the reality is that having money truly allows one to act with impunity. How tragic. They must be sentenced harshly. It would be best to lock this rich heiress up as well. Bullying is also a crime. Yes. Harsh sentencing. Harsh sentencing. Harsh sentencing. Not only should it be harsh sentencing, the verdict must be live-streamed. Countless complaint letters flooded the government's inbox. The accumulated public grievances found no release, all directed at the officials online. Soon this trending topic surged with unstoppable momentum, crushing Ning Haixing's carefully curated topic and climbed to the top. Everyone was waiting for this verdict. Under pressure, the legal proceedings against Chu Sheng and Wei Juanji were expedited. Ultimately, it was decided that the trial would be broadcast live to a national audience. On this day, at the foot of Phoenix Mountain, a Santana leisurely parked amidst the trees. Gu Nian rested one hand on the car window, calmly watching the entire live broadcast unfold. The verdict is as follows. The defendants Chu Sheng and Wei Juanji are charged with intentional homicide rape, with extremely severe criminal circumstances and considerable social impact. Due to being over 14 but under 18 years of age, they are not subject to the death penalty and are hereby sentenced to life imprisonment. Life imprisonment, no reduction in sentence, no parole. With a decisive blow, the media's flashbulbs popped incessantly, as if celebrating this moment. Chu Sheng felt utterly dazed, his mind completely blank. How could it be life imprisonment? How could this happen? Wasn't there supposed to be protective laws? Wasn't it said that he would be protected? He was still a child, and did they expect him to spend the rest of his life in this dark prison? No, I refuse. I'm innocent. Chu Sheng completely broke down, shouting loudly at the media seats. Actually, that's not the truth. Let me explain. Chu Sheng, handcuffed desperately, tried to rush forward to tell the public the truth. This scene was captured live as Gu Nian calmly watched everything unfold and silently opened her phone. The red button blinked quietly. Gu Nian sighed softly and pressed down gently. Bang! A muffled sound erupted from within Chu Sheng. His distorted expression froze on his face. His arm, pointing at the media seats, halted in midair. In the next moment, blood seeped from his mouth, his pupils began to dilate, and his body leaned and fell over. Quick! Someone call an ambulance. The nearby guard immediately sensed something was wrong, halting the live broadcast and calling for the medical personnel waiting outside. Meanwhile, Wei Juanji was already paralyzed with fear. Only he knew what had happened to Chu Sheng. The words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat, but he no longer had the courage to speak. I plead guilty. I plead guilty. Chu Sheng collapsed on the spot. Gu Nian's microbomb had a remarkably precise explosion range. All of Chu Sheng's organs were reduced to pulp, yet externally there were no visible signs of harm. The sensational case of the rich heiress's humiliation concluded with such an absurd ending. The trial had ended. Chen Debao walked out of the courthouse with a relaxed expression. Ning Haixing had been waiting by the roadside. President Ning, are you satisfied with the result? Did you handle the matter with Chu Sheng? Hey, President Ning, what are you talking about? All my procedures are legal and compliant, though I wouldn't dare engage in any illegal activities. Chen Debao smiled, playfully raising the corner of his mouth. Is that so? Ning Haixing squinted slightly, his deep gaze scrutinizing Chen Debao. This person was far more cunning than he had anticipated. On the surface, it seemed that both Chu Sheng and Wei Juanji had received their just punishments. However, in reality, it had entangled the Ning family as well. The uproar surrounding Ning Ruxu's bullying even overshadowed the rape case itself. It turned the already mentally broken daughter into a pariah hated by all. President Ning. Just as Ning Haixing was deep in thought, Chen Debao interrupted. I have fulfilled my promise to you. What about yours? My future riches and honors depend entirely on you, President Ning. Ning Haixing snorted coldly and turned to signal to Shui Gong. Shui Gong immediately understood and took out a black velvet gift box from the car, handing it to Ning Haixing. Ning Haixing presented the gift box before Chen Debao and said coldly, I, Ning Haixing, am not someone who goes back on my word. The items have been prepared for you. Next Friday, bring the items inside this box and wait at the office. We will send someone to pick you up. Chen Debao accepted it and opened it. To his surprise, it was a delicately crafted smart wristband. This contains all of President Chen's information, including biological data, and it is the only proof for entry. You mustn't be careless and lose it. Ning Haixing remarked meaningfully. Chen Debao smiled, took off his Rolex, and put on the wristband, then displayed his wrist to Ning Haixing. See, as long as I have it on, I'm good. Ning Haixing raised an eyebrow, finally satisfied as he got into the Rolls-Royce behind him. As he watched Ning Haixing drive away, Chen Debao's smile vanished instantly. He looked down at the smart wristband on his wrist, his gaze turning profound. Phoenix Mountain. Xingyao Practice Base. Inside the bright and spacious floor-to-ceiling window, an old man lay comfortably on a large bed, watching the busy figures before him. At that moment, he was surrounded by a group of doctors in white coats engaged in intense preparations. Soon the electronic doorbell rang, and Fan Guangwei pressed the door button by the bedside. 3 doctors rushed in with a blue storage box in hand. The bed tilted upward at a certain angle, and Fan Guangwei raised his gaze calmly. Did you bring it? Yes, Master Fan, just extracted, very fresh, the leading doctor carrying the box said with a sheepish bow. Let me see it. Fan Guangwei extended his hand, his eyes subtly signaling. The doctor promptly opened the box and carefully took out a small brown vial. The vial was tiny, less than the length of a pinky finger, and not even as wide as one. Fan Guangwei picked up the vial, examining the liquid inside closely. This was the item that all the elite and nobility coveted. Natural Rinhong substance. Natural Rinhong substance, a miraculous drug that could rejuvenate one's youth. Once injected, it could make a person healthier and more vigorous, akin to a return to youth. As for whether it truly had such miraculous effects as the legends claimed, it didn't really matter. Its extreme rarity alone was enough to make the top-tier wealthy elite yearn for it, drooling with desire. Even though this bottle was pitifully small, it was worth a fortune. Moreover, it was hard to come by. Because this substance could only be secreted in minute quantities under extreme, immeasurable fear in the human body. Fan Guangwei looked at the small vial in his hand, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He had power and wealth. Now he just needed to live, well, vibrantly. Ever since he injected the first dose 3 years ago, he had become increasingly uncontrollable. The magic of this substance could only be understood by those who had injected it. It was a feeling of reclaiming lost youth, the body becoming light again, and even the wrinkles on his face diminishing. It was wonderful, intoxicating. Once the craving was open, one yearns for more. Fan Guangwei greedily handed the vial to the doctor, then closed his eyes. Let's begin. The liquid was injected into his body drop by drop. The amount in this bottle was enough for 3 young women. A refreshing sensation gradually returned, that familiar feeling. After the injection, Fan Guangwei reluctantly opened his eyes, nodding in satisfaction. Extract a bit more during this period, and consider it an extra prize for the auction. Yes, Master Fan. The crowd withdrew. Fan Guangwei pulled down his sleeve to cover his arm, draping a blanket over his legs, his gaze lingering on the nearby buildings. 168 rooms now fully occupied. Shen Jejia slowly regained consciousness. She opened her eyes and found herself no longer in her previous room. The current room was larger than before, and the bed was softer. However, the bed's design was quite different from any she had ever slept on. 2-meter-high pillars stood at each corner of the bed, looking both outlandish and strange. She glanced at the wall. Shen Jejia gasped in horror. What were these things? Various bizarre, never-before-seen devices were embedded in the wall, causing her hair to stand on end. Where is this? The sound of a lock turning came from the door. A woman swayed her figure as she walked in. You woke up so soon. Your physical condition is quite good. Shen Jejia looked at the woman before her, immediately terrified, stepping back repeatedly. It's you. The interview officer from before. Exactly, it's me. Initially you didn't meet our standards, but at your young age your development is quite impressive. You're indeed a good specimen. Shen Jejia was on the verge of tears. Can't you let me go? My family has nothing. Upon hearing this, the woman instead chuckled, lifting Shen Jejia's chin. It's precisely because your family has nothing that you were chosen. Originally you were supposed to be with young Master Fan, but who told you your luck was bad? If you want to blame someone, blame the person who harmed young Master Fan, making you a masterless person. The woman walked to the wall and picked up a whip. From now until next Friday, I will be here until you become the most perfect work of art at the auction. No. No. Shen Jejia in despair retreated. Her tear-filled eyes looked desperately at the window behind the woman. Outside, the little path she had come by was hidden in the jungle, silent and still. Clearly hope was within her sight, yet she could never escape. Despair began to climb to the tip of her heart. Shen Jejia's figure was gradually engulfed in shadow. On the national highway leading to Fenghuang Mountain in Jianghai City, a Rolls-Royce sped forward. The butler Shui Gong drove with occasional glances at the rearview mirror. Beside him, the personal bodyguard Song Chung furrowed his brows tightly, exchanging a silent nod with Shui Gong. Then Song Chung turned around and said in a low voice to the man in the back seat, Director Ning, it seems we are being followed. Ning Haixing, seated in the back, crossed his legs indifferently, leisurely reviewing today's financial report. Upon hearing Song Cheng's report, Ning Haixing immediately set down the report and turned to look behind. About 150 meters behind them, a black Toyota was indeed tailing them. When did you notice? Ever since we left the police station, it seems to have been following us. Shui Gong added, just now to confirm, I deliberately avoided the highway and took the national road only to find it had indeed caught up with us. Song Chung cast a cold glance at the black Toyota in the rearview mirror and lowered his voice to ask, Boss, what shall we do now? Ning Haixing turned back with an indifferent expression and picked up the financial report again. Make sure to handle this cleanly, I'll leave no loose ends. Understood. Song Chung acknowledged the order, signaling Shui Gong with his eyes. Shui Gong immediately understood and pressed the accelerator to the floor, steering toward the upcoming corner. Seeing Ning Haixing's car suddenly accelerate, the trailing vehicle was about to disappear around the bend ahead. Shen Zhaoan, anxious and desperate, stepped on the gas and pursued. Unexpectedly, as the car rounded the bend, a neat row of sharp steel spikes suddenly appeared on the road ahead. Too late to brake. Bang! Shen Zhaoan's car charged forward, the spikes instantly piercing the tires. All 4 tires were instantly destroyed. Thick white smoke billowed from beneath the car as Shen Zhaoan's head struck the steering wheel heavily. Blood trickled down his forehead and cheeks onto the back of his hand. The overwhelming metallic scent of blood tightened his heart. This was a trap. Staring at the wrecked Toyota and the bloody driver, a man emerged nonchalantly from the shadows and approached Shen Zhaoan's car door. It was none other than Song Chung. Seeing Shen Zhaoan injured, Song Chung smiled, triumphantly flung open the door, and roughly pulled Shen Zhaoan from the driver's seat. Oh, isn't this Officer Shen? You were quite arrogant when you came to the Ning family before, but look at you now. Song Chung leisurely observed Shen Zhaoan struggling on the ground. Shen Zhaoan, suppressing dizziness and chest tightness, staggered to his feet and coldly looked at Song Chung. When did you discover me? Hearing Shen Zhaoan's words, Song Chung seemed to have heard the greatest joke. Officer Shen, with such an obvious tale, it's hard not to notice. Since you dared to follow us, Officer Shen, you must bear the consequences of being found out. In the next moment, Song Chang's gaze sharpened as he suddenly raised his foot, delivering a fierce kick to Shun Jiawen's abdomen. Shun Jiawen's body instantly bent like a bow, flying several meters away. Cough, cough. Excruciating pain pierced his abdomen. Shun Jiawen trembled as he forced himself up, his hands instinctively reaching backward. But the next second, a contemptuous cold laugh came from Song Chang. "Officer Shin, are you looking for this?" Saying so, Song Chang slowly drew a pistol, aiming the muzzle at Shun Jiawen. Shun Jiawen's heart skipped a beat. "Song Chang, you dare assault an officer?" "Ha ha ha, assaulting an officer. That's a serious accusation." Holding the gun, Song Chang advanced step by step towards Shun Jiawen. "It's merely an accident caused by a car crash. How can it be pinned on me?" Swallowing a mouthful of blood and saliva, Shun Jiawen saw the muzzle inching closer, and for the first time a faint despair bloomed deep within. After dreaming of this profession for so long, was his fate to end in such a ridiculous manner? His sister was still missing. His mother was still waiting for him. To perish so recklessly would be utterly absurd. Shun Jiawen fixed his gaze on the cliff behind Song Chang. If he were to die, he would drag Song Chang down with him. Suppressing his pounding heart, Shun Jiawen slightly bent his waist and silently kicked backward with his right leg. Song Chang sneered, thinking of useless tricks at death's door. Then his expression darkened as he tightened his grip on the trigger. Bang! A shot rang out directly at Shun Jiawen. Ugh! The bullet struck Shun Jiawen's left calf squarely. Shun Jiawen immediately collapsed to his knees, blood gushing profusely. Gritting his teeth, he was nearly suffocated by the pain. "Stop struggling, Officer Shun. Everything that happens here will be deemed an accidental vehicle fire." Song Chang pressed the pistol against Shun Jiawen's forehead. "Farewell, Officer Shun." Amidst the blood-red haze, Shun Jiawen's piercing gaze met Song Chang's. "The truth will be revealed sooner or later. Your arrogance may last a moment, but it will never last forever." Cliches and self-deceptions like that, save them for the underworld. Song Chang narrowed his eyes slightly, tightening his index finger. Click! The pistol jammed. In that instant, Shun Jiawen summoned his last strength and threw himself at Song Chang, knocking him to the ground. The pistol flew several meters away. Shun Jiawen and Song Chang immediately grappled fiercely. However, Shun Jiawen's injured leg hindered his movements, and after a few exchanges he fell behind. Seizing an opening, Song Chang flipped over, retrieved the pistol, and triumphantly raised the muzzle above him. "I didn't expect you to be so strong despite your injury. You're a capable man, but what a pity." Reloading, Song Chang aimed the gun at Shun Jiawen's forehead. "This ends here." Bang! A deafening gunshot echoed throughout the valley. Shun Jiawen opened his eyes to see Song Chang still holding the gun in the same posture, but a bloodstain had appeared on Song Chang's forehead. His face was filled with disbelief as he tried to speak, but life froze at this very moment. With a soft clatter, the pistol fell to the ground. Song Chang collapsed like a heap of mud, utterly lifeless. Steady footsteps approached from afar. Shun Jiawen turned his head in surprise. A delicate young man, smiling gently, silently walked toward him. "You are." In an instant, Shun Jiawen's expression trembled, and a bold guess arose. "Gu Nian." Gu Nian approached and glanced coolly at Shun Jiawen's wounds, shaking his head with a clicking sound. "You're supposed to be a police officer. How can you be so useless?" "You..." Shun Jiawen was infuriated and about to retort, but suddenly a surge of hot blood rose in his throat. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Seeing this, Gu Nian's disgust deepened. "With your sickly state, you still want to find your sister?" Hearing this, Shun Jiawen was shocked and looked up abruptly. "How do you know about my sister? Do you know where she is?" Gazing at Shun Jiawen's stunned expression, Gu Nian curled a faint smile at the corner of his lips and withdrew a voice recorder from his pocket, tossing it onto the table beside Shun Jiawen. "Listen for yourself." Shun Jiawen snatched up the device, puzzled, and pressed play. "Didn't I ask you to find an orphaned, left-behind child? Parentless, penniless. And who is this woman anyway? Why does she even have an older brother?" That voice, it was Ning Haixing. "No need to worry. I've already investigated. He just graduated. He poses no real threat. Everything has been arranged. Even if he digs, he'll unearth nothing. Besides, with Director Fan on our side, what do you have to fear?" Upon hearing that voice, Shun Jiawen's face froze instantly. He had heard it countless times, in his dreams. It was Zhang Yida. The woman they referred to. Was it his younger sister? Was he the brother mentioned? Shun Jiawen stood motionless, paralyzed. An overwhelming flood of revelations crashed into his mind, short-circuiting his thoughts. His lifelong faith crumbled entirely, the last fragile ember of idealized reverence for Zhang Yida extinguished without a trace. He could not fathom how a man who built so many hope projects, widely hailed across the city as a paragon of charitable entrepreneurship, could commit such atrocities. Why would he do such a thing? Clutching the recorder, Shun Jiawen's chest heaved violently. These people had treated his sister, not as a living, breathing human being, but as mere currency in a transaction. Where have they taken my sister? Shun Jiawen gripped the recorder so tightly his molars ground together. Gu Nian arched a cool, detached brow. and tilted his chin toward the rear. She's inside the mountains. A tremor flickered across Shun Jiaowen's features. Wordlessly, he bent down, retrieved the pistol lying beside Song Cheng's lifeless body, and limped, blood trailing behind him, toward the direction Gu Nian had indicated. Yet in the next instant, Gu Nian lightly kicked Shun Jiaowen's injured calf with one foot. Shun Jiaowen winced, collapsing onto one knee. Gu Nian, what are you doing? Did you honestly plan to walk all the way there? Gu Nian mocked, unrelenting. Your leg is shattered, yet you still insist on playing the hero. Officer Shin, idealism isn't meant to be wielded like a blunt instrument. Do you have a better solution, eh? Shun Jiawen roared, fury blazing in his voice. Gu Nian merely smiled faintly, silent, serene, and turned away. Moments later, he returned driving a battered Santana. He opened the first aid kit, extracted the bullet, applied antiseptic, and dressed the wound. No words were exchanged. With deliberate, almost theatrical indifference, Gu Nian administered no anesthesia, and pressed with firm, unyielding force. Shun Jiawen broke into cold sweat, jaw clenched tight, as he sucked in sharp, ragged breaths. In minutes, Gu Nian had meticulously tended every wound. Rising, he pointed toward the drone seated on the passenger seat. See that? Following his gaze, Shun Jiawen discovered all 4 propellers had been deliberately severed. This drone never made it 10 seconds airborne before being shot down. If you march in there now, you'll meet the same fate, riddled with bullets like a sieve. Staring at the mangled machine, Shun Jiawen's reckless resolve finally cooled. So, what's your plan? Gu Nian shrugged, glancing down at Song Cheng's corpse sprawled on the ground. Look, there's still one person here. Shun Jiawen frowned. What do you mean? He's dead. Sometimes the dead prove far more useful than the living. With that, Gu Nian retrieved a caliper from the car and began swiftly measuring Song Cheng's facial features. Interocular distance, nasal wing width, lip thickness, zygomatic height. What exactly are you doing? Can't tell. Preparing for disguise. You really did waste your time at the police academy. Gu Nian spared Shun Jiawen no courtesy. Humiliated by such open disdain, Shun Jiawen bristled inwardly. Gu Nian ignored him entirely. Once all measurements were logged, he straightened and addressed Shun Jiawen with grave intensity. Every access point is under surveillance. To rescue your sister, only one path remains. What path? Gu Nian locked eyes with Shun Jiawen and spoke each word with chilling precision. Step into the game yourself. Step into the game. Shun Jiawen clenched his fists, suddenly grasping Gu Nian's intent. From this moment onward, Shun Jiawen is dead, killed in a fatal traffic accident caused by driver fatigue. Gu Nian's tone grew, layered with implication. The compound is heavily fortified, guarded at every turn. Only those granted official entry may bring others inside. Reliable intelligence confirms an auction will be held there next Friday. You must secure sponsorship before then. With that, Gu Nian dragged Song Cheng's body into Shun Jiawen's Toyota, doused it in gasoline, and lit a cigarette with languid nonchalance. Watching Gu Nian fabricate evidence openly before his eyes, Shun Jiawen wrestled with profound inner conflict. The criminal who had eluded the entire precinct, whose name struck terror across Jianghai City, stood right before him. The serial killer whose very name sent chills through the city stood inches away. One steady pull of the trigger, and Gu Nian would fall life extinguished. Yet Shun Jiawen's hand remained frozen on the grip, unable to raise the weapon. Why help me? At last Shun Jiawen lowered his arm, standing silently behind Gu Nian, and demanded loudly, even if you aid me now, I will arrest you myself, sooner or later. His expression darkened, his voice hoarse and raw. Gu Nian watched the roaring blaze with unfathomable depth, then turned slowly towards Shun Jiawen, his expression sardonic. You're overthinking it. I'm not helping you. Shun Jiawen drew a slow, steadying breath and met Gu Nian's gaze, attempting to reason. Gu Nian, I know what your daughter endured. Honestly, I feel deep sorrow for her. But that doesn't justify indiscriminate slaughter. Stop now. Trust us. Believe that justice, true justice, will ultimately triumph over evil. Gu Nian let out a dry, mirthless laugh. Officer Shen, what precisely is your definition of justice? He stepped forward, closing the distance, his eyes glacial, piercing. Is it permitting wolves draped in sanctimonious masks to devour innocent girls, bite by bite? Is it watching your own sister reduced to a commodity, displayed like merchandise, while standing helplessly by? If justice merely punishes petty evils while shielding monstrous ones, what meaning does it hold at all? Each step Gu Nian took tightened the vice, leaving Shun Jiawen speechless, defenseless. I won't force your choice. The path ahead is yours alone. With that, Gu Nian seized Shun Jiawen's firearm with icy finality and hurled it directly into the roaring inferno consuming the car. Then he climbed into the Santana, cast one last glance at Shun Jiawen, frozen hollow-eyed, and drove off without hesitation. As Gu Nian vanished into the distance, crackling flames filled Shun Jiawen's ears, acrid smoke stinging his throat. Exhaustion overwhelmed him. He collapsed onto the scorched earth, voice breaking. Jia, I'm sorry. Brother is coming, for you. Shun Jiawen stared blankly at the car before him, which was gradually burning to ashes. Just as he took a step forward, he accidentally kicked something at his feet. It turned out to be a mobile phone. Gu Nian, it seems you had already guessed my choice, didn't you? Shun Jiawen bent down to pick up the phone and unlocked the screen. After a brief pause, he finally opened the dial pad and pressed 3 digits. Hello, I would like to report an incident. There has been a vehicle self-ignition accident on National Highway 725. It's a Toyota license plate number is Jiang AJW 124. An hour later, Lien Yunhong and the others arrived at the accident scene. The area had already been cordoned off, and Officer Li Xiang from the Traffic Police Department approached Lien Yunhong to give a brief report. He then gestured for his subordinate to hand over several evidence bags inside, which was a charred handgun. From the remnants of the identification found inside the vehicle, the driver is preliminarily identified as Shun Jiawen. Upon comparison, this police gun also belongs to Shun Jiawen. The body has been burned beyond recognition, and we will have to wait for the specific examination results for a while. Just a few words left Lien Yunhong utterly stunned. Shun Jiawen. He looked at the charred body covered by a white cloth in disbelief, his mind blank. What am I even doing? I only gave him a day off out of good intentions. I clearly promised my cousin to take good care of you. How did it come to this? How is this possible? Where is the person who reported it? I want to see him. I want to hear him say it in person. Lien Yunhong in despair grabbed Li Xiang by the collar, his emotions running high. Lien Yunhong, what are you doing? Li Xiang coldly pulled Lien Yunhong's hand away and cast a meaningful glance at the charred body being loaded into the vehicle. The reporter is currently unreachable, and we are also trying to communicate. I know Shun Jiawen is one of yours. No one wishes to see such a thing happen. However, based on the evidence collected at the scene, it is highly likely that it was a combination of fatigue driving and a blowout that led to the self-ignition. Everything now depends on the forensic comparison results. After saying this, Li Xiang extended his hand to pass the report to Lien Yunhong, but it was forcibly pushed away. Don't come at me with that, I don't believe it. Lien Yunhong glared at Li Xiang angrily. You think I don't know where Shun Jiawen lives? He wouldn't even take this road to get home. Captain Lien, don't vent your anger on me. Li Xiang shrugged helplessly. I'm just stating the facts. You've been a veteran officer. Why do you become so subjective when it comes to your disciple? This isn't conducive to solving the case. Li Xiang, you are such a coward. Just as he finished speaking, Lien Yunhong's phone suddenly rang. It was Captain Luan Xiao. Lien Yunhong took a moment to calm himself before pressing the answer key. Before he could say anything, Luan Xiao's voice came through urgently. I heard something happened to your person. Luan, we can't yet confirm the identity is Shun. Still deceiving yourself? Do you need to wait for the forensic results to hit you in the face before you stop? Not checking what should be checked, yet working tirelessly on what shouldn't be checked. Now the perpetrator hasn't been caught, and you've lost one of your own. Lien Yunhong, you really are something. Lien Yunhong tightly gripped his phone, remaining silent as his breath quickened. Hurry back and continue to deal with the Fan family's matters. As for Shun Jiawen, someone will take over the investigation on that. You don't need to worry. After being scolded relentlessly, Luan Xiao hung up. Lien Yunhong's face was cold as he looked at the charred remains of the car, a multitude of emotions surging within him, nearly engulfing him whole. Gazing at the familiar remnants of the license plate, Lien Yunhong felt an overwhelming sadness. This car was a second-hand one bought by Shun Jiawen after saving up money, and he had accompanied the boy to get this license plate. Lien Yunhong silently raised his hand, brushing away the burnt ashes on it. JW 124, Jiawen, December 4th. Jiawen, uncle is sorry for you. Lien Yunhong looked at everything before him in a daze. It turned out that when guilt suffocated you, you couldn't cry. The forensic report came back quickly. Upon comparison, it was undoubtedly Shun Jiawen. This result severed Lien Yunhong's last thread of hope. No matter how unwilling he was to believe it, he could only accept this cruel reality. The impulsive boy from the team who liked to live alone had completely vanished. The police station remained busy working late into the night. Lien Yunhong had become even more sullen than before. Everything was as usual, yet something felt different. At 2 a.m., Chun Dabid stumbled out of the night, as always. Just as he was about to call a ride, a thin figure suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. What the hell? Chun Dabid began to speak, but was stunned to see the man in the hoodie before him. Whoa, you're not Shun. Before he could finish, Shun Jiawen covered Chun Dabid's mouth with one hand, his eyes filled with pleading, don't call my name. Chun Dabid obediently blinked, and Shun Jiawen finally relaxed and released his hand. Taking a breath of relief, Chun Dabid looked Shun Jiawen up and down several times and couldn't help but tease Shun. Handsome guy, are you alive or dead? I heard from a friend that a certain handsome young man named Shun died at the police station a few days ago. Upon hearing Chun Dabid mention this, Shun Jiawen's expression darkened instantly. This matter is a long story. Then let's make it brief. Chun Dabid's scrutinizing gaze made Shun Jiawen feel uneasy. He paused for a moment, ultimately succinctly narrating how he escaped from Songcheng and fled on a tricycle used by a farmer selling vegetables. He deliberately omitted the part about Gu Nian saving him. After hearing Shin Jiawen's explanation, Shin Dabid couldn't help but nod in admiration, laughing exuberantly. So you're that capable, able to escape from Song Chung all by yourself? As far as I know, Song Chung is a mercenary. Shin Dabid clapped his hands in a teasing manner. Not knowing if he was overthinking, Shin Jiawen felt a hint of mockery in Shin Dabid's words. But I'm a bit curious, if you faked your death to get away, why would you choose to actively tell me the truth? Since we're not related, aren't you afraid I'll take a trumpet and publicize the glorious deeds of our Shun? Handsome guy. Shin Dabid raised an eyebrow, looking at Shin Jiawen with interest. Upon hearing this, Shin Jiawen's expression darkened, and he straightened up, bowing deeply to Shin Dabid. I want to ask you for a favor. After a pause, Shin Jiawen then said solemnly, I heard from someone that there will be an auction in Jianghai City this Friday. I previously discovered that during the investigation into Ning Haixing, he gave you something and mentioned entry, so you must be someone qualified to enter the auction, right? I hope you can take me, and no matter what identity, I can accept it. After finishing, Shin Jiawen silently gazed into Shin Dabid's eyes, seemingly awaiting his response. Unexpectedly, Shin Dabid was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. Oh my god, I didn't expect our Shun handsome guy to be into this kind of thing. You don't look like it at all. Looking righteous and stern, tisk, truly one cannot judge a person by their appearance. What nonsense. Shin Jiawen exploded in anger. Alright, I won't joke anymore. Shin Dabid held back his laughter, looking at Shin Jiawen with a somewhat teasing expression. If you want me to take you, that's fine, but what do you plan to give me in exchange? You should know that in this world nothing comes for free. Right now your name has even been cancelled. Shin Jiawen stood still, silent, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing him hesitate to speak, Shin Dabid curled his lips and turned to wave his hand, pretending to get in the car and leave. However, just as Shin Dabid sat in the car, a cold voice suddenly rang out. How about I trade this entry ticket for your identity? Shin Dabid paused for a moment, then looked at Shin Jiawen in confusion. My identity? What do you mean? Shin Jiawen calmly raised his gaze as if he had made some decision. As long as you're willing to help me, you will always be the boss of Baoqing, the outstanding student from an overseas prestigious university, Shin Dabid, and not a criminal who has spent 13 years in prison. Shin Dabid's mouth twitched slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. What are you talking about? I can't understand. Shin Jiawen, however, did not back down and stated calmly. Previously, I asked a classmate who worked as a prison guard to help me find the daily items you used while in prison. Last time when you came to the police station, I collected your biological information for comparison. Guess what? They matched exactly. Fingerprints might deceive, but DNA certainly won't. I haven't had the chance to report this result yet. Shin Jiawen stepped closer, looking into Shin Dabid's eyes. Boss Chin, helping me this time also helps yourself. Shin Dabid's gaze pierced into Shin Jiawen's eyes, and a faint smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. Gu Nian. The person you chose is indeed quite aggressive, just like you. In the dead of night at the Baoqing law firm, Shin Jiawen sat in a chair, gazing into the distance, silently watching Chun De Baol busying himself in the office. After a while, he saw Chun carrying a box as he walked out. Shin Jiawen pointed at the box in Chun De Baol's hands, bewildered, and asked, What is this? Why the fuss? It's a disguise tool. Haven't you seen one before? Hearing the word disguise, Shin Jiawen furrowed his brows, expressing some reluctance as he muttered, Let me say this first, I'm okay with following you, but I won't engage in any illegal activities. In response, Chun De Baol rolled his eyes at him in exasperation. I mean, Shin Jiawen, you are the one asking me for help. Can you please understand your position? He impatiently urged, Stop with the righteousness. Do you think you are some kind of superhero? Nobody is asking you to wear it. Shin Jiawen was momentarily stumped by Chun De Baol's retort, unable to say a word. I never said I wouldn't wear it. Shin Jiawen muttered, opening the box and discovering a human skin mask lying inside. Curious, he prepared to reach for it, but Chun De Baol slapped the back of Shin Jiawen's hand, saying, Don't touch that. Have you washed your hands? Shin Jiawen looked at Chun De Baol with a deep gaze. Chun De Baol, your equipment is quite comprehensive, isn't it? What? Am I not allowed to have a personal hobby? Chun De Baol shot back irritably. Truly a fool. Of course, everything must be complete. After all, it's all prepared for you. Stop moving, sit still. Chun De Baol silently recited the actions that Gu Nian had taught him, carefully placing the human skin mask on Shin Jiawen's face. Adhesive, adjusting, smoothing, applying, fake mustache, trimming eyebrows. In no time, a middle-aged man with deep-set features appeared before Chun De Baol's eyes. Pleased with his work, Chun De Baol couldn't help but self-praise. This is simply perfect, my best work yet. Best? Why say best? Shin Jiawen was somewhat puzzled. But before he could speak, Chun De Baol set a round mirror in front of him. Looking at the somewhat haggard face of a stranger in the mirror, Shin Jiawen was momentarily stunned. He incredulously reached up to touch his cheek. The skin felt coarse, the warmth genuine. Even upon close inspection, the mask's fit was flawless. This human skin mask seemed to have seamlessly fused with his own face. Chen debate all your skills. You haven't used them for any bad deeds, have you? Shen Jiawen blurted out suddenly. Chen Debayal was left speechless, throwing the mirror into his arms, while grumbling, sure. What do you want? I'm doing bad deeds for you right now. After saying that, Chen Debayal's eyes twinkled, and a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. From now on your name is Lao Air, my personal bodyguard. Got it. Get used to your identity, quickly. Lao Air. No way, that name is too ugly. Shen Jiawen shook his head in refusal without thinking. You have no right to refuse, oh. Chen Debayal shrugged, leaning against the wall with a wicked grin as he looked at Shen Jiawen. If you don't accept it, then go ahead, take your test results to the police station and see who has issues. In the worst case, I'll just be disgraced, but I don't care, I'm already rich. As for you, well, who knows? Shen Jiawen felt cornered and obediently closed his mouth. It's just a name after all. According to Gu Nian, the only way to enter the mountain now was through Chen Debayal's ticket. His sister Shin Jejia was in an uncertain situation and he really had no leverage to refuse. As long as he could rescue his sister, what was this small grievance worth? Chen Debayal looked at Shen Jiawen, who now wore the face of a middle-aged man with a thoroughly pleased expression. He quietly took out his phone and sent a message to Gu Nian. Got it. Tonglu Town. In an abandoned villa in a shabby room, a pot of pig trotters was being cooked. The trotters had been stewed to tenderness, and there were plenty of leftover konjac on the table. Gu Nian looked at the message from Chen Debayal, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his face. On the table lay a freshly made human skin mask. Standing in front of the table, Gu Nian gazed at the mask, seemingly contemplating something. After a long while, he finally opened his phone, pulled up a photo of Song Chung, and quietly sat down at the wooden table. Using the same disguise technique as Chen Debayal, but even more exquisite and perfect. After adjusting the width with calipers one last time, Gu Nian secured the entire face. In no time, a face identical to Song Chung appeared in the mirror. Nodding, smiling, frowning, fuming. Gu Nian made several common expressions, and the facial skin followed suit, showing corresponding expression lines. This transformation was nothing short of perfect. Gu Nian's height was already quite similar to Song Chung's, and now, with his face on it, reached the point of being indistinguishable. Once confirmed, Gu Nian finally stood up and left for the town hospital. Just as he was about to push open the ward door, he heard a melodious singing from inside. Outside the long pavilion, by the ancient road, fragrant grass stretches to the sky, the evening wind lifts the willows, and the sound of the flute lingers the sunset mountains beyond the hills. At the ends of the earth, at the corners of the land, half of my close friends have fallen away. It's rare to have joyous reunions in life, only farewells are many. It was Li Xianger singing. Under Gu Nian's treatment, she was recovering rapidly, and her waist could now stand upright. Listening to the lyrics, Gu Nian's eyes momentarily darkened as he grasped the doorknob and slowly pushed open the ward door. Upon hearing the noise, everyone abruptly turned to look at the door. In an instant, Zhao Qing and Zhao Cheng froze in surprise, then instantly entered a combat stance, brandishing their weapons fiercely. Song Cheng. You bastard, you're not dead. Gu Nian smiled and waved to them. It's me, Gu Nian. What a... The Zhao brothers were skeptical as they cautiously approached, examining him closely from all angles. You are Gu Nian. As real as can be. Zhao Cheng frowned, exchanging glances with Zhao Qing before slowly sheathing his sword. Gu Nian's voice, Song Cheng's face. It was simply too incongruous. To be able to disguise to this extent, Gu Nian, what else can you not do? Zhao Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Zhao Qing meanwhile stared intently at Gu Nian, worry evident on his face as he asked, You want to infiltrate the Ning family? Exactly. Gu Nian nodded calmly. But Ning Haixing isn't an idiot. This face is fine, but what about the voice? Upon hearing this, Gu Nian smiled and raised his phone, casually pressing a button. In the next moment, when he spoke again, it was already Song Cheng's voice. Does it sound like him now? Instantly, the Zhao brothers felt their scalps tingle. It sounded exactly like him. Not just similar. It was simply identical. How did Gu Nian's voice suddenly change? I made a palatal voice changer, so it's just a voice change, not difficult at all. After saying that, Gu Nian slightly opened his mouth and pointed to his palate. Inside his mouth on the palate was a tiny black circular device attached. Now that you've made up your mind, we won't say much more. Here are the two of us, brothers, you can rest assured. Zhao Qing patted Gu Nian on the shoulder and nodded firmly. Gu Nian smiled calmly, scanning the crowd. Before we leave, I want to have a private chat with Yin Yin. The three of them, Zhao Qing, Zhao Cheng, and Li Xianger, exchanged glances, then stood up, helping Li Xiaomei and their mother and daughter quietly leave. The ward fell silent again. Only the cold beeping of the machines remained. Gu Nian was still sound asleep, her long eyelashes slightly raised as if she hadn't opened her eyes for a long time. Gu Nian held his daughter's hand, his eyes filled with affection. Yin Yin, Daddy is going on a long trip and may not return for a few days. Daddy promises to come back safely. You also have to promise Daddy to wait here obediently, okay? Let's make a pinky promise. Yin Yin's hand felt soft and weak, but Gu Nian seemed unconcerned, gently hooking Yin Yin's pinky and making a pinky promise gesture. After doing all this, Gu Nian seemed to feel a bit more at ease. He carefully tucked away the loose strands of hair from Yin Yin's forehead, murmuring, "Yin Yin, Daddy will always be with you no matter the cost. I will always be by your side." After saying this, Gu Nian gently placed a kiss on Yin Yin's forehead. On his wrist, the diamond-shaped mark like a tattoo flickered quietly for a moment. At the entrance of the Ning family's villa, a man leisurely stood outside, pressing the doorbell repeatedly. A few bodyguards in black rushed over, and upon opening the door their expressions froze in shock. "Boss." "Song Gu." Song Chung approached indifferently, glaring fiercely at them. "I was gone for just a few days and you guys are as slow as a turtle." With a furious reprimand, the black-clad men instantly recoiled, hastily making way. Song Chung walked ahead without courtesy. A subordinate behind him looked at the suddenly returned Song Chung, frowning in confusion, and asking Song Gu, "Where have you been these days? You didn't contact us. We thought something happened to you. Are you guys just waiting for something to happen to me?" Song Chung stopped in his tracks. He turned around and slapped the person in front of him hard with Shun Jiawen's build. "What could possibly happen to me? I just went out to avoid the limelight. Is that so strange?" The man covered his reddened face, feeling extremely wronged, but dared not retaliate. After venting, Song Chung finally calmed down and asked, "How's the situation being handled?" Hearing this, a subordinate quickly reported, "Everything has been handled. The bodies were dealt with directly, and the preliminary autopsy results have been submitted. Over there, Team Wan and Director Fan are pressing down on it. Just like the previous cases, it's been successfully closed." That's good." Song Chung did not even lift his eyelids, casually responding. Then, with an expressionless glance at everyone, his face darkened. "Why are you all staring at me? Haven't you seen me before? Get lost." Yes. Hurry and leave." Several subordinates exchanged glances and quickly pushed each other back. The crowd dispersed. Gu Nian silently looked up at a corner of the villa. There was Ning Haixing's study. Gu Nian's expression darkened, then she hurriedly walked in that direction. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Ning Haixing was sitting at the desk in the study, a document laid out in front of him, responding in a deep voice, without looking up. "Director Ning, I'm late." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Ning Haixing suddenly looked up. Only then did he realize that Song Chung had unknowingly appeared in front of him. "What have you been doing these past few days?" Ning Haixing swept the documents aside and leaned back in his genuine leather chair, coldly scrutinizing the man before him. Shun Jiawen is the nephew of Lien Yunhong. Although the case has been closed over there, he hasn't stopped investigating privately, so I hid for a few days. "I see." Ning Haixing's tone was indifferent, but the suspicion in his eyes did not lessen at all. He stood up and walked toward Song Chung. After circling around him a few times and examining him up and down for a while, he returned to his seat and shook the stack of documents on the desk. "Do you know how much time you've made me waste because of you? The goods from Zhang Yida's side are fully prepared, but our people have yet to arrive. In 2 days it will be Friday. I give you until tomorrow to ensure that everyone on this list is brought to the base, otherwise you can clean your neck and wait." Song Chung raised an eyebrow and reached out to take the list. "Yes, I will take care of it now." After leaving the room, Gu Nian headed straight to the garage. Taking out the keys she had previously taken from Song Chung, she pressed them lightly. Immediately the headlights of a black sedan in the corner flickered a few times. Getting into the driver's seat and closing the door, the atmosphere fell into silence. Gu Nian took a deep breath, her face serious, as she opened the first page of the document. 1. Tian Guishan, chairman of Tianquan Real Estate Group, has paid a membership fee of 30 million. Pickup address 428, Ningkong Road, Gaoxin District, Jianghai City 2. Xiaoheng, chairman of Tianyin Cross-Border E-Commerce Platform, has paid a membership fee of 30 million. Pickup address Building 12, Service Trade City, Jianghai City 3. Zhang Yun, top artist, has paid a membership fee of 30 million. Pickup address Jia Agency, Haining Road, Shanghu City 4. Chen Kai, Chinese director, has paid a membership fee of 30 million. Pickup address VIP Channel of Jianghai International Airport. 56. Luan Xiao, captain of the Criminal Police Brigade, has paid a membership fee of 30 million. Pickup address. 57. Pang Zixiong, chief prosecutor of the Municipal People's Procuratorate, has paid a membership fee of 30 million. Pickup address. 58. Luo Jiaming, warden of Dongqing Prison, has paid a membership fee of 30 million. Pickup address. 60. Jia Jinyong Village Committee. Gu Nian's expression grew increasingly grave. None of these individuals were not high-ranking and powerful, already standing at the pinnacle of the Jianghai City pyramid. But how could greed and lust ever be satisfied? With wealth comes the desire for power. With power comes the desire for immortality. When discovering a cockroach in a corner, it indicates that countless cockroaches have already bred in the shadows. To catch them all, one must find their lair and then completely destroy it. The reading light on the car roof shone on the last page of the list. Gu Nian's gaze silently fell on the last name. 201. Chun Daba, owner of Baoqing Law Firm, has paid a membership fee of 30 million. Pickup address Baoqing Law Firm, Guamao Center, Jianghai City. The name Chun Daba clearly looked like a last-minute addition. But fortunately it was a close call, as she managed to catch this last bus. Gu Nian lowered her eyelashes slightly and casually threw the list onto the passenger seat. The play that needed to be performed had to continue. Gu Nian picked up Song Cheng's phone and quickly notified her subordinates. Everyone immediately mobilized, heading to the destination to pick people up according to the address Gu Nian provided. A day passed. The vast majority on the list had secretly gone to Phoenix Mountain to stay waiting for the auction to come. Shen Daba was also arranged by Song Cheng's subordinates to come to the foot of Phoenix Mountain with Shen Jiawen. Wait a minute. A fully armed guard raised his hand to stop the vehicle, instructing the driver to roll down the window. This is Boss Chun on the list. The driver stuck his head out and said, "Please have the boss get out of the car and wait here. We will have a special vehicle for transport." The guard said coldly. Shen Jiawen was about to say something when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. Shen Daba had secretly pinched him. "What are you doing?" Shen Jiawen muttered quietly. Shen Daba shot Shen Jiawen a glare and coldly said, "Is your bodyguard's eyes in the sky? Don't you know to open the door for me?" Faced with the scrutinizing gaze of the guards, Shen Jiawen's heart tightened. "What do you mean? Should I spend tens of millions on my bodyguard?" Shen Daba shouted loudly, naturally positioning his body to block the guard's line of sight. "Mr. Chen, I apologize, but according to the rules, everyone needs to be checked." The guard did not relent, coldly stating, "If this person cannot present proof, then he will have to be detained here for a few days. Once you are done, Mr. Chen, we will return him to you." After speaking, the guard signaled behind him, and immediately a group of people surged forward, heading towards Shen Jiawen. The situation escalated suddenly. Shen Daba, seeing the ominous turn, quickly stepped forward to intervene. "What are you doing? Who gave you the audacity to detain my person? This place is so large you want me to go in alone. Who knows what might happen? Let go of me now. Mr. Chen, if you continue to make a scene, don't blame us for being rude. What's all this noise about?" At this standoff, a cold reprimand came from behind the crowd. A Rolls-Royce had parked beside them, though they did not notice when it arrived. Ning Haixing looked at the scene before him, his expression not pleasant. When Shen Jiawen glanced at the man beside Ning Haixing, his eyes widened in shock. It was Song Cheng. Wasn't he dead? In the next moment, Shen Jiawen quickly realized that this person was not Song Cheng, but Gu Nian. He had undergone a transformation, infiltrating the Ning family. As Gu Nian felt the gaze of Shen Jiawen, his eyes inadvertently swept over, and then a barely perceptible smile crept onto his lips. "Director Ning, this person wants to forcefully take in a bodyguard who is not on the list." The man reported with his head down. Ning Haixing turned to look at Shen Daba, his gaze finally settling on Shen Jiawen's face. In just a few days, how did such a stranger suddenly appear beside Mr. Chen? Facing Ning Haixing's inquiry, Shen Daba's momentum did not wane in the slightest, and he smiled arrogantly. "What else could it be? Naturally, it's to ensure my safety. You know, being a lawyer can easily offend people. I have to consider my own safety, right?" Ning Haixing squinted slightly, seemingly pondering the truth of Shen Daba's words. "Director Ning, I know this person." Suddenly the man known as Song Cheng spoke up. "You know him?" Ning Haixing raised an eyebrow. "What's his background?" "He was once my comrade in arms named Lu Er, nicknamed Old Two, quite capable and reliable." The tone of Song Cheng was calm and steady, his expression showing no signs of weakness. "Old Two. That name suits you quite well, Mr. Chen." Upon hearing this, Shen Daba smiled, instead of getting angry, proudly lifting his chin. "Thank you for the compliment." Ning Haixing snorted coldly, his gaze darting back and forth between Shen Daba and Shen Jiawen. He finally waved his hand to the guards. "Let them in. It's Mr. Chen's first visit this year. Don't neglect our esteemed guest." "Yes." With Ning Haixing's nod, the guards no longer troubled Shen Daba and handed back the wristband, stepping aside to let them pass. The vehicle followed the lead of the SUV, bumping along a small road. Shen Jiawen sat in the back seat, letting out a long sigh. He covered his chest, trying to ease his nervousness, glancing sideways at Shen Daba, who still wore a carefree smile, curiously gazing outside. "Mr. Chen, what are you looking at?" "What else? Of course I'm looking at the damn scenery." Shen Daba rolled his eyes at this mood spoiler beside him. "I just want to see what makes this place worth tens of millions to enter, and what's so different from the outside." "Old Two, you need to keep your eyes peeled and watch closely." Shen Daba gave Shen Jiawen a meaningful look before turning his head back to the window to appreciate the view. After traversing the rugged path, the two finally arrived at the entrance. Looking at the door marked Starry Technical Academy Practice Base, Shen Jiawen felt as if someone had struck him hard in the chest. The name felt eerily familiar. Led by two men in black, Shen Daba and Shen Jiawen passed through 3 doorways and took the elevator to the 3rd floor, then turned to the right towards a room. "Mr. Chen, this is your room." The door bore the number 303. The man in black opened the door for Shen Daba. "Everything here is matched with the wristband you have. Just press the wristband to the verifier at the door to open it automatically. If there's nothing else, Mr. Chen, please rest first." After speaking, the two men in black stood aside at the door. Hey wait. Chun Daba's voice suddenly rose, pointing at several small white buildings not far from the window. What is that place? As soon as he finished speaking, the expression of the man in black darkened, and he coldly warned Mr. Chun, here we must follow the rules. Don't go where you shouldn't, and don't ask what you shouldn't. That place holds many rare treasures. Please don't harbor any inappropriate thoughts. There are cameras and infrared sensors everywhere. If you accidentally trigger the alarm and harm Mr. Chun, it would not be worth the loss. Oh, by the way, the auction will be held in the main hall, so please don't get lost. After saying this, there was a loud bang. The man in black slammed the door shut and walked away. The room fell silent. However, Chun Daba chuckled and shook his head, leaning on the windowsill, his eyes unintentionally glancing towards the distant small white buildings. Old two, what do you think treasures are hidden in that place? We can't even ask about it, how stingy. Shun Jiawen maintained a serious expression and stood shoulder to shoulder with Chun Daba, also gazing at the small white buildings. This Starry Technical Academy is just a rather inconspicuous vocational training school in Shanghai City. How could it possibly have a practice base here? Shun Jiawen pondered internally, murmuring, anyway, my sister. Before he could finish his sentence, Chun Daba suddenly changed his expression, heavily pressing down on Shun Jiawen's shoulder. You didn't know anything, did you? Of course I know you've never been here. It's my damn first time too. Shun Jiawen stared blankly at Chun Daba's sudden change in demeanor, and in the next moment, he realized. This room had problems. Mr. Chun understands me well. Shun Jiawen quickly shifted his tone, murmuring softly. Chun Daba then leisurely nodded, dropping his hand. Old Su, I'll tell you, I brought you here for two reasons. One is to have you protect me, and the other is to show you the world, to see what extravagance and desire look like. The sky gradually darkened. Phoenix Mountain at the summit. Gu Nian stood calmly on the edge of a steep rock, gazing down into the valley. A long line of vehicles flashing their lights was slowly winding its way up the mountain. Each vehicle contained a distinguished guest. Everything was proceeding as he expected. Now only this last task remained. A folding knife slipped from his sleeve into his palm. Gu Nian raised his hand to roll up his sleeve, revealing a diamond-shaped mark, showing no signs of hesitation, and plunged the knife's tip into his skin, targeting that diamond-shaped mark. In an instant, a chilling wind swept through the dry leaves, echoing throughout the valley. A voice deep and resonant reverberated forth. Blood dripped from his fingertips, vanishing upon contact with the surface of the rock. The demon's low murmur echoed in his heart, swelling as a mass of black mist roared forth from the diamond-shaped mark. What do you seek to summon me for when your revenge is still unfulfilled? Gu Nian gazed calmly at the illusory black mist before him. I wish to make another deal with you. A deal? A voice like a wraith laced with surprise responded. What do you desire this time? Gu Nian took a deep breath, raising his gaze as he stated flatly, I want my daughter to awaken healthy and whole. Though I possess all the abilities and technologies of this world, I cannot reshape shattered bones nor revive withered organs, yet I cannot bear to watch Yin Yin's vitality diminish little by little. Thus I require your power. Gu Nian stood at the edge of the cliff, the raging winds swirling around him, yet his expression remained unfazed. You would harm yourself to summon me for this. The demon seemed amused, the black mist swirling around Gu Nian as it rasped. Everything in this world has its price. Your soul has long since belonged to me. What can you offer in exchange? Hearing this, Gu Nian curled his lips into a faint smile, pointing towards the mountaintop. What if I were to offer you the utmost greed and all fear in this world? All of it. The black mist hung in the air, seemingly intrigued by Gu Nian's words. Are you saying that with just the hundreds of people in this building I could absorb all greed and fear? That sounds a bit too grand. Gu Nian was not angered. Rather, he crossed his arms, gazing at the black mist with calm composure. Some matters are interconnected. These hundreds of people are not merely hundreds of individuals. If I truly succeed, you will restore my daughter to her former self. If I fail, you may take my soul immediately. This deal poses no risk to you. Why not agree to try it? Gu Nian's gaze was steadfast and clear, containing a certainty the demon had never witnessed before. Interesting, very interesting. The black mist seemed excited. Since its inception, it had tempted countless souls, yet none harbored such intense hatred as Gu Nian. For every ounce of love, there was an equal measure of hate. For every measure of hate, there was equal cruelty. The demon had not anticipated that it would be swayed by a mere mortal's words. Very well, I agree to your terms. However, I will impose a time limit on this condition. 7 days, I will give you only 7 days. The black mist whispered near Gu Nian's ear, its tone grave. If what you provide satisfies me, I will return to you a healthy daughter. If I find you have deceived me, I believe you can guess the outcome. Gu Nian calmly raised his hand, displaying the diamond mark upwards. It's a deal. In the next moment, the black mist trembled and re-entered his body. On his arm, a countdown appeared, visible only to Gu Nian. 16759591, 16759558, 16759557. Watching the orderly countdown, Gu Nian's lips curled into a peculiar smile. 7 days. That would be sufficient. The wound from the knife had healed completely, and the ground bore no trace of blood. Gu Nian moved his neck, his gaze deep as he overlooked Phoenix Mountain. A drone quietly ascended from the mountaintop. Gu Nian opened the map, drawing 9 circles based on the footage transmitted by the drone. After confirming all the points, Gu Nian tucked the map away, crouching down to gently brush away the remnants of branches and leaves from the rock beneath his feet. This spot was one of the 9 locations. He lifted his hand to check the time, the minute hand perfectly aligned with the hour hand. Midnight. Gu Nian picked up a folding knife, carefully slicing a small cut on his fingertip. So you enjoy being the wild emperor, do you? Then I shall make this place the best feng shui graveyard. Blood dripped 1 drop at a time onto the rock. Gu Nian knelt on one knee, murmuring solemnly. The mountain is Yang, the water is Yin, the spirit of the mountains and rivers reverses the heavens. Appear. In the early morning, Ning Haixing had just exited the base. When he saw Song Cheng driving alone into the compound, his expression suddenly darkening. Why haven't I seen you all night? Where have you been? Song Cheng, he bent slightly, scratching his head apologetically. Director Ning, didn't you ask me to go to the mountain to install the shield? The mountaintop is steep and difficult to manage, so I took longer than expected. Sorry, Director Ning. Hearing this, Ning Haixing finally remembered that there had indeed been such a matter. There had been far too many visitors the previous night. Ning Haixing had been so busy that he forgot after delegating this task. Clearing his throat a few times to mask his embarrassment, Ning Haixing waved his hand at Song Cheng impatiently, saying, all right, you're covered in dirt, hurry and wash up. The auction is about to begin. Inform everyone to check the security system again. Don't forget to inspect the goods in advance. Understood, Director Ning. Song Cheng nodded, then swiftly made his way to his room. Closing the door, washing up, changing clothes. The room was quiet and oppressive. Gu Nian surveyed the space, holding a black circular disc, gently caressing every corner. The red light on the black disc flickered 18 times. Interesting. Gu Nian smiled faintly. 18 cameras, quite the close watch. Presumably the number of cameras in Chundebao's room was not far behind. Dressed neatly, Gu Nian rotated the doorknob, donned his wristband, and headed towards the small white buildings at the back of the base. Rena Psychiatric Hospital. Ning Rushua lay on the hospital bed, her vacant eyes staring at the ceiling. Ever since Ning Haixing forcibly sent her to the psychiatric hospital for treatment, her mental state had deteriorated further, and her personality seemed to have split. At times, she would display an arrogant demeanor, screaming and cursing at all the medical staff, calling them dogs and lowly breeds, even attempting to stab a nurse's face with a sharp object. Upon regaining her senses, she would switch to a pitiful appearance, kneeling on the ground, bowing to the air, crying out apologies. Due to her status as the only daughter of the Ning family, the medical staff dared not express their anger, secretly administering extra sedatives to prolong her sleep. A sound of an engine shutting off was heard outside the window. A modified Land Rover quietly parked outside the hospital entrance. A burly stranger jumped out of the car, confidently walking into the hospital. He knocked on the director's office door. Hello, we are here at Director Ning's request to escort Miss Ning Rushua safely to another hospital. What? The miss is being transferred. The director's heart leaped in joy. Finally, this troublemaker would be leaving. However, being in this position, he couldn't show too much enthusiasm, so he merely coughed into his fist and asked faintly, but I haven't received any notification about this. Director Ning has likely been too busy lately. You can call Brother Song to confirm this matter. It's easy to verify. The director paused. Reflecting, it seemed Ning Haixing had indeed been quite busy. A few days ago he had tried to reach out regarding his daughter's condition, but had received no answer. He naturally knew Song Cheng, the captain of the Ning family's bodyguards, who often stood in for Director Ning in matters concerning Ning Rushua. Alright, I'll ask. The director pondered for a moment, then took out his phone and called Song Cheng. Before long the call connected, and a deep voice resonated. What's going on? The director glanced at the man before him and asked, Brother Song, a man just came by today, claiming to be sent by Director Ning to transfer Miss Rushua, and you. Do as he says. Without waiting for the director to finish, Song Cheng interrupted directly, if it's nothing important, don't call me. I'm quite busy these days. After saying this, he impatiently hung up the phone. Listening to the busy signal in his ear, the director clicked his tongue a few times. Song Cheng's voice sounded loud, as if he were in a corridor somewhere. However, since he had already confirmed with the captain of the Ning family's bodyguards, there should be no issue. At this moment, the director finally let out a long sigh, breaking into a joyous smile. I will personally go handle the procedures for the miss. Oh, by the way, may I ask your surname? I apologize for the trouble, my surname is Zhao Guang. The man replied indifferently, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. The procedures were completed swiftly. As Ning Rushua walked out of the door in a daze, she saw Zhao Qing standing by the car door, smiling faintly at her. In that moment, she trembled all over, desperately wanting to retreat back into the room. However, as she turned, a group of nurses intercepted her. Miss, don't make a fuss. This is Director Ning's intention, and it's for your own good. No, let go of me. I don't know him. He's fake. You fools hurry up and let me go. Ning Rushua screamed wildly, refusing to take a single step. Oh dear miss, we have already confirmed with Director Ning. The dean rushed over, sighing. He is indeed here to pick you up, just go with him. But Ning Rushua kicked at the dean's stomach viciously, saying, he's just a dog raised by my father. What are you barking at me for? I said I won't go. I won't go. No one can force me. I am the only heir of the Ning Corporation. What are you even worth? So damn ruthless. The dean gritted his teeth and climbed up from the ground, his fake smile completely gone. He gave a glance backward, and everyone immediately understood. The force holding Ning Rushua suddenly increased, and a doctor quickly injected her with a needle. The sedative took effect swiftly. Ning Rushua soon felt her mind grow heavy, and her struggles became weak. I would like to ask Mr. Zhao Guang for a favor. The dean smiled, awkwardly waving at the man. Zhao Qing slowly stepped forward, coldly hoisting Ning Rushua over his shoulder, and waved to everyone, saying, thank you for your hard work. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Zhao Guang. Please convey my regards to Director Ning. The dean waved, and the dull pain in his stomach from Ning Rush's kick could not overshadow his inner excitement. Finally, this troublesome ancestor was sent away. He couldn't be beaten or scolded. If it were any other ordinary patient, they would have been put on equipment long ago. How could they allow her to hit and insult the medical staff? Zhao Qing tossed the unconscious Ning Rushua into the back seat, then stepped on the gas and drove away. Arriving at a secluded road, Zhao Qing calmly got out of the car, took out a burlap sack and a bundle of rope from the trunk, stuffed Ning Rushua inside, and then threw her into the trunk. After finishing, he pulled out his phone and sent a message to his brother Zhao Cheng. I'm done here. What's the situation on your end? Soon brother Zhao Cheng replied, everything is going smoothly. I will meet in the evening. After reading the message, Zhao Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief, glancing through the rearview mirror at the trunk, his expression somewhat somber. Gu Nian. The rest will depend on you. Starshine practice base. In the corridor of the Xiaobai building, Gu Nian walked slowly, his gaze sweeping past the transparent glass windows. In each room a girl was locked up. Many of these girls were about the same age as Yin Yin. Some older girls were held separately in another building used for experimental extraction, and their eyes met, and Gu Nian noticed that the vast majority of them looked numb and hollow, staring blankly at him. The younger ones, upon seeing Gu Nian's face, displayed a hint of fear, curling up and hugging their knees, burying their heads deep. Gu Nian moved his jaw and took a deep breath, arriving at the door of a separate room. He stood still and gently knocked on the door. Soon a graceful woman opened the door, just a crack, peering out cautiously. What is it? Director Ning sent me to check the goods. Gu Nian spoke in a deep voice, his eyes glancing over the woman's shoulder into the room. The lights were off inside, and it was dim. He could only see the outline of a soft figure lying on the bed, quiet and soundless. Unexpectedly, as if sensing Gu Nian's scrutinizing gaze, the woman spread her palm to block his view and said coldly, go back and tell your Director Ning to manage his people well. The person chosen by Master Fan will be personally taken care of by us. Hearing this, Gu Nian's gaze shifted, and he returned his focus to the woman's face. I was just curious to see how prepared Master Fan is. I heard that there are some new tricks this time. Can you disclose a little early? What are you even worth? The woman glared at him, seemingly very impatient. Hurry up and get lost. I don't have time to chat with you. Alright, if I can't see you, I'm leaving now. Gu Nian finished, throwing the woman a flirtatious glance and casually pinching the woman's sleeve. Get lost. The woman shouted angrily, turning around and slamming the door. In the instant the door closed, the corridor's light spilled into the crack, illuminating the girl inside. At that moment, Gu Nian clearly saw the two iron chains shackled to her feet. The corridor was wide and long. Gu Nian walked for a long time to finish. Each time he passed a room, he would pause at the door, his hand resting on the door frame, gently feeling it, as if confirming something. By the time he finished inspecting all the rooms, it was already deep into the night. When dawn broke, the revelry would officially begin. Just then his phone vibrated again. It was a message from Zhao Qing saying that he and Zhao Cheng had arrived at the foot of the mountain. Looks like everyone is here and the show is about to begin. A faint smile crept onto his lips. Gu Nian put his phone back in his pocket and strode outside. Unexpectedly, just as he stepped out, he bumped into a limping man who looked hurried. Song Cheng, what are you doing here? The man looked up, puzzled at Gu Nian. Gu Nian tilted his head, pondering for a moment, then raised an eyebrow slightly. So you're Master Fan's bodyguard. I'm here to check the goods as per Director Ning's instructions, but why are you in such a rush? Oh, don't mention it, I haven't had a moment of peace. Insher pointed at his leg, complaining. Look at my leg, because I didn't keep a close eye on Master Fan, I was almost crippled by him. It's still not right. And just now the hospital called me saying there are suspected assailants trying to break in and harm Master Fan. Oh, they're that rampant. Gu Nian's expression changed, slightly surprised. Did they catch the culprit in the end? At this, Insher immediately made a pained expression. No, they got away. What terrible luck. What does this culprit want to do? Master Fan is already in such a condition. Does he really want to put someone to death? Isn't that too much? But luckily I had deployed dozens of guards there in advance, so Master Fan didn't get hurt. However, I still need to go check on the situation myself to be at ease. I see. Song Chung patted Insher's shoulder comfortingly. How about I take you there? You'll take me, eh? Insher was a bit surprised. But isn't it starting tomorrow? Will you be able to manage? It's no trouble. Song Chung looked at Insher's leg and said calmly. Your leg isn't healed properly. Driving isn't convenient. If I take you we can get there faster, right? Insher looked at his leg and felt that Song Cheng's words did make some sense. Every second wasted here adds a bit of danger for Master Fan. Then thank you, Brother Song. You're welcome. Song Chung smiled faintly, opening the car door for Insher. Let's go, we should hit the road. On Phoenix Mountain, a winding road leads down the slope. A black car is driving down under the cover of night. Insher sits in the passenger seat, occasionally stealing glances at the driver Song Chung. It feels strange. It's simply too strange. Although he has met with the Ning family bodyguards several times, Song Cheng's personality has always been quite loud and arrogant, boasting about his past glories every time they meet. Tonight, however, it is the first time he has seen Song Chung so taciturn. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me? Song Chung keeps his gaze fixed on the road ahead, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Realizing his secret was exposed, Insher smiles awkwardly and says, I just think you seem really quiet today, so quiet that I find it a bit unsettling. Oh, is that so? Song Chung gently steps on the brakes, slowing down the car. He turns his head slightly towards Insher, a smile emerging on his face. Looks like you enjoy the hustle and bustle too. Hey Song Chung, that smile of yours. It's a bit creepy. Insher feels a bit uneasy under Song Cheng's piercing gaze, avoiding his scrutinizing eyes as he mumbles, besides, who doesn't like excitement? And I know there's a new segment this time, so there will definitely be more fun. What a pity, what a pity. Looking at Insher's regretful expression, Song Chung squints his eyes and asks meaningfully, I didn't expect you to have played before. Was it fun? Upon hearing this, Insher's expression momentarily freezes. Song Chung, what are you talking about? Weren't we playing together back then? Those leftovers that no one wanted, and the ones that were transferred to the lab. Weren't you the one who took us there? Insher rubs his chin, reminiscing. If it weren't for my leg not healing yet, I would have really wanted to join you all again after the auction. After babbling for a while, Insher suddenly notices that the Song Chung in front of him has fallen silent, just quietly looking at him. Song Chung, what's wrong? Why do you have that look? Insher feels that something is very off about Song Chung today. No, not just off, but extremely off. In the past, he had always boasted about this history like a trophy, so why was he suddenly so taciturn today? Suddenly, Song Chung slams on the brakes. Insher stumbles forward, his head hitting the dashboard hard. Damn, that hurts. He clutches his forehead, turning in shock to look at Song Chung. But he finds that Song Cheng's eyes have transformed into a cold detachment he has never seen before. You. Insher feels as if his heart has been suddenly squeezed tight, a daunting sense of panic rising. Sudden stop. Song Chung, what are you trying to do? As soon as the words leave his mouth, a cold gun muzzle is suddenly pressed against his temple. I originally intended to send you to the hospital before making my move, but my temper isn't good. What you just said has angered me. Song Chung. What did I say to anger you, Song Chung? I. Insher instinctively raises his hands, feeling like he might cry. He had only mentioned some trivial matters, some of which were even led by Song Chung himself. How did he manage to provoke him inexplicably? Gu Nian coldly looks at Insher, reaches into his pocket, and forcibly shoves his phone into his hand. Call the hospital where Fan Sheng is, have them send a vehicle to take him to the base. Fan Sheng. Insher's expression stiffens instantly. All the confusion and disbelief in his mind finally clears with that statement. You're not Song Chung. Who are you? Insher's cheeks tremble slightly, his eyes filled with shock. His heart races to his throat, and his right hand quietly reaches for the car handle, wanting to roll out the door when he gets the chance. But such small movements appear childish to Gu Nian. Gu Nian's gaze darkens, and he suddenly points the gun down at Insher's knee. Bang! Bang! Two dull sounds echo in the car. The sound of screaming like a slaughtered pig pierces Gu Nian's eardrums. Oh, it hurts. It hurts so much. My leg. My bones are shattered. Insher, in agony, tears streaming down his face, trembles as he clutches his knee, trying to stop the bleeding. But blood continues to flow from between his fingers, soaking the seat. I don't like wasting time. Hurry up and make the call, or the next two shots will be aimed at your upper body. Don't shoot. Insher's face turns pale with fear. He grits his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, his blood-stained hands trembling as he unlocks the phone. His gaze shifts between the phone and Gu Nian's face, finally stopping as his finger hovers over the hospital director's number. Gu Nian remains silent, the gun muzzle pressed against Insher's forehead once more as he extends his hand to pass him a slip of paper. Looking at the note, Insher's brain goes completely blank. He claimed his words had angered him. It was obviously an excuse. This person had already prepared everything. Although he wore Song Cheng's face, he was definitely not Song Cheng. Those cold, ruthless eyes were filled with infinite hatred and malice. Yin Shi is 100% certain that if he defies him, he will truly kill him. Swallowing hard, Yin Shi suppresses the intense pain in his knee and presses the dial button. Hello. The call connects quickly, revealing a slightly hoarse and sharp voice. Director Sean, it's me. Yin Shi. Oh, so it's Brother Shi, what can I do for you? Upon hearing Yin Shi's voice, Director Sean's tone becomes less guarded. Yin Shi, sweating from pain, meets Gu Nian's gaze for a moment before looking down at the slip of paper in his hand, clearing his throat before speaking in a deep voice. I heard that young Master Fan was attacked at night. Have the culprits been caught? Seeing that Yin Shi was calling for this matter, Director Sean hurriedly reports, it was a close call, the assailant didn't manage to enter the ward. Young Master Fan is fine. We have increased security and cleared the entire floor to ensure that such an incident won't happen again. Feeling the pressure of the gun against his forehead, Yin Shi coughs a few times, glancing at the content of the note. He dryly states, young Master Fan's location has been compromised. To ensure his safety, he needs to be transferred immediately. Transfer. Director Sean is taken aback, but young Master Fan's condition is still unstable, and after losing organs and fingers, his temperament has changed drastically, becoming erratic. Transferring him now isn't very safe, is it? Don't talk nonsense with me. The assailant almost entered the room. What guarantee do you have for his safety? Immediately send him down to the base of Phoenix Mountain. Oh, we have dedicated personnel to take care of him. Before Director Sean can respond, Yin Shi immediately adds, 2 ambulances are already parked outside. Have my people escort young Master Fan over without leaving anyone behind. Upon hearing this, Director Sean hurriedly walks to the window and looks outside. Sure enough, 2 unfamiliar ambulances not from their hospital are parked in the outdoor parking lot. It seems young Master Fan has already made up his mind to transfer him. But even with the medical level in the mountains, it can't compare to here. Oh, what is the point of this move? Director Sean is puzzled. Why are you standing there? Hurry and transfer him. Now. Immediately. Yin Shi yells at Director Sean with all his might. Okay. I'll take care of it right away. The deafening shout almost tears Director Sean's eardrums. He hangs up the phone in a panic, looking dazedly out the window, sighing helplessly. Really, not long ago he said he would do everything possible to treat him well. Now the prosthetic hasn't even been finished yet, he suddenly calls for a transfer. Truly unpredictable, thinking one way one moment and another the next. Director Sean frowns, remaining silent for a moment before turning and picking up the landline, dialing a short number. Everyone pay attention, check young Master Fan's injuries, and prepare for a secret transfer in half an hour. Yin Shi watched helplessly as Dean Dan hung up the phone. With a heart full of trepidation, he looked into Gu Nian's eyes and said, are you satisfied now? I have followed all your instructions and advised them not to disturb Master Fan due to the sudden incident. Can you put the gun down for a moment? As he spoke, Yin Shi tentatively reached out to gently grip the gun barrel, slowly pressing it down. The pain in his knee grew increasingly numb, and the substantial blood loss caused his head to feel heavy. Seeing that Yin Shi had finished the call, Gu Nian's expression seemed to relax slightly, allowing Yin Shi to push the gun away. Noticing Gu Nian's grip on the gun loosening, a glimmer of hope flickered in Yin Shi's eyes. Unbeknownst to Gu Nian, his other hand stealthily extended, ready to snatch the gun away. However, in the next instant, a cryptic smile curved at the corner of Gu Nian's lips, and a cunning glint spread through his eyes. Before Yin Shi's fingers could touch the gun handle, Gu Nian flipped his hand. A flash of cold light shot from Gu Nian's palm, sinking deeply into Yin Shi's neck. He didn't even have time to utter a word. The incredulous expression on Yin Shi's face froze, his outstretched hand hanging motionless in the air, robbed of all strength to fight back. Blood gushed from the major artery, almost completely soaking the seat. In the blink of an eye, Yin Shi lost his life, collapsing in the passenger seat, with eyes wide open. Gu Nian looked indifferently at the crimson scene before him. He raised his hand, instinctively wiping away the blood splattered on his cheek. Inhaling the thick scent of blood permeating the cabin, Gu Nian unconsciously licked the corner of his mouth, a hint of excitement glimmering in his eyes. Putting on gloves, he skillfully stuffed the body into a burlap sack and tossed in a few stones. Next, Gu Nian dragged the sack to the edge of the cliff. This winding mountain road, nestled between mountains and rivers, had many sharp turns. One side of the road was against the mountain, while the other bordered the river, making it the infamous Devil's Road of Jianghai City. He looked up at the sky. Gu Nian was surprised to find the night sky remarkably beautiful tonight. It's rare to see such a starry sky near the outskirts of the city. It seems today is a day for all things to go well. He then took out a cigarette, silently lit it, and placed it at the edge of the road. A gentle breeze blew at the mountainside. The cigarette but flickered for a moment, but unexpectedly did not fall. In the next second, Gu Nian kicked the burlap sack with force. With a dull scraping sound, the round sack rolled straight down the steep cliff. It ultimately plopped into the river. Gu Nian coldly watched it all, glancing back at the now somewhat dried bloodstains on the passenger seat. Just then, Yin Shi's phone lit up again. It was a message from his subordinate. Brother Yin, we've arrived at the foot of the mountain, but we don't see you. You're not answering your phone. What should we do now? Looking at the message, Gu Nian let out a soft tch. He walked to the back seat, took out the laptop he had prepared earlier, silently opened it, and the screen's faint blue light illuminated Gu Nian's face, a hint of mockery appearing at the corners of his eyes. I finally waited for you all. At the mountain's entrance, 2 ambulances quietly parked back to back. A man in black holding a phone stared at the message he had sent, which sank into silence, his expression growing anxious. What is Brother Yin thinking? He told us to hurry and bring the person over, but now he's nowhere to be found. What's going on? Could it be that he's hurt and had an accident on the way? Another man murmured with a frown. Damn it, what nonsense are you talking? Shut your crow's mouth. It's late at night. After saying that, the man shot a fierce glare at the one who spoke. Since we can't reach Brother Yin, how about we call Master Fan to ask? Another person proposed. That's right, young Master Fan is his grandson. He surely wouldn't let young Master Fan suffer here, would he? After hearing this, the man seemed to find some sense in it. Just as he was about to pull out his phone to call Master Fan, a sudden strange noise came from inside the car. Oh no, the car, it seems to have suddenly stalled. The driver turned back sharply, his expression filled with fear as he looked at the others. The leading man frowned upon hearing this, reaching out to pull open the car door to check if the front ambulance had the same issue. But just as he reached for the door handle, click, a crisp sound of the car door locking resonated. What the hell are you locking the door for? Hurry up and open it. The man erupted in anger, shouting at the driver. I didn't lock it. The driver's face turned pale as he frantically pressed the car door unlock button, yet it was utterly futile. The stunned nerves hadn't even begun to relax. The next scene sent chills down everyone's spine. The windows of the ambulance began to rise automatically even though the engine was off. What the hell is going on? Are we possessed or something? The man exploded with rage, frantically clawing at the window, even grabbing a stick from inside the car, trying to jam it between the window glass and the frame. But in the next instant, the window acted like a razor-sharp blade, instantly snapping the stick and sealing tightly against the frame. Ah! In that moment, another ambulance emitted a chilling scream. A round head rolled down the slightly sloped mountain road, coming to a stop in front of the man's window. Those unblinking eyes stared eerily at everyone inside the car. The 2 ambulances were forced to stall, silently parked at the roadside. The people inside the car finally reacted, grabbing all the hard objects they could find and frantically smashing the windows, seemingly trying to break a hole. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they hit, even with a survival hammer, they couldn't leave a single mark on the window. What's going on? How could ordinary ambulance glass have such high hardness and sharpness? No, something's wrong. The man's cold sweat suddenly broke out. Only then did he realize. The windows of this ambulance were problematic. This was not ordinary glass at all. It was the highest grade of bulletproof glass. Inside the 2 vehicles, along with Fan Sheng, there were a total of 14 people, 7 in each vehicle. The cramped space was now sealed off from all air vents, isolating them from the outside oxygen. With each breath, the oxygen inside thinned further. If they couldn't break the window in less than 10 minutes, they would all die here. What's the situation with young Master Fan? The man, enduring the increasingly stifling lack of oxygen, asked towards that direction. But no one answered. The unease within him grew stronger as he pressed his head against the window, trying to catch a glimpse of the front ambulance. The sight instantly left him dumbfounded. The glass of the front ambulance was drenched in red, stained with splattered blood. In the next moment, 2 bloodless palms slapped against the window with a thud, leaving 2 crimson prints. A gaunt youth with bandaged hands pressed himself against the ambulance window, his gaze dark and predatory as it locked onto the man. Bloodied and embedded deep in his fingerless palm stood a sharp crimson-stained knife. Fan Sheng. What on earth had happened aboard that ambulance ahead? Why did young Master Fan seem utterly transformed? Fan Sheng stared at his blood-soaked bandages, his chest convulsing uncontrollably. A cruel, twisted grin curled his lips as his cold, merciless eyes swept across the corpses inside, each frozen in terror. He was the sole living soul left within the vehicle. Kill them all, every last one. Then no one will steal my oxygen. Ha! His whisper trembled with manic fervor. Ever since Gu Nian severed all 10 of his fingers, his temperament had spiraled into ever-deepening volatility and distortion. Though the wounds no longer ached, the psychological scar Gu Nian had carved into Fan Sheng's soul had ripped open the darkest recesses of his nature, unleashing unrestrained brutality and unbridled madness. The slightest provocation now drew blood without hesitation. So when he detected the anomaly aboard the ambulance, he instantly knew the vehicle had been tampered with to suffocate everyone inside. Having already crossed the threshold of death and clawed his way back to life, he would not surrender so easily to fate's cruel design. Fan Sheng's eyes narrowed, shadowed, and calculating as he surveyed the others before him. Eliminate them all, and he alone would remain. He alone would seize the greatest chance for survival. Once the violent impulse took root, it surged beyond control. While the others frantically searched for ventilation, Fan Sheng quietly slid a scalpel beneath the bandages of his palm and secured it firmly in place. Seizing the moment of collective inattention, Fan Sheng raised the blade and slashed horizontally across every throat in reach. Die, all of you! Don't waste my oxygen here. In an instant, blood erupted, spraying crimson across the interior like a macabre fresco. The others had no time to react, not even to cry out in agony. Only when warm blood gushed from their throats did they stare stunned and horrified at the boy before them. They had risked their lives for this young master Fan, only to perish by the very hand they'd sworn to protect. Life bled visibly from their bodies. One by one they slumped sideways, collapsing in twisted heaps. Fan Sheng, still unsated, viciously stabbed the lifeless corpses several more times. Only after finishing did he withdraw the scalpel, then wiped the blood from the window with his two crimson-wrapped palms, pressing his face close to the glass to survey the outside world. Outside, darkness reigned. No streetlights pierced the void, only stars scattered across the vast silent sky. Both ambulances sat motionless, engines dead, transformed into impenetrable iron tombs, perched precariously halfway up the mountainside. Fan Sheng withdrew his gaze, his expression turning grim and serpentine as he fixed it upon the driver's seat. Both vehicles were fully electric, parked earlier that day outside the hospital. Initially assumed to be arranged by Yin Shi for transport, their presence now felt deeply sinister. Fan Sheng rose and waded through the carnage until he located the driver's corpse, then rifled through his pockets and retrieved a mobile phone. For weeks his grandfather had confiscated his phone, fearing either online triggers or its use as a weapon. Days in the hospital had been unbearably barren. Fan Sheng seized the corpse's thumb, unlocked the device, scrolled to Yin Shi's contact, and dialed without hesitation. Joyful and jubilant, it's another year. Healthy and safe. May happiness accompany you. I wish you prosperity and fortune. A familiar ringtone chimed. Fan Sheng frowned faintly. Why did that melody seem to draw nearer, echoing through the valley like a three-dimensional specter winding its way into his ears? In the next instant he looked up bewildered, then broke into a cold sweat. A grotesque, malevolent smile loomed just beyond the window. Ahak, you bastard. His heart leapt into his throat, until recognition struck. Wasn't this Ning family's bodyguard Song Chung? Instantly Fan Sheng's emotions plunged and soared like a roller coaster. He slammed his fists wildly against the window in frenzied relief. I'm saved. I'm saved. Damn it, where have you been? Get me out now. Save me first. The window rattled violently under his pounding fists. Yet Song Chung merely smiled silently, then calmly dragged a device from behind and strolled leisurely to the rear side of the vehicle, crouching down to open the air vent. What's that in your hand? Hurry. Use tools to break the door. What are you dawdling over there, you idiot? Fan Sheng roared, desperation sharpening his voice. Though alone inside, prolonged exertion had already thickened the air. His breath grew hot, shallow, and strained. Song Chung calmly aimed the device at the vent, then turned, flashing Fan Sheng a sinister grin. I am opening the door for you. But what I'm opening is the gate of the dead. The words barely left his lips before he decisively pressed the device's activation button. An ear-splitting whine erupted, grating like nails on slate, unbearable in its intensity. Amidst the thunderous mechanical roar, pale moonlight glinted coldly off the device in Song Cheng's hands, and Fan Sheng finally read its name. Vacuum pump. That wretch intended to evacuate every molecule of oxygen from the cabin. You mean to kill me? Panic seized Fan Sheng. He writhed inside like a moth trapped in flame. Yet the reinforced chassis had become the most inescapable prison imaginable, leaving him helpless to watch, agonized as his very breath was siphoned away. Soon breathing grew labored, like a 1,000-pound weight crushing his chest, suffocating his lungs. He clawed at his own face, cheeks burning crimson, stripped off his jacket, and pounded his chest with bare palms. Had his fingers remained, his chest would surely have been torn raw by now. The deafening drone persisted. Terror crystallized on Fan Sheng's face, morphing into pure, unrelenting torment. Save me. I can't bear it. Can't breathe. Shut it off, please. His mind clouded to a vice tightened around his ribcage. Through blurred vision, spectral figures materialized, those he had slain. Young Master Fan, we died trying to save you. Why did you kill me? You brought this upon yourself. Deserved it. We're all human. Why shouldn't we live too? Let's die together. Together. Ghostly voices swirled around him, driving Fan Sheng to tears and shrieks. Get away. Get away from me. It's just hallucination. Cough. Hallucination. I won't die. I cannot die. In the next heartbeat, a phantom lunged forward, hands seizing Fan Sheng's throat. Fan Sheng's face flushed deep purple, the veins bulged across his temples as he flailed helplessly at the apparition. I am young Master Fan, son of Fan Jinping. I am. His voice faded, weak, fragmented, as his struggles slackened. His eyes burst with blood vessels, urine soaked his trousers. Fan Sheng never imagined, having narrowly escaped Gu Nian's grasp, He would ultimately choke to death, gasping in solitude. His pupils dilated, his brain straining toward rupture. So hard to breathe. Mother, help. The device fell silent. Inside the ambulance, all movement ceased. Gu Nian rose calmly, gazing inward, where Fan Sheng lay rigid atop the pile of corpses, both hands locked tight around his own throat. His eyes were wide open, terror etched forever upon his face, unyielding, unblinking, eternal. After dealing with Fan Sheng, Gu Nian's gaze shifted to another ambulance. Although the situation in the front car was unclear, the harsh sound of machinery still filled everyone with dread. Holding the equipment, he slowly approached the group. Song Chung. Brother Song. The crowd was overjoyed, but in the next moment they sensed something was amiss. How could Song Chung be here? He should be at the base. Moreover, the gaze of this Song Chung was filled with an intense malevolence. Gu Nian calmly raised his hand, touching the edge of his face, and carefully peeled off the human skin mask. A handsome young face suddenly appeared before them. You? It's you. The crowd instantly gasped in shock. You are Gu Nian. Damn. This is all you're doing, isn't it? The leading man furiously pounded on the glass, loudly questioning, what have you done to young Master Fan? Young Master Fan. At this moment you still care about your young Master Fan. Gu Nian mockingly raised the corners of his eyes, truly worthy of being the loyal dog raised by the Fan family. After speaking, Gu Nian's gaze darkened, suddenly deepening as he looked at the man. Wang Zichuan, you made deals one by one with the families of those girls, didn't you? Regretful. Gu Nian's gaze fell on the man, seemingly waiting for his answer. Girls? What girls? The man arrogantly turned his head, suddenly recalling something, and with a cold snort he said, Oh, you mean those unwanted things? Things even their biological parents don't want. What do we have to regret? When we said we wanted to buy them, you should have seen the scene. Those parents nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Afraid we would regret it. 20,000 can buy a girl, isn't that like picking up a bargain? If we're talking about regret, I truly regret not buying a few more to keep for myself, ha ha ha. Wang Zichuan grinned, evilly glaring at Gu Nian. Gu Nian, you don't want to be a hero, do you? With you unable to protect your own daughter, how dare you meddle in other people's affairs? You're truly insane. If you want to blame someone, blame them for being girls, things not even their parents love. If you have the ability, go kill them all. Can you do it? Gu Nian's gaze shifted slightly. Whether I can or cannot is my business. But I can assure you your life ends here. Gu Nian's lips curled into an enigmatic smile as his eyes fell on the several men in black beside Wang Zichuan. Sun Yonghu, Zhengguokong, Su Liang, you guys used Fan Guangwei's influence to collaborate with local trafficking organizations, luring left-behind children from impoverished mountainous areas, secretly sending them overseas. You really have some guts. What nonsense are you talking? A burly man with a white tiger tattoo on his arm was enraged, slamming the car window. I don't know anything. I was just following young Master Fan's orders to send people to the base. What does that have to do with me, right? You're simply talking nonsense. The other two also angrily denied it. Oh, is that so? Gu Nian silently took out a stack of documents which turned out to be a bank statement. Leveraging young Master Fan's influence for your own gain, with so many large deposits, all from organ trafficking, and you dare say it has nothing to do with you. Your mouth is quite tough. You? How do you have this? Under the moonlight, Sun Yonghu's gaze fell on the bank statement in Gu Nian's hand, his eyes twitching momentarily. Since it was exposed, Sun Yonghu's eyes flashed with a glimmer, and he simply stopped pretending, directly stating, We provided them food and shelter just to consume their bodies a bit. What's the problem? Do you think you can get something for nothing? Where in the world does such a good thing exist? Upon hearing this, Gu Nian nodded, then gently set down the equipment in his hand and stretched his neck. Indeed, there are no such good things in the world. Saving a life is worth building a 7-story pagoda. You have 7 lives here, you can't waste them. After saying this, Gu Nian took out his phone and pressed a button. The sound of the car door unlocking echoed. A hint of surprise flashed in everyone's eyes, and then a rush of air came through the gap of the car door, which slowly opened automatically. Gu Nian had actually taken the initiative to open the door. Sun Yonghu was the first to jump out of the car, taking a few deep breaths of fresh air, then reaching in to grab an iron rod, stretching his muscles as he walked toward Gu Nian. What a reckless person. You don't think that by releasing us you can escape from the hands of the 7 of us, do you? At a glance from Sun Yonghu, the crowd quickly surrounded him. However, Gu Nian looked at the men with hungry eyes, his expression calm as he said, I never thought of escaping. I just feel that compared to Fan Sheng you should die a different way. Sun Yonghu's pupils abruptly shook and he waved his hand, saying, Still tough, at the brink of death. Brothers, go for it. Grab the evidence. In an instant, a group of fierce-looking men charged toward Gu Nian. Gu Nian let out a cold laugh, gently shaking his head, and his figure flashed like a ghost, suddenly appearing behind Wang Zichuan. The surgical knife in his hand cut through the night sky, shining brightly. Before he could utter a word, Wang Zichuan clutched his neck, falling to the ground in agony. Seeing one person sacrificed in the blink of an eye, everyone gasped in shock. Yet the figure hesitated only for a moment before charging toward Gu Nian again. Gu Nian's gaze deepened as the surgical knife spun and danced on his fingertips, then suddenly turned around. He raised his hand to stab and pull. Clang! Sun Yonghu's iron rod fell to the ground. He clutched his eyes, painfully kneeling on the ground, screaming in agony. Listening to his pig-like wail, Gu Nian showed no sign of emotion. In a single breath, one died, and one was injured. Gu Nian's gaze swept over the others, his smile, making everyone's heart tremble. Su Liang, hiding behind, sensed something was wrong, and secretly retreated to Wang Zichuan's body, pulling out a handgun. But before he could aim it at Gu Nian, a cold sensation pressed against his forehead. Bang! 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 5 gunshots echoed through the valley for a long time. Gu Nian looked at the corpses on the ground, not sparing them a single glance, and coldly said, "If you've seen enough, come out." Upon hearing this, 2 sturdy figures, realizing they were discovered, exchanged awkward glances before stepping out from the shadows. Indeed, it was Zhao Qing and Zhao Cheng. "Hand over the items, hurry." Gu Nian spread his hands wide before them. The brothers instantly grasped his meaning and hurried back to the car, each dragging several preservation cases. They placed the organs into the cases and poured in preservative fluid. Moonlight spilled across the ground, casting a shimmering crimson pool. A blood spring reflected in silver light. Gu Nian stood immersed in that deep red, his hands moving with swift, practiced precision as he dissected, his expression utterly unruffled, as though he could not smell even the faintest trace of blood. Ugh, ugh. Sun Yonghu, the sole survivor, his eyes gouged out, could not see, yet his hearing had grown unnervingly acute. He heard the sharp, rapid thrust of blades piercing flesh, the wet, tearing sound of muscle and sinew parting, and felt the thickening miasma of blood surging toward him. His mind erupted with uncontrollable, grotesque visions. Overwhelmed, Sun Yonghu vomited violently on the spot. Zhao Qing frowned, glancing at him with undisguised disdain. Why leave a live one behind? His medical exam last week flagged abnormalities. These organs won't do. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qing arched a brow, teasing, "Heavens above, how thoroughly you've dug into every detail. Tell me, have you already lined up buyers for these organs, just like last time?" Gu Nian offered no reply. Only after carefully placing the final heart into its case did he rise from the sea of gore, lifting his gaze to meet Zhao Qing's with quiet intensity. "There are buyers, but this time it'll require extra effort. The list is in my car. Cold ischemic time must be kept under 6 hours. These organs must reach their destination within that window." "Understood. Understood." Zhao Qing's amusement vanished. He nodded gravely. In swift silence, they loaded the cases into the vehicle, then opened the trunk and gestured for Gu Nian to approach. "What you asked for, we brought it." With that, Zhao Qing and Zhao Cheng each hauled a heavy burlap sack from the trunk and dropped them hard at Gu Nian's feet. The coarse rope struck the ground with a dull thud, and from within came a muffled groan. Gu Nian knelt, untied the sack's knot, and 2 familiar faces emerged. Ning Ruxue, Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao lay swathed in bandages, still unconscious under the drug's lingering effect. His face, recently reconstructed through surgery, had regained roughly half its former contours. Ning Ruxue, meanwhile, lay with eyes half open, drifting between wakefulness and slumber, as if the sedative were beginning to wear off. Her dazed gaze lifted, and the moment it settled upon Gu Nian's face, she recoiled as though struck by lightning, shrieking uncontrollably. "Gu Nian, ahhhhhh. Stay away from me." Gu Nian hadn't even opened his mouth, yet Ning Ruxue was already scrambling backward across the ground, tears of sheer terror flooding her eyes, her entire being radiating bottomless dread toward the man before her. Yet the drug's effects lingered, though her mind had cleared, her limbs remained numb. She writhed desperately, but could not tear herself free from the sack. Gu Nian slowly crouched down, meeting her frenzied stare with eerie calm. "Long time no see. Your father is hosting an auction here, though curiously he seems to have forgotten to bring his most cherished daughter. So I took the liberty of inviting you myself. I trust you don't object." Gu Nian's voice was hoarse, low, as if the devil himself whispered from the depths of the underworld into Ning Ruxue's ear. "What auction? I know nothing about it." Ning Ruxue shook her head wildly, like a child denying reality. Gu Nian held up his scalpel, tapping it lightly, almost playfully, against her cheek. "Even if you didn't know, you certainly enjoyed using it. This face, barely more than a teenager's, has cost the lives of countless girls. Don't you ever fear ghosts knocking at your door at midnight?" Ning Ruxue clutched her face, trembling, denying fiercely. "Lies. Utter lies. This is just routine aesthetic medicine. Expensive, yes, but my mother uses it, my father uses it, dozens use it. As for those girls you mention, I know nothing of them." Hearing this, Gu Nian sighed softly, rising to his feet, and spared her not even a single glance. A soul so deluded at the very brink of death required no further words. He picked up the iron bar Sun Yonghu had dropped and delivered a single precise blow to Ning Ruxue's occiput, enough to stun, not to injure. She collapsed unconscious. Gu Nian bound both captives and tossed them back into the trunk. Then with a silent exchange of glances, Zhao Qing and Zhao Qing nodded, climbed into the same car, and sped away, leaving Gu Nian a pristine identical sedan. Before the gory tableau, Gu Nian approached Sun Yonghu. Watching the man still moaning in agony, Gu Nian hesitated not a second. His fingers snapped together, then struck with brutal speed at each of Sun Yonghu's limb joints. Crack! A sickening sound, the unmistakable pop of dislocated joints. Pain. Unbearable pain. Sun Yonghu's features twisted in excruciating contortion, but his limbs hung limp puppet-like, utterly at Gu Nian's mercy. With one hand, Gu Nian dragged him into the driver's seat of the ambulance, and calmly fastened his seatbelt. Then he heaved the hollow, organless corpses into the vehicle. Once done, Gu Nian walked calmly to the sedan, uncapped a bottle of mineral water, and rinsed the blood from his hands. Only then did he retrieve his laptop and tap a single command. Instantly, Sun Yonghu's ambulance flared to life, its lights blinking, its driver's side window lowering just a sliver. Then it moved. Slowly at first it reversed, drawing steadily away from Fan Sheng's vehicle. At roughly 200 meters, its headlights pulsed once, before it surged forward, accelerating straight toward Fan Sheng's car. What's happening? What is this? Sun Yonghu felt a violent lurch. Yet blinded and limbless, he could only endure the suffocating terror of the unknown. 100 meters. 50 meters. 10 meters. Boom. A deafening crash echoed across the valley. Shen Jiawen sat quietly on his bed, restless, waiting for tomorrow. That sudden violent sound shattered his anxiety. He turned sharply to Chen Debao, only to find the man serenely playing Happy Do Diju. Did you hear that noise? What noise? I heard nothing. Chen Debao blinked, genuinely puzzled. Could it be someone else's bed squeaking? Brother two, you really ought to break that habit. You. Utterly mismatched replies. Shen Jiawen fumed, sinking back onto the bed in defeat. But Chen Debao's expression held no pretense. Truly he'd heard nothing. Had it been hallucination then? Two ambulances tumbled one behind the other down the steep cliff edge. Because the driver's window remained slightly ajar, river water seeped steadily into the cabins, until they filled completely. Sunlight danced upon the rippling surface. As the ambulance's flashing lights vanished beneath the water, a final bubble rose, and then silence reclaimed the river, as if nothing had ever happened. Gu Nian stood silently beside the road, his gaze lowered toward the river's surface, motionless for a long while. Only when the night wind stirred and rustled through the woods did he finally stir from his reverie. He climbed into the car and retrieved a freshly prepared human skin mask from the back seat, carefully affixing it once more to his face. The human skin mask required daily replacement, and Gu Nian had stocked an ample supply. Having completed his disguise anew, now assuming the identity of Song Cheng, he rose, opened the trunk, and glanced down at the two burlap sacks containing Ming Ruxue and Zhang Hao. Reaching in, he pulled out a cloth bag, nearly half an arm's length, swollen tight with contents. Though compact in volume, the bag bore surprising weight. Gu Nian gently loosened its drawstring. Inside lay a fine powder, deep green-black in hue. Bathed in moonlight, it shimmered faintly like crushed glass, akin to captured starlight, twinkling erratically within the sack. Tonight, every measure Gu Nian had taken served but one purpose: this substance, Mengshi, a yinatured traditional Chinese medicinal ingredient ground from rock. Though common in herbal pharmacopoeia, within Maoshan sorcery it held profound significance as a medium for guiding spirits. Laid along a path, Mengshi would lure wandering souls to follow its trail, leading them precisely where the sorcerer intended. In Maoshan tradition, this ritual bore a more colloquial name, the ghost array. Decades ago, during a catastrophic earthquake, authorities deployed this formation once. Though potent, the array could only be activated on Ghost Festival, the very day today, the 15th day of the 7th lunar month. This quantity should suffice. A faint smile touched Gu Nian's lips. He hung the cloth bag from a metal hook at the car's rear, then drew a folding knife and pierced an almost imperceptible hole in its base. The green-black granules began trickling out grain by grain as he pressed the accelerator and drove toward his destination. Trailing behind the vehicle, the Mengshi scattered along the winding mountain road, leaving a glistening stardust path. He drove the car into the white building. Dragging the two burlap sacks with both hands, Gu Nian strode steadily toward one of the rooms and pushed open the door. Inside, a pregnant woman lay still and silent. Her youthful face contrasted starkly with the full, imminent swell of her pregnancy. A thumbnail-sized badge pinned to her chest bore the inscription SY-130. At the sight of the man who had deceived her years ago, her expression visibly tightened with alarm. What do you intend to do now? Gu Nian remained silent, tossing the sacks into a corner of the room. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the ceiling-mounted camera, then raised his pistol and fired. The lens shattered instantly. The girl stared frozen. She could not comprehend why Song Cheng had suddenly destroyed the room's surveillance. Was he planning something illicit, something they must never witness? At the thought, her terror deepened. Her eyes flickered toward the sacks discarded on the floor, her breath hitched, and she instinctively retreated several steps. No need to fear. I mean you no harm, Gu Nian said, coolly observing her near tears. You're nearing delivery. Security here is laxist, so I'll temporarily store certain items in your room. He knelt and untied the sack's cord. Ning Rushui's and Zhang Hao's heads emerged. 2 people, packed inside a single sack. Shh. The girl froze, utterly stunned. Thighs this. Don't be afraid. They won't awaken before the auction begins. Gu Nian rose and approached her, crouching to meet her gaze at eye level. This girl was barely 4 years older than Yin Yin. Do you remember your name? Her pupils contracted sharply at the question. She parted her lips, hesitated, searching inward for long seconds. Then her eyes clouded with anguish and despair. My name is 130. Gu Nian's expression dimmed just for an instant. Do you wish to live, to walk free from here? Yes. Then hold this tightly. He slipped into her palm a thumb-sized press-activated miniature button. If guards appear at your door to take you away, press it. She accepted it, numbly staring blankly at the small red circular button. Was Song Chung helping her? Yet her due date loomed in less than a week. If she escaped, her former life would be irrevocably lost. Don't dwell too deeply. As long as you survive, life offers many paths forward. As if reading her thoughts, Gu Nian added quietly, and when you press the button, stand well clear of the door. He turned and stepped out. From the corridor's edge, Gu Nian's gaze swept across the adjacent row of rooms, the very chambers Fan Yi had prepared as the auction's surprise. He exhaled slowly, then checked his wristwatch. The countdown continued its steady, unrelenting tick. 5 days remained. Without hesitation, Gu Nian strode directly toward the surveillance control room. Midnight. A guard sat listlessly before a wall of monitors. Same feeds, same monotony day after day. Ugh, so dull. He glanced at the clock. Nearly time for shift change, and withdrew his phone, eager to watch a live stream of leggy dancers. Then, the door swung open. Soft footsteps entered. Still engrossed in the stream, the guard didn't lift his eyes. Hey, early tonight. Wait a sec. I'll finish this dance on channel 3 first, then we'll talk. You won't have that time. At the unfamiliar voice, the guard's neck locked rigid. He jerked his head up, only to see his relief colleague staring at him wide-eyed with terror, frantically shaking his head. And pressed against his temple, a pistol. The guard dropped his phone in sheer panic. His gaze darted past his colleague, and his face paled in disbelief. The man holding the gun was Song Chung. Brother Song, what are you doing? Bewildered, he couldn't fathom why Song Chung would threaten his own shift partner. Song Chang's gaze drifted indifferently toward the monitors. In the upper left screen, a small section had gone black, the feed from room 130. But with dozens of rooms under surveillance, the fools hadn't yet noticed the breach. Your duty has been exhausting. Rest well. Wath whip. Gu Nian's left wrist snapped upward. His blade plunged deep into the guard's throat. The man scarcely twitched before collapsing, life extinguished. Seeing Song Ching kill, without warning, the man held at gunpoint froze in abject terror. Don't kill me, please. Gu Nian smirked coldly. Relax. I won't kill you, not yet. You'll sit here, monitor the screens exactly as you always have. Understood? Yes. The man stammered, tongue-tied with fear. Gu Nian kicked the corpse aside and shoved the trembling man into the chair. Just perform your duties faithfully. The room feeds are flawless, and will remain so. If anyone calls or messages asking about them, you'll confirm there's no issue. Understood. Understood. I can't hear you. Understood. Only when the man's tear-streaked face showed utter desolation did Gu Nian lower the pistol. Oh, and I nearly forgot. That pill you swallowed moments ago contains a listening device and an explosive charge. Should you utter even one forbidden word, you already know the consequence. Explosive? The man swallowed hard. Precisely. And if you'd like, I'd be happy to feed you several more. Gu Nian smiled, amused. The man shook his head violently, sobbing uncontrollably. No, please don't. I'll obey everything. Every single thing. His eyes darted to his dead colleague, cold, lifeless, and he broke into a cold sweat. He must not die. He absolutely must not end like that. Gu Nian cracked his neck, watched the man's psyche teeter on the edge of collapse, and silently exited the control room. As he passed the corridor, his gaze casually brushed over Chun Debao's room. Just as Chun Debao stood by the window, meeting his eyes, they exchanged quiet, knowing smiles. Gu Nian brought his index and middle fingers to his temple in a subtle salute. This time, Chun Debao returned the gesture, exactly the same. Gu Nian arrived at the garden at the center of the base. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a cylindrical object. This round pillar was carved from a solid piece of white jade, approximately 20 centimeters long and 4 centimeters in diameter. The jade pillar was covered in dense inscriptions, feeling uneven to the touch. Gu Nian measured the ground with his foot and quickly determined the position. He crouched down, inserting the jade pillar vertically into the soil beneath him, then pressed down hard with his foot until the top of the pillar was completely buried and invisible. Looking at the jade pillar, now integrated with the soil, Gu Nian finally let out a sigh of relief. He raised his head to gaze at the sky as if he had made contact with his inner self. At this moment a hint of orange had already begun to appear on the horizon. Daybreak was approaching. Since you love this place so much, I will ensure you remain here for eternity. Gu Nian squinted slightly, surveying the entire base as he recited an incantation, Ghost Gate Formation. The stones clear the path with the stars assisting. Controlling the ghostly stakes to summon spirits and tether souls, this operation he performed was the final, most crucial step of the Ghost Gate Formation, the driving of the ghost stake. The formation's entrance was at the site where the ambulance sank. As long as a white jade stake inscribed with soul-summoning scriptures was driven into the destination, the vengeful spirits at the entrance could be drawn here, unable to escape across lifetimes. Such sinister sorcery for refining evil spirits is forbidden even within the realm of Maoshan. However, these taboos were of no concern to Gu Nian now. Who in the world could surpass its wickedness? Thinking of this, Gu Nian raised his hand to glance at the increasingly dark diamond-shaped mark on his wrist. As dawn approached, the first rays of sunlight shone into the Phoenix Valley, only to be completely blocked by a group of men in black. 300 black-clad guards, all wearing masks and fully armed, stood in the vast garden, poised and awaiting orders. "Let's begin," a hoarse voice spoke softly from the intercom. Instantly, the previously orderly lines of guards dispersed, rushing toward different rooms. In no time, one by one, the guards emerged from the rooms, pushing an iron cage covered with red corduroy. Each corner of the cage had a wheel embedded in it. The sound of wheels grinding against marble echoed in the corridor, creating an unavoidable clamor. Meanwhile, Shen Jiawen hadn't slept a wink, his eyes forced open until dawn. The commotion from the small white building further tightened his already frayed nerves. He quietly approached the window, peering outside. Watching the countless figures of men in black bustling about, his heart surged with confusion. What treasure was locked inside that cage? Could it be the exhibits for today's auction? Where was his sister? The thought of Shen Jiejia made Shen Jiawen restless again. It had been nearly a week since he had faked his death and infiltrated this place. Yet in the end, he hadn't seen even a single strand of his sister's hair. Shen Jiawen even began to suspect if he had been played by Gu Nian. Perhaps his sister wasn't even here. "Hey brother, hi, wait a moment, something dropped from your cage." A guard's reminder interrupted Shen Jiawen's thoughts. He bent down to pick up a golden bracelet from the ground, rushing forward to tap the shoulder of the man pushing the cage. The man turned in confusion, looking down at the necklace in the young man's hand, instantly furrowing his brow. This thing isn't something she deliberately dropped, right? It wasn't included in the outfit. Oh, really? What should we do about this? The man who found the bracelet also wore a hesitant expression. He'll hold on to it for now, but with an incident like this, whether it's true or false, a warning must be given. After saying that, he naturally took the bracelet, pulled out a stun baton from his waist, switched it on, and gently touched the cage. In an instant, a piercing scream erupted from within the cage. "Ah! I was wrong." Hearing the girl's cries for mercy from inside the cage, the man finally withdrew his hand, a faint satisfaction washing over him as he reveled in the sense of power. Even though he was just one of many guards, possessing even the slightest bit of authority was enough to create a gap in the social hierarchy. Compared to someone like Fan Yi, who had immense power, he felt like an ant. Yet when compared to the exhibits trapped in the cage, he considered himself a being of great significance. Doing your job properly and being an exhibit is a recognition of your worth. Otherwise, you'd be just like those women, not knowing how many children you'd have by now. The man warned the girl in the cage with malice. There was no response from inside the cage. The girl remained silent and obedient in reply. Seeing her revert to her compliant demeanor, the man continued to grip the iron bars of the cage, pushing it towards the backstage of the hall. Shen Jiawen witnessed the entire process. His fists had long since clenched until they turned purple, a raging fury flickering in his eyes. He was all too familiar with that bracelet. It was specially selected from several gold stores to celebrate his sister Shen Jiejia's achievement of being first in her grade. He had specifically asked the jeweler to add 6 jade beads to the golden bracelet, symbolizing smooth sailing. "I'm sorry. I only found you now, sister." Shen Jiawen's eyes swelled with immense rage as he turned to leave, planning to seize her directly. However, just as he turned around, a large hand suddenly reached out, blocking his path. "Where are you going?" "I found my sister. I'm going to save her," Shen Jiawen replied, coldly, struggling to suppress the urge to explode. "How do you plan to save her? Are you a scholar or a fighter?" Chen Debao unabashedly splashed cold water on him. "You saw it, there are over 300 guards outside. Even if you are Yi Wen, you can't take on 300 alone, can you? Moreover, you are neither." Hearing Chen Debao's mockery, Shen Jiawen's chest heaved with anger, his body radiating the smell of gunpowder, as if he were a barrel ready to explode. "So you mean to let me, as her brother, watch her being auctioned off like an exhibit, is that it? What's the point of everything I'm doing now?" Shen Jiawen shouted in frustration, his eyes reddening. "Oh come on, why are you crying? Don't forget you're wearing the face of a middle-aged man. Crying really looks a bit disgusting." Chen Debao always managed to hit Shen Jiawen's sore spots with pinpoint accuracy. Sure enough, the tears in Shun Jiawen's eyes were instantly retracted, and he glared resentfully at Chen Debao. So boss Chen, aside from making sarcastic comments, could you offer a better solution? Upon hearing this, Chen Debao's expression turned contemplative. Since Gu Nian had successfully taken control of the monitoring room, there was no need for him to hide anything further. Chen Debao's eyes sparkled as he slyly smiled at Shen Jiawen. Second brother, today, I will teach you a trick. All roads lead to Rome. No matter if it's a black cat or a white cat, a cat that catches mice is a good cat. Regardless, your goal is to rescue your sister, and how you go about it isn't what really matters, is it? Having said that, Chen Debao's nonchalantly put on his Rolex, adjusted his bow tie at the collar, and turned around to nod at Shen Jiawen. Seeing Shen Jiawen still standing there, Chen Debao's tongue turned sharp, and he scolded him, "Awake, you thick-head fool! If you want to save your sister, control your expression. Don't come at me with that mournful face like you've just lost your parents, okay?" As expected, this guy was just asking for a scolding. A reasoning didn't work, but swearing did. After Chen Debao's tirade, Shen Jiawen took a deep breath and finally moved to the door, gritting his teeth as he opened it for Chen Debao's. "Please, Mr. Chen. Good boy." Chen Debao's cast a smug glance at Shen Jiawen and swaggered out of the room. The hall was separated from the resting area by 4 doorways led by a guard in black. Shen Jiawen followed Chen Debao's to a massive golden stone door. As the door slowly opened, light streamed in. Only then did Chen Debao's realize that the hall was arranged much like a place of worship in a church. Unfortunately, there was no priest here, nor was there a Jesus. It was still before 9 o'clock, yet quite a number of people were already seated in the hall. Each of them, like Chen Debao's, was dressed in suits, their conversations tinged with an enigmatic smile. With a quick glance, Chen Debao's spotted Ning Haixing, who was chatting with the crowd. With a slight lift of his eyes, Chen Debao's cleared his throat and strode in. "Wow, so many people. What a pleasure to meet you all. My surname is Chen." As soon as he stepped onto the soft sheepskin carpet of the hall, he spoke up eagerly. Hearing the commotion at the entrance, everyone turned their heads. They were surprised to find a new face. In the corner, Ning Haixing frowned and quickly came over to lead Chen Debao's to a corner of the hall. "Mr. Chen, sometimes being overly eager is not a good thing. I understand your eagerness to break into the circle, but your loud voice like a farmer entering the city can actually cause resentment," Ning Haixing said in a calm tone. "Tisk, is Director Ning saying that I embarrassed you?" Chen Debao smiled wider. All right, I'll try to tone it down. You know my nature, I just can't contain my excitement when I encounter something new and fun, isn't that right, second brother?" After saying that, Chen Debao's elbowed Shen Jiawen in the ribs. Shen Jiawen curled his lips and said solemnly, "Mr. Chen is absolutely right." Ning Haixing looked at the pair who were playing off each other, and his expression became somewhat nuanced. "No worries, I was just kindly reminding Mr. Chen. After all, Mr. Chen has helped me once, so I've also given you a hand, so we're even now. We both know the status of the people here, and I understand your intentions. Since we're all here to have fun, let's not make things awkward, shall we?" Ning Haixing's gaze fell directly into the depths of Chen Debao's eyes, and they locked eyes for a long time, creating a somewhat tense atmosphere. Finally, a smirk appeared at the corner of Chen Debao's mouth, his eyes turning mischievous. "All right, Director Ning, you are my introducer, a leading figure in the Jianghai business circle. I must give you face right. However, Director Ning, could you at least give me a hint about what kind of exhibits are outside the hall? I'm really quite curious." Upon hearing this, Ning Haixing's expression shifted slightly, and he said indifferently, "Naturally, they are exhibits." He paused, looking at Chen Debao's with a hint of deeper meaning. "I wonder if Mr. Chen has already identified any exhibits of interest." "Interested?" Chen Debao's expression froze for a moment, then waved his hand and sighed. "Director Ning, you are deliberately provoking me. I don't even know what exhibits there are, so how can I have any interest?" Upon hearing this, Ning Haixing pretended to suddenly understand, smiling faintly, as he added, "I see which guard is responsible for taking care of you. He'll go punish them later. How could they forget to give you the exhibit booklet? I'm truly sorry." After saying that, Ning Haixing raised his hand and lightly clapped. In the next moment, a guard emerged from the shadows holding a pale yellow booklet. "This is the complete list of exhibits for this auction. Mr. Chen, take your time choosing, just don't get dazzled by the options." Ning Haixing leaned close to Chen Debao's ear, smiling gently. After handing the booklet to Chen Debao's, Ning Haixing immediately got up, scanning Chen Debao's and Shen Jiawen with his eyes, his tone suddenly becoming somewhat distant. "You two can sit here and rest for a moment. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't be catching up with you, Mr. Chen." Watching Ning Haixing walk away, Chen Debao's and Shen Jiawen exchanged a silent glance and immediately unfolded the exhibit booklet in their hands. Rather than a booklet, it was more appropriate to call it a catalog. Opening the first page revealed several stunning photographs of porcelain from different angles, accompanied by an exhibit description in the upper right corner: Ming Dynasty Jiaojing blue and white 5-color lotus pond rain algae, pattern jar, mouth diameter 18 centimeters, height 40 centimeters, bottom diameter 20 centimeters, starting bid 5 million. In the lower right corner, several lines of small text were printed: gift Blue and white dragon pattern jade pot spring vase mouth diameter 12 centimeters, height 161 centimeters, body diameter 90 centimeters, bottom diameter 46 centimeters. This is the first time I've heard of an auction giving such substantial gifts. But this gift is a bit too large, isn't it? Shun Jiawen furrowed his brow in confusion. Listening to Shun Jiawen's complaints, Shun Debeos fell silent and continued to flip through the pages. The further he went, the heavier his expression became, because he discovered that in the lower right corner of each exhibit description there was a particularly unique gift size accompanying it. Comparing these sizes one by one, Shun Debeo's gaze narrowed, his expression unusually serious. These so-called gift size descriptions were clearly the data of a person. The mouth diameter was the person's age. The height was the person's height. The diameter was the person's bust. The bottom diameter was the person's weight. There were a total of 120 exhibits in the booklet. Behind these 120 exhibits were 120 girls. It seemed like an auction of antiques, but in truth it was an open sale of human trafficking. The real auction items were not the antiques, but these girls. Although he was mentally prepared, seeing this booklet with his own eyes still weighed heavily on Shun Debeo's heart, and the item in his hand felt heavy. His gaze swept over the hall, observing the busy shadows moving back and forth, finally settling back on Shun Jiawen. This fool, if he figures out the truth behind this, he might just explode on the spot. If this guy messes things up, then Gu Nian will be in danger. With a sigh in his heart, Shun Debeos couldn't help but fall into deep thought while looking at the booklet in his hand. It seems I must determine Shun Jiejia's position before the auction starts. But with so many exhibits, which one is Shun Jiawen's sister among the 120 exhibits? Where's Song Cheng? Where the hell did he run off to? Just as Shun Debeo's thoughts were soaring, Ning Haixing's low growl abruptly interrupted his contemplation. Hey, I'm here. As he spoke, a tall, slender man with a rebellious smile stepped into the hall. I just asked you to check the exhibits, so why did it take so long? Sorry, Ning Dong. Song Cheng scratched his head awkwardly. I ran into a few unruly ones and had to teach them a lesson, so I was late. Upon hearing this, Ning Haixing's expression turned displeased. What a reckless fool. Can't you distinguish between urgency and triviality? If anyone here is slighted, can you bear the responsibility for that? By the way, what's the situation with Master Fan? Why hasn't Inshur come over yet? Upon hearing the name Inshur, Song Cheng's brow twitched momentarily as he calmly replied, perhaps Master Fan assigned him some additional task. After all, this auction was strongly requested to be held earlier by old Master Fan, wasn't it? Song Cheng's words plunged Ning Haixing into contemplation. Indeed, Master Fan was not an impulsive person. Every action he took was meticulously considered. This sudden push for the auction to be held earlier, could it be that he was secretly preparing something? Forget it, forget it. As more and more people filled the hall, Ning Haixing had no time to indulge in idle speculation with Song Cheng. He waved his hand impatiently and said, let's get to the main business. You go help backstage, and don't make any mistakes, understood? Yes. Song Cheng clasped his fists and stepped back. As he passed by Shun Debeo, their eyes met with an unspoken understanding. Shun Jiawen keenly noticed Gu Nian's gaze directed at Shun Debeo. However, before she could take a closer look, Gu Nian had already walked towards the backstage of the hall, her figure disappearing into the crowd. Shun Jiawen furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating whether to inform Shun Debeo that there was something off about Song Cheng. After much deliberation, he tentatively asked, Shenzong, are you familiar with Song Cheng? Not really, just a casual acquaintance. Faced with Shun Jiawen's sudden question, Shun Debeo instead became curious. Speaking of which, you should be more familiar with this Captain Song than I am, right? Nonsense, how could I possibly be acquainted with someone like him? Oh. Seeing Shun Jiawen's vehement denial, Shun Debeo's teasing grew. If you weren't familiar, why would Captain Song speak up for you when we were blocked outside? Your words sound off. There's a hint of a traitor in them. Shun. The name Debeo was on the verge of escaping his lips. Scanning the surroundings, Shun Jiawen took a deep breath before forcibly holding back his words. I still don't understand why he would help me, but since you did, I feel obligated to warn you. This Song Cheng might not be the person you once knew. Shun Jiawen was on the verge of telling Shun Debeo directly that the Song Cheng before him was a different person. However, with people constantly coming and going around them, he hesitated to make it explicit. After all, he had already done his best. Whether Shun Debeo, with his peculiar thought process, could comprehend his words was no longer his concern. Once he rescued his sister, he would take her away from this place and sever ties with all these sordid matters. To his surprise, upon hearing Shun Jiawen's words, the smile in Shun Debeo's eyes only deepened. Second, are you worried that I'm being deceived? Huh. Shun Jiawen immediately denied. Nonsense. I'm just reminding you. I noticed that Song Cheng's gaze towards you was a bit off. Song Cheng is not only the captain of the Ning family's bodyguard team, but also comes from a mercenary background. He is certainly no good guy. It's better for you to be cautious. Watching Shun Jiawen struggle to justify himself, Shun Debeo's smirk was almost impossible to suppress. Heaven above, Gu Nian, why did you throw such a lunatic at me? Can this guy who can't lift a hand or shoulder really help you? Why do I have this faint feeling of disbelief? Sigh. Acting is not easy, Chundabeo sighed. Shun Jiawen was still incessantly warning him about something, but Chundabeo was too lazy to listen directly, closing his eyes and beginning to wander mentally. Master Fan. Master Fan has arrived. Master Fan, we finally waited for you. The calls grew louder, snapping Chundabeo back to reality. He hastily opened his eyes and looked towards the entrance following the sound. There an elderly man dressed in a bright red tang suit and black trousers with silver hair was slowly walking into the hall, surrounded by a group of bodyguards in black. He raised his hand calmly to signal for silence, and then surveyed the room with a gentle gaze. Many faces were so familiar their eyes met and smiles of tacit understanding emerged at the corners of their mouths. Finally Fan Guangwai's gaze settled on Chundabeo. Some new friends have come this time, not bad. Chundabeo, principal of Baoqing Law Firm. Chundabeo immediately stepped forward and extended his right hand towards Master Fan cordially. Baoqing Law Firm, not bad. Fan Guangwai's tone was indifferent. Looking at the hand extended by Chundabeo, he showed no intention of shaking it. Instead his gaze shifted to Ning Haisheng with a hint of intriguing meaning in his eyes. Meanwhile Ning Haisheng lowered his head, his face filled with anxiety. Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat delicate, Fan Guangwei smiled, lightly patted Chundabeo on the shoulder, then shook his head with a smile, and walked straight towards the front box of the hall, bypassing Chundabeo. Seeing his warm greeting met with indifference, Chundabeo was not angry. Instead, he took the opportunity to turn around and wave to the onlookers with a smile. Chundabeo. Everyone, I am Chundabeo. My company is located at the Guamao Center in Zhanghai City. If anything happens in the future, remember to find me, and everyone here gets a discount. Upon hearing this, the crowd dispersed with frowning expressions. Are you trying to invite trouble with those words? Shun Jiawen couldn't take it anymore. Oh, what kind of nonsense was that? It was too ominous. However, Chundabeo raised an eyebrow in disdain at him. If you could understand, you wouldn't have these troublemaking issues. Shin Jiawen rolled his eyes internally, no longer wanting to argue with him. As it approached midnight, the hall was already filled to capacity. Centered around the stage, all the boxes set up around it were filled with people. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the red exhibition stage in the center, their eyes filled with greedy anticipation. Everything was ready. Zhang Yida also arrived at his designated box. Watching the auction about to proceed smoothly, the anxiety in his heart finally eased a bit. Then Zhang Yida took out a mobile phone from the drawer, preparing to call Zhang Hao at the hospital to inquire about his condition. This phone was secretly used as a channel for him to contact the hospital. Ever since Zhao Cheng's betrayal, he had grown wary of those around him. Thus, after old General Fu brought Zhang Hao back from the clutches of death, he secretly sent his son for treatment outside the city, and even opened this single-line contact number to avoid drawing attention. The fewer people who knew, the safer it was. To his surprise, when he opened it, he found that the attending physician had called him dozens of times. Looking at the glaring number of missed calls, an unsettling feeling surged within Zhang Yida. Without a second thought, he immediately called back. The phone rang for only 3 seconds before it was answered. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Zhang Yida directly asked, "You called me so many times, did something happen to my son?" "Mr. Zhang, you finally picked up." The voice on the other end sounded as if they had found a lifeline. "Young Master Zhang. He has been kidnapped." "What did you say?" "Impossible." Zhang Yida exploded with rage. "When did this happen? Where was he taken? Who did it?" It was that person you hired before, Zhao Cheng. He knocked out all of us and carried young Master Zhang away." Hearing the doctor utter that name, Zhang Yida's heart trembled, and his pupils shook. "Zhao Cheng? How is that possible? He was clearly dead." "It's absolutely true, Director Zhang. Even if you gave us 10 lives, we wouldn't dare to lie. It's really Zhao Cheng. He's still alive." With a booming sound, Zhang Yida suddenly felt his scalp tingle. The scattered clues from the past gradually pieced together, and Zhang Yida's brow furrowed deeper. At that time, Zhao Cheng's brother Zhao Qing secretly rescued their mother from the hospital while they were surrounding Gu Nian. Originally thought to be Zhao Qing's reckless decision, it now seemed to be part of their plan all along. If Zhao Cheng is truly not dead, then the incident at the dock was not merely a quarrel over distribution, as Fu Wen had said, leading to Zhao Cheng's accidental death. Instead, it was a performance staged by Gu Nian and the Zhao brothers for Fu Wen to witness. Good, what a clever escape from the golden cicada. Zhang Yida trembled with anger. If Zhao Cheng is alive, then things have become troublesome. He knows quite a bit about the secrets of the base. Thinking of this, Zhang Yida immediately stood up and walked towards Ning Haisheng's private room, intending to inform him of this news as soon as possible for strategic discussions. However, before he reached the door, he heard a furious reprimand from Ning Haisheng's room. "Speak quickly. Where exactly is my daughter now? Who took her away?" "What? Zhao Guang. You actually let a stranger take Ning Rushu away like this? Without my permission? Who the hell agreed to the transfer?" "What? Song Cheng. You say the transfer was agreed upon by Song Cheng. You're talking nonsense. Song Cheng has been by my side this whole time. Hearing this, Zhang Yida's breath suddenly became heavy. With a sullen face, he raised his hand to signal the guard beside him to remain silent, then gently twisted the door handle and walked in. Seeing the door to the private room suddenly open, Ning Haixing was about to curse when he saw it was Zhang Yida, and he suppressed his anger with a cold snort. Throwing such a fit has Rushuek gotten into trouble? Didn't you hear it all? Ning Haixing sat down heavily on the sofa, igniting a cigarette in his fury and taking a deep drag. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yida didn't beat around the bush and stated directly, Hauer has also been kidnapped. What a... Ning Haixing paused the gesture of bringing the cigarette to his lips, his face filled with shock. Zhang Hao isn't in Shanghai. You have such a high level of confidentiality that even I don't know his exact location. How could he have been kidnapped? That's not the key. Zhang Yida closed his eyes deeply, then opened them, looking steadily at Ning Haixing. The key is after the doctor woke up, he told me that the person who kidnapped my son is Zhao Cheng. Hiss. The half-finished cigarette fell onto the carpet, burning a black hole into it. Only then did Ning Haixing come to his senses, hastily raising his foot to stamp out the embers, and then looked at Zhang Yida with disbelief. Are you sure it's Zhao Cheng? Could it be a mistake? No mistake. Zhao Cheng has been with me for so many years. He has interacted with everyone around me. When Hauer got into trouble, there wasn't enough time to transfer him. The matter of contacting the hospital outside the city was entrusted to him. Zhang Yida spoke solemnly. After listening to Zhang Yida's words, Ning Haixing also fell silent. If it was Zhao Cheng, then everything made sense. The place where Zhang Hao was being treated was so hidden with very few people in the know, and after ruling out all impossibilities, the only remaining explanation, no matter how hard to believe, was the truth. In the silence, Ning Haixing suddenly slammed his palm. I remember now. Just now that guy Shan Yue told me that the person who took my daughter for the transfer is named Zhao Guang. Zhao Guang. Zhao Guang. Yes, it's Zhao Qing. Zhang Yida immediately spoke up, affirming Ning Haixing's inner speculation. What the hell are these two brothers trying to do? Do they think they can turn the tides in Shanghai City? Ning Haixing was filled with anger. They kidnapped our children, relying on their understanding of us, wanting to use them as leverage to threaten us. It's simply too self-important. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yida's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression somewhat serious. If that's the case, resolving it won't be difficult. I'm just afraid that the drunkard's intention is not in the wine. Zhang Yida finished speaking, and his gaze met Ning Haixing's. In that moment of eye contact, both men read the same unease in each other's eyes. The next instant, Ning Haixing's face turned pale. No, this auction must be postponed. Otherwise it could lead to trouble. It's probably too late to postpone now. Zhang Yida shook his head helplessly. This matter can only be left to Master Fan to handle now. Master Fan. Ning Haixing smacked his forehead. Right, I almost forgot Master Fan is still here. He hurriedly stood up, grabbed Zhang Yida, and walked outside while muttering, let's go, come with me now. Before things escalate, hand everything over to him, and have him set up a task force to manage this matter. I don't believe the heavens of Shanghai City can truly be pierced by these ants. Zhang Yida's expression was solemn, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. The safety of their children is indeed important, but Zhao Cheng knows the entire operational process of the Zhang family's industrial chain. If he's allowed to live again, the Zhang family will face great peril. Such a person must not live. He followed closely behind Ning Haixing, his mind heavy with thoughts. Suddenly recalling something, Zhang Yida stopped in his tracks and quietly reminded, by the way, as someone who's been through it, I must remind you, do not trust anyone around you, not even Song Cheng. Ning Haixing was momentarily stunned, quickly understanding Zhang Yida's meaning. Zhao Cheng had worked under him for so many years, and in the end he could betray him. Compared to Zhao Cheng, Song Cheng's character was even more slippery, and the probability of betrayal only increased. Thinking of this, Ning Haixing's pupils constricted as he suddenly recalled the words of Director Shan earlier. He said that the transfer was confirmed by a phone call from Song Cheng. This statement sounded absurd at first, resembling a ridiculous excuse to shirk responsibility. But after Zhang Yida's reminder, it added a considerable amount of credibility to this statement. Ning Haixing squinted his eyes, and his mind involuntarily recalled various details about Song Cheng during this time. Ever since returning from resolving the Shun family incident, Song Cheng seemed to always have a heavy expression. He stopped playing cards, stopped smoking, and even abstained from women. Though he managed everything that needed to be done efficiently, he exuded an inexplicable strangeness. In the few days at the base, he hadn't even seen him a handful of times. All these bizarre changes intertwined, causing Ning Haixing's inner unease to quietly intensify. Don't think too much, I'm just reminding you. Let's go, the auction is about to start, we need to hurry. Zhang Yida comfortingly patted Ning Haixing's back, then walked towards the door. However, before the two could exit the room, the door was suddenly yanked open from the outside. Directors Ning and Zhang, Master Fan is urgently looking for you. Please hurry. A stranger in black rushed in, sweating profusely. Ning Haixing and Zhang Yida's expressions changed in an instant as they hurriedly asked, what happened? What's going on? It's young Master Fan. The man in black gasped. young Master Fan has disappeared from the hospital. What did you say? Ning Haixing charged forward, grabbing the collar of the man in black, his eyes blazing with anger. When did this happen? I don't know, I'm just a messenger, Ning Dong. The man in black trembled, his eyes pleading for mercy. Since being assigned to this base, he had never seen Ning Haixing lose his composure like this. Zhang Yida walked over with a grim expression, pressing down on Ning Haixing's arm with just the right amount of force. What's the point of getting angry at such scum? Let's go quickly, we can't keep Master Fan waiting. A strange fury burned within Ning Haixing. Reluctantly releasing his grip, he shot a fierce glare at the messenger bodyguard before quickly following Zhang Yida into Master Fan's room. The door to Master Fan's room was slightly ajar, as if he had been waiting for some time. Zhang Yida stepped forward and gently pushed the door open to enter. Ning Haixing followed closely behind and shut the door behind him. You're here. Master Fan Guangwei turned around, his expression serious as he looked at the two. My grandson has been missing since he left the hospital along with the 13 guards I assigned to him. Now no one can find them or contact them. Do you have any clues about this matter? 14 people disappeared at once. How capable could these kidnappers be? Ning Haixing gasped. Master Fan, weren't the guards you placed by Fan Sheng's side all top-notch experts? How could they all? That's the biggest issue here. Master Fan Guangwei's expression remained serious as he spoke in a deep voice. Just the other day someone attempted to harm Ah Sheng, but fortunately those guards discovered it in time, and he narrowly escaped. However, this time. What happened this time? Zhang Yida quickly asked. This time it was Ah Sheng's bodyguard, Yin Shi, who personally called, informing the hospital to arrange a transfer, and even prepared 2 ambulances in advance. All 14 of them got into the vehicles. But after the ambulances left the city, they completely lost track, their location vanished, and the 14 people just disappeared into thin air. After finishing his statement, Master Fan Guangwei's gaze fell on Zhang Yida, and Ning Haixing, his eyes shining with a dark light. Yin Shi, how could it be that someone close to him had caused a problem? Zhang Yida and Ning Haixing exchanged glances, their thoughts becoming more resolute. Ning Haixing swallowed hard and spoke directly. Master Fan, we were also planning to tell you something. We've encountered the same issue. My family's Ruxue and old Zhang Sun Zhang have also been kidnapped at the same time. Moreover, the identities of the kidnappers have been confirmed to be old Zhang's former hired bodyguard Captain Zhao Cheng and his brother Zhao Qing. Oh, Master Fan Guangwei's solemn expression darkened further. Zhao Cheng is still alive. No. We've all been played. Zhang Yida slammed his fist on the table, causing it to shake violently. The thought that he had been deceived by Zhao Cheng for so long filled him with rage. Hearing this news, Master Fan Guangwei's gaze was deep, as if he was lost in thought. So the kidnapper's target isn't me, but us, he said softly, looking at Zhang Ning and the others almost as if he were talking to himself. If they simply wanted to take lives, why involve these dozen guards? If they intend to use lives as leverage, everyone I placed around Ah Sheng are top-tier experts. The likelihood of them successfully taking all these people at once is almost zero. Listening to Master Fan Guangwei's analysis, Ning Haixing said angrily, I never expected the Zhao brothers to be so greedy, targeting you, Master Fan. They are truly overstepping their bounds, unaware of the consequences. At these words, Master Fan Guangwei frowned, looking at Ning Haixing. The Zhao brothers. Haixing, you still haven't changed that impulsive temper of yours. Master Fan Guangwei shook his head lightly, standing with his hands behind his back, gazing out at the Xiaobai building, murmuring, these 2 brothers are at most just pawns. The real mastermind behind this should be that Gu Nian. Hearing this name, Zhang Ning and the others' hearts sank, and they immediately understood. Right, since Zhao Qing has already allied with Gu Nian, then Zhao Cheng must have also been drawn in. But what is his purpose in doing this? Does he want to kill us all? Zhang Yida raised an eyebrow, mocking jokingly. Unintentionally, this remark caught Master Fan Guangwei's attention, and he suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with an unprecedented coldness. How is the security check for the auction going? We check several times a day, and the identities of the guests have been thoroughly verified, no issues. What about the goods? They've been checked as well, nothing unusual. What about the surveillance? The surveillance has not reported any issues. Halfway through his sentence, Ning Haixing seemed to remember something, and immediately took out his phone, calling the person in charge of monitoring. The call was answered right away. Hello, Ning Dong. Have there been any suspicious movements in the past few days, especially in room 303? No, none. The voice on the other end was pitifully small, causing Ning Haixing to frown. Have you not eaten? Speak louder. Ning Dong, no. Ning Haixing looked at Master Fan Guangwei and quickly asked, have the rooms you had monitored shown any abnormalities? Ning Dong. None. Receiving a somewhat reassuring answer, Ning Haixing felt slightly more at ease. Hanging up the phone, Ning Haixing turned to Master Fan Guangwei. Master Fan, as you can see, everything on my side is Zhang Yida, realizing that Ning Haixing was eager to clear his name, hurriedly added, Master Fan, the list I have is meticulously screened. Except for that Chen Debao, who was a last-minute addition by Ning Dong, the rest have all cooperated with us before. If they were to betray us, they wouldn't fare well either. Pausing for a moment, he continued, Master Fan, now they are in the dark, and we are in the light. Do you think we should? No. Master Fan immediately rejected coldly. The firmness of his attitude caught Zhang Ning and the others off guard. But Hauer and Fan Xingruxue are still missing, and Gu Nian's motives for kidnapping them remain a mystery. If we act rashly, leave the kidnapping to my son. Even if we go out, we won't be able to help much. Master Fan Guangwei coldly interrupted Zhang Yida. In the current situation, don't you think this place is safer than outside? At these words, Zhang Ning and the others were taken aback. With the security from both the Zhang and Ning families, there are at least 400 guards here. Outsiders can't break in at all. Perhaps Gu Nian hopes we'll panic and run out, making it easier for him to wait for us at some location. If it really is like that, wouldn't we be walking right into his trap? Master Fan Guangwei narrowed his eyes, meaningfully stretching his neck. Though he doted on Fan Sheng immensely, it was absolutely impossible for him to let himself be put in danger through Fan Sheng's kidnapping. No one's life is worth more than his own, not even his beloved grandson. Moreover, he had specifically invited those people over this time for the purpose of inspecting goods. These individuals dealt in life and death businesses abroad, and had long viewed human lives as mere trifles. If he offended them by rashly delaying, it could lead to a lot of unnecessary trouble for himself. As for Zhang Hao and Ning Ruxue, they were useless anyway. If they died, so be it. Just as the three were discussing, suddenly everyone's vision went dark. The lights went out. What happened? In the darkness, Ning Haisheng's brows furrowed as he called out to the guard at the door, why did the power go out all of a sudden? As soon as he finished speaking with a crack, the light outside suddenly brightened. A beam of spotlight shone directly onto the red platform in the center of the hall. Immediately, a deep and standard broadcasting voice echoed throughout the hall through the microphone. Dear guests, esteemed collectors, welcome. Tonight, under the brilliant starlight, we gather together to witness this eagerly anticipated auction event. Listening to the host's opening remarks, Ning Haisheng's face instantly fell. Without waiting for Fan Guangwei's scrutinizing gaze, Ning Haisheng seized the walkie-talkie and shouted in anger, what is going on? Who allowed the host to start without permission? What? Didn't you, Director Ning, say it must start on time, without any delays? Moreover, when we confirmed with Brother Song, he nodded in agreement. On the other end of the walkie-talkie, Luo Ying stammered in response. Song Chung, it is always Song Chung. At this moment, Ning Haisheng was so furious that his features twisted. Considering Song Cheng's unusual behavior during this time, it seemed he had already harbored ulterior motives. The sad part was that in his preoccupation with his daughter's matters and the auction, he had failed to notice anything. Foolish. They are nothing but a bunch of rigid fools. They are ruining my grand plans. Ning Haisheng was seething with rage. Where is Song Chung? Get him to see me. Brother Song. Brother Song is not here. Luo Ying replied uncertainly. He seemed to say he needed to confirm the goods again and left the backstage 5 minutes ago. Haven't we already confirmed? Why does he need to go again? Ning Haisheng's heart was restless, his tone extremely displeased. You need to send a few people to find him immediately and tell him to stop everything he's doing right now, right away, and come to see me. Yes, Director Ning. Luo Ying scratched his head, feeling quite aggrieved. Just a second ago, he was still proud of the perfect opening that was executed without a hitch, but in the next moment, he was bewildered by this inexplicable rage. It was truly a case of being in the backstage while calamity fell from the sky. After giving the orders, Ning Haisheng finally turned to see the two with worried expressions. Since the auction has already begun, being angry is of no use. It is better to observe the situation first. Fan Guangwei was the first to calm down, sitting calmly in his chair, then spreading his hands and patting the soft chairs on either side. Let's all sit down and enjoy the show, relax a bit. After all, the scale of this auction is much higher than in previous years. Fan Guangwei comforted, raising his eyes to call Zhang Ning and the other person, but saw that they still stood in place, their expressions seemingly struggling. Noticing this, Fan Guangwei's tone grew heavier. What's going on? Are you not planning to pay respect to me, Master Fan? Zhang Yida and Ning Haisheng's chests rose and fell for a few breaths, and after a brief hesitation, they ultimately still sat down, with stern faces on either side of Fan Guangwei. Some things are pointless to ponder. I have already informed Jin Ping about your son and daughter's matters, and he will naturally notify me as soon as there is news. Now we just need to wait quietly, do you understand? Fan Guangwei issued a final warning to Zhang Ning and the other. Yes, Master Fan. The expressions of Zhang Ning and the other dimmed in the darkness, replying softly. Their eyes gradually adapted to the dimness. Only then did Fan Guangwei cast his gaze past the floor-to-ceiling glass of the box towards the red exhibition platform in the center, his expression laden with meaning. Look, these exhibits are truly exquisite. Now please allow me to introduce the first exhibit of the night. The Ming Dynasty Dotsai Chicken Cup. The stage lights suddenly converged in the center, revealing a beautifully carved display stand with a small ornament measuring 4 centimeters in height and 8 centimeters in diameter quietly placed on it. This was indeed the first exhibit, the Ming Dynasty Doucai Chicken Cup. To its right stood a large iron cage covered with red velvet cloth. This cup has a unique shape and vibrant colors, especially the images of the rooster and hen painted on its body lifelike, as if one could hear the crowing of the rooster. The Changhua Doucai is a treasure among porcelain, and the chicken cup is the pinnacle among them. Just as the host was introducing the exhibit, everyone's gaze, however, completely bypassed the main subject and converged on this nameless iron cage in unison. Hurry up! Stop talking nonsense! Uncover it quickly! Finally, someone in the box could no longer hold back, letting out a few cheers. This led to laughter from the others. Yes, hurry up! Seeing this, the host had to awkwardly halt the introduction and quickly walk to the front of the iron cage, pinching the edge of the velvet cloth. Since everyone is so eager, I cannot dampen the mood. Please allow me to introduce the accompanying gift of the first exhibit, the Jade Mandarin Duck Pendant. As soon as the words left his mouth, the host instantly tore off the red velvet cloth from the iron cage. Before the public's eyes appeared two naked twin girls, only modestly covered by 3 green leaves. Their eyes were blindfolded, and they were tied back to back, looking utterly tender and vulnerable. Although their eyes were hidden, the despair and helplessness in their hearts were evident from their trembling lips and shuddering shoulders. What a stunning Mandarin duck pendant! Exciting! I like it. 6 million. The first bid was raised from the box. You think 6 million is enough? Who do you look down on? 8 million. I bid 9 million. Don't fight me. What a bunch of bumpkins. Damn it, just that Doucai cup alone is priceless. This pair is also top-notch. What an explosive opening. Not bad, 12 million. In the box, Shen Zhaowen looked at this absurd scene, his face darkening to the point of dripping water. Chen Debo's fingers unconsciously rubbed the armrest of the chair, his gaze shifting between the twins and the host. These people are simply beasts. To blatantly auction off a person as an exhibit and to give it such a name, is there no law left? Upon hearing this, Chen Debo let out a cold snicker. Law? They understand it too well, which is why they would choose such a name. After a pause, Chen Debo's gaze playfully shifted to Shen Zhaowen. Are you so angry because you pity this pair of twins? Should I help you bid for them? But listen, you've already shouted to 20 million. If I raise the bid, you won't be able to save your sister. Shen Zhaowen naturally understood the sarcasm in Chen Debo's words. His eyes visibly darkened. He wanted to save everyone, but the reality was he couldn't even save himself. After years of hard study, carrying dreams, graduating from the police academy, he finally became a police officer, yet he had not solved a single case or captured a murderer. Now he could only watch such deviant acts unfold, and he had no means to intervene. Evidence can be altered and criminals can be replaced. The other party is both the judge and the contestant. In such a competition, he had no chance of winning. A wave of frustration clogged his chest. He suddenly felt utterly useless. Even to save his sister, he now had to rely on others. What right did a person like him have to utter lofty words about upholding justice? His chest felt tight to the point of suffocation. A pang of pain flared up in his heart again. Damn it, here it comes again. He reached into his pocket, ready to take out his pill bottle. Just then a crisp sound of a gavel striking came from ahead. 35 million. Congratulations to collector number 38. You have successfully bid for the first exhibit. Next exhibit, the Qianlongera Familiaro's revolving vase. Complimentary gift, a white marble Gu Nian statue refined through alchemical processes. Starting bid 5 million. With these feverish words, the auctioneer dramatically yanked open the second iron cage, revealing a woman of extraordinary pallor seated cross-legged upon a lotus pedestal. She appeared about 16 years old, eyes tightly closed, her jet black hair cascading like a silken waterfall. Her slender waist, barely encircled by translucent gauze, exuded an intoxicating allure. 8 million. 10 million. Eyes widened in rapt fixation, bidding paddles rose with increasing urgency. Ultimately, the exhibit was sold for 50 million to bidder no. 76. Exhibits cycled swiftly. Each sharp rap of the gavel struck Shen Zhaowen's heart like a physical blow. Though the chamber was equipped with the highest grade radiation shielding, he felt an ever-deepening suffocation, as if air itself had turned viscous and thin. Here depravity bloomed unchecked. Each gavel strike eroded his faith anew. Leering laughter and raucous cheers pierced his ears like shards of glass. Was he truly condemned to stand idle? Truly, was there no other path? The next exhibit is truly extraordinary. Ladies and gentlemen, fix your gaze upon it. The auctioneer's voice shattered Shen Zhaowen's reverie. He followed the sound and found a new exhibit already mounted on the display stand. This is the Yongzheng Imperial Cloisonné incense burner, depicting twin cranes. Its craftsmanship is extraordinarily intricate, representing the zenith of its era. The cranes carved upon it appear so lifelike, their artistry breathtaking. And now the piece de resistance, the accompanying gift. The auctioneer added with a sly smile, gripping the edge of velvet drapery beside the cage. Behold, the amber auspicious beast figurine. The drape was snatched away in an instant. And there confined within the cage sat a young girl in the bloom of youth. Her eyes were blindfolded, a kitten-shaped hairpin adorned her head, her glistening, oiled skin shimmered under the lights. A cold iron collar circled her neck from which extended a slender, sinuous tail. As if sensing the searing gazes converging upon her, she instinctively dropped to all fours, arched her back, and emitted a soft, honeyed feline mew. A living embodiment of the Catwoman archetype. That single sound froze Shun Jiawen rigid in place. It was Jejia. This girl was his younger sister Shin Jejia. How is this possible? How could my sister have become this? Shun Jiawen staggered backward, disbelief buckling his knees as he braced himself against the viewing platform. Her face, so achingly familiar, now moved with alien grace. A deafening roar filled Shun Jiawen's skull, his eyes burned crimson, fists clenched tight as he lunged forward. Stay calm. Chun Debao seized his arm with steely resolve, his expression grave. How many times must I tell you not to act rashly? Stay calm. That is my sister, my blood sister. She stands there exposed, objectified by these monsters. And you expect me to remain composed? His molars ground together, teeth threatening to splinter. Within his chest fury churned, a balloon swelling toward rupture. Even if you rush in now, you cannot undo the fact that your sister has already been reduced to an exhibit. Shin Debao cast him a cool, appraising glance, then picked up the bidding paddle from the table with quiet composure. You'll repay this debt by working it off. Then, Shin Debao raised the paddle high, his deep voice resonating across the hall. 30 million. In that instant, the entire hall fell silent. Every eye pivoted toward Shin Debao's private box. Even Shin Jiawen stood frozen, breath suspended. 30 million. Though Shin Jejia had been his sole reason for coming here, she bore no connection whatsoever to Shin Debao. Yet he had just pledged 30 million to rescue a stranger. Shin Jiawen's mind reeled in stunned silence. Shin Debao, on the surface irreverent and unmoored. Yet time and again at the fulcrum of crisis, he shifted fate's axis. His strategic vision, breadth of perspective, and unwavering composure far surpassed Shin Jiawen's own. Recalling his past prejudices, his narrow, dismissive judgments, Shin Jiawen felt for the first time profound shame. 30 million. Any collector wishing to compete. I'll bid 40 million, came a hoarse, aged voice from the front row box. All heads swiveled and gasped. The bidder was Fan Yi. Heavens, Fan Yi is bidding. First time I've ever seen Fan Yi enter a bidding war. This auction just grew infinitely more compelling. Weren't all these exhibits sourced by them? Why would Fan Yi need to bid at all? That's called connoisseurship. You nouveau riche clearly wouldn't understand. Amid murmurs and whispers, Chun Debao lifted his gaze, calm, unblinking, locking eyes directly with Fan Guangwei. The latter offered a faint, inscrutable smile. 50 million. Chun Debao raised his paddle once more. 60 million. Fan Guangwei followed immediately. Serene and unruffled, he raised his paddle again, catapulting the price to 60 million. 60 million. Whomever wins her, it's already a windfall. Chun Debao's expression tightened. For the first time, his hand hesitated midair as he lifted the paddle. They stood on Fan Guangwei's home ground. Every reckless bid he made carried no consequence, while each of Chun Debao's moves risked total financial ruin. Shun Jiawen read the subtle shift in Chun Debao's expression and fixed his desperate gaze upon his sister inside the cage, heart hammering like a trapped bird. Current bid 60 million. Any further bids? A ripple of murmurs swept the crowd, but not a single paddle rose. The bidder was Fan Yi. Whether caprice or calculation drove him, challenging Fan Yi openly was tantamount to self-destruction. Seeing the silence descend, the auctioneer nodded inwardly and began the final count. 60 million once. 60 million twice. With each syllable, despair seeped deeper into Shun Jiawen's soul. Suddenly, Chun Debao's phone lit up with an incoming message. HSBC Bank CNY 1000 credited. Current balance CNY 189700351. 38. Damn. Chun Debao's eyes flared with sudden brilliant light. Gu Nian. Gu Nian. You truly arrive like timely rain. 60 million, 3. 80 million. Without pause, not even lowering his phone, Chun Debao shot upright, thrust his paddle skyward and bellowed. I bid 80 million. His thunderous voice echoed high beneath the vaulted ceiling. The auctioneer stood utterly dumbstruck, unprepared for anyone, let alone before such an audience, to dare snatch an item Fan Yi had set his sights upon. Excuse me, do you confirm your bid? What nonsense are you spouting? Can't you see my paddle raised this high? Chun Debao snapped back, exasperated. The auctioneer shrugged, then turned with an apologetic grin toward Fan Yi's box. Then Master Fan. This collector bids 80 million. Your thoughts? 100 million. Fan Guangwei spoke with serene detachment, not a single crease furrowing his brow. Zhang Yida and Ning Haixing exchanged guarded glances, uncertain what stratagem lay concealed behind Fan Guangwei's calm facade. Confirmed. Master Fan bids 100 million. 120 million. Chun Dabao surged to his feet and shouted boldly toward Fan Ye's box, Master Fan. I'm a man who trusts instinct when choosing companions. This girl, I saw her and knew instantly. There are plenty more to come. Why not let her go to me? A collective gasp rose from the crowd. Who was this audacious, tactless fool, daring to haggle openly with Master Fan? Unexpectedly after hearing these words, Fan Guangwei did not get angry, but instead smiled. Since President Chun likes it so much, wouldn't it be against the host's etiquette to take away what others cherish? He adjusted his sleeves, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I just found it interesting to see everyone raising their paddles and wanted to join in. I didn't expect the price to be driven up quite high. I truly apologize, President Chun. You all continue, don't mind me. Upon hearing this, the host finally snapped back to reality and confirmed with the hammer, 120 million once. 120 million twice. 120 million third time. Transaction completed. With the sound of the hammer falling, Shen Jiawen's heart, which had been tense to the point of not daring to breathe, finally eased slightly. However, thinking about the fact that Chun Dabao needed to pay over 100 million in cash to rescue Shen Jiawen felt conflicted inside. This amount of money, even if I worked at the police station until my grave smokes, I wouldn't earn that much. Chun. President Chun. He hesitated to speak, but didn't know what to say next. Stop talking, I don't like to hear sentimental words. Chun Dabao raised his hand to stop the evident difficulty written on Shen Jiawen's face, and said in a deep voice, moreover, this matter is far from over. I only hope that when you see your sister you won't lose composure like you did just now. Lost composure. Shen Jiawen frowned in confusion. Seeing his sister in that state was already enough to drive him to the brink. Now that Shen Jiajia had been saved by Chun Dabao, could anything else happen that would push him further out of control? Chun Dabao glanced at Shen Jiawen's puzzled expression silently, turning his head away. The auction continued. After this little episode with Chun Dabao, it instead pushed the subsequent proceedings to a climax. As the hammer fell repeatedly, one astronomical price after another was shouted out, the atmosphere reaching a peak. Fan Guangwei observed everything in front of him, calmly raising a cup of tea and taking a gentle sip. Ning Haixing had always found Fan Guangwei's actions difficult to understand. Seeing him silent for a while, he couldn't help but cautiously speak up, Fan Yi. If you truly are interested in that girl, I can have President Chen send her to you. No need. Fan Guangwei glanced at Ning Haixing from the corner of his eye, slowly putting down the teacup and looked towards the auction stage. I'm merely testing this person's depth. Huh, testing. Ning Haixing was even more confused. Does Fan Yi have reservations about Chun Dabao? Or do you think he has a problem? Upon hearing this, Fan Guangwei turned his head and looked at Ning Haixing, speaking softly. I have dealt with everyone here to some extent, but this Chun Dabao is the only one you brought in. On the surface, he seems to have helped your Ning family get those two people in, but in reality there are no winners in this matter. The Chu family and Wei family were still exposed, and your Ning family stock price has plummeted due to the online public opinion. Haixing, do you really think a law firm owner could stir up such a storm? Fan Guangwei's eyes flashed with a glint. Either this person has a larger force behind him, or he himself is hiding his true strength. Hearing Fan Guangwei's words, Zhang Ning and the others suddenly understood. So Fan Yi, have you tested the result? Somewhat. Fan Guangwei's gaze slightly shifted towards Chun Dabao, courageous and eloquent. As for financial strength, indeed impressive. Ning Haixing and Zhang Yida were both dumbfounded. Did Fan Yi just praise him? Ning Haixing almost thought his hearing was off. Having known Fan Yi for so long, this was the first time he heard Fan Yi praise someone. It seems Chun Dabao's name is well-deserved. Ning Haixing felt a surge of joy within, suddenly taking Chun Dabao much more seriously than before. He quickly pressed the button on the sofa. Two guards immediately walked in at the door. Quickly deliver the items President Chun has bid onto him. Go now, hurry. But Director Ning, the auction hasn't ended yet. I told you to go, so go. Why are you all asking so many questions now? Who did you learn that from? Faced with the guard's rebuttal in front of Fan Yi, Ning Haixing's face fell, glaring at the guards fiercely and shouting them out. Soon the sound of wheels rolling against the ground gradually approached Chun Dabao's room. Knock, knock, knock. After a symbolic 3 knocks on the door, a group of guards pushed in a cage into Chun Dabao's private room. President Chun, Director Ning specifically instructed us to ensure that the items you bid on are delivered to you ahead of time. Saying this, the guard lifted a velvet cloth. The bright lights instantly made Shun Jiajia feel extremely uncomfortable, instinctively covering her eyes. I didn't expect Director Ning to be so considerate of me privately. Chun Dabao smiled and said, Okay, I accept it, then I'll take her back to my room. Sorry, excuse me. Please wait a moment, President Chun. The guard said, slightly raising his chin, and an assistant immediately walked over with a device. Please pay the full amount first before leaving, President Chun. Chun Dabao was momentarily stunned, then casually reached into his pocket and pulled out a card. No problem. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, Chun Dabao elegantly swiped the card on the device. What do you want to see my password to? Under Chun Dabobao's gaze the guard awkwardly looked up. Chun Dabobao snorted coldly and quickly pressed 6 digits. All the restrictions and reviews of this card had long been resolved by Gu Nian, and all the proof documents and information for this account had been uploaded into the bank system. No matter how much was swiped, it wouldn't trigger a bank review. Done. Chun Dabobao approached the cage, his gaze almost devouring Shun Jejia within. Can I take the beauty away now? Seeing that Chun Dabobao didn't even lift his eyelids, he swiftly paid 120 million in cash. The guards didn't dare to delay, quickly stepping aside to give Chun Dabobao and Shen Jiawen a path. President Chen, please. Chun Dabobao gestured with his eyes, and Shen Jiawen immediately rushed to open the cage, carrying Shun Jejia out. Holding his sister's body, Shen Jiawen felt an indescribable bitterness. The light weight, the thin body like a cicada's wing, and the breath as faint as a wisp. Compared to the last time they parted, it was as if she were a different person. He could hardly imagine what his sister had gone through here. Shen Jiawen didn't even dare to look more, fearing that tears would uncontrollably fall at any moment. Following Chun Dabobao, he quickly left the private room and returned to his room. Only then did Shen Jiawen lift the blanket and carefully place his sister on the bed. As if sensing the long-lost softness on her back, Shen Jejia opened her eyes in confusion. She saw a strange man staring at her intently, his face filled with anticipation. You? Who are you? Shen Jejia's eyes were confused yet hollow. Before Shen Jiawen could speak, she instinctively sat up, obediently facing Shen Jiawen kneeling on the bed. Hello, I am Weil 48. May I ask what you would like 48 to do? Jejia, what nonsense are you talking? Shen Jiawen stared wide-eyed in disbelief. He suddenly moved forward and grabbed Shen Jejia's arms, shouting angrily, as if his pupils were shaking. I am Shen Jiawen, I am your brother. Wake up. Unexpectedly hearing Shen Jiawen's almost hysterical roar, Shen Jejia's dazed expression showed no signs of diminishing. She tilted her head slightly, looking at Shen Jiawen with confusion. Shen Jiawen. Who is that? Shen Jiawen's mind exploded with a buzzing sound. Jejia, what happened to you? He trembled as he stepped forward, grabbing Shen Jejia's slender wrist, his voice choked with emotion. You don't recognize your brother anymore. Oh right, it must be because I disguised myself, so you can't tell, right? After saying that, Shen Jiawen directly grasped the edge of the human skin mask and tore it off with a sudden pull. Swish. A complete human skin mask was in his hands. Look at me again, Jejia, look at me now, I am your brother. Shen Jiawen held the mask in one hand and shook Shen Jejia with the other, his eyes reddening, nearly losing control of his emotions. Shen Jejia's hollow gaze finally showed a hint of rippling movement. But it was not the joy of surviving a calamity, rather it was endless fear. Who are you? I don't know you. Go away. Shen Jejia, in a breakdown, desperately retreated towards the edge of the bed, using both hands and feet to push Shen Jiawen away. She huddled into a small ball in the corner of the bed, looking at Shen Jiawen with distant and cold eyes resembling a shivering hedgehog. Enough, can't you see she has lost her memory? Shen Dabo forcefully dragged Shen Jiawen away from Shen Jejia's side, snatching the mask from Shen Jiawen's hand. I already reminded you earlier that when you see your sister, no matter what, you must not lose your composure. Look at you, you just yanked the mask off. How can we perform later? Don't forget we haven't gotten out yet. Shen Dabo rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Shen Jiawen was indeed like a stubborn bull, acting recklessly when emotions surged. Hearing this, Shen Jiawen raised his bloodshot eyes to look at Chun Dabo, gritting his teeth and saying word by word, so you already knew what my sister looked like. Why didn't you say it earlier? What good would saying it earlier do? What can you do? Chun Dabo irritably picked up a cigarette, took a fierce puff, his gaze shifting between Shen Jiawen and Shen Jejia, saying indifferently, Shen Jiawen, let me tell you the truth, someone like you is not suitable to be a police officer. Do you know why? Why? Shen Jiawen croaked, a wave of bitterness rising in his heart. This line had been said to him by the team before as well. Because you act too impulsively, easily ruining big matters. Chun Dabo coldly raised his gaze, the previous roguish expression long gone from his face. Oh, ruining big matters. Shen Jiawen couldn't help but chuckle. What big matters can you have? Your purpose for coming here is no different from those outside, it's all. You only see your sister, but what about the other girls? Aren't they someone's sister or daughter? Chun Dabo interrupted Shen Jiawen coldly, his eyes fixed on him. You came here to save your sister, I came here to save everyone. Your sister is here, her limbs intact, but has lost her memory and is just a bit thin, yet you are here acting like it's the end of the world. Do you know what kind of life those girls are living? Oh. Shen Dabo suddenly raised his hand, pointing to a small white building outside the window. What do you mean? Shen Jiawen had never seen Shen Dabo with such a serious expression, feeling an inexplicable immense pressure inside. The girls inside, some are injected with various experimental drugs every day, just like little white mice. Some have already become human milk cows, not knowing how many children they've given birth to. Some have been sold overseas, and when they become useless and can't earn money, they are taken for organ harvesting. Chun Dabo tightly grasped Shin Jiawen's chin, forcing him to look at Shin Jieja. Now look at your sister again. Do you think she is worse off than those girls in the white building? Shin Jiawen's worldview was completely shattered by Chun Dabo. His forced stubbornness was swept away, leaving only endless sorrow in his eyes. How do you know so much about what happens here when even our police haven't figured it out? Upon hearing this, Chun Dabo's eyes couldn't help but flicker with a hint of mockery because your esteemed Team Luan is also a VIP here, didn't you know? After a pause, Chun Dabo resumed his nonchalant, roguish expression. Oh right, you were too busy looking for your sister that you had no time to observe others. That's why I say you are not a qualified police officer. Didn't they teach you in police school that the more critical the situation, the more you should remain rational and calm? Shin Jiawen was left speechless. Although Chun Dabo's words were rough, they were indeed correct. He was indeed too easily agitated. His teachers had reminded him of this in police school. At the police station, the team often warned him with that phrase. Even the doctor said that his heart was smaller than ordinary people's, and he needed to learn to control his emotions, otherwise big problems could arise. Thinking of this, Shin Jiawen closed his eyes deeply, took a few deep breaths, and slightly calmed his emotions. He then slowly raised his gaze to look at Chun Dabo again. So you just said you want to save everyone? Shin Jiawen was dumbfounded, then spoke softly. What do you plan to do? I will help you. You help me. Chun Dabo sighed, shaking his head helplessly. You've already torn off your mask. How can you help me? Shin Jiawen felt a bit awkward for a moment. He held up the human skin mask, trying to reattach it to his face. Don't waste your effort. After tearing it off, the mask is useless, Chun Dabo said helplessly. Then, what do we do now? Shin Jiawen lowered his head in frustration. Now even if he regretted it, it was likely futile. Chun Dabo said nothing. He raised his wrist to check the time, then looked at Shin Jiawen's remorseful expression, unable to help but smile. It was about time to stop teaching the little boy a lesson and get down to business. All right, don't be so downcast. Someone will come to help us soon. Huh? Someone will come to help us. Shin Jiawen was stunned for a moment. Who? Just as he finished speaking, a crisp and rapid knocking sound came from outside the door. Knock, 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 knock. Hearing the short and rhythmic knocking sound, Shin Jiawen instantly realized it was Morse code. Chun Dabo raised an eyebrow, a smile of joy appearing on his face. See, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. He quickly moved forward to open the door. A figure dragged something and directly slipped in, gently kicking the door shut behind them. Gu Nian glanced at Shin Jieja in the corner, then her gaze leisurely fell on Shin Jiawen's face, the corners of her mouth curling into a faint arc. Long time no see, Officer Shun. You? How could it be you? In an instant, the influx of information was overwhelming, and Shin Jiawen stuttered for a long time without managing to organize his words. Gu Nian still looked the same as she did in Sanqing. The bloodstains on her left arm had not even dried, with a few drops falling onto the carpet. Injured? Chun Dabo furrowed his brow. Not mine. Gu Nian replied indifferently. Ning Haixing sent a few men over, but it was nothing serious. They've all been dealt with. Watching Gu Nian and Chun Dabo converse so effortlessly, Shin Jiawen finally grasped the truth. So he'd been kept entirely in the dark, manipulated like a puppet by these two. His intuition had been right all along. Chun Dabo and Gu Nian were indeed accomplices. Shin Jiawen's sudden shift in expression did not escape Gu Nian's notice. With quiet composure, Gu Nian curled his lips into a faint smile and turned towards Shin Jieja. Well then, how severe is the amnesia? She doesn't recognize me. Shin Jiawen blurted out instinctively, only to recoil inwardly the moment the words left his mouth. This was Gu Nian, the killer who had taken countless lives. Even knowing full well that the two of them were treating him as a fool, he'd still answered Gu Nian's question without thinking. What on earth was happening? This is a side effect of MECT combined with hypnotic therapy. As an ordinary person, your sister underwent these procedures. She'll likely struggle to recover for quite some time. Gu Nian spoke without inflection, his gaze shifting calmly towards Shin Jiawen. Still, as long as one draws breath, one must learn to save oneself. Having spoken, Gu Nian crouched down and untied the coarse sack he'd been holding in his right hand. A familiar face abruptly appeared before Shin Jiawen's eyes. Ning Rushue, what do you think you're doing, dragging Ning's daughter here? Shin Jiawen frowned sharply, glancing down at Ning Rushue. Bound hand and foot, knees bent awkwardly inside the sack. Ning Rushue sat with tears streaming from her eyes, mouth agape, as if straining desperately to speak, yet producing only hollow, rasping cries. I've paralyzed her vocal cords. She's utterly mute now, Gu Nian explained, his voice flat and unyielding. With grim focus, he dragged Ning Rushue forward and forced her to sit shoulder to shoulder with Shin Jieja against the wall. Then he withdrew that familiar caliper and began measuring their facial features with clinical precision. Gu Nian, stop this right now. Shin Jiawen lunged forward, only to have his wrist seized in an iron grip by Chun Dabo. Don't interfere. We're running out of time. Shun Jiawen struggled, fruitlessly. Chun Debao's hold was unrelenting. Shun Jiawen could only watch helplessly as Gu Nian swiftly retrieved a set of tools and began working on Ning Rushue's face. 10 minutes later, Gu Nian rose calmly and approached the two seated figures. There beside Shin Jiejia sat a face uncannily similar, 80 or 90% identical. Your sleight-of-hand trick won't fool Ning Haixing and his circle. He'd never mistake his own daughter. Shin Jiawen scoffed coldly. Oh, is that so? Gu Nian tilted his chin upward, a subtle, unsettling disdain flickering in his gaze as he met Shin Jiawen's eyes. But who said we meant to deceive Ning Haixing and his people? Then what is this charade meant to achieve? Shin Jiawen grew even more bewildered. Gu Nian merely shook his head with a faint, enigmatic smile and pushed the newly disguised Ning Rushue toward Chun Debao. Go on. It's your turn to perform. Just watch closely. Chun Debao lifted his head proudly, seized Ning Rushue without hesitation, and hurled her into the iron cage. Then gripping the cage's handle, he strode boldly out of the room. After watching Chun Debao vanish down the corridor, Gu Nian turned slowly, his gaze settling on Shun Jiawen with quiet, unnerving gravity. Officer Shin, it's your turn now. The auction concluded. Over 100 security guards wheeled the iron cages towards separate chambers. Where's everyone? What's going on? Chun Debao strode alone down the crowded hallway, pushing his cage while bellowing loudly. His voice boomed, loud, resonant, impossible to ignore. Soon guests paused mid-step, drawn by the commotion. They recognized him instantly, the same man who'd fiercely bid against Fan Yi earlier. Mr. Chun, why are you personally wheeling out the exhibit? A curious guest called out. Why? Because I'm dissatisfied. Chun Debao snapped, bristling with indignation. Looked plump and radiant, so tantalizing. But turns out she's a mute dud. Doesn't that infuriate you? A mute dud, eh? A knowing glance passed among the crowd. One man lifted the velvet cloth, and after a single glance his loins flared with raw, uncontainable heat. That delicate, tear-streaked beauty, mute, trembling, achingly vulnerable, was pure perfection. And more than that, she was the only woman Fan Yi had raised his paddle for. If Fan Yi coveted her, she was unquestionably extraordinary. This crude bumpkin had mistaken a priceless pearl for a fisheye, blindingly foolish. His eyes gleamed, a sly scheme bloomed in his mind. With a leering grin he offered, Mr. Chun, if you truly dislike her, how about an exchange? I've got a particular fondness for silent women. Ordinary ones bore me. He flipped back the cloth covering his own purchase, a voluptuous young woman, and added, mine feels delicious to the touch. Shall we swap? Well, I paid over 100 million for her. What's your offer? Chun Debao feigned hesitation. Oh, come now, Mr. Chun, it's just money. I'll cover the difference. His pen flew across the paper. Besides, exchanging gifts has long been an unwritten rule. You can even trade me onward afterward. You're already here. Why not sample something truly different? Don't you agree, Mr. Chun? Chun Debao pretended to weigh the proposal, when another man in a tailored suit chimed in, grinning. No need to hesitate, Mr. Chun. Not just Mr. Lu wants a turn. We all do. If you're open to it, why not let us take turns? Each of us will top up 10 million. You'll only profit, Mr. Chun. Exactly. Fan Yi has seen every kind of woman imaginable, yet he singled her out. She must be extraordinary. At least let us taste the broth. Voices overlapped, crude, hungry, shameless. Eyes raking over Ning Rushue with naked lust. Ning Rushue's mind went blank, terror suffocated her like drowning. Their grotesque faces, twisted eyes burning with a hunger so visceral it chilled the marrow. Hunger to devour her whole. Ning Rushue screamed soundlessly. Oh, oh, eliciting only louder, more brazen laughter from the men outside the cage. As the frenzy peaked, Chun Debao shrugged, palms up, in mock resignation. Fine, fine. I'll endure the loss and swap with you. The man nearly leapt for joy, shoving his cage forward. Then I'll take no further excuses. He snatched the cage containing Ning Rushue, eyes glittering with predatory glee. Little beauty, you're mine now. Seeing him claim the mute girl first, others clamored. Mr. Lu, save her for me first. Don't ruin her before my turn. Count me second. Add me too. I'm already itching. Watching the crowd swarm Ning Rushue's cage like vultures, Chun Debao cracked his neck and lit a cigarette with languid satisfaction. Enjoy yourselves, gentlemen. Gu Nian felt a sharp pain as if struck by a giant hammer and then lost consciousness. When she awoke again, she found herself bound to a cold iron bed, her hands and feet secured tightly. The room was dim and damp, filled with a musty odor, and only a feeble yellow light bulb emitted a weak glow. Shui Xen was also bound to another iron bed, her face pale and brows tightly furrowed. Upon seeing Gu Nian awaken, she slightly parted her lips, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately only let out a faint groan. Awake! A chilling voice emerged from the darkness as a tall, thin man, wearing a black mask, slowly stepped forward. Welcome to my laboratory. Gu Nian squinted her eyes, examining the man, a chill rising within her. This man exuded a dangerous aura akin to a venomous snake, sending shivers down her spine. Who are you? Gu Nian asked in a deep voice. The man chuckled softly. Who I am is not important. What matters is that you are about to become my experimental subjects. Experimental subjects. Gu Nian's heart sank. What do you intend to do? Naturally, to conduct a great experiment. The man approached Gu Nian, looking down at her from a height. An experiment concerning immortality. Gu Nian's heart trembled. Shui Zhen's guess was indeed correct. The puppet master was conducting an immortality experiment. You're insane. Shui Xian struggled to rise, but to no avail. Immortality is impossible. Is it a? The man sneered. Then we shall wait and see. He pulled out a syringe filled with a green liquid from his pocket. This is my latest concoction capable of activating human potential, delaying aging, and even granting immortality. I don't believe it. Gu Nian scoffed. Do you think we're 3-year-olds? Believe it or not, it's up to you. The man shrugged and injected the green liquid into Gu Nian's body. A scorching sensation rapidly spread throughout her veins, feeling as if countless ants were crawling within, and the intense pain made her let out a muffled groan. How does it feel? The man watched Gu Nian with great interest. Do you feel empowered? Gu Nian gritted her teeth and remained silent. She sensed her body undergoing some transformation, strength continuously amplifying yet accompanied by unbearable agony. The man moved in front of Shui Xian, preparing to inject her with the serum. No, Gu Nian shouted, you cannot harm her. Oh, it seems you care for her quite a bit. The man paused, looking at Gu Nian with a smirk. In that case, I shall let her witness your transformation first. He clapped his hands, and 2 men in black entered, unbinding Gu Nian from the iron bed and bringing her to an empty room. Various instruments were arranged within the room, resembling a laboratory. Now let me see your strength. The man pointed to a sandbag in the center of the room. Use your full strength to strike it. Gu Nian took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and struck the sandbag with all her might. Bang! A loud crash echoed as the sandbag was sent flying by Gu Nian's punch, colliding with the wall and producing a muffled thud. A flicker of surprise flashed in the man's eyes, followed by a satisfied smile. Not bad, it seems the serum's effects are even better than I anticipated. He clapped his hands again, and 2 men in black entered carrying an iron cage. Inside the cage was a massive cheetah, its eyes glinting with ferocity. Now fight it. The man pointed at the cheetah, his tone cold. Only those who survive are deemed worthy to continue my experiment. Gu Nian looked at the cheetah in the cage, a wave of despair rising within her. She knew that in this battle she was as good as dead. The cage was opened and the cheetah let out a roar, lunging at Gu Nian. Instinctively, Gu Nian tried to dodge, only to find her body unusually heavy, unable to move. In a critical moment, Shui Xian suddenly broke free from her restraints and rushed in front of Gu Nian, blocking the cheetah's attack. Shui Xian! Gu Nian cried out in shock, wanting to push her aside, but it was already too late. The cheetah's sharp claws dug deeply into Shui Zhen's back, instantly staining her clothes with blood. Up! Shui Xian screamed in agony and collapsed to the ground. Shui Xian! Gu Nian's eyes widened with rage, a powerful fury surging from the depths of her heart. She felt a tremendous power awakening within her, as if it were about to break free from all constraints. With a roar of anger, she charged toward the cheetah. Ning Haixing quickly walked towards the floor where Chun Debao's room was located. Along the way, he contemplated various possibilities. Chun Debao claimed that the souvenir he had taken a photo of was a dud, yet he distinctly remembered her mimicking a cat's meow at the auction. Chun Debao's behavior was exceedingly strange. One had to be cautious. As Ning Haixing approached Chun Debao's room, he stood silently for a few seconds outside the door, only to find that it was eerily quiet inside, lacking the commotion he had anticipated. Feeling a sinking sensation in his heart, Ning Haixing exchanged a glance with Luo Ying, who then retrieved a universal room card and placed it against the door lock sensor. Click! The crisp sound of the lock disengaging echoed as the door opened slightly. Ning Haixing had just stepped forward, intending to push the door open. Unexpectedly, a dark figure suddenly burst out from within the door. The shadow crashed violently into Ning Haixing, knocking him to the ground, the back of his head hitting the floor hard, causing stars to explode in his vision. The shadow glanced at the fallen Ning Haixing before swiftly darting down the corridor. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Ning Haixing's heart raced. He clutched his head and shouted furiously at Song Chung. Don't let him get away. Ning Haixing pointed towards the direction where Song Chung had fled, his anger reaching a boiling point. Yes. Luo Ying immediately rallied the others and pursued Song Chung. The situation had unfolded far too suddenly. Ning Haixing sat on the ground for a while, unable to gather his thoughts. He looked up towards the room, only to realize that the door to room 303 was wide open. Ning Haixing grimaced as he climbed to his feet, shaking his dizzy head as he walked inside. Every item in the room was perfectly intact, even the towels were still neatly folded into tofu-like blocks. Remarkably, Chun Debao had not used a single item. Ning Haisheng's gaze shifted to the bed and his expression froze. There lay the girl captured in the photograph, peacefully sleeping with her eyes closed seemingly in a deep slumber. What? What is going on here? Ning Haisheng stood before the sleeping girl, his face filled with shock. Just moments ago when Luo Ying reported to him, she had said that Shun Debao had exchanged the captured souvenir with someone else. Moreover, this information had already been corroborated by several guests. Yet it appeared that the actual exhibit was still here unharmed. If the main subject had not been exchanged, then who was the girl that Shun Debao had taken and exchanged? A wave of overwhelming anxiety surged within him. That intense feeling of unease gripped his heart like a hand in the darkness, suffused with endless fear. What is happening? What is going on here? Ning Haisheng hastily picked up his phone to call the monitoring room. After 2 rings, the other end picked up, but compared to before, the voice seemed even weaker. Hello, Director Ning. Send me all the footage and audio from room 303. Director Ning, there are no abnormalities in room 303. The voice on the other end sounded weak, as if it hadn't eaten for several days. Ning Haisheng's eyes twitched in anger, and he looked at Shun Jejia with a meaningful glance. No abnormalities. How many people are in room 303 right now? 333. You have some nerve. How dare you lie in front of me? In room 303, there is only me and one woman. Ning Haisheng trembled with rage. It was exactly as he suspected. Logically, if there was an obvious case of switching items in room 303, the guards responsible for monitoring would have reported it immediately. Yet he had received no notifications, which could only mean one thing. The monitoring had been compromised. Shun Debao, what exactly do you intend to do? Ning Haisheng gritted his teeth as he approached the bed, casting a dark look at the sleeping Shun Jejia. It seemed imperative to wake the girl and interrogate her about what she had witnessed in the room. Ning Haisheng raised his hand, poised to strike. But before the slap could fall, his wrist was caught in an unprecedentedly strong grip. Director Ning, it appears you still do not understand the saying about listening to advice and eating your fill. A chilling voice resonated from behind Ning Haisheng. He felt a chill run down his spine. He stiffly turned his head and came face to face with the handsome visage of a young man. Just one glance, and Ning Haisheng felt a substantial part of his soul flee in terror. Gu. He stared wide-eyed, his gaze incredulous as it flickered between Gu Nian and Shun Jejia. The Ning family had dealt with the police numerous times and had confirmed identities countless times. This face, so similar to Gu Yinyan's, had long since been etched into the depths of his mind. Ning Haisheng nearly reflexively collapsed onto the bed, his lips trembling. You. How is this possible? This cannot be true. How did you get in? Upon hearing this, Gu Nian's lips curled slightly. How did I get in? Naturally. You invited me in. After saying this, Gu Nian forcefully threw Ning Haisheng's wrist towards the floor. Crash. With a loud noise, Ning Haisheng was slammed to the ground, his face colliding with the floor, instantly bruising and bleeding profusely. He had bumped his head against the doorframe and then was knocked down again. Ning Haisheng's head spun, swollen like a pig's head. You. Cough. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of blood and looked at Gu Nian with terror in his eyes. He never expected that as the wealthiest figure in Shanghai City, he would one day be reduced to such a pitiful state by such a minor character. Stumbling to his feet, Ning Haisheng gazed at Gu Nian, his heart trembling once more. From Gu Nian's eyes he perceived an unprecedented surge of murderous intent. If a flower blooms in an ugly manner, it must be due to the soil being flawed. Just like a program, if it keeps throwing errors, one must find the source of the problem, otherwise bugs will emerge endlessly and without end. Addressing symptoms without treating the root cause has never been my style. Gu Nian raised his hand, coldly approaching Ning Haisheng, an inexplicable sinister smile gracing his lips. Director Ning, don't you want to know where your daughter is? Daughter? Ning Haisheng's heart quivered for a moment. Gu Nian, if you dare to harm my daughter, I swear I will uproot your entire Gu family, including your half-dead Gu Nian. I will find her and grind her bones to dust. His chest felt like it was being crushed. Suppressing the taste of blood in his throat, he asked in a deep voice, tell me, where is my daughter Ning Rushu? You. Before he finished speaking, Gu Nian's sleeve flickered with a cold light. In the blink of an eye, a severed arm was gruesomely held up by Gu Nian. Due to Gu Nian's speed, Ning Haisheng found himself staring blankly at the severed arm for several seconds, until the delayed agonizing pain surged to his head. The overwhelming terror that nearly exceeded his capacity enveloped him entirely. Oh, my arm. It hurts. So much. How could you dare? Ning Haisheng clutched the severed stump with his remaining hand, writhing on the ground in agony. Blood soaked the large expanse of carpet, his pained wails echoing throughout the room. His out-of-shape body, long depleted by indulgence, could hardly withstand such torment at his age. Watching Ning Haisheng roll around on the ground, Gu Nian smiled, faintly crouching down to slice away a piece of fabric from Ning Haisheng's clothing, casually wiping the blood from the blade. Then with disdain he tossed the severed arm onto the floor. Want to see your daughter? He'll make it happen. As a family we must be complete. Having spoken, Gu Nian clapped his hands toward the door. It swung open instantly, and Chun Debao strolled in leisurely, pushing an iron cage. Ning Rushua lay slumped inside, numb, vacant, her mind utterly paralyzed, convinced she was merely being wheeled into yet another room. Only when the thick coppery scent of blood filled the air did her expression flicker. Stiffly she propped herself up. Then her gaze fell upon the severed-armed man lying motionless on the floor, drenched in crimson. Her pupils trembled once, before shattering entirely into a scream. "Ah, Dad! Rushua! What is this?" Father and daughter stared at each other, their pupils contracting in simultaneous shock. The moment Ning Haixing came into view, Ning Rushua recoiled in terror, desperate to hurl herself against the iron bars and die there rather than endure his witnessing her utter degradation. Alas, she was trapped, alive yet unable to live, dead yet unable to die. Ning Haixing fared no better. Severe blood loss had starved his brain of oxygen. Even the strength to rise had nearly abandoned him. "My daughter! You dare force my daughter to replace that wretched creature?" Collapsed in his own blood, Ning Haixing ground his molars until they threatened to splinter. His eyes blazed with searing fury upon Gu Nian, as though he longed to tear him limb from limb. "Tisk tsk, anger shortens life. Your daughter has much to say to her beloved father." Gu Nian gazed down upon Ning Haixing with contemptuous disdain, as one might regard a dying insect beneath a boot heel. A faint smirk curled his lips as he tilted his chin toward Chun Debao. Chun Debao nodded, unlocked the cage, and dragged Ning Rushua out, forcing her upright before Ning Haixing. "Your throat should be clear by now," Gu Nian remarked, lounging indolently on the sofa, folding knife spinning idly between his fingers as his gaze locked onto Ning Rushua. "What more do you want?" Her voice was raw, hollow, drenched in despair as she beheld the grotesque tableau. "Pick up your own arm." "What? Do what?" At Ning Haixing's stunned silence, Gu Nian turned, voice dropping low and cold. "I said, pick it up. Did you not hear me? Or shall I draw more blood from you?" Hearing those words, Ning Haixing, barely clinging to consciousness, contorted in agony, his eyes fixed upon the grayish, severed limb lying on the floor. Gritting his teeth, he crawled forward and, trembling violently, grasped his own severed arm. "How obedient!" Gu Nian sneered, then pointed sharply at Ning Rushua. "Raise your own arm and strike her." "Wow, what?" Ning Haixing blinked, certain he'd misheard. "Deaf. I said, raise your hand and slap your daughter." Gu Nian's tone sharpened, laced with icy command. Why would I do that?" Blood vessels burst across Ning Haixing's eyes, his face twisted with visceral resistance. Ning Rushua had always been his treasured jewel. Never once in her life had he raised a hand, or even raised his voice, to her. "He who raises but does not teach commits the sin of fatherhood. I am merely correcting your failure." Watching Ning Haixing writhe in torment, Gu Nian's lips curled into a chilling smile. "Reluctant? Then perhaps you lack sufficient motivation." With a deliberate, knowing tisk, Gu Nian picked up a tablet from the room, calmly turned its screen toward Ning Rushua, and pressed play. Instantly, crack after crack of whips echoed from the tablet. Guttural male panting merged with a woman's shattered sobs. Every frame jolted violently, shredding Ning Rushua's last fraying nerve. What Gu Nian held was footage from every surveillance camera she'd passed through, her own descent captured frame by frame. Shame, humiliation, agony, rage. Tears streamed down Ning Rushua's crimson-rimmed eyes, her face contorted between laughter and tears, sanity dissolving into madness. In the next breath, her eyes ignited with infernal wrath. She snatched the severed arm from Ning Haixing's grasp, raised it high, and brought it crashing across his face. The blow carried all her strength, nearly rattling Ning Haixing's skull. Rushua, are you mad? I'm your father." Stunned, Ning Haixing reeled from the sudden, unthinkable violence. Ning Rushua dared strike him. Why did you bring them here?" Rushua, calm down." His pleas drowned beneath the video's cacophony, feeble, hollow, meaningless. The leering laughter from the tablet grew louder, sharper, while memories of her ordeals spiraled endlessly in her mind. Her features warped, twisted, trembling, she raised the arm again. No longer the daughter of wealth and privilege, but a vessel possessed by vengeful spirits, heedless of Ning Haixing's wide-eyed terror as she smashed it across his other cheek. Why are you friends with them? It's your fault, all your fault. Die. You all deserve to die." Again and again she raised the arm, each swing delivered with savage, unrelenting hatred. Blood sprayed across her face. Ning Haixing's features were pulped beyond recognition, yet the fury within her, long suppressed, refused to cease. "Die. All of you, just die. Ha 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 ha. Die. All die. Those who harm me, die." Ning Rushua shrieked in manic laughter, raising the arm for another brutal strike. When in the blink of an eye, Gu Nian blurred forward and struck her down with a single palm strike, sending her flying several meters. Chun Debao moved instantly, pinning Ning Rushua before she could rise, then injecting a needle deep into her neck. Defiance flared in her eyes, but the drug overwhelmed her. She collapsed into unconsciousness, the severed arm slipping from her grasp and rolling across the floor. Chen Debao glanced silently at the limb. The wrist was grotesquely bent, the little finger snapped clean off, the remaining digits twisted backward over the back of the hand, forming a nauseating, unnatural contortion. Shaking his head, he muttered under his breath, "Brutal." Gu Nian stood impassive, looking down at Ning Haixing. Struck senseless by his own daughter already hemorrhaging, he now breathed in shallow, ragged gasps. Face swollen beyond closure, nose shattered, consciousness drifting like smoke in a storm. Gu Nian crouched, fingertips brushing Ning Haixing's throat. A faint pulse remained, but fading fast. "He's nearly gone. Get him moved, now." "Understood." "But..." Chen Debao paused, sighing. "Are you sure sending Xin Zhaoan alone is wise? He's unstable, reckless. If this blows up, what then?" Gu Nian rose, wiping blood from his hands with a bedsheet, gaze calm, unwavering. "I want it to blow up. The bigger, the better." He paused, then turned towards Xin Jejia, lying on the bed, eyes narrowing slightly. "Besides, it's time this performance welcomed new spectators. Otherwise," he murmured softly, glancing down at his wrist. There the diamond-shaped mark, having fed upon Ning Haixing's terror, had begun to swell with eerie dimensionality like a miniature black hole. Staring too long induced vertigo. And the countdown, now less than 3 days remained. No more words were needed. His eyes shifted, then he walked silently toward the door. "Wait, you're going alone." Chen Debao called out, voice grave. Xin Zhaoan drew away most security, but Fanya's personal guards will only multiply. Going in unannounced is reckless. Gu Nian turned, offering Chen Debao a sly, inscrutable smile, his eyes gleaming with unfathomable depth. "Don't worry, I'm no Xin Zhaoan." "What does it mean?" Chen Daba turned to Gu Nian with confusion. He smiled lightly, took out a mask from his pocket, and put it on, then quickly walked to the door and pressed the red button above the entrance with force. In that instant, the entire hall was suddenly filled with the piercing sound of alarms. The lights in all the rooms instantly turned to flashing red. The alarm echoed throughout the hall for a long time, causing everyone to stop their actions in unison, unsure of what was happening outside and why the alarm had suddenly gone off. The incessant blaring of the alarm combined with the dark red lights gave an unsettling feeling of insecurity. Many people opened their doors, looking at the walls illuminated in red light, their faces showing clear displeasure. "What's going on? We were just getting into the swing of things. What's happening? Quickly turn off this annoying thing. It's disrupting my business." Exactly who plays with alarms for fun? Are they out of their minds? Everyone spoke up, stepping out of their rooms. In no time, more and more onlookers gathered in the corridor, completely unaware of the situation. Zhang Yida's room was no exception. He frowned and picked up the internal phone, immediately questioning, "What happened?" "Report Director Zhang. It's room 303 that triggered the alarm system." "Room 303. Zhang Yida felt something was off. "Isn't that Chen Daba's room? What happened?" Luo Ying spoke with a tone full of self-blame. "Chen Daba exchanged the gifts several times, and Director Ning found it a bit suspicious, so he wanted to check room 303. But he never came out again." Zhang Yida's heart sank upon hearing this. "Never came out? Why didn't you break in to check?" "Director Zhang, the master key card is invalid, and the door might be blocked from the inside." "Oh, we can't break it down." "Damn it, you fools. Bring me explosives. I want that door blown open." "Yes." Luo Ying hung up the phone and immediately had explosives placed on the door lock. As the ticking of the explosives grew faster, boom. With a massive explosion, the door to room 303 was blown open, creating a large hole. The lock fell to the ground, and the door swung open. Luo Ying drew his gun, his expression darkened, and he kicked the door open while raising his gun, rushing inside. "Director Ning, are you in there?" The response was an already empty room. Luo Ying's heart instantly turned cold. He hesitated and walked to the bedside, immediately spotting blood stains on the sheets. Turning around, he gasped in horror. On the carpet lay a large patch of dried blood. A severed pinky finger rolled to the foot of the coffee table. Looking at everything before him, Luo Ying's heart was trembling. He walked towards the bloodstain, only to kick something hard. It was a severed arm. This. Luo Ying stared at the emerald ring on the severed finger, his mind going blank. This is Ning Haixing's hand. It's over. Everything is over. Luo Ying's scalp tingled as he realized he had fallen for a diversion. With a dark expression, he exited the room and turned to the security team behind him, ordering, "The auction must be forcibly stopped. Everyone seal off all exits of the base and check every room. Be sure to capture all suspicious individuals." "Yes." With a single order, everyone immediately dispersed. Luo Ying recalled the chase after Song Chung, his expression darkening even further. He then picked up the phone and urgently called Director Zhang. "Hello, Director Zhang." "Director Ning." "Something happened." 10 minutes later, Zhang Yida, surrounded by a group of bodyguards in black, arrived at room 303. Looking at the familiar severed arm on the ground, his heart tightened. Where is Director Ning? Luo Ying lowered his head and said in a low voice, when we entered we only found Director Ning's severed arm. We searched the entire room, but found no other parts of Director Ning. A bunch of useless fools. Zhang Yida turned around and slapped Luo Ying. Feeling the stinging pain on his face, Luo Ying took a deep breath and didn't dare to utter a complaint. Director Zhang, I'm sorry. We fell into a trap. Song Chung betrayed us and led us away from Director Ning's side. Luo Ying's eyes were filled with resentment as he spoke. He escaped extremely quickly and clearly came prepared, leading us to the back of Xiaobai building, immediately throwing tear gas at us. Then he vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yida's eyes turned angrily towards Luo Ying. Indeed, they were swollen and red. Are you saying that Song Chung and Chun Daba joined forces? Zhang Yida pondered, his expression somewhat strange. No matter how he tried, he couldn't understand what reason there could be for Song Chung and Chun Daba to collaborate. It sounds absurd, but at this moment it indeed seems to be the case. Just as Luo Ying was about to continue reporting, Zhang Yida's phone suddenly vibrated wildly. He picked up the phone to see it was Fan Yi calling. Not daring to slack off, he immediately pressed the answer button. Hello, Fan Yi. I found out your son's whereabouts. What? Just as he was about to report the situation to Fan Yi, Zhang Yida quickly changed his tone and asked anxiously, where's my son? On the other end of the line, Fan Yi spoke with a very heavy tone. Just now Jin Ping called me and said that your son Zhang Hao's hospital wristband and Ning Rux's shoe were found on the mountainside. And my grandson Fan Shang, before he disappeared, was also headed towards Phoenix Mountain. Hearing this, Zhang Yida's scalp went numb. His lips trembled slightly, and he looked in horror at the severed arm on the ground, incredulously saying, Fan Yi, are you implying that the three of them are here with us right now? The clues are so clear it can't be wrong. Fan Guangwai's voice was cold, as if he were discussing someone else's matters. You and Ning Haixing hurry over, as something big is likely to happen at this auction. I've already sent a special police team, led by Jin Ping, over to your location. You two better not show yourselves a wait until Jin Ping's people arrive to discuss further. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yida couldn't help but take a deep breath, as if a heavy stone was pressing down on his chest, making it hard to breathe. Swallowing hard, Zhang Yida finally raised his gaze. Looking at the bloodstains all over the room, he tightened his grip on the phone and hoarsely said, Fan Yi, it's already too late. What do you mean it's too late? Fan Guangwei keenly sensed the fear in Zhang Yida's tone, and his eyes suddenly turned ominous. Where are you now? Hearing this, Zhang Yida lowered his head, looking somewhat despondent. In room 303, in Shindaba's room. In the room we found a severed arm belonging to Haixing. We have already sent people to search, but am afraid it's dire. What did you say? Fan Guangwai's mind instantly became alert. Then what are you still doing there? Quickly send someone to check the surveillance. After speaking, he covered the phone and signaled behind him. The guard beside him immediately understood and quickly walked over to close the door, pressing the emergency button on the bedside. Instantly, a row of infrared detectors raised up in the corridor outside Fan Guangwai's room. Yes, Master Fan, I'm on it. Zhang Yida gritted his teeth and hung up the phone, then turned to leave. Order everyone to return to their rooms. No one is allowed to linger in the corridor. Luo Ying, you take a team to the surveillance room. Report immediately if you find any clues. Yes. Luo Ying did not dare to delay, hastily leading the team out of the room. Shortly after, the alarm stopped abruptly. Before anyone could relax, a low, urgent voice echoed through the hall. Emergency situation. The auction is suspended. Everyone return to your rooms immediately. Otherwise you will bear the consequences. Emergency situation. The auction is suspended. Everyone return to your rooms immediately. Otherwise you will bear the consequences. Emergency situation. The auction is suspended. Everyone return to your rooms immediately. Otherwise you will bear the consequences. This voice was both urgent and anxious, as if wanting to send all the onlookers gathered in the corridor back to their rooms at that very moment. Everyone exchanged glances. Those who could make it here were all seasoned individuals. They understood that if it weren't for a serious matter, Master Fan would never allow the guards to issue such a warning. Initially they thought it was just someone who accidentally triggered the alarm system. Unexpectedly, it turned out that something serious had indeed happened. Everyone was stunned for just a second, then they quickly fled towards their rooms in a frantic rush. Soon the once lively and crowded corridor was instantly empty, not a single shadow remained. At the surveillance room, Luo Ying and a group rushed to the monitoring area. Silently, he covered his hand, a fierce determination flashed across his face, and he forcefully pushed the door. It was unexpectedly locked from the inside. Damn it, not this again. Blow it open. At his command, subordinates rushed forward, quickly securing explosives. With a loud bang, the surveillance room door was blown to smithereens. As the smoke gradually dispersed, Luo Ying led the group inside, only to be stunned in place. His gaze fell upon the person sitting in front of the monitor. No, this could no longer be called a person. The expression of terror was still frozen on his face, but his pupils had already dilated, devoid of life. A massive bloody hole had appeared in his abdomen. It was as if his body had been blown apart from the inside by something. The organs in his abdomen were reduced to pulp, and the whole scene was extremely bloody. Blood trickled down the legs of the chair, slowly spreading towards Luo Ying's feet. Luo Ying stiffly retracted his foot. Unexpectedly, his heel kicked against something hard. Turning to look, he found it was a corpse that had already begun to show signs of decomposition. Luo Ying's heart sank like a stone. Judging by the level of decay, this person had been dead for at least a day. How could they have not noticed anything for so long? Quickly notify Zhang Dong and Master Fan that the person responsible for monitoring has been killed, and they must not leave their rooms. Luo Ying turned to shout at his subordinate, then turned and kicked the corpse sitting in the chair aside, sitting down on it. He then looked up, fixating his gaze on the countless surveillance screens on the wall, wishing he could extract Song Chung from the footage at that very moment. This place is so small. Song Chung was shot in the abdomen by me, and with his injury, he can't have gone far. Spread out and search. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, a rustling sound abruptly came from above. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound in unison. Only then did they notice that a wisp of pale white smoke was gradually spilling down from the ventilation duct. The smoke floated down lightly, quickly spreading out. The moment Luo Ying inhaled the smoke, he felt an unprecedented dizziness hit his forehead. His face turned ashen in an instant. He couldn't care about anything else. Luo Ying hurriedly raised his hand, tearing a blood-soaked piece of cloth from the corpse covering his mouth and nose, and shouted hoarsely, "Everyone hurry and leave. Don't stay here. This smoke is problematic." Instantly, everyone rushed out into the corridor in panic. But the corridor was no better. The thick white mist not only appeared in the room, but as far as the eye could see, even the ventilation ducts in the corridor began to release increasingly dense white smoke. Everyone was in a state of panic, and in the increasingly thick white mist they resembled a group of headless flies lost without direction. All struggles were futile. The white mist gradually obscured all lines of sight. Shadows fell one after another to the ground. As the thick white mist enveloped the entire hall, the once numerous surveillance screens appeared to transform into a uniform white screen. Looking up, all that was seen was the pale whiteness where one could not see their own fingers. The ventilation ducts connected all rooms. No one in any room could escape. Luo Ying covered his mouth and nose, gasping for air until his face turned red, desperately trying to rush outside. But after just a few steps, he felt his limbs growing weak and fatigued, as if his legs were filled with lead. Moving slower and slower, lifting his feet became increasingly arduous. The exit to the hall was right ahead. Yet Luo Ying's heart felt as if it were being ruthlessly tugged, ultimately collapsing weakly to the ground. The door leading to the garden was clearly within reach. Yet he could no longer muster the strength to move forward. As darkness closed in before his eyes in a moment of daze, he thought he saw the door crack open slightly. Tap, tap, tap. A series of crisp footsteps approached him slowly and unhurriedly. A tall figure wearing a pair of goggles and a gas mask indifferently walked up to Luo Ying, until his eyes closed heavily, unwilling to see any longer. Gu Nian let out a light tch and stepped over the group of black-clad individuals sprawled on the ground, as if walking into an uninhabited area, effortlessly passing through the layers of corridors. Until he reached a position just a few meters from a luxurious stone door, 5 meters high, he finally stopped. Then Gu Nian calmly raised his gun. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 3 shots at the infrared emitters. The intersecting infrared beams instantly disappeared. Gu Nian twisted his neck and took out the universal room key he had snatched from Ning Haixing, gently swiping it at the door of Fan Guangwei's room. Tick! The stone door slowly opened to both sides. There lay an old man, weak and slumped on a genuine leather sofa, his eyes tightly shut. Beside him, a dozen guards were sprawled in a disordered manner. "Master Fan, we finally meet." Gu Nian walked up to Fan Guangwei, excitement flashing in his eyes. "Now that all the supporting characters are here, this grand celebration just needs you to complete it."